Volume 8. Chapter 701, The City Market. Chapter 701, The City Market. When Zuo Mo thought about how the average-looking woman could have possibly been from before when his memories had been erased and his appearance changed, his mind could not remain calm. Because he was going to start forging emollients 3 days later, the Tang family's protection eased off greatly. Other than a few guards, Zuo Mo only had a Gui with him most of the time. Zuo Mo was someone all of Buzhou City knew, especially when he had announced in such a flamboyant fashion that he was about to forge Mo weapons. He was the population topic of discussion. Consequently, when Zuo Mo walked on the street, people continued to greet him. Of course, there were also people that were pointing at him in secret. Zuo Mo's mind was full of his own thoughts. Maybe he could find a chance to probe this woman's origins. Suddenly, a guard said, "Darren, this is the biggest materials market in Buzhou City. However, the majority of the items here are normal materials." He was puzzled. It was mostly low-level Mo weapon masters that came to these markets for normal materials. They did not have enough Mabe to buy rare and expensive materials. Good Mo weapons usually required good materials. Even the best Mo weapon master could not forge an Earth Mo weapon with normal materials. He felt very puzzled when Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai had requested for them to take him to visit a market for normal materials. In his view, what the Grandmaster needed was the top kind of materials. Didn't he want to forge Earth Mo weapons? But the higher-ups had ordered for them to unconditionally cooperate with Grandmaster's request if it was possible. Zuo Mo's stray thoughts faded. He nodded. "Let's go in." When they walked into the market, a wave of noise came at them. The stalls were organized neatly with large amounts of materials on display. The sound of bargaining, arguing, and cursing filled the air. It was possible to see the flushed faces everywhere. The guard couldn't help but freeze. As one of the best among the Tang family guards, the places he visited were usually elegant ones. It had been a long time since he had come to such a dirty and chaotic place. He glanced at Grandmaster out of the corner of his eyes. He saw that Grandmaster's expression was composed and without any unease. In reality, Zuo Mo wasn't just at ease, he was slightly excited when he saw such a familiar scene. His stray thoughts were thrown away. It was like he was fired up, his eyes red, and his fighting spirit rose. The surroundings were filled with the sound of bargaining. Again! Bargain, bargain, bargain. 180 Mabe? Are you joking? The quality is normal, and there are 3 flaws. The quality can only be considered above average. You dare to ask for 180 Mabe? 100? Don't joke, I'll give you 80 at most. 15 Mabe, I want 100, are you going to sell? No? Let's go. I just said so. You still make a profit, don't think that I don't know. The guard leader gaped. Grandmaster was invincible as he bargained his way down. He felt that everything that was happening in front of him was incomprehensible. A great Grandmaster was arguing furiously with other people for just a few Mabe, this. Shouldn't Grandmasters sit in the private rooms, drink the best wine, and elegantly pick the treasures surrounded by beautiful females? Zuo Mo forgot himself in bargaining and felt great pleasure. But gradually, he found the situation wasn't quite right. 10 Mabe, sell? Sell. Zuo Mo looked with puzzlement at the shop owner. The shop owner's expression was excited as though he wanted to sell immediately. This wasn't right, 10 Mabe was definitely just above cost. He had given the other 1 Mabe above. He hadn't expected the shop owner to agree immediately. Something was strange. Was there something wrong with the wares? Zuo Mo flipped it over and inspected it for a long time. He was even more puzzled. There were no problems. Suppressing the bewilderment he felt, he took 200 of the material. His gaze landed on another kind of material. "Will you sell for 7 Mabe?" Sell. The shop owner nodded repeatedly. Zuo Mo raised his head and couldn't help but curse, "How can you do business like this? Sell for 7 Mabe? Are you crazy? This costs at least 10 Mabe, is something wrong with your head?" The shop owner nodded with a dumb smile. Zuo Mo stilled. Was this person really stupid? He raised his head and the excitement quickly receded. He immediately discovered the strangeness in the surroundings. The noisy market was silent. What was this? Zuo Mo hurriedly looked around. When he saw everyone's gazes were on him, he understood. Cough, he hurriedly raised his head and puffed out his chest. He pointed at the things he had bought and said to the guard, "Oh, put these away." Yes. The guard leader's face was burning. Today was really a great embarrassment. He raised his head and glanced at Grandmaster. Grandmaster's expression was normal, as though nothing had happened. As expected of Grandmaster, his face was thicker than normal people. Suddenly, a middle-aged person walked forward with an excited expression. Respected Grandmaster. Welcome. We feel honored by your arrival. Hello, hello. Zuo Mo smiled. Please give us a list for what Grandmaster requires. We do not have anything good, but the quality of our low-level materials is not bad. The middle-aged person said respectfully. Zuo Mo had come because he needed to use low-level materials. He had prepared a list before coming but hadn't expected that he would use it at this time. While he could not experience the pleasure of bargaining, it would save him effort. Zuo Mo handed the list to the middle-aged person. The middle-aged person seemed to have a reputation here. He handed the list to the servant behind him and the servant went away to gather materials. Does Grandmaster need assistance? The middle-aged person inquired. The guard leader spoke in displeasure. Are you qualified to be Grandmaster's assistant? Humph. The MO weapon masters in the surroundings were silent. While the guard leader's words were harsh and not easy to hear, but it was the truth. The MO weapon masters that were in this place were not very good. But Zuo Mo was moved. If they have talent, they may be able to learn from me. His words were pretentious, but the effect was excellent. The MO weapon masters in the surroundings became excited. Many of them had desirous expression. Even the middle-aged person was slightly excited. But he was experienced and did not lose his calm. How do we judge for the talent that Grandmaster speaks of? After thinking, Zuo Mo said, use MO weapons, the grade doesn't matter, just let me have a look. The guard leader felt disdain, but he could not speak now, otherwise his actions would mean not giving Grandmaster face. The MO weapon masters here were not good ones. The MO weapon masters at Buzhou City who had talent were almost all part of the Tang family. These toads wanted to eat the meat of a swan? They were delusional. He didn't understand. Grandmaster actually agreed to such a boring and meaningless matter? There were countless MO weapon masters in the Tang family that wanted to be Grandmaster's assistant. While this Grandmaster liked to boast, he was still a Grandmaster. He could not understand Zuo Mo's way of thinking. A pile of MO weapons were quickly laid out and presented in front of Zuo Mo. The guard leader took a glance and then snorted. There wasn't even a single colonel-level MO weapon here. Zuo Mo ignored the sneer of the guard leader. His gaze swept across the MO weapons. His gaze suddenly stopped on a dagger MO weapon. He took out the dagger, raised it up and asked, who made this MO weapon? A youth with a slightly pale complexion walked out of the crowd. His face was flushed and he was excited. Grandmaster, I made it. Zuo Mo then asked him a few questions. The youth responded smoothly and Zuo Mo confirmed that he was the one to forge the dagger. Zuo Mo nodded. Starting today, you are my assistant. Gasp. The people around shouted in shock. Disbelief and joy floated into the youth's face. The middle-aged person was also very excited. He went forward and hugged the youth. Then he said solemnly, Sproutling, be good and learn from Grandmaster. His fellows came up to congratulate him. Everyone knew that this opportunity would alter Sproutling's fate. The guard leader's face was not very good. He hadn't thought that Grandmaster would really select an assistant from here. As a guard of the Tang family, he naturally put the Tang family first. There were so many Tang family MO weapon masters waiting for the opportunity, but an outsider had gotten there first. While it was not his mistake, he could not escape being connected to this. Grandmaster, shouldn't this? He couldn't help but speak. Zuo Mo's expression darkened. Do I need to report my actions to you? Hearing this, the guard leader's heart jumped and he hurriedly said, Grandmaster is joking, this one doesn't dare. But Grandmaster is of high status, and your safety should be prioritized. This person is unknown. Sproutling's face paled. Zuo Mo impatiently interrupted the guard leader. I have my own way of conduct. The guard leader gritted his teeth and persisted. If something happens to Grandmaster, and the Patriarch assigns blame, this one. Ague, throw him out, Zuo Mo said coolly. Ague, who had been silently standing next to Zuo Mo, suddenly disappeared. The guard leader was shocked. Before he could react, his neck was gripped and he wasn't able to use his own strength. Whoosh, he flew out of the market. He smashed onto the ground, and wasn't able to get up for a while. The faces of the other guards changed. They were about to move, but when they saw that Ague didn't seem to have moved at all, their faces were ashen white. Their fighting spirit that had just started to burn immediately disappeared. A Gui's undying Shen power had a great qualities. It had no color and was extremely deceptive. What's your name? Zuo Mo asked Sproutling in a gentle tone. Sproutling gathered his courage. Grandmaster, I don't have a name, they all call me Bean Sprout or Sproutling, but... No name, your parents? Zuo Mo asked. They are dead. Sproutling said in a low voice. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. He suddenly thought of himself and felt emotional. But he quickly raised his head and patted Sproutling's thin shoulder. Your way of thinking is good, but there are some mistakes. Is there a small Mo weapon pool here? The middle-aged person knew that Zuo Mo was going to teach Sproutling and was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, yes. Zuo Mo looked at the Mo weapon masters and the surroundings with desire on their faces and smiled. You can all come watch. All of the Mo weapon masters cheered. Zuo Mo definitely would not have thought that his accidental action would. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo can't stand seeing other people deliberately not making a profit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, The Snow of the Blue Flower. Chapter 702, The Snow of the Blue Flower. The little Mo pool in the market was low grade and usually used by the low-level Mo weapon masters who were short on money. Naturally, the results were never very good. The middle-aged person was slightly embarrassed, and all the Mo weapon masters all had expressions of embarrassment. It really was lowering Grandmaster's status to have him use such a low-grade Mo weapon pool. It was not acceptable, but they did not have any better Mo weapon pools. They looked uncertainly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo did not care. He looked at the Mo weapon pool and then moved his gaze away. He turned around and faced the crowd with the dagger that Sproutling had made in his hand. The concept behind this dagger is very interesting. It has three primary materials: white wood bone, ice blue stone, and concerted shine crystal. Everyone perked their ears up and focused in fear of missing a single word. I believe that everyone knows these three materials. Most people would use the white wood bone as the base material, the ice blue stone to give it the trait of iciness, and then use the concerted shine crystal in order to merge the two together. Some of the Mo weapon masters nodded. This was the basic method, and even the most ignorant Mo weapon master knew it. They were curious. The more basic the materials were, the harder it was to do something new with it. They could not think how these three basic materials could be put together any other way. But Sproutling's thinking is unorthodox. He used the concerted shine crystal as the base, and then used the white wood bone and the ice blue stone as materials to strengthen it. Gasps rang out. Everyone felt this recipe was impossible and unconventional. Speaking from the view of traditional Mo weapon forging, this is completely against the rules. The concerted shine crystal is a very good low-level material, but it is not a material that can act as the base for a weapon because it is too soft. The Mo weapon masters almost unconsciously nodded. As a result, Sproutling treated the concerted shine crystal with the sap of the fragrant leaf tree to merge gold thread amber, and hardened concerted shine crystal after the white wood bone and ice blue stone was merged. Some Mo weapon masters had thoughtful expressions. This is a creative idea. Zuo Mo's words caused Beansprout to flush. Beansprout knew just how terribly his dagger was made. Zuo Mo changed subject. But in order to finish this line of creative thought, good forging technique is required. Whitewood bone is rarely used as a base and people will rarely remember that it has a trait, wood thread. The entire crowd was silent, and everyone had expressions of respect. If people had a thread of doubt about Zuo Mo's skill due to the rumors before this, then the doubt now disappeared. Even the basic materials in Grandmaster's mouth had all kinds of transformations. In the eyes of many people, wood thread is a trait that isn't useful, but if it is used well, it will have unusual effects. Finishing his analysis, he started to throw materials towards the Mo weapon pool. With each item, he would say the name of the material, and then explain why he was using this material as well as the details that one needed to pay attention to. The Mo weapon masters didn't dare to make a sound. They were like Zuo Mo's students and listened with a tinge of devoutness. Low-level Mo weapon masters did not have any status in society. Their income was low, and making a living was difficult. Their skill was crude, which meant they were unable to make fine Mo weapons. Their income was limited, which in turn caused them to lose the possibility of improving. They knew just how rare this chance was. A grandmaster was giving them a lecture. This was the only and the most important class in their life. Their gazes as they looked at Zuo Mo were filled with sincere respect and gratefulness. They memorized Zuo Mo's practice skill and the contents he spoke casually off. The usually noisy market was completely silent. Zuo Mo's voice was the only sound that echoed. All of the shop owners did not make a sound. They knew the difficulties of these low-level MO masters. Many of them were friends. They did not understand deep principles, but they were infected by this devoutness, yearning and passion. In this moment, in this place that only recognized Mabe, there was no low and high status of society. Afterwards a completely new style of MO weapon masters would form from here. They preferred simple and practical materials. They aimed to be creative, they were enthusiastic about the spread of MO weapon skills. They had a special name, they were the market MO weapon masters. Those damned bastards. The guard leader gritted his teeth. Ague was never light-handed when she attacked. While he wasn't wounded, he was left disheveled and there was a large green bruise on his face. He quickly noticed the burning gazes in the surroundings and wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. One of the guard leaders of the Tang family was left in such a sorry state. At this time, a familiar, grave and murderousness voice sounded. Old 3, what happened? Had. He climbed up from the ground with embarrassment. Had. What happened? Boss's face was murderousness and his gaze vicious. He was sitting on top of his MO steed that seemed to be a small mountain. The steed's 4 limbs seemed to be made from iron, the long tail spiked. There was an arm-thick horn at its forehead that flashed with a blue light. This was a sword-tail blue horn rhinoceros. It was vicious and battle-hungry, a powerful offensive MO steed. The Grand Master. Had immediately understood and his face abruptly changed. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, even a Grandmaster doesn't qualify to run rampant on our Tang family's land. He had disliked Xiao Yunhai's proud attitude a long time ago. The Tang family treated him as an honored guest, yet he was so proud. Even if he might be punished by the patriarch today, he would teach that person who did not know his limits whose land he was on. Big brother, be careful of that servant of his. The guard leader gritted out. Yes, I will cripple her, Had said coolly. When he finished speaking, he picked up a long spear hanging from the MO steed. He looked towards the depth of the market. Xiao Yunhai's voice was coming faintly from it. It was unusually silent inside. He did not care. He had absolute confidence in his own power. He nudged the sword-tail blue horn rhinoceros under his body. With every step, the ground trembled slightly. Clip boom, clip boom. The head of the sword-tail blue horn rhinoceros started to lower. The blue horn flashed with a soul-shaking light. A low howl came from its mouth. Its heavy breathing showed that it was gathering its strength. The head had a secure grip on the long spear in his hand. His cold face seemed to be carved from stone. The battle spirit that came from the MO steed under him caused his eyes to rapidly turn red. The icy feeling from the long spear in his hand removed the last stray thought in his mind. Qinghua Shui was enchanted as she listened. There was a knowing smile on her lips. Actually, she didn't understand what Zuo Mo was saying at all. For a Yao, MO weapon forging was so cryptic it was like trying to read the heavens. But she could feel the unique atmosphere of the market. She did not realize that there was a respectful expression on her face. The Xiao Mo Gu in front of her was so unfamiliar. It was unlike the Xiao Mo Gu that Qinghua Shui had seen in the mirages. There was natural and indescribable presence emanating from his body. She had been paying attention to Zuo Mo all this time. Zuo Mo had not concealed his tracks and she had quickly followed him as he left the Tang Manor. Ning Xiner couldn't help but tease. But had agreed to help cover her for. They were not like Ji Liu who could come and go as she wished. Qinghua Shui had seen the entire course of events. She had never thought that Xiao Mo Gu would pay attention to the lowest level of MO weapon masters. Compared to the strict class structure of the MO, the Yao were slightly better, but even for the Yao no Grandmaster would be like this. Definitely not. The Grandmasters were of great status, far above these MO weapon masters of the lowest class. But such a scene was happening in front of her, and the reason was Xiao Mo Gu that she had been searching all this time. When her gaze swept across the respect and devoutness on the aces of these low-level MO weapon masters, she suddenly was moved. For some unknown reason, an enormous figure suddenly blocked the entrance to the market. A strong killing energy was like a cold and snowy wind that blew in. The temperature inside the market immediately dropped. Humph! A cold snort exploded like thunder. The MO weapon masters that had weak MO skills changed expression in unison. Qinghua Zhu's pupils suddenly contracted. An enormous figure charged like a strong wind. Qinghua Shui's body reacted immediately. Like a blue bolt of lightning, she suddenly appeared in front of the other's path. When she blocked the other, she suddenly realized what she had done. Unrelated people, move! The thunderous and furious howl, along with the roar of the wind and the rumble of the ground shaking echoed through the entire market. Several serene blue flowers floated up from her hand. Blue flower, dot. What was she doing? Having suddenly realized this, Xinghua Shui's face burned, but at this time, she did not have the attention to question her reaction. While she was from a branch family, she possessed the greatest talent among the youngest generation of the Xinghua family. All of this was displayed now. In the eyes of everyone else, Xinghua Shui's gaze was as sharp as a sword. At this time, she was like an unsheathed sword. She was fearless. She had discovered her weakness in the fight against Zuo Mo. Her talent was outstanding, but she had lacked combat experience. She had strength, but there was not much of it she could express. But now, after resolving that, her power had skyrocketed. The present her was not the same as in the past. The moment the blue flowers floated up, she detected a pause from Xiao Emogo behind her. While that pause was imperceptible, it caused her fighting spirit to rise to the peak. All of her terror and timidity disappeared. In this moment, she only had one thought: she was going to show her power in front of Xiao Emogo. Show all of it. Translator ramblings: this is a more positive method of dealing with defeat. Get better and don't try to kill the one that defeated you. Just remember that Xinghua Shui literally means blue flower snow, hence the chapter name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, Interference. Chapter 703, Interference. The beautiful yet fragile blue flowers caused the leader of the Tang family guards to feel a trembling in his heart. He immediately threw away all of his underestimation and condescension. His narrowed eyes were now full of wariness. Who was this woman? The blue flowers floating in his view brimmed with hidden killing intent. The head's gaze turned grave. His legs squeezed, and the sword-tail blue horn rhinoceros under him accelerated in response. Its enormous body was like an arrow leaving the bow. It left after images in the air, and the deep roar immediately disappeared. A point of blinding cold light seemed to come out of the air, and quickly spread among the blue flowers. The space around the blue flowers seemed to solidify. The point of blinding cold energy was like a whirlpool that sucked countless blue flowers towards the dot like moths to a flame. Something from nothingness spear. The head's stone-like cold face appeared after the point of cold energy faded. He detected the power of the blue flowers, and his first move was a killing move. A light flashed across Zuo Mo, who was beside the Mo weapon pool. He was shocked inside. This strike contained laws of domain. With just this strike, this person could be counted among the ranks of experts. It's something from nothingness spear. Wei was slightly surprised. Such a strange name, Zuo Mo couldn't resist saying. Wei chatted, the something from nothingness spear is the peak work for spear-type Mo skills. Ever since it was created, it was one of the most powerful spear-type Mo skills. However, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. I had thought it was lost, and had not expected to see it today. Zuo Mo found it easy to multitask. He had no difficulty splitting his attention when forging a low-level Mo weapon. Most of his attention was on the two people fighting. He recognized Xinghua Shui. He had a deep impression of her from that fight against in the 10-finger prison. Pu Yao and Wei also recognized her. This girl seems much stronger than last time. Pu Yao was slightly shocked. It is definitely because our strong little Mo stole her heart. She worked hard, and see, she chased him all the way to the Mo territories. Such a good girl. Wei was like a gossiping old woman. Zuo Mo was so disgusted by that little Mo he almost ruined the Mo weapon in the Mo weapon pool. He was furious. Wei, I said that you aren't allowed to call me little Mo. Pu Yao nodded and said, this girl's blue flower is pretty good. However, is there something wrong with the minds of the Xinghua family? They have let such a talent out without any protection? Aren't they afraid that something will happen? Maybe she sneaked out of her home and has come in search of our little Mo, Wei inserted. Zuo Mo gritted through his teeth, Wei, I said not to call me little Mo. At this time, Pu Yao rubbed his chin and said seriously, Zuo, how about you seduce her? Recruit her. Give me half a year, I definitely can create an expert. Zuo Mo realized that it was a dead end to talk to these two heartless people. He decided to ignore the two scoundrels and put his attention on the fight occurring. The space around the two fighting was now twisting and crumbling. That point of cold energy was as bright as a star. The blue flowers flew towards the dot of cold energy as though they were being sucked into a whirlpool. Xinghua Shui felt slight shock at the other's spear thrust, but she didn't feel any fear. Her mind was focused. She spread her arms. Her straight back, her full chest, her tight waist and pert behind formed a soul-stealing curving figure. In this moment, the painting seemed to be set. A beautiful curve, a young face with the eyes slightly closed, one had to sigh at the wonder of creation. Xinghua Shui had a small confident smile on her face that was tinged with piousness. It was like the last stroke that made the drawing come to life. Her long and white fingers were wrapped in threads of blue energy. Zing! A high metallic sound spread across the entire field. The cold energy lit up and the blue flowers that were pulled in were torn into pieces. Xinghua Shui opened her eyes at this moment. Each of her eyes had a blue flower floating in them. The two blue flowers slowly spun. Blue sprouts suddenly appeared on her hands. These sprouts grew at an astounding rate. In a blink, the blue vines almost completely took over the space between the two fighters. When these blue vines were furiously grown, the head had a strong feeling of danger. When they had just came into contact, he did not know what these blue flowers were. However, when he destroyed these dangerous blue flowers, he knew that these were Yao arts. This fragile female in front of him was a Yao. The head immediately started to hesitate. Such a powerful Yao was definitely part of the Yao envoy. The patriarch had ordered them not to offend the Yao envoys. This Yao envoy was the first one that the government of the Yao had sent in the last decade. Behind them was the highest authority of the Yao, the Council of Elders. This caused the head to have second thoughts, yet when he found that the surrounding space was almost completely taken over by the blue vines, his expression changed. All of his hesitations were thrown away. The strong murderousness from the young woman caused his hairs to stand on end. Such a vicious girl. The other was trying to kill him. Experienced in battle, the head immediately understood that if he did not fight with his full power, his life would probably end here. The sword-tailed blue horn rhinoceros under him also detected danger and gave a low growl. The head patted the restless sword-tailed blue horn rhinoceros and it immediately calmed down. In his field of view, the packed blue vines were like an enormous cage. The blue flowers were blossoming on the vine and the number was astounding. Domain. The other was a Yao expert that had also comprehended domain. The head bowed his body slightly and tightened his grip on the long spear. Azwa, this is a bit like your Yao art cages. Pu Yao was the first to discover this. Wei was immediately excited. Proof. Proof. This is proof. Little Mo, she clearly has been in love with you for a long time. Zuo Mo was also slightly surprised. Xinghua Shui's blue flower cage was very similar to the Yao art cages he had once used in the 10-finger prison. This similarity wasn't just in shape, but in many crucial parts of its structure. However, Zuo Mo snorted at Wei's clearly one-sided thinking. It most likely was that the other was not willing to accept her past defeat. She had searched for his mirages to search for his weakness and incorporated what she learned in her own style. Zuo Mo felt that his line of thinking was more reliable. The other had stopped this attack for him probably with the intention that she could have a fair battle with him after, but while the other's powerful blue flowers had grown in power and caused Zuo Mo's blood to heat slightly, when he thought of the trouble that would be caused if his identity was exposed, Zuo Mo's fighting spirit quickly disappeared. It really was troublesome. Zuo Mo started to ponder another important question. Had this woman recognized him already? She definitely had. For some reason, Zuo Mo had this strong feeling. Maybe it was Xinghua Shui's strong fighting spirit that stimulated him. He had a high confidence that the other had recognized him. Damn it! When Zuo Mo realized this, he had a headache. He had to think of what to do next. What to do about it. Sacrifice yourself. Little Mo. Wei excitedly suggested. Sacrifice yourself. Azwa. Pu Yao was serious. But then dark snickered echoed in the sea of consciousness. Zuo Mo had no more hopes for these two. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Zuo Mo's thoughts. Fighting and killing is not good. If there is time, everyone should drink together. A cold wind energy suddenly appeared in front of Xinghua Shui and the head. This wind appeared suddenly without any warning. A thread of shock flickered through Xinghua Shui's eyes. She didn't even know how the wind had broken through her blue flower cage. The head that had just been about to attack suddenly froze. He could not suppress the shock in his eyes. The wind was at his side, but he hadn't detected it at all. Unfathomable power. The beautiful, blue flower cage shattered into fragments of energy. Xinghua Shui released her Yao art. The restless sword-tailed blue horn rhinoceros was docile and the head's terrifying presence had disappeared. A figure slowly walked out. It was Feng Xinz. When she found that the person was Feng Xinz, Xinghua Shui's expression recovered as though nothing had happened. She went forward and bowed, Darren. It seems that the blue flower family made a wrong judgment. Feng Xinz smiled and said, I remember that you are from a branch family. Yes, Darren, Xinghua Shui replied with an indifferent expression. Good, good. Feng Xinz nodded and then said coolly, no matter what ideas you have, since you are a member of the envoys, you have to consider and not make trouble for everyone. Darren is right, Shui was rash, Xinghua Shui said apologetically. Feng Xinz saw her good attitude and nodded. He turned and said to the head, this one's subordinate is young and ignorant to offend sire. Sire, please have tolerance. The head looked deeply at Feng Xinz, who had a gentle smile on his face without any unease. Then he left without a word. When the sword-tailed blue-horned rhinoceros left the market, the MO weapon masters in the market finally relaxed. They had been at Buzhou City for a long time and knew how bad the temper of the Tang family headguard was. Killing was a simple matter for him. Even the guards of the Tang family feared their head and that they would be killed if they angered him. The gazes of the MO weapon masters landed on Feng Xinz, all of them with respect and awe, especially the women. Some even have infatuated eyes. Feng Xinz's appearance was handsome, and his smile friendly. He had a sunny aura, and his power great. No matter where, this kind of person would shine like the sun. Feng Xinz looked in interest at the MO weapon pool as though he had never seen a MO weapon being forged before. When another figure walked out, the crowd immediately shifted. When the peerlessly beautiful Ji Liu arrived, all the light of the market seemed to gather on her. She walked next to Feng Xinz and thoughtfully glanced at the indifferent Xinghua Shui before moving her gaze to Zuo Mo. Something strange suddenly was occurring at the MO weapon pool. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo doesn't like this new nickname. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, Take into Control. Chapter 704, Take into Control. The black pool water gradually became clear. It was possible to see to the bottom. There wasn't any impurity. A blue dagger silently laid at the bottom of the pool. The surrounding MO weapon masters stretched out their necks in hope they could see the newly forged MO weapon. Everyone was very curious what the low-level materials could do in the hands of a MO weapon grandmaster. Zuo Mo's hand shook slightly. The dagger suddenly flew out of the pool and landed in his hand. People found to their shock that there was an extremely thin gray shadow at the end of the dagger that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The smarter people immediately thought of the trait of the white wood bone that was easily missed, wood thread. Zuo Mo had perfectly and carefully modified all the details of the dagger. The MO matrices on the surface of the dagger were exquisite and elegant. The dagger was as thin as a piece of paper. It was covered in blue MO matrices which made it seem like a work of art rather than a weapon to kill. Zuo Mo did not use MO matrices of high level. These low-level materials could not tolerate high-level MO matrices. The MO weapon masters present almost all recognized every MO matrix on the dagger, but Zuo Mo had spent some effort on choosing and matching the MO matrices. The unique trait of the ice blue stone was completely expressed and gave the dagger the attribute of ice. However, Zuo Mo used a MO matrix that would conceal its energy to hide the ice. When the dagger left the user's hand, it wouldn't be possible to detect any icy presence. The white wood bone increased the dagger's flexibility. Its wood thread trait was the attribute that Zuo Mo had strengthened the most. The strong wood threads were treated with shadow fluid to make it even stronger and harder to detect. The concerted shine crystal was a material that was usually used during changes. It was used as the base to make the base even more suitable for transformation. The main body of the base was covered in shadow MO matrices that could cause it to turn to shadow. Zuo Mo had set down armor-breaking MO matrices at the blade edge of the dagger. The armor-breaking MO matrices and the ice MO matrices were connected, and they would touch the hand together. The MO matrix at the handle of the dagger was called interlink. It could increase the synchronization between the MO weapon and the user. When this dagger passed among the hands of the MO weapon masters, everyone was stunned by this work. Brigadier level MO weapon. This was a MO weapon suited for assassination. If it was sold at any auction, it could easily be sold for 2 million mabe, yet the cost of the materials was just 600 mabe. As expected of the Grandmaster. These MO weapon masters were completely stunned by Zuo Mo's ability to turn trash into treasure. Low-level materials just worth 600 mabe was able to forge a brigadier-level MO weapon that was over 2 million mabe in value. Such skill was uncanny. Yet they were able to understand the entire process, and Zuo Mo had not hidden any of his thoughts. They even recognized the MO matrices, but they would still be unable to make one. Even some intermediate and high-level MO weapon masters would not be able to put so many MO matrices on the little dagger, much less these low-level MO weapon masters. But this little Mo weapon gave them great inspiration. Zuo Mo's way of thinking and his use of Mo matrices were different than the traditional Mo weapon masters. Good Mo weapon. Ji Liu suddenly gave a compliment. Her voice was soft and pleasing to hear. Miss Ji is too complimentary. Zuo Mo nodded politely at the other. He still remembered Tang Chan's introduction at the banquet. In the Sea of Consciousness, Pu Yao asked Zuo Mo, "Do you still remember her? Have we met before?" Zuo Mo stilled and asked. "Then why do you remember the Qinghua family female?" Pu Yao asked. "Because of love." Wei came over to say. Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. "Of course I remember her after fighting her." Pu Yao was slightly excited. "Just like me in the past, not enchanted by beauty." Wei interrupted with a sympathetic expression. "Now I know why you still yearned after Boss, and can't forget her after thousands of years. How hard did Boss beat you up in the past?" "Ha ha." Pu Yao's expression froze on his face, and quickly became twisted. These two were really lively now. Zuo Mo came out of the Sea of Consciousness. However, he didn't have any impression of Ji Liu. Ji Liu was slightly discontent. From the start, this Xiao Yunhai didn't seem to have any patience for her. Even if she took the initiative, the other still had an indifferent wooden face. She questioned, did this person even have any other expression? Her beauty that never failed didn't seem to have any use on him. Ji Liu was very perceptive. While Zuo Mo did not say anything to Qinghua Shui, but she detected that Zuo Mo had more of an interest in Qinghua Shui than in her. She was not in a good mood. While she did not feel that Xiao Yunhai was great, and there was nothing about him that attracted her, the other's dismissal of her stirred her desire to win. Did that Qinghua Shui qualify to steal the limelight from her? This Mo weapon is very beautiful, can Mr. give it to Liu? Ji Liu controlled her performance to the perfect degree and looked hopefully at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo almost said, 2 million mabe, thanks for your patronage, but managed to react. He forced a smile, and said, my apologies, this Mo weapon is an example for the public and will be placed at the market. That really is a regret. Ji Liu's enchanting smile did not fade. Does Mr. Xiao have time tonight? Very sorry, this one has other matters to attend to tonight. Zuo Mo shook his head and refused directly. Disappointment finally appeared on Ji Liu's face. Her brow creased and she looked pitifully at Zuo Mo. The surrounding people all had expressions of conflict. They all felt that Grandmaster treating Ji Liu like this was cruel. They didn't dare to speak up because of Grandmaster's high status. If this was any other person, they would have rushed in to beat the person up. Zuo Mo's Mo skill was high and his mind strong. Unless it was against freaks like eldest Xixiang, Zuo Mo thought he would not be weaker than anyone. Ji Liu's charm clothing had negligible effects on Zuo Mo. Ji Liu was now actually slightly angry. She had almost never begged like this, and hadn't thought that she would encounter resistance today. The proud Ji Liu said coldly, then this one will not delay Grandmaster. Finished, she turned to leave. Feng Xinz had a grimace on his face as he raised his hand in farewell to Zuo Mo. Grandmaster, do not be angry, her temper is like this. This one will bid farewell, if there is time, let's go drinking together. Then he turned to say to Qinghua Shui, there is nothing going on recently. If you are interested in Mo weapons, why don't you assist Grandmaster? You have to listen to Grandmaster's orders. Qinghua Shui's expression was not too surprised or joyed. She coolly bowed and said, yes. Feng Xinz looked deeply at Qinghua Shui. For the first time, he felt as though he could not see through this little girl from the branch family of the Blue Flower family. This was not a woman that would follow the herd. However, it fit into Feng Xinz's aims that she was interested in Xiao Yunhai. Feng Xinz had been frustrated over being unable to get close to Xiao Yunhai. While there were no clues that Xiao Yunhai and Xiao Mo were related, Feng Xinz had a feeling that the two definitely had a connection. When Zuo Mo heard Feng Xinz's words, he frowned. In his view, Qinghua Shui was big trouble. This person who knew his identity was a bomb that could explode at any time. He hadn't expected Feng Xinz to have her follow him around. He was just about to speak, but Feng Xinz did not give him a chance to speak and disappeared. Qinghua Shui greets Grandmaster. Grandmaster, please tell me if there is something to be done, Qinghua Shui said with a faint smile. For some unknown reason, she felt as though the dark clouds had dissipated, and the sun was so bright. Qinghua Shui, so she was called Qinghua Shui. The more he looked at her, the more Zuo Mo felt that the words, the scheme was successful, was written on her face. He immediately had a headache. But he could not kill her. What do you think we should do? Zuo Mo could only find Pu Yao and Wei to discuss. Sacrifice yourself, little Mo. This will take care of everything, Wei said determinedly. If Zuo Mo had a knife in his hand, he would throw it towards Wei. Zuo, you have to think of a way to get her on your side, Pu Yao said seriously. It seems that we have to first discuss the problem of rent. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. Wei immediately slipped away. Pu Yao's expression froze, but then he said with concern as though nothing had happened, "You know that it is very likely she will expose you. The best way to deal with such a threat is to kill such a dangerous woman. Dead people cannot speak. However, you cannot do this now, but you can go for the alternative. Bring her on your side, let her say within your control, this will lower the risk that you will be exposed." This seemed reasonable, Zuo Mo thought. He had to admit that Pu Yao's words were reasonable. Then how can I get her on my side? Zuo Mo asked. Pu Yao thought and said, 2 ways. I see that Qinghua Shui has intentions of coming to your side. This shouldn't be a big problem. However, you have to consider the Yao envoy. She is a member of the envoy and you need the agreement of the envoy. The agreement of the envoy? Zuo Mo felt the matter was far more troublesome than he had imagined. He was full of regret. Why did he fight Qinghua Shui in the past? On the surface, the leader of the envoy is Ji Liu, but I think the true commander is Feng Xinz. Pu Yao said solemnly. You have to be careful, this person is cunning and powerful. He is not easy to deal with. We'll deal with Feng Xinz later. Zuo Mo also felt that Feng Xinz would be difficult to deal with. He decided to put this problem to the side and asked a more practical question. What can I do to get her completely in my control? Have her look after your daily matters, Pu Yao darkly said. This idea was pretty good. Looking at Qinghua Shui that was waiting for him to speak, Zuo Mo threw away his thoughts of getting her as far away as possible. His tone changed. Then from today, you can take up my daily matters. Bean Sprout is responsible for the duties related for Mo weapon forging. A smile appeared at the corner of Qinghua Shui's mouth. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Bean Sprout also bowed. I will definitely work hard. He had to get her in his control. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and reminded himself. Translator ramblings, I don't think Zuo Mo knows what Pu Yao and Wei are implying. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 705, All Sides. Chapter 705, All Sides. Feng Xinz listened to the sound of dishes being smashed inside the room and smiled dismissively before turning and leaving. In his eyes, Ji Liu might be beautiful, but she was proud like a peacock displaying himself. Other than those few grand feathers, her intelligence was not enough to rival her beauty. In comparison, Feng Xinz admired Qinghua Shui's coldness and composure more. He was not sure if it was a good move to arrange for Qinghua Shui to be with Xiaoyun Hai. He couldn't see through this girl. If he hadn't seen the fight with his own eyes, Feng Xinz definitely would have never expected that the silent Qinghua Shui would possess such great power. Feng Xinz, who had always prided himself on his eyes, had to admit that his judgment had been wrong this time. However, he did not worry that Qinghua Shui would do anything stupid. The Blue Flower family had some political power, but they could not oppose the Council of Elders. Qinghua Shui would not disregard the rest of the Blue Flower family. He actually hoped that Qinghua Shui would give an even better performance. The Yao did not need a Mo weapon grandmaster, but if they had one, the Council of Elders would undoubtedly have a bargaining chip on their side during negotiations with the Mo. This would be a very effective bargaining chip as it had a fatal attraction to any Mo faction. Feng Xinz entered the 10-finger prison like usual. When he saw Ming Yuye's back, he unconsciously lightened his steps. It was her peerlessly beautiful figure that caused Feng Xinz to willingly serve her. Ming Yue turned around. That heavenly beautiful face entered Feng Xinz's vision. Feng Xinz's heart imperceptibly quickened. Thank you. Ming Yue smiled slightly. Feng Xinz tried to let himself relax. He said teasingly, it's actually relaxing. We have good food and beautiful women on this journey. It would have been wonderful if my journey in the past were so comfortable. Ming Yuye's lips curved slightly as a smile flashed. Her finger flickered and a ball of light left her hand. Oh, it seems that there have been new developments. Feng Xinz muttered as he received the ball of light. The information flowed across his mind. Moments later, his expression became surprised. Xiao Mo Go is at Buzhou City? This is confirmed? Confirmed. Ming Yue nodded and was unusually sure. Feng Xinz did not ask any more questions. Ming Yuyi Darren was sure. Then this was definitely true. He continued to read. When he saw the next line, he exclaimed in shock. Xiao Yunhai? Yes, we have not discovered Xiao Yunhai's origins now, but his identity as a MO weapon grandmaster can be used. If Xiao Mo Go is at Buzhou City, he would definitely find Xiao Yunhai to repair the anti-dragon claw. The anti-dragon claw is a Sky Missouri weapon. If there is even the slightest possibility of repairing it, there is no reason that Xiao Mo Go would pass up this chance. When Ming Yuyi spoke of these matters, she would give off an intimidating and authoritative presence. Her eyes were as bright as stars. Some people were born to be leaders. Countless experts had submitted to Ming Yuyi's powerful presence. There were already rumors in the higher levels that it was likely she would replace the chief elder and become the next leader of the Council of Elders. Her intelligence had won the praise of the great majority of elders. No one in her generation could compare to her. Speaking of this, I have just become interested with Xiao Yunhai today, Feng Xinz said solemnly. Oh, how is this person? Ming Yuyi's beautiful eyes flashed in interest. I cannot see through him, Feng Xinz said with a smile. Li Yu was rejected by him. However, what was really surprising today was the girl from the Blue Flower family. Blue Flower family? I remember she is called Qinghua Shui. Ming Yuyi had an eidetic memory and quickly found a match after some thought. Yes, her. I really felt ashamed, even I made a wrong judgment regarding her. This female is secretive, and her, Blue Flower, is definitely the strongest of the younger generation of the Blue Flower family. I speculate that the Blue Flower family also have not realized her potential. Otherwise, they definitely would not have sent her on this trip. Feng Xinz had an expression of self-mockery. I was the one who failed to fulfill my duties and did not discover this before. Ming Yuyi honestly admitted her mistake. Who could have thought of this? She was hidden very well. If it wasn't that she fought today, I wouldn't have seen it. Feng Xinz hurriedly said, this female is daring and careful, calm and composed. However, she seems to have good feelings towards Xiao Yunhai and tried to do all she could to get near him. I had her follow Xiao Yunhai for now. This may be a blessing in disguise. You need to pay more attention to Xiao Yunhai. To suspect that Tang Chen may also know that Xiao Yunhai is the best way to find Xiao Mo Ge, Ming Yuyi warned. Your safety is first, do not pursue Xiao Mo Ge too hard. The Emotion Temple has given UPS great inspiration. We have some hints of understanding Shen power. When you return, there should be results. Feng Xinz's heart warmed, but it was overtaken by joy. Congratulations, Darren. He knew that Ming Yuyi had an extremely secretive team of powerful elders who did not care for politics. The goal of this small team was to solve the mysteries of Shen power. It seemed now that there were tangible developments. This was a deed that no one could shake. Ming Yuyi, who now had the mysteries of Shen power, had another strong bargaining chip on her side. This greatly increased the chance of her coming to power. Feng Xinz decided inside that even if he had to kidnap Xiao Mo Ge and bring him back to the Yao, he would do it. As though she could read Feng Xinz's mind, Ming Yuyi said with a smile, do not feel urgent, the situation is very advantageous to us. The Emotion Temple is powerful, but their cultivation method has flaws. Ah. Feng Xinz was shocked, but then he had a realization. I was wondering why they didn't take the chance to expand after killing the elders of Xiankong Temple. So it is because their cultivation method has flaws. No wonder. Ming Yuyi's eyes flashed. She was like the crescent moon in the sky whose light caused the surrounding stars to lose color. Our cultivation method will not have this kind of flaw. Ming Yuyi's voice was filled with unquestionable confidence. We have time. Li Xian'er's expression was filled with shock. The paper crane in her hand seemed to burn her hand. A long time later, her shock slowly faded. She recovered her usual calm. A thread of fire came out of her hand and swallowed the paper crane. Watching as the paper crane in her hand turned to ash, Li Xian'er's mind was not as calm as her expression. It was just that the news that paper crane had delivered was too astonishing. Cohen Luan had already mastered Shen power. This was a great blow to her. When Xiao Mo Ge had used Shen power, everyone had marveled as spectators. However, when the Mo gods had massacred the elder core of Xiankong Temple, people were shocked, and also realized a new era had arrived. But when she learned that Cohen Luan had already obtained Shen power, Li Xian'er felt as though there was a sword pointed at her back. She could clearly feel the cold bite. Only 3 of Tian Huan's Shen glyphs had been solved. The stable equilibrium of the 4 realms had turned to only Cohen Luan and Tian Huan with the collapse of Xiankong Temple and the decline of Xixian. Always in history, an equilibrium could only be reached with 3 factions or more. If there were two factions, there was only one result: one would eventually swallow the other. What was terrible was that Kunlun was one step ahead. Grandpa's paper crane had been full of worry. He told her to do all she could to find a complete Shin power inheritance. Tian Huan was retreating on almost all fronts, all of their power put into the comprehension of Shin scripts. Shin power inheritance. Li Xian'er took a deep breath. Her mind was filled with these three words. The first thing she thought about was Xiao Mo Gu. She did not dare to provoke the Emotion Temple. They had easily killed the elite of Xian Kong Temple, and they would be able to do the same to Tian Huan. Up until now, the three people that everyone knew who had Shin power inheritances were all related to Xiao Mo Gu. Where did this damn Xiao Mo Gu run to? Zuo Mo hid under the eaves and watched Li Xian'er in her room. His mind became alert. The other was a Xiozha. While he had felt that the other's presence was one that he had once knew, he had never thought the other was a Xiozha. It had to be said that Li Xian'er's disguise was very good. Because Zuo Mo had not even thought about the possibility of Xiozha, he hadn't detected her at all. However, the flame in Li Xian'er's hand had revealed her identity. Tian Huan? Zuo Mo was even more puzzled. Had he had some entanglement with Tian Huan before his memories had been erased and his appearance changed? Zuo Mo shook his head. He felt that this was not as likely as Tian Huan using some secret method to spy on him. He and Tian Huan had been on bad terms for a long time. Maybe this girl had been hidden in some corner as an observer during his conflict against Tian Huan. That fight in the Sunshin Temple had been so chaotic that Zuo Mo wasn't sure if this girl had been present. If she was, then this feeling of familiarity could be explained. Li Xian'er's face was disguised and Zuo Mo could not see her true face. This seemed to make his speculation more likely. Zuo Mo did not stay and left silently. He carefully avoided the defenses and did not cause any trouble. He only sighed when he returned to his room. He had used everything he had recently learned in his sneaking just now: spells, Mo skills, and Yao arts. All of them had been techniques in concealment. The effects were unimaginably good. Even Xinghua Shui outside the door hadn't detected anything. How come people from Tian Huan were together with Gong Zishi? Zuo Mo did not believe this was a coincidence at all. Was it? A daring idea rose out of his mind. The two were going to ally together. Once this idea came out, Zuo Mo was almost certain he was right. Marshal D did qualify to ally with Tian Huan. This woman probably wasn't a normal Tian Huan disciple. Thinking about the feud he had with Tian Huan, Zuo Mo smirked coldly inside. How could he pass on such a good chance to con Tian Huan? Translator ramblings: yes, first successful sneak-in. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, The Mysterious Old Man. Chapter 706, The Mysterious Old Man. Put this matter to the side, Tang Chen said coolly after listening to the guard head's report. Patriarch, the guard leader could not stop himself from saying. Head's expression was indifferent, as though this matter had nothing to do with him. Tang Chen glanced at his subordinate and said casually, after this is over, it is all right for you to kill everyone in the market, but before this, no one is allowed to offend Xiaoyun Hai. Remember, no one. The guard leader's heart shook. Patriarch was an authoritative person, but he never spoke gravely. However, his authority was unquestionable. It was the first time he had such a harsh expression. The guard leader was both shocked and scared. There was also a thread of relief. It was fortunate that he had been the one hit. Otherwise, his head. Leave, Tang Chen said. Yes. The guard leader shrunk his head and retreated. When there were only two people left in the room, Tang Chen spoke with a frown. How did the Yao envoys get involved? Head shook his head and said gravely, it does not seem intentional. Unintentional? Tang Chen thought for a moment before saying, we cannot be careless. It is a pity that we were not able to discover the strength of Xiaoyun Hai's mute servant. Unfathomable. A look flashed through Head's eyes. He wasn't able to fight back at all. If the guard leader was here, he would be gaping in shock. When he had been thrown out by Ague, Head hadn't just been passing by in coincidence, but had seen the entire process. Were you able to discover their origins? Tang Chen asked, is she similar to one of the two women with Xiao Mo? I could not see it. Head said, she is similar in style to the purple energy woman with Xiao Mo, but she does not have purple energies. Also. He stopped. Also what? Tang Chen's eyes flashed as he asked urgently. The feeling she gives me is even more dangerous. When Head said this, he unconsciously balled his fists, tendons bulging. Tang Chen's expression changed. Head was his faithful and strongest expert. What Tang Chen trusted the most was his strength. Head cultivated the something from nothing spear, a top spear type Mo skill. If it wasn't for the chance encounter where Tang Chen had saved Head's life, he definitely would not have been able to recruit such an expert. Head's strength could rival those top experts that had just risen to martial level. He was one of the trump cards in his hand. Tang Chen had deliberately arranged what had happened today. He was still full of suspicion about Xiao Yunhai's identity, but he hadn't expected the conclusion they reached to be so surprising. Head looked like a rough man, but being capable of cultivating the something from nothingness spear meant his intuition was unusually sharp. If he said it was more dangerous, there was only one cause. The mute servant of Xiao Yunhai was even stronger than the Xiao Mo's purple energy female. That wasn't possible. All of the Mo territories knew that Xiao Mo's purple energy woman cultivated Shin power. A daring idea suddenly rose in Tang Chen's mind. Did Xiao Yunhai's mute servant also cultivate Shin power? He shook his head. Shin power was not so easy to obtain. He changed the subject. Have you found the use of the White Ridge snake bones? The White Ridge snake bones can be used to forge Mo weapons. That's not right. Tang Chen shook his head. Xiao Yunhai's other female servant has been in seclusion ever since they obtained the White Ridge snake bones. The news we found from Rare Artifacts Hall was that Xiao Yunhai only decided to buy the White Ridge snake bones because of this female servant in seclusion. The White Ridge snake bones definitely has an unknown use and is related to the seclusion of his female servant. Keep investigating. In the void, Ague sat silently. The purple chains passed through her body. These purple chains were much thicker than the last time that Zuo Mo saw them, and the light had become more understated. Exquisite black patterns had grown on the chains that were closest to her. Her eyes were closed, and there was a serene and content smile on her face. The nether reincarnation lotus was extraordinary in effect. Her soul had not withered and grown even more condensed. In this last while, she had continued to use her soul to nurture the undying Shin power. The undying Shin power was even stronger than before, and had changed as a result. The most visible effect was that the energy was not bright, and was now contained inside. The stronger undying Shin power restrained her even more completely. There was no light, no sound, no smell in this void of nothingness. This hopeless and insane void did not defeat this seemingly fragile young female. Since the time that her soul received nurturing, she knew that it was definitely young master that had helped her. Her serene heart had told her long ago that she was with young master. But the dots of light in the void made her suddenly realize. She wasn't just with young master. Young master was working hard to save her. There was nothing that would motivate this young female more than this. Ever since then, there was always a warm sunny smile on her face. Maybe young master could see her. She wanted to use her smile to tell young master it wasn't painful at all, wasn't uncomfortable at all. Every bit of pain was the growth of Shin power. Shin power growing stronger meant she was able to protect young master. She was very happy. Under the bright smile, something was imperceptibly taking form inside her soul. Ahong woke up from his meditation and his restless heart finally stilled. Just as he had expected, the Tang family had a close relationship with Marshal D. Every time he requested to meet with Tang Chen, the servants would politely tell him the patriarch was busy and not present. Ahong understood what this meant. Before this, while Tang Chen had been ambiguous about an alliance, he had been polite to the Ji family. But his attitude was clear now. Ahong knew the alliance would not occur. The new orders from his family patriarch also came to him. There were two orders: damage the alliance between the Tang family and Marshal D, assassinate Xiao Yunhai but do not let the Tang family suspect the Ji family. Looking at the orders from the patriarch, Ahong grimaced. Any of the two was almost impossible to complete. The Tang family and Marshal D probably had allied together a long time ago, but people just didn't know about it. It also wasn't simple to kill Xiao Yunhai. The fight that had occurred at the market during the day had reached his ears a long time ago. Xiao Yunhai's mute servant's strength was unfathomable, and an extremely powerful young female Yao had also come out along the way. She had been able to fight to a tie with the head guard of the Tang family, her strength. Where female sidekicks starting come into style in the world? Xiao Mo was like that, Xiao Yunhai was the same, but had even more, 3 of them. Suddenly, Ahang's mind moved. His expression darkened. Who? Before he finished speaking, his figure slowly became faint. At the same time, Ahang appeared outside his room. There was a paper gripped in his hand. His face was dark. Even now, his afterimage in the room had not disappeared. So fast. A Hong was astounded. From discovery to attack, the other had disappeared without a trace. He understood that the only reason he had sensed the intruder was that deliberate on the other's part. This thought caused his bones to shiver. This also meant that if the other tried to sneak an attack on him, he probably would not be able to avoid it. The person was incomprehensibly strong. Also, what did the other want? He looked in puzzlement at the paper and a joyful light quickly came into his eyes. Tianhuan. He hadn't thought that there would be disciples from Tianhuan in Gong Zishi's group. He hadn't thought that Marshal D had a secret relationship with Tianhuan. A Hong almost wanted to roar with laughter. Ever since Xiao Mo Gu appeared, the general trend of events suggested that the Yao, Mo, and Xiu were merging together. Xiao Mo Gu was at Mo, and no one thought there was anything wrong for him to have Xiuzha under his command. They would feel proud that Xiao Mo Gu were able to conquer Xiuzha. Some of the wiser factions could see that the merging of the three would be unstoppable, but among the people, this was not common. The hatred between Yelma and Xiuzha would not be resolved so easily. In a Heng's view, the alliance of Marshal D and Tianhuan was a great move. But things like this could not be made public. Everyone could only have unspoken agreements in secret. Otherwise, when people discovered this, just the spit was enough to drown Marshal D. A cruel smile floated onto a Heng's lips. What he held in his hand was a fatal weapon. Zuo Mo in disguise felt proud as he sneaked through the darkness. The Ji family wasn't a good one, but they had the power to make things difficult for Tianhuan. Even if they used just their toes, Zuo Mo knew that the Ji family could destroy the alliance with what they had now. Let the dogs fight themselves. Zuo Mo lacked good feelings about these people. After doing this devious thing, Zuo Mo felt unspeakably comfortable. In such a good state, forging Mo weapons would be easy. At this time, Zuo Mo suddenly stilled and his smugness disappeared. He was like a wild beast that felt danger and immediately entered his battle state. In the corner of the street, a figure slowly appeared. Your wariness isn't bad. The incomer praised. His figure was revealed in front of Zuo Mo. An old man dressed in rags like a homeless man. His face was heavily wrinkled, his eyes muddy, and he had no presence. But Zuo Mo did not dare to underestimate the other. The old man stood there casually, but he seemed to be one with the darkness around him. Zuo Mo had never seen such a synchrony from other people, even in those so-called concealment experts. Who are you? Zuo Mo asked. The old man looked with interest in Zuo Mo. He grinned. You can call me old man. Then he said in a familiar tone, your disguise isn't bad. Oh, your Sunshin power isn't bad. You really have good luck to have obtained the inheritance from the Sunshin tribe. Not bad at all. Who are you? Zuo Mo was astounded. The other clearly knew that he was Xiao Mo Gu, and even discovered the Shin power he cultivated with a glance. The old man grinned to show a mouth of yellowed and missing teeth. Ha, young person, you have to be patient. Where's your maid? The murderousness in Zuo Mo's eyes were as sharp as swords. The translator ramblings, and Zuo Mo's streak ends at 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Mysteries. Chapter 707, Mysteries. Don't be so fierce. The old man seemed to not be affected by Zuo Mo's killing intent at all. The wave of killing intent rushed at him and then would quickly dissipate. Zuo Mo's gaze focused and his heart shook. The old man suddenly seemed to detect something and threw out, you have to be careful, many people have their eyes on you. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Zuo Mo stilled, but his expression changed slightly. At this time, he found that someone was coming close. This old man was really strong. He thought back to what the old man had just said. The other didn't seem to have malicious intent. As he thought, he silently left. He had scouted out the nearby area a few times before entering and was familiar with it. Pu Yao and Wei's specialized cultivation was clearly effective. Even though Zuo Mo was not a master at moving under concealment, he didn't have problems fooling average experts. When he returned to his residence, he was still thinking about that old man. Such a strong old man definitely wasn't some unknown figure. Yet what shocked Zuo Mo was that he didn't even know what power the old man cultivated. What did the old man mean in his words? Many people had their eyes on him? This was clearly a reminder. Had he exposed himself somehow? Zuo Mo shook his head. While he did not know the old man's intentions, the other's reminder did not seem to be baseless. The old man said, many people. That meant more than one. Why were those people keeping an eye on him? Earth MO weapons? This was the most likely guess. Earth MO weapons were the top MO weapon in the present Mo territories, and there were naturally numerous people that wanted them. But Zuo Mo, who had struggled on the border of life and death, had an unusually sensitive sense for danger. This most plausible cause was rejected first. Other than the Earth MO weapons, what could most likely attract attention was his identity as Xiao Mo Gu and the Shan power inheritance. If other people knew this, then it would be trouble. Zuo Mo's brow furrowed, and then he put the problem to one side. He would not panic just because of some words from a strange old man. What he needed to do now was to forge a new Earth MO weapon. It was not an accidental idea when he thought of using Earth MO weapons to trade for the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. But now, he felt that this plan was far easier to realize than going to Nether Spring Jia himself. He was not an unknown person. No matter if it was Xiao Mo Gu or Xiao Yunhai, both had status. If he could make a new Earth MO weapon, there would be countless people that would search for reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. The Earth MO weapon that was peerless in value in the eyes of many people was just an object to Zuo Mo. It was profitable to trade it for reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. If he, who had just forged the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Spear, could forge a new Earth MO weapon, his fame would reach an unprecedented height. At that time, his promise would be enough to drive people mad. After organizing his thoughts, the shadow over Zuo Mo's mind dissipated. Regardless if it was the old man or other people, his goal was the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. Other matters had nothing to do with him. He did not fear people finding him. In the dark of night, Sang Lianer was dressed in bright red robes like a rose blooming in the night. Her movements were silent, and she didn't even cause a ripple in the air as she appeared like a ghost in front of Qinghua Shui. Who are you? Why are you here? Sang Lianer, who saw Qinghua Shui, and asked serenely. Qinghua Shui felt her vision blur, and then a figure appeared without warning in front of her. Her expression changed slightly. She was astounded but kept her expression calm. She asked back, "Who are you?" Sang Lianer's eyes became blurry like a mist that floated in. "Come in to talk." Zuo Mo's voice suddenly came from the room. Sang Lianer's figure immediately disappeared from her spot. Shock finally came onto Qinghua Shui's face. "This is Qinghua Shui, I defeated her in the past. She was in the Yao Envoy and she recognized me, so I decided to have her follow me to prevent her from going out and talking," Zuo Mo explained. Other people would not know, but he was clear that Sang Lianer really intended to kill her just now. If he had been a moment later in speaking, Qinghua Shui would probably be a corpse right now. "I would not squabble with a little girl." An imperceptible smile flashed across Sang Lianer's mouth. She spun, the long red dress blossoming as she elegantly sat in front of Zuo Mo. Sang Lianer was elegant and graceful in everything she did, as though it was innate to her. A country bumpkin like himself could not copy it. Zuo Mo shook his head and threw this hilarious thought away. He then asked in concern, "How is it?" "Success," Sang Lianer said without any modesty. Her smile was like a flower, bright and eye-catching. "My bloodline has been perfected, and this would be of great benefit to my future cultivation. My Shin power has grown by half." Zuo Mo's expression changed. For Mo, their bloodline was the core of their power, and the spring of all their power. Reinforcing their core was tempting for every cultivator, and Zuo Mo gaped at her Shin power growing by half. Even with his right hand that seemed to be a little Shin crystal, he would need about a year to grow half of his Shin power without any other assistance. Worth. So worth it. Zuo Mo couldn't help but say excitedly. Sang Lianer gave a small smile. Her eyes that seemed to forever be shrouded in mist flashed with emotion. Of course it was worth it. But what had been traded was an Earth Mo weapon. When she had heard that it would take an Earth Mo weapon, Sang Lianer had given up on that set of white ridge snake bones. That price was not something that she could afford. Even her father Tsing Yi, who was a Jia master, would not be able to pay such a price. The person in front of her did not hesitate. This had nothing to do with love between man and woman. She suddenly understood why there would always be astounding geniuses gathered around Zuo Mo. Wei Shan, Gongsun Sha, Bihan. Any of these people alone was a star, a blinding existence, but these outstanding geniuses were gathered closely around Zuo Mo. And for him, they were willing to die. Zuo Mo did not notice Sang Lianer's emotions. It was hard to disguise the joy on his face. "Great. You have come out of seclusion so I can rest my worries and forge Earth Mo weapons." Forge Earth Mo weapons? Sang Lianer had been in seclusion ever since she had gotten the White Ridge snake bones. She didn't know anything about what had happened. When she heard that Zuo Mo said he was going to forge Earth Mo weapons again, she couldn't help but be shocked. "Yes." Zuo Mo nodded. He grinned and said, "I thought of a wonderful idea. Use Earth MO weapons to trade for reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. This way, we don't have to go to Nether Springs Jia. Trade Earth MO weapons for reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass? Song Lianer was stunned. She suspected that something was wrong with her hearing. Do we have other Earth MO weapons? Looking at the shock on Sang Lianer's face, Zuo Mo was proud. He said with a snicker, "We can make more." Song Lianer was speechless. A moment later, her mouth turned into a smile. Zuo Mo's tone was casual when he spoke about forging Earth MO weapons. While she was shocked, she did not doubt that Zuo Mo could accomplish this. Her gaze silently landed on a Gue. For some reason, a serene sigh sounded inside her, like a wisp of mist rising up and covering her eyes. When are you going to start? She smiled. Since you are out of seclusion, then there is no time today. Zuo Mo's smile disappeared. His expression was solemn as he said, "Tomorrow. I'm very disappointed that the brutish bull didn't dare to fight me last time I visited." The old man grinned, his gaping mouth full of yellow teeth hard to look at. An youth appeared nearby, his tight clothing emphasizing the tall figure of the youth. He was lying in the air as though there was an invisible chair behind him. Half of his body was curled up in this invisible chair and his position looked strange. One hand was holding a plate piled high with blood grapes. The other hand was throwing blood grapes idly into his mouth. "I wouldn't dare to fight Elder. I have come to eat and play." The youth said through a full mouth. However, second brother failed since Elder protected Xiao Emogo last time. This time, you seem to be interested in Xiao Yunhai. Elder, leave us a path. Xiao Yunhai? Haven't you come for Xiao Emogu? The old man picked at his ear. While I am old, and my hearing isn't as good, I am not immune to the nagging. Xiao Yunhai is the crux to finding Xiao Mogu. My ears are getting calluses from hearing this. Hey, Elder, don't speak so straightforwardly. Let's discuss. Why are you squabbling with us juniors? Elders, name a price. The youth's tone was fast, but his hands were even quicker, yet the grapes on the plate seemed to be endless. The old man looked dryly at the youth. The Emotion Temple have really set their hearts this time. So. The youth laughed. Elder, you know that we are poor, don't have anything good. Don't ask too high of a price. Don't be modest. If I remember correctly, that scab fragrance tree in your temple should be starting to scab now. This old man doesn't want a lot. 5. The old man showed his yellowed teeth again with unscrupulousness. The youth's body imperceptibly froze. A cold rush rose. The scab fragrance was one of the core secrets in the Emotion Temple. It was planted in a restricted part of the temple. Even the guards of the temple did not know of it. But this dirty old man knew it. Elder, you really are wise and powerful. However, only 5 were produced, if you take all of them. The old man snickered. Tisk tsk, 5? How come I heard it was 11? The youth's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He stared at the old man with a sharp gaze and said in a cold voice, "Elder, who are you?" Translator ramblings, I should be in the middle of my trip home. Things might get back to a more regular schedule then. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, Explosive Weapon Style, 1. Chapter 708, Explosive Weapon Style, 1. It is not important who I am. The old man gave an honest-looking smile. The youth was like a coiled snake ready to strike. His muscles were tensed for him to leap at any moment, and was filled with danger. The smile on the old man's face did not change. A moment later, the youth suddenly relaxed and then lazily curled back into the empty space. 2, at most 20, the youth picked up a blood grape and threw it into his mouth. He said around the grape, "If you can give Xiao Emogo to us, we can give you all of them." The old man chuckled. 2 is fine. However, before Xiao Emogo appears, you have to protect Xiao Yunhai. Elder, you care a lot about Xiao Yunhai. The youth said meaningfully. Of course, he is someone that can forge Sky Missouri weapons. This old man still hopes to get a Sky Missouri weapon to play with in this lifetime, the old man said directly. Sky Missouri weapon? The youth stilled with a doubtful face. Really? He just managed an Earth MO weapon. Just watch. The old man waved his hand with confidence on his face. The doubt on the youth's face did not fade. He felt that the old man's goal was not so simple, but he couldn't see it from the other's face. Zuo Mo did not know the situation outside. He was staying in the MO weapon pool and was focused on forging Earth MO weapons. Looking at the scraps of MO weapons in the pool, he shook his head and grimaced. This weapon layering craftsmanship doesn't succeed every time. I really had good luck last time. Each failure would waste 10 general level MO weapons. After a few failures, the number of general level MO weapons Zuo Mo possess had dramatically decreased. Zuo Mo's heart bled at such a terrible waste. Zuo Mo thought that he had already mastered the weapon layering craftsmanship, but with every MO weapon layer, the difficulty would multiply. When the time for the fifth weapon to be merged together, the MO weapon would become extremely unstable and the possibility of failure would suddenly increase. Even a skilled MO weapon master like Zuo Mo didn't have a solution. Earth MO weapons required at least 10 general level MO weapons, and not one less. After losing dozens of general MO weapons, Zuo Mo couldn't tolerate this kind of loss. Each general MO weapon was over 3 million mabe. In other words, Zuo Mo's losses had reached upwards of 1 billion mabe. If it was one of the great families, they may not care, but Zuo Mo felt great pain. Of course, what do you think Earth MO weapons are? Pu Yao said dismissively. Zuo Mo stilled. He sank into thought. Ever since he forged the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike, he thought he had grasped the secrets of Earth MO weapon. He had been filled with confidence about forging new Earth MO weapons, but the results were completely different than what he had predicted. After losing nearly 1 billion mabe, Zuo Mo had to rethink. The weapon layering craftsmanship was a simple method, but it was not one that could reliably produce weapons. Zuo Mo suddenly found that he had entered a wrong path, and had relied too much on the weapon layering craftsmanship. MO weapons and talismans were completely different in the minds of other people, but in Zuo Mo's eyes, there were no innate differences. One was just MO matrices, and the other seal scripts. Earth MO weapons that were the top of MO weapons had a common trait. They could completely express some hidden power of bloodlines. This was also why Earth MO weapons were so valuable. Its core was MO matrices. Thinking back to what he had learned, countless MO matrices flashed across his mind. Zuo Mo's gaze slowly became bright. His eyes were like stars in the night. MO matrices that could awaken the bloodline were all-powerful. They were usually MO matrices that were already formed as part of top-level materials. Normal MO weapon masters just activated these hidden MO matrices. But Zuo Mo had a deeper understanding of MO matrices. He knew that MO matrices could be inscribed like seal scripts. Inscribing MO matrices had been one of his old jobs. Then the next question was what could be used to hold the MO matrices. Only strong materials could tolerate such powerful MO matrices. Normal MO weapon masters could only use those worldly treasures, but Zuo Mo had a wonderful idea. Weapon layering craftsmanship. The stability of the weapon layering craftsmanship would drastically decrease after the fifth MO weapon, but before this, Zuo Mo's precise control would guarantee that it would not fail. Zuo Mo's weapon layering craftsmanship had all failed after the sixth merge. A MO weapon after 5 merges would not have the power of an Earth MO weapon, but it could act to hold the MO matrices. General level MO weapons were valuable, but they were extremely cheap compared to those worldly treasures. Even more importantly, this method would allow Zuo Mo could endlessly produce Earth MO weapons. Inspiration flooded him. He thought of the water forging method, thought of how to unite seal scripts, thought of. Zuo Mo sat next to the MO weapon pool, day after day, and completely lost in himself and thought like a statue. Zuo Mo did not move for 5 whole days. On the 6th day, his body suddenly shook and he seemed to wake from a deep sleep. Awake, Zuo Mo's eyes were as bright as stars. He walked around in the MO weapon pool in circles. On the 5th circuit, he suddenly stopped. He took out a pile of materials from his ring and started to forge using the Sunshin fire. The black ore quickly turned to metal liquid in the Sunshin fire. The fire flickered as though it was alive. Zuo Mo's fingers flew. Streaks of light entered the liquid metal in the fire like birds returning to the nest. Clink, clink, clink. Small black nails dropped from the flame and landed on the ground, giving off ringing sounds. The black nails were about 3 cun long and covered in MO matrices. A smile appeared on Zuo Mo's face. This was the first time he used the ways of forging talismans to set up MO matrices. The results were better than he had expected. This method was possible. Zuo Mo's face flushed in excitement. He flew into the air above the MO weapon pool. The black nails in the air entered the empty space around the MO weapon pool accurately. Then lights of different colors fell from his hands. These lights disappeared when they reached the ground, but there would be faint lines left in the earth. As the lights continued to land, the lines around the MO weapon pool increased. If MO weapon masters were present, they would find to their surprise that these lines seemed to resemble MO matrices that they knew. However, these MO matrices were modified from the ones they usually saw. No one would think that Zuo Mo would use the structure of seal scripts to set up Mo matrices. The lines increased in number and the Mo matrices became even more complex. The silent Mo weapon pool started to grow restless, boiling and roiling. Countless icy underflows deep in the underground nether river were like sharks that smelled blood and furiously flooded towards the heaven tier Mo weapon pool. These icy undercurrents were the best for forging Mo weapons. However, they mostly existed deep in the river and were hard to obtain. They were also extremely icy. Disregarding how hard they were to control, those that were weak in Mo skills would turn to ice statues if the cold energy entered their bodies. Due to this, even though people knew that these icy undercurrents were very suited to forging Mo weapons, no one dared to use them. Zuo Mo did not fear them. He continued to cast light energies. As the cold flows entered, the restless Mo weapon pool quickly calmed down. Threads of cold energy rose from the surface of the pool. Icy frost spread on the ground in all directions. But when the frost went near the Mo matrices, they would quickly melt and evaporate. The Mo weapon pool that had originally been black was now a transparent blue. There wasn't any impurities. The undercurrents were like tiny little nimble fish that swam around the pool and caused ripples on the surface. Countless undercurrents moved around. Countless ripples were produced in the clear pool, which was dazzling to see. Zuo Mo finally showed satisfaction. He had used a water seal formation in Mo matrices on the Mo weapon pool to take the icy undercurrents of the river and create a Mo weapon pool of an unprecedented level. The icy energy of the Mo weapon pool did not affect Zuo Mo at all. Zuo Mo took out a general level Mo weapon, and then another, and then more. Moments later, there was a pile of general level Mo weapons in front of him. If the chief steward of Rare Artifacts Hall saw this, his eyes would probably drop to the floor. Even the Rare Artifacts Hall would definitely be unable to produce so many general-level Mo weapons immediately. He did any inventor. There were more than 60 articles. Zuo Mo picked and chose 60. His expression was excited, and inspiration swirled in his mind. Countless strange plans floated in his mind, and he wanted to immediately try all of them. Looking at the 60 general-level Mo weapons in front of him, an unprecedented and made idea suddenly rose. Once this idea came out, he could not suppress it. Just having had made a breakthrough, Zuo Mo's entire mind was completely taken over by his inspiration. He felt as though his mind had never been so clear and sensitive. Once a thought rose, his mind seemed to be able to automatically perfect the plan. There wasn't any hardship or delay. The pleasure from this made him so excited he almost wanted to groan. Without any hesitation, he listed all the materials he needed at an astounding efficiency and threw it to Bean Sprout that had been standing by the door. He did not stop. He started to forge. Mo weapons were being thrown into the pool. Bean Sprout had been standing by the door and was so bored that he almost fell asleep. He was standing by the door and waiting in the case Grandmaster had any errands for him to run. He had been very excited to have gotten this duty. He had tried to be alert and waited for Grandmaster to order him at any moment. Yet his Mo physique was very weak and he was not mentally strong. After waiting for 3 days, he was unable to hold up. He had withered like a tomato after the frost and yawned continuously. Suddenly, a light flew from inside and landed in his arms. Bean Sprout immediately shook and hurriedly climbed up. Grandmaster definitely had work for him. When he saw it was a list that had flown into his arms, he understood immediately that Grandmaster required some materials. He became alert. Grandmaster had already spoken with Rare Artifacts Hall. He could go and take any materials that were needed. If it was low-level materials, he would go to the city market. But when Bean Sprout's gaze swept across the list, he turned to stone, his mouth wide open and gaping. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo's luck did not last forever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, Explosive Weapon Style, 2. Chapter 709, Explosive Weapon Style, 2. Rare Artifacts Hall. The middle-aged Mo looked at the list in his hand as though he wanted to find something. He was speechless momentarily. Bean Sprout was urgently waiting for his response. It would be terrible if he was unable to complete the first task that Grandmaster had given to him. However, he also knew the shock that this list gave people. There was an astounding number requested of each item on the packed list. It was enough to cause people's hearts to beat rapidly. He had delivered the list anxiously. He felt it was very unlikely that Rare Artifacts Hall would agree. There were many valuable materials on the list, and when they were gathered together, it was a great number. No one would be able to easily maintain their composure at such a list. You are sure Grandmaster requested this? The middle-aged Mo looked with slight suspicion at Bean Sprout. If it wasn't for the fact that they had reached an agreement with Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai before this, he would have suspected that Bean Sprout fabricated the list and wanted to take these materials and run. It was not that the materials themselves were too valuable and rare, but there were too many of each material requested. There weren't just a variety of types, the amount of each material was astoundingly large. As the chief steward of Rare Artifacts Hall, the middle-aged Mo was not skilled in forging Mo weapons, but he had basic knowledge of the field. The materials on this list was enough to forge enough Mo weapons for a troop of over 100. What did Grandmaster want to do? Was so much material needed to forge one Earth Mo weapon? This was so strange. So unconventional. The amount of materials used far surpassed his knowledge. Maybe Grandmaster was doing an experiment? This thought caused the middle-aged Mo to relax. Mo weapon masters would frequently try out different forging methods, and some Mo weapon masters preferred to test their new inspirations. This was undoubtedly a course of action that would burn through the most resources, but this kind of mob-wasting action was appropriate for their status and identity. Grandmaster definitely had some new inspiration. All of the materials were the preparations in order to test out his new ideas. It was definitely that. The middle-aged Mo sighed in relief. He was a decisive person. After the initial shock, he quickly found a realistic explanation for Xiao Yunhai's request. Once he found this reason, this list seemed reasonable. While the materials listed represented a great number, a Grandmaster would qualify to guarantee this. Also, the middle-aged Mo thought that if a Mo weapon Grandmaster had new ideas, this meant that the possibility of forging a new Earth Mo weapon was higher. After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged Mo quickly made a decision. There are many materials here that this store doesn't have and I will need to request them from other branch stores. It will take a few days. 3 days from now, the materials will be delivered to Grandmaster's Mo weapon pool. Bean Sprout actually stilled. The other had really agreed. For the first time, Bean Sprout had experienced the power of the word Grandmaster. Without the residents of Buzhou City realizing it, many unfamiliar outsiders had appeared around the city. These people did not look friendly. They gave off a feeling of danger, and their gazes were always wary. The arrival of these people tested the public peace of Buzhou City. Small-scale fights occurred on successively days. Yet what shocked people was that the Tang family that was responsible for order in Buzhou City was left on the losing side. This caused the state of Buzhou City's peace to worsen. The Tang family patriarch was furious after learning this, and moved the strongest battalion of the Tang family, the Tangwan Battalion, near Buzhou City. They quickly captured more than a dozen of the culprits and the heads of these people were hung above the city gates as a warning. Such vicious moves immediately intimidated many of those with devious intentions. But as more and more experts came, the Tang family's nerves became tense. If they were careless and caused a conflict, it could cause much of Buzhou City to be destroyed in fighting. This loss was not something the Tang family could afford. Soon, a strange rumor gradually spread. The rumor said that Marshal Di was about to ally with Tian Huan by marriage with Gongzi Shi. There was even a rumor that Gongzi Shi already had an important Tian Huan female serving him. In a short few days, the rumors spread quickly. By the time Tang Chen learned of this, the entire city knew. Someone is spreading this from the shadows. Gongzi Shi's handsome face was dark. He said coldly, this rumor did not come early or late, but at such a sensitive time, their intentions are not friendly. Who also knows the identity of Miss Xian Er? Tang Chen's expression was normal and no emotion could be seen. Only my personal guards. Gongzi Shi's tone was bitter as he said awkwardly. Other than his personal guards, no one knew Li Xian Er's identity. There definitely was a traitor. Murderousness flashed through Gongzi Shi's eyes. Tang Chen noticed the murderousness that flickered through Gongzi Shi's eyes and did not say more. He said after a moment, virtuous nephew, do not pay attention to the gossip. Try to not go out. The people outside the city are suspect and have other aims. We need to deal with them carefully. Gongzi Shi said respectfully. Uncle, do not worry, this nephew knows what is important. Uncle Zhong and Uncle Qin will come in the next few days. With them are 200 general elite, and they are all guards that have followed my father Marshal for many years. Tang Chen became alert when he heard this. They have come at a good time. We'll let these people be free for a few more days. The two exchanged a smile, and their worried expressions disappeared. The situation of Buzhou City became even stranger. The rumors still spread, but Gongzi Shi, who was the focus of the rumor, did not come out in public. No faction had expressed any opinion about this matter. The rumor seemed to lose steam. People's eyes turned more towards the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool in the underground Nether River. Countless eyes stared at the heaven-tier MO weapon pool. In the past, only MO weapon masters would come to the underground Nether River. Now, there were MO everywhere. They would glance occasionally across the heaven-tier MO weapon pool and then casually chat. There isn't any noise, it really is boring to watch. Yes. What Earth MO weapon, he can really boast. He conned us all here, but he hasn't made a peep. Let's wait a bit more. Is an Earth MO weapon so easy to forge? We can only wait. Suddenly, they noticed the sound of chatting around them quieted. They stopped their discussion, instinctively raised their heads and were stunned. An enormous MO steed troop appeared in their field of view in the sky. The riders of these MO steeds were all tired and dirty. They clearly had just endured a long journey. However, what was most attention-catching was the astoundingly large number of boxes on the MO steeds' backs. Each box was more than 1 zhang in all 3 of its dimensions. People who had stayed for a long time in Buzhou City immediately recognized the origins of these MO steeds. It's Rare Artifacts Hall. Heavens! Rare Artifacts Hall! Gasps rose. People's gazes were filled with shock. There were more than 500 MO steeds in this troop and more than 300 guards. They were travel-worn, but their presence was controlled. Their casual glances would give people great pressure. Elite. 300 elite. Hiss, many people inhaled in shock. Anyone with a small amount of knowledge would know that the things that were protected by such elite guards were definitely astounding in value. They then looked at the enormous boxes on the backs of the 200 or so MO steeds. Many people's gazes heated up. But those with more knowledge looked at the boxes of different colors mixed within the 200 large boxes. These metal boxes of different colors took up 1/3 of the total number. They knew that these boxes were of the highest value. The boxes possessed special characteristics, such as thermal regulation, and were used to hold materials with special qualities. Such an astounding amount of materials was a great amount of wealth. Heavy breathing rose in the corners. The gazes that crossed in the air burned with greed. The captain of the MO Steed Guards was like a metal tower. His expression was cold, his upper body was bare and covered in crisscrossing scars. He noticed the greedy gazes in the surroundings. His expression turned cold and he snorted. It was like thunder rolling across the air. Countless people seemed to be struck by lightning, showed shock, and all of their desires were swept away. The other guards acted as though nothing had happened. The troop stopped outside the heaven-tier MO weapon pool. A steward got off the MO steed and bowed towards Beansprout. He said as though relieved of a great burden. The road was long, but we did not fail. Rare Artifacts Hall has brought all that Grandmaster requested, please inspect and accept. The guards took the metal boxes off the MO steeds and put them onto the empty ground in front of Beansprout. The boxes were opened. When the materials of 200 large metal boxes were put together, it was like an enormous mountain. The rare materials released all kinds of colored light. The scene was spectacular. The power that the materials had even formed a small twister. Countless people were stunned by this scene. The underground Nether River was deathly silent. Beansprout swallowed. He was also greatly shocked by the mountain of materials in front of him, but he was mentally prepared. He still remembered his own mission. He started to inventory the materials. The list that Grandmaster had given had precise numbers, and he did not want any mistakes on his part. The crowd seemed to wake up and then exploded. Heavens! So materials. They didn't all understand Earth MO weapon crafting, but this was the underground Nether River. There were many MO weapon masters. Some experienced MO weapon masters quickly made precise estimates. These materials would be enough to forge 200 top-level kernel-level MO weapons, or 20 good-quality general-level MO weapons. Just the estimated value of the materials was 2 billion mabe. Some people finally recalled that the rumor was that Xiao Yunhai had reached an agreement with Rare Artifacts Hall for them to supply materials. But no one had expected that Xiao Yunhai would demand such an amount of materials, and Rare Artifacts Hall would actually give them to him. 2 billion mabe. What did Xiao Yunhai want to do? Was Rare Artifacts Hall insane as well? Translator ramblings, posting is painful, it takes like 3 minutes, but editing, and posting, and organizing is a chore. There needs to be a way to edit and have stuff automatically posted. Also, adjusting to a new computer is taking me forever. I really want to know the exchange rate between mabe and jingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710, Explosive Weapon Style, 3. Chapter 710, Explosive Weapon Style, 3. The mountain of materials that was worth a substantial amount was piled outside the Heaven-tier MO weapon pool. The light that they gave off illuminated the entire underground Nether River. Every person who saw this spectacular scene would unconsciously stop breathing. All of Buzhou City was left stunned. Countless people fought to enter the underground Nether River to see this rare sight. The underground Nether River that was usually quiet and sparsely populated was filled with people. The light given off by 2 billion mobe caused gasps. There were also those that tried to sneak their way in among the chaotic crowds, but the 300 guards of Rare Artifacts Hall were on their guard. These guards had cold expressions and gave off dangerous auras. Those with some experience were all able to see that they were all elite forces. Also, when Tang Xin heard the news, he also sent a troop out to help with security. Facing such a tight guard, those with greedy desires could only stare. News of this event quickly spread, and caused a heated discussion in the MO territories. The great majority of people saw this and treated it as a joke. In the eyes of the majority, Xiao Yunhai announcing in a flamboyant manner that he was going to forge a new Earth MO weapon was because he didn't know his own limits. Now, he had made such a great ruckus. Many people who had been neutral before didn't have a good impression of him now. Yet no one had expected that the participation of two people caused the matter to reach a new climax. MO Weapon Grandmaster Bo Chang'an, MO Weapon Grandmaster Yan Man. Unlike Xiao Yunhai, who had just become famous, these two grandmasters had a great amount of experience. They were some of the top grandmasters of the present era, and the idols of countless MO weapon masters, especially Grandmaster Bo Chang'an. He was one of the only 3 grandmasters who had forged 2 Earth MO weapons among all the MO weapon grandmasters. He had absolute authority in the field of MO weapon forging. The 2 grandmasters were the founders of the MO Weapon Master Association, and their statuses were high. I have never thought that there would be a MO weapon grandmaster that would dare claim something so shocking. Yes, he forged an Earth MO weapon. When considering his age, this is a proud accomplishment, but I want to say that young people have to keep their feet on the ground. Earth MO weapons are the pinnacle of MO weapons, their worth far surpasses your imagination. Do not think that just because you were lucky to forge one Earth MO weapon that you have reached the end of that world. Also, as a MO weapon master, you are clownish in your actions to attract attention and humiliate the prestige of MO weapon master. Grandmaster Yan Man's tone was strong, his expression filled with dislike, and his words were not polite. Grandmaster Bo Chang'an's tone was much calmer, but his words were also more careful. I saw this list of materials he requested, and there are many materials that are unexpected to me. He may have some novel ideas, but I have to say that with just these materials, he cannot forge an Earth MO weapon. A skilled MO weapon grandmaster can turn normal materials into great MO weapons, but this does not mean that all materials can be used to forge Earth MO weapons. The words of the 2 MO weapon masters quickly spread. There had been arguments, but it immediately became one-sided. In the attacks, Xiao Yunhai was like a clown. The only result would be humiliating himself. People even started to suspect that the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike was not an Earth MO weapon. That was just a con that Rare Artifacts Hall and Xiao Yunhai had made up. The situation is not very good. The manager's expression was calm, but his eyes were panicked. Oh. The middle-aged MO idly savored his tea with a calm expression. How bad is it? There are many guests that have sent messages inquiring about this matter. There were a few large orders about to be confirmed, but the customers have stopped. They clearly are doubtful, the manager reported in a small voice. Oh, what else is there, reported altogether, the middle-aged MO said with a small smile. As of last night, 15 MO weapon masters have quit. The MO Weapon Master Association has called them into question. The manager's tone started to turn panicked. The smile on the middle-aged MO's face disappeared. He straightened and said in a deep voice, "Why is the MO Weapon Master Association interfering? It probably due to Bo Chang'an and Yan Man's attitudes. The other MO weapon masters are not resolute, and if it wasn't for the fact that we treated them well over the years, more of them would have left." The manager looked carefully at the middle-aged MO. The middle-aged MO was silent. In their infancy, the MO Weapon Master Association had just been a loose network that was started by a few MO weapon grandmasters. With grandmasters leading the way, they constructed a complete and detailed categorization system for weapons and provided numerous services. They would exchange ideas at regular intervals and hold classes. They would provide members with a variety of materials at low prices, help the members sell the MO weapons they had forged, and so on. With these actions, the MO Weapon Master Association quickly grew and recruited more members. The evaluations of the association were highly trusted and accepted by all factions. The association quickly grew into a powerful organization. They now controlled almost half of the high-level MO weapon market. This was a terrifying number, and even more terrifying was their unparalleled influence on MO weapon masters. For a business, the loss of a few orders wasn't a big problem. However, the loss of large numbers of MO weapon masters was enough to hurt their foundation. If a business did not have a steady source of wares, it would greatly affect their reputation and credit. So the middle-aged Mo was unable to sit still when he heard about the loss of the Mo weapon masters. The middle-aged Mo's expression changed. He hadn't thought the Mo Weapon Master Association would interfere. The departure of these Mo weapon masters was clearly due to the machinations of the Mo Weapon Master Association. He knew why this was. They attacked Xiao Yunhai because Xiao Yunhai wasn't a member of the Mo Weapon Master Association. The way that the Mo Weapon Master Association acted now was different than at the beginning. Because of the great profits they enjoyed, they tried to do all they could to recruit more Mo weapon masters, and the Mo weapon masters with talent but were not willing to enter the association would be suppressed both openly and in secret. This wasn't news. All the factions were increasingly wary of the Mo Weapon Master Association. However, those with power would nurture their own Mo weapon masters. However, not every faction had a Mo weapon grandmaster. If Xiao Yunhai really could forge a new Earth Mo weapon, he would immediately enter the ranks of the greatest Mo weapon masters. If one considered his age, his potential was unlimited. His fame would immediately surpass the grandmasters of the association. It had been many years since a new Mo weapon grandmaster had appeared. This Xiao Yunhai who suddenly came out probably caused the grandmasters of the Mo Weapon Master Association to feel threatened. A cold smirk rose on the middle-aged Mo's lips. Rare Artifacts Hall never skimped on their dues to the Mo Weapon Master Association, and he hadn't thought that the association wouldn't even speak to them before directly attacking them. Those grandmasters have fallen due to the temptation of the Mabe. In just a few moments, the middle-aged Mo calculated the losses and gains. If he submitted to the Mo Weapon Master Association, while he could gain some short-time benefit, but he would be controlled by the other in the future. Rather than so, it was better to gamble on Xiao Yunhai. Go, send another portion of items on that list to Xiao Yunhai, the middle-aged Mo said coldly. The manager jumped. But Grandmaster Xiao probably doesn't need. Then just add it to the pile there. The middle-aged Mo said coldly, go tell the child that Grandmaster Xiao took in, he's called Beansprout, have him tell Grandmaster to request whatever materials he needs. If our Rare Artifacts Hall have them, then we will give them to him. The manager just prepared to acknowledge with a wildly beating heart when the middle-aged Mo's tone changed. No, wait. The manager relaxed slightly. Darren had not lost his mind yet. Also tell the branch stores. Every store will pick 3 of their top materials and send it with their best guards. When they arrive, pile them in front of the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool. Tell Grandmaster he can use them as he pleases. I only have one request, he has to forge an Earth Mo weapon. The middle-aged Mo gritted his teeth. That composed face was filled with murderousness. Due to the matters of Rare Artifacts Hall, the rumors about Gongzi Shi in Buzhou City cooled down. Old Zhong. Old Qin. Tang Chen was overjoyed when he saw the people who had come. You are still like before. Zhang Wentian looked at Tang Chen and a hint of excitement flashed through his eyes. No one knew that they had met each other in youth, traveled together and fought together. They had formed a close relationship. Cheng Min was also smiling as he said happily, other than Marshal D, everyone is here. His voice was soft, and he was also very handsome. The reunion of old friends stirred emotions and nostalgia. Moments later, they sat down. Gongzi Shi respectfully sat at the end. Zhang Wentian and Qin Ming were subordinates of Marshal D, but Marshal D treated them like brothers. Gongzi Shi also grew up under their eyes, and they were even closer than normal uncles and nephews. Suddenly, the chief steward of the Tang family walked hurriedly in and whispered at Tang Chen's ear. A look flashed across Tang Chen's face. Seeing the other people look at him, he explained, Rare Artifacts Hall and the Mo Weapon Master Association have started to fight. Mo Weapon Master Association. Qin Ming's eyes turned icy, and his soft voice was murderousness. They aren't good. Tang Chen stilled. What? Did you have a fight with them? It isn't anything major. Qin Ming waved his hand and said unconcernedly. Once, we urgently needed some Mo weapons. They asked for a great price, and wanted us to trade using Mo weapon masters. We naturally were not willing. Then they tried to sabotage us in secret, forcing no other families to dare to sell to us. And then? Tang Chen asked curiously. Ha ha. Then old Zhong went to them and killed 12 general levels before they were frightened and sold the Mo weapons to us, Qin Ming said with a smile. Zhong Wentian laughed. Tang Chen's expression changed. At this time, there was a ruckus outside. Translator ramblings, the obligatory he can't do it set up along with the he's too young and it's just luck along with a heaping of disapproving elder and politics. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711, The Continuation of the Explosive Weapon Style, 1. Chapter 711, The Continuation of the Explosive Weapon Style, 1. Idiot, you dare to fight against our MO Weapon Master Association, you don't want to live. A blue-eyed male within the crowd hatefully spat out. He doesn't know what is good for him. If he works with us, he gets what he wants. It is a pity that our people didn't even manage to meet with him. It would have been fine if he was low-key, but he had to say that he was going to forge a second Earth MO weapon. We would be completely stupid not to use such an opportunity that was gifted to us, a golden-haired male said. I really want to see the expression of Rare Artifacts Hall tomorrow. The blue-eyed male laughed darkly. The big ship is about to sink, who is willing to go down with it? When Rare Artifacts Hall find that they have less than half of its MO weapon masters, wouldn't they regret it? Ha ha. A harsh punishment will show our power, the golden-haired male said with a smug laugh. Suddenly, gasp rang out along the street. The duo heard the shouts of Rare Artifacts Hall. The two exchanged a look and flew into the sky without any hesitation. In the sky, a troop of about 50 MO steeds was coming towards Buzhou City at top speed. Under the gates, the manager of Rare Artifacts Hall, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately flew into the sky. He bowed towards the MO steed troop and his expression was solemn. This one is the local manager, Xian Duo. Everyone, you have worked hard. Which store are you from? From Flower Mile Jie. The large man at the front bowed slightly with a cool expression. He was carrying a dark gold box on his back that was adorned with exquisite Mo matrices. While the group of 50 had traveled a long way, and were covered in dust, their power could not be disguised. Chen Duo did not waste words. He said with a solemn expression, please come with me. The large man did not hesitate and followed first. The group silently followed Chen Duo. They moved in the direction of the entrance to the underground Nether River. Discussion rose in the surroundings. People's gazes were fixed on the dark gold box on the back of the troop leader. Those with some experience knew that boxes of this kind were expensive to make, and were usually used to hold some peerlessly rare materials. Had Xiao Yunhai requested some special materials again? People discussed in curiosity. Everyone had a feeling that this matter was going to change again. In the crowd, the two from the MO Weapon Master Association looked at each other. They also had a bad feeling. Some people were preparing to see what was happening at the underground Nether River while others prepared to leave. Suddenly, someone shouted, look! Another small group appeared over the horizon. A similarly strong group of guards, the same dark gold box. They entered the underground Nether River just like the previous one. In the following time, people gaped. Small groups from Rare Artifact Hall continued to arrive over the horizon. Elite guards, dark gold boxes, ... These little groups from Rare Artifact Hall all had solemn expressions. They flowed into the city, and their target was the underground Nether River. Even the stupidest person knew that something amazing was happening right now. Many people immediately ran for the underground Nether River to see. When people arrive at the underground Nether River, they were dumbstruck by what they saw. Dozens of dark gold boxes were neatly placed on the ground. All of the boxes were opened, each flashed with bright light like fire burning in the darkness. They illuminated the dim underground Nether River as though it was daylight. It was the blinding light that belonged to the top materials. The unique ripples were like the heartbeat of wild beasts that filled the entire underground Nether River. The 2 billion mabe of materials had only caused people to sigh over the enormous amount of wealth. But every dark gold box and any of the materials in them caused people to become breathless. The great majority of people didn't recognize even one, but they knew that these were all top materials, the top materials that existed in legends. Yes, in legends, this word caused these lights and vibrations to become untouchable. People were not as excited, they fell silent. The light and vibrations that these materials gave off were like those solemn and powerful elite guards. They emanated their power without any disguise. People were always greedy and hungry for wealth, but they were always filled with respect and awe towards great power. The people who had been restless seeing the growing number of elite guards were completely calmed down now. The desire in their eyes suddenly disappeared. Rare Artifact Hall dared to put these materials that were worth entire cities in public view. This meant that they had absolute confidence they would be able to protect them. Those that knew more finally remembered at this time that Rare Artifacts Hall had a history of millennia. The number of dark gold boxes continued to increase. The light continued to grow brighter. Even the slowest person now understood that Rare Artifacts Hall was showing its power. Why would Rare Artifacts Hall show their power without any reservation at such a sensitive time? No matter what was going on behind the scene at this time, it was the first time that top materials had been displayed like this in all of the MO territories. Large numbers of MO weapon masters came. Each of these top materials were worth cities, and it was rare for them to see them as well. The underground nether river of Buzhou City attracted the eyes of the entire MO world. Beansprout felt as though his breathing was slightly difficult. These lights were so close to him it was like a dream. The vibrations that these materials released came in waves. He felt as though he was the little boat in the middle of a storm and would be upturned at any time. All of the top materials were worldly treasures. They usually were formed naturally over eras, and contained great power. The power that dissipated out was still too strong for Beansprout. Suddenly, a red figure appeared in front of him. The astounding vibrations immediately disappeared. Beansprout knew the other had blocked the vibrations for him. He said gratefully, "Thanks." Sang Lianer did not seem to hear it. Her eyes were looking in the distance. A hint of worry flashed through her eyes. In her eyes, the dark gold boxes covered in light was a pile of trouble. And big trouble. Rare Artifacts Hall's attitude was clear. Sang Lianer was perceptive and she immediately realized that something had happened outside. Otherwise, Rare Artifacts Hall's attitude would not be so strong. It really was great trouble. Zuo Mo didn't know what was happening outside at all. He didn't have any knowledge of the MO Weapon Master Association. Regardless of whether he knew the person or not, he had refused to see any of them in this recent while. He didn't care who had been stopped by. The new Heaven Tier MO weapon pool was good, but it demanded more of the user. Even Zuo Mo had to focus all his attention to reach a satisfactory level. In order to stop others from disturbing him, Zuo Mo set up Jinji around the MO weapon pool. The present Heaven Tier MO weapon pool was completely cut off from the outside. Zuo Mo released a breath. 10 MO weapon rudiments of different colors were floating in the clear blue pond. The cold energy of the pool had lessened greatly. The 60 general level MO weapons had formed 10 MO weapon rudiments. 2 mistakes had occurred in the process, and these were the only 2 mistakes that Zuo Mo had committed. Working at full concentration easily tired people out. Even Zuo Mo could not avoid having made mistakes with 2 of them. Zuo Mo was still satisfied with this result. He sat in lotus position and quickly entered meditation. He was really too tired, and he quickly entered a meditation state. 10 balls of different colored light suddenly appeared in the MO weapon pool. Each light shrouded 1 MO weapon rudiment. The 10 lights flashed as though they were breathing. In the depths of the underground nether river, countless minuscule cold currents were like sharks that smelled blood and flooded towards the Heaven Tier MO weapon pool. The same situation was also occurring in the depths of the underground nether river hundreds of li away from the Heaven Tier MO weapon pool. No one would think that an astounding change was occurring in the underground nether river that was so calm on the surface. The MO weapon pool water in front of Zuo Mo started to rise. Deep in his meditative state, Zuo Mo did not know. A short while later, the height of the water in the pool was the same as the ground in the surroundings, yet the currents that flowed in showed no signs of stopping. They continued to come in. The water continued to rise, but they did not spread into the surroundings. There seemed to be an invisible hand that was pulling water up like a pillar of water. The light of the 10 MO weapon rudiments grew even brighter. They slowly spun in the water. The water was pulled along and the pillar of water continued to spin. The small currents deep in the underground nether river moved even more quickly. They were like a school of fish that dove to the bottom of the river as they swam towards the Heaven Tier MO weapon pool. The currents contained power, and when tens of thousands of them gathered together, even the steely bed of the river started to tremble. Boom boom boom, dot. The ground around the underground nether river started to tremble as though tens of thousands of horse were galloping underground. The people in the surroundings had terrified expressions. What was happening? An earthquake? The underground nether river was located dozens of miles underground. As the riverbed started to shake, it caused a string of effects. The rock above people's heads started to fall. Everyone started to panic. Screams filled the air as people sprinted furiously towards the entrance. This was deep down in the ground. If they were buried alive, even the most powerful MO skill couldn't save them. At this time, they didn't care about any worldly treasures. Everyone only had one thought in their mind: get out as fast as possible. Yet the passage was not wide to begin with, and there were too many people gathered here. People fought to get ahead and the scene was chaotic. The falling of rocks caused the scene to become even worse. Outside the MO weapon pool, Beansprout had a panicked expression. This place is about to collapse, Sang Lianer cultivated Shin power and she had a feeling that the present situation was related to the Mo weapon pool. When she thought of the worldly apparition when the little Mo treasure cut had been forged, she didn't feel any urgency. It's fine. Beansprout was extremely panicked but Sang Lianer did not care. Ague was completely unresponsive. The only one that seemed slightly normal was Qinghua Shui. However, Qinghua Shui's expression only changed slightly at the start before she quickly recovered. Sang Lianer glanced at Qinghua Shui and felt slightly surprised by her calmness. While she was weak, her mental fortitude was pretty good. At this time, inside the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool, it was a completely different scene. Translator ramblings, they obviously did not build any emergency exits down here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, The Continuation of Explosive Weapon Style, 2. Chapter 712, The Continuation of Explosive Weapon Style, 2. When Zuo Mo opened his eyes, he jumped in fright at the scene in front of him. The Mo weapon pool was now a water pillar that was hundreds of zhang tall like a twister. The pillar of water was spinning rapidly, ice and frigid air spreading outwards. The ground around the Mo weapon pool was covered in a thick layer of ice. Within the pillar of water, 10 lights of different colors floated up and down like 10 fairies. When he looked, Zuo Mo was astounded. This water pillar was formed from hundreds of thousands of tiny water currents. These currents contained great power, and when they gathered together like now, they were like hundreds of thousands of little ice flies that tightly swarmed around the 10 balls of light and ground against them. The 10 Mo weapon rudiments were completely different than before Zuo Mo had entered his meditation. What was most evident was that they had shrunk by about 1/3 their size, and the light around them had become purer. It was clear that their quality had increased. Zuo Mo had used the cold flows in the underground Nether River to refine the Mo weapon rudiments, but he hadn't expected that refining the 10 Mo weapon rudiments in one Mo weapon pool would create such a disturbance. He focused on the 10 Mo weapon rudiments. It was the first time he had encountered such an astounding scene and he didn't dare to be inattentive at all. When the light from the 10 balls within the pillar of water started to turn softer, Zuo Mo knew that it was almost time. The impurities in the Mo weapon rudiments were almost all cleaned out, and so the Mo weapon rudiments' response to the icy currents were gradually getting weaker. He glanced away from the water pillar and then Zuo Mo flashed to appear outside the Mo weapon pool. Have the materials been prepared? Coming out of the Mo weapon pool, he found the chaotic scene outside and was startled. But the quickly understood what had happened. He looked towards the underground Nether River. As he expected, the water height of the underground Nether River was dozens of zhang lower than when he entered. The 10 Mo weapon rudiments had taken almost all of the power of the underground Nether River. It was not strange for such a disturbance to occur. But he didn't have the time to attend to that. All of his attention was on the 10 Mo weapon rudiments he was crafting. The 10 Mo weapon rudiments had taken in the great majority of the underground Nether River's power, and they were starting to take form. If he could succeed, the level of these 10 Mo weapons would reach an astounding level. But if he wasn't careful, all of his work would be for nothing and these 10 Mo weapons would be ruined. Even Zuo Mo didn't dare to slack off at this time. When Beansprout suddenly heard Zuo Mo's voice, he shook and jumped up from the ground. They have been prepared. When Zuo Mo finished asking, he had noticed the mountain of materials piled up and those extra materials, one's worth entire cities as well. He was slightly surprised, but at such an urgent time, he did not inquire further. His figure flashed and then he appeared around the pile of materials. In a blink, the small mountain disappeared, and so did Zuo Mo. Many people had seen Zuo Mo's sudden appearance. Their minds moved and then they looked at the guards around the Mo weapon pool. None of them had moved. Then they looked at the chaotic passageway. Some people's courage momentarily grew, but they quickly regained their senses. The chaotic situation was lessened slightly. Zuo Mo's appearance eased much of Beansprout's worries. He was full of awe towards Zuo Mo. As expected of Grandmaster. He wouldn't lose his composure even if the mountains were crashing down on top of them. Grandmaster once again went back to his Mo weapon forging. Just this mentality far surpassed many Mo weapon masters. This was probably the reason that Grandmaster was able to become a Grandmaster. Beansprout motivated himself inside. In comparison, the guards from Rare Artifacts Hall changed expression minutely, especially the more powerful guard captains. They all had hints of shock in their eyes. Xiao Yunhai had appeared without warning and none of them had even detected it. Also, none of them had been able to lock onto the disappearance of that pile of materials and the departure of Xiao Yunhai. The words floated unconsciously into everyone's mind, unfathomable power. These guards were a close part of Rare Artifacts Hall, and some had even been raised by Rare Artifacts Hall. Their loyalty to Rare Artifacts Hall was unquestionable. Many of them had dissenting opinions when Rare Artifact Hall's higher-ups had been so flamboyant, especially as the MO weapon masters had continued to leave. This had increased their worries. But their loyalty towards Rare Artifacts Hall meant that they faithfully completed the orders, even ones that they did not agree with. Just like everyone else, they were worried that if Xiao Yunhai failed in such a public way, then Rare Artifacts Hall would become the biggest joke. All of their impressions of Xiao Yunhai were from the mirages and the rumors. Yet when they truly faced Xiao Yunhai's cool gaze and the almost tangible pressure he gave off caused them to stop breathing. Shocked, their mood became much better. Such a person would not just be a boaster. So strong. A guard of Rare Artifacts Hall couldn't help but gasp in a low voice. Every person around him had shocked expressions. The guard captains exchanged looks and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The power that Zuo Mo showed far surpassed their imaginations. Was this guy really a MO weapon master? Some imperceptible hums sounded among the chaotic crowds. Qin Ming's gaze focused slightly as he said in a surprised voice, "I can't seem to get the exact measure of this Xiao Yunhai strength." Beside him, Zhong Wentian and Tang Chen's expression were also slightly grave. Qin Ming, a marshal, couldn't see the scope of the other's power. This itself was a problem. Xiao Yunhai was not simple. Zhong Wentian suddenly closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them suddenly. The underground Nether River. The other two heard this, and they turned to look at the underground Nether River. Surprise rose in the eyes of the duo. The underground Nether River that was usually vast was now so depleted of water that the river floor could be seen. "This is..." Tang Chen murmured. Buzhou City was his territory, and he was extremely familiar with the underground Nether River. The water was always plentiful, and there had never been a situation where the water level would drop. Earth MO weapon. Tang Chen seemed to think of something, and his pupils contracted as he gasped. Qin Ming and Zhong Wentian's bodies shook slightly and expressions of disbelief rose onto their faces. Such a powerful Xiao Yunhai. Such terrifying vibrations. Feng Xingzi stood high up on a protruding rock as he looked down. His expression changed. Ji Liu was deeply astounded by the scene in front of her. She had seen the enormous change in the underground Nether River just now. The underground Nether River that was dozens of li wide was like a silent beast. When it moved, you would be able to feel its terrifying power. It may not be Xiao Yunhai. Ji Liu couldn't help but argue. She really lacked any good feelings about that person. "I feel its presence," Feng Xinz did not turn his face and said coolly. "What presence?" Ji Liu stilled. "The presence of a powerful MO weapon. It is taking form." Eyes closed, Feng Xinz seemed to be speaking to himself. He was not as calm inside as he appeared. Xiao Yunhai had given him too many surprises. Opening his eyes, his gaze suddenly swept across Qin Huashui outside the MO weapon pool with a nervous expression. A thoughtful smile came onto his lips. It was time for Darren to have a discussion with the Blue Flower family. Yet what flashed through his mind was Xiao Yunhai's ghostly way of movement. At a shaded spot high up beside the underground Nether River, the youth raised his head and stopped eating the blood grapes. He said thoughtfully, "Now I seem to believe somewhat that this person can forge a Sky Missouri weapon. You believe even more that he is the crux for finding Xiao Mo Gu." A wizened voice suddenly came. It was that old man dressed in rags. The youth seemed to have known the old man was there already. He was not surprised and giggled. "Yes, if he can forge Sky Missouri weapons, he can repair them. However, there are many people targeting him." The old man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth with missing gaps. "I don't know about the future, but right now, the Emotion Temple possesses the strongest Qin power," the youth said casually. Then his tone changed, and he said mirthfully, "Of course, that is except for you, elder. This old man can't deal with the three of you." The old man waved his hand. "However, Kunlun and Tian Huan have found some ways. With their foundation, it would be fast for them to catch up. You have to be careful," the youth said with an easy expression. "It is not so easy. We worked for many generations and have just reached the doorway. There are still many shortcomings with our method. Kunlun, Tianhuan, the others, they will quickly find, TSK, that it is not so easy." "That's true," the old man nodded when he heard this and said. The youth's tone changed. "Of course, there are exceptions, like Xiao Mo Gu. This guy is a Shun power cultivation genius. They will quickly find Xiao Mo Ge's value. But at that time, I want to see how much regret they feel, Xiao Mo Ge? An imperceptible light flashed through the old man's eyes. How so? There are no detrimental effects. We found that this guy doesn't just progress rapidly, there are no side effects. The youth put down the blood grapes again, tilted his head, and said gravely. If Elder works with us, we can share everything, but... No side effects? Really? The old man had an expression of disbelief. When Xiao Mo Ge next appears, Elder, you will know. The youth laughed and then said pointedly, for Xiao Mo Ge, the Emotion Temple is willing to pay everything. While this old man was there last time, you didn't have such determination last time. The old man was puzzled. The youth spread his hands. At that time, we still hadn't discovered Xiao Mo Ge's benefit. Suddenly, the two seemed to detect something at the same time. They stopped their discussion and looked at the Mo weapon pool. The youth instinctively straightened. He held the blood grapes in his hand but forgot to move them to his mouth. He murmured, it's starting. Translator ramblings, I cut out Feng Xiang's comment but he essentially named the explosive weapon style chapters as beginning, middle and end rather than 1, 2, 3 as I did. As a result, he finished the explosive weapon style, end. Then he discovered the plot didn't really end but he already used end, so he made these other chapters the continuation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, The Continuation of the Explosive Weapon Style, 3. Chapter 713, The Continuation of the Explosive Weapon Style, 3. When a material was tossed into the pillar of water, it would be ground to powder by the rapidly spinning water pillar and then disappear without a trace. Zuo Mo's expression was solemn and his gaze was focused. Every material would light up on his hand. This was what would occur after the unique traits of the material were activated. If any other Mo weapon masters were present, they would find to their surprise that even the lowest grade materials would light up dimly on Zuo Mo's hands. In the common knowledge of Mo weapon masters, materials like this could not light up. The pillar of water was like a roaring dragon that twisted its enormous body and caused people to feel the astounding power it contained. The 10 balls of light floated and sank in the water pillar. But Zuo Mo's eyes could see countless currents of different colors burrowing into the 10 lights. Every rainbow flow that was hard to see with the naked light was the essence of the material. As they flowed into the balls of light, the lights would become brighter. Zuo Mo carefully controlled the rhythm of adding materials. The mountain of materials next to him was vanishing at an astounding rate. The light in the pillar of water was more than 10 times as intense as before. Even the Jinji that Zuo Mo had set up were unable to completely block these lights. Beansprout's mouth was gaping as he looked at the Mo weapon pool. 5 colored rays of light were like a beam that stabbed out of the Mo weapon pool. Sang Lianer's reaction was fast. Her expression changed slightly, she grabbed hold of Beansprout as she pushed off and then moved 10 zhang back. When the light from the Mo weapon pool touched the ground, a 6 zhang gap was cut like the ground was tofu. Ague, Sang Lianer, and Xinghua Shui had all simultaneously retreated in unspoken agreement. The guards also managed to react. Their expression changed. They hurriedly put the gold boxes on their backs and moved back. Pew pew pew. The Mo weapon pool surroundings were immediately covered in countless gullies. These deep furrows crisscrossed and were heart-stopping to see. The crowd that had seen this immediately became restless. These people looked with shock at these scar-like furrows. These furrows were not of the same length nor the same depth. Some were covered in frost, others with their edges melted smooth as glass, and others seemed to be chewed up by countless mice. All of them were different. What Mo weapon would possess so many characteristics? People were both shocked and speculative. The Heaven-tier Mo weapon pool that was giving off light at this time seemed to predict the extraordinary nature of the Mo weapon that was about to form. Some with nimble thoughts thought of the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike that Xiao Yunhai had forged previously. Was this a Mo weapon similar to that? The Mo that were strong were even more shocked and anxious. They could feel the destructive power continued in those seemingly beautiful lights even more clearly. If the light was already also so domineering and powerful, then the Mo weapons. They didn't dare to imagine it. The most excited and expectant were the guards from Rare Artifacts Hall. While shocked, all of them had joyful expressions. Based on the noise that was occurring now, the Mo weapon that was taking form would definitely be extraordinary. It could possibly be an Earth Mo weapon. This Earth Mo weapon was for Rare Artifact Hall, who had been forced to the precipice and gamble everything, a sort of light that tore apart the darkness. Tang Chen looked at the light. After his shock, his expression became more complicated. The disturbance and noise in front of him all proved Xiao Yunhai's extraordinariness. If Xiao Yunhai once again made an Earth MO weapon, then his reputation was enough to push him to become one of the top people of the MO territories. Xiao Yunhai's potential surpassed Tang Chen's predictions. He had not hesitated to use a MO weapon grandmaster as a lure for Xiao Mo Gu. But at this time, he felt a threat of regret. Qin Ming glanced at him and knew what he was thinking. Qin Ming comforted, even if it is an Earth MO weapon, it is not much. Shin power is the most important. Tang Chen became alert. He took a deep breath, nodded and said, "You are right, Shin power is the most important." The hesitation in his eyes was swept away and they became determined again. He was a marshal, and his mind was strong. It could not be so easily swayed. He looked hard at the Heaven Tier MO weapon pool. This Xiao Yunhai was able to cause his mind to waver, his abilities were great. Zhang Wentian suddenly spoke, "Why do I feel it doesn't seem like one MO weapon? Not like one MO weapon?" Qin Ming stilled. Zhang Wentian looked like a rough man, but in terms of sensitivity, he was the strongest of the three. Maybe it is another Earth MO weapon like the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike? Tang Chen said. Zhang Wentian did not speak, but his eyes were filled with shock and puzzlement. This Xiao Yunhai is a genius. The Emotion Temple youth's gaze changed as he looked closely at the Heaven Tier MO weapon pool in the distance. The old man said dryly, "Now you have a fondness for talent?" The old man couldn't resist looking back, and he was shocked inside. The era of Shin power is about to come, that means the era of Shin device is about to also come. The youth lost all of his casualness, and he seemed to murmur to himself. "Don't you feel that this Xiao Yunhai might be able to forge a Shin device?" An imperceptible contempt flashed at the corner of the old man's lips before disappearing. "Shin device? Ha ha. You are thinking too much. To regain Shin power, just how many years have we spent? The era of Shin power, no one knows when we will enter it. As for Shin devices, who has even seen one before? We haven't ever seen one, how can we make one?" The Emotion Temple youth immediately recovered his usual cheer. "Then, elder, don't compete with us at that time." The old man gave a cunning smile. "I can't do that. This old man still understands the value of buying low and then selling high later. I will definitely participate. At that time, this old man will give it to whoever gives the highest price." The Emotion Temple youth felt a headache. This old man wasn't moved by anything, but his origins were mysterious and he was almost ridiculously powerful. But the change in the Heaven Tier MO weapon pool quickly interrupted his random thoughts. When the last material was placed into the pool, the pillar of water suddenly stopped spinning. The 10 balls of light suddenly released blinding light like 10 suns that people could not easily look at. The clothing Zuo Mo wore melted like snow under a strong sun. Zuo Mo was astounded. He had picked the clothing casually in order to disguise himself, but because he had enough mabe, and he had the label of Grandmaster, the clothing he had picked were all expensive and their defensive abilities were outstanding. Yet the clothing couldn't stop the lights for a moment. It was possible to see the power of these lights. When the light shone on Zuo Mo, he only felt warm and lazy, and nothing else. This was enough for him to marvel, but this time wasn't the time to marvel. Zuo Mo refocused, and walked in a circle around the pillar of water to activate the MO matrices he had already prepared. Dark green MO matrices lit up around the pool. These MO matrices were extremely complex. Each MO matrix was thin and exquisite, complex, and layered as they spread out. The still pillar of water suddenly shook. Immediately after, a roar came from under the ground. At the same time, 6 spots on the ground around the pool collapsed to form 6 holes that were about 6 zhang in diameter. They were so deep the bottom couldn't be seen. The roar had come from the 6 deep holes. The vibrations of the ground grew even stronger as though some monster was about to erupt. Even Zuo Mo had a grave expression. The spells on his hands flowed towards the pillar of water. When the light of these spells touched the pillar of water, they would disappear. With every spell, a MO weapon within the pillar of water would gain an extra seal script. Zuo Mo's expression was solemn. There were countless tiny currents around him that seemed to form spheres of energy that spun rapidly. At this time, Zuo Mo did not hold anything back and all of his powerful presence was exposed. Suddenly, 6 crimson dragons of fire flew into the air from the 6 holes and leapt for the pillar of water. This was the scorching hot lava from deep underground, and it was the fire method of the Shouja that Zuo Mo had merged in. 6 Young Cauldron method. In this moment, Zuo Mo's eyes seemed to light up. The dark gold sun matrices floated into his eyes. There was no emotion on his face as though he was a deity. Without any hesitation, light spun on his hands. The Sunshin power suddenly gathered. His fingers drew in the air, and the gold streaks followed his fingers and stopped in the air. Zuo Mo's fingers moved extremely slowly and it looked as though it took great effort. He was like a bow that had been pulled to its limits. A profound and hard to describe ancient seal script slowly formed. This seal script had been recorded in the golden leaf, and Zuo Mo was just barely able to use it. When the last stroke formed, the seal script disappeared into a handful of golden lights that entered the pillar of water. When the golden lights entered the pillar of water, it started to spin rapidly, and the suction of the water pillar suddenly increased. Boom, boom, boom. The underground nether river shook again, and the underwater currents moved. The water height was decreasing at an astounding rate. As the 6 fire pillars exploded, the crimson lava became dark red, and the heat was multiple times what it was before. Very soon, the dark red lava became a burning white. Zuo Mo showed slight joy. The burning white lava was the earth core lava at the core of the earth. It was hundreds of times as strong as normal lava. The pillars of fire were like dragons and intertwined to become a cauldron. The 6 pillars of white fire were like 6 dragons that coiled around the pillar of water and crept up. The energy of the ice and the energy of the earth fire were like countless tentacles crisscrossing. In the sky, they formed a complex blue and white pattern. If one looked closely, they find that there were MO matrices in this complete pattern and also seal scripts. The white and blue pattern seemed to have put a woven net around the pillar of water and fire. It caused it to appear beautiful. Yet even Zuo Mo, who had created it, underestimated its power. Translator ramblings. This is the part where Feng Xiang should add it took a long time to describe but happened in a flash. Filler chapter, but a lot more details on how Zuo Mo's forging and formation skills have advanced. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714, God's Descent. Chapter 714, God's Descent. The entire underground complex was trembling, large pieces of rock dislodging from the cave walls above them. It seemed to be like the apocalypse, yet all those people that choose to remain were experts. They skillfully sidestepped the falling debris as they watched everything. Everyone's gazes were locked onto the heaven tier MO weapon pool. While they could not see the situation inside due to the layers of Jinji, they could clearly feel how great and terrifying the power being created was inside. It was like an ancient monster slowly awakening from its deep slumber. The guard leader of Rare Artifacts Hall felt his heart shudder. He was standing very close to the MO weapon pool, and this feeling of power grew even stronger. He had a strong feeling that the MO weapon taking form in the MO weapon pool was filled with danger. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! He shouted at the top of his lungs. The other guards stared at each other and hesitated. The guard leader's orders were in opposition to the orders from the higher-ups, but the status of the guard leader was extremely high in Rare Artifacts Hall and he had the final say on outside matters. All of you, retreat! The guard leader shouted angrily. The hesitation on the faces of the other guards swept away. They packed up the dark gold boxes on the ground and retreated like the tide. Just as they retreated out 50 zhang, the MO weapon pool rang out, and a thick blue and white pillar of light shot into the sky. Boom boom boom, dot. The pillar of light was 10 zhang thick, and when it touched the rock overhead, the MO matrices that covered the rock layer disappeared like paper mache. The hard rock was cut like soft tofu in by the pillar of light. The pillar of light penetrated the thick rock layer without any effort. Boom boom boom. The ground shook. The crowds on the streets had astounded expressions as they flew into the sky. What happened? Is it an earthquake? Just as they started a discussion, a thick blue and white pillar of light suddenly erupted from the ground and entered the sky. The pillar of light stabbed into the cloud layer. Boom boom boom. The cloud layer seemed to be moved by an invisible hand. The clouds from all directions started to gather rapidly towards the pillar of light. In a flash, the cloud layer became black and heavy. The sky started to darken at a visible rate. Only that thick pillar of blue and white light became even brighter and eye-catching, but the thick inky black clouds were so heavy they were suffocating. A wild wind rose and swept up sand and rock. People looked at the sky in fear. Suddenly, a bright and thick bolt of lightning exploded in the sky. Boom om. The thunder seemed to explode in people's minds. Those that were less courageous almost dropped out of the sky. Plop plop. Thick bean-sized droplets of rain poured down. In this moment, a wild wind and storm suddenly started gusting. The sky and earth was deluged in a heavy rain that impeded their vision. Silver snakes danced above their heads, and the power of the world was displayed. The terrified crowd did not have any attention to spare to marvel at the power of the world. Their gazes were all fixed in fear at the blinding blue and white pillar of light. Inside the blue and white pillar of white, Zuo Mo was disheveled. This was the first time he had merged Mo matrices and seal scripts together so perfectly, yet the power of the two together surpassed his imagination. When the blue and white Mo matrices lit up, he had a bad feeling, but the light that charged upwards had immediately swallowed him. The remnants of his clothing turned to ash. As his expression changed drastically, the grey dragon claw bracelet on his wrist suddenly lit up with a faint blood-colored tinge. This layer of blood suddenly shot out and wrapped around Zuo Mo like a ball of fire. The blue and white pillar of light was vicious, but it could not defeat the thin layer of blood. The anti-dragon claw. Zuo Mo was astounded. Ever since the anti-dragon claw had been heavily damaged the last time he used it, it had lost its shine and its power. Its unusual state at this time caused Zuo Mo's heart to beat uncontrollably. Zuo Mo looked down. There seemed to be even brighter threads of blood mist wrapped around his hand. They were like tiny blood dragons that wrapped around him. Suddenly, a handful of the blood mist rose, and the dragon raised its head. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded in Zuo Mo's mind without warning. The blood mist opened, like a dragon stretching its great maw and howling angrily. The ball of light that was closest to Zuo Mo immediately shook and then started to fly shakily towards Zuo Mo. This was... Zuo Mo gaped at this scene. Before he could react, the blood mist on his wrist acted like a real dragon and accurately struck the ball of light floating over. When the blood mist hit the light ball, it turned into a ball of bloody mist and tightly surrounded the ball of light. The ball of light continued to struggle in the bloody mist, but its struggles quickly weakened until it became motionless. The blood mist roiled as it swallowed the ball of light. The blood mist soon became denser, and there was some more light on the dragon claw bracelet on Zuo Mo's wrist. After feeding, the blood mist became multiple times stronger and immediately headed to another ball of light. The interior of the pillar of light turned to chaos. The remaining 9 balls of light flew frantically to avoid this terrifying ball of blood mist. These balls of light were intelligent and nimble in movement. The blood mist leapt around for a while but didn't manage to get even one. Suddenly, the blood mist stopped and formed into a blurry dragon's head. It suddenly opened its mouth and gave a furious roar. Roar! The dragon's roar exploded in Zuo Mo's mind. His mind immediately blanked. The 9 balls of light that had been fleeing all simultaneously froze. The blood mist immediately took this chance and swallowed another ball of light. The dragon claw bracelet on Zuo Mo's hand became even brighter. At this time, a dark gold little figure suddenly appeared within the pillar of light. A mirror image of Zuo Mo, it was the black gold seal soldier. He greedily licked his lips. He suddenly lunged at a ball of light and tried to chomp on it with his mouth. His body was small to begin with, and when he consumed the ball of light, his hands were locked around the ball of light as his legs kicked in the air. He clearly was using all of his strength. The blood mist acted just as it had before. It swallowed 3 balls of light in total before contentedly flicking its tail and burrowing back into the dragon claw bracelet. The dragon claw on Zuo Mo's wrist had changed from its withered state. It became lifelike, its flesh and muscles filled out, and its claws crimson red. A feeling rose in Zuo Mo's mind. He was able to discern the thoughts that the dragon claw was passing to him. The efficiency of the black gold seal soldier was much lower. He only had time to chew on 2 balls of light. He looked yearningly at the remaining balls of light. He then carefully looked at Zuo Mo. Taking advantage of the fact that Zuo Mo was distracted, he escaped burrowing back into the ring. Zuo Mo gaped at everything that had occurred. He hadn't expected that the anti-dragon claw and the black gold seal soldier would come out midway during crafting, and before he could get a grasp of the situation, he lost half of his balls of light. The anti-dragon claw looked more energetic, but it had not recovered to its past state. The black gold seal soldier started to sleep again. Each ball of light was an Earth Mo weapon. In a flash, there were 5 fewer Earth Mo weapons. 5 Earth Mo weapons. Realizing this after the fact, Zuo Mo's mind exploded. How many Mabe was that? He seemed to see an ocean of Mabe disappearing in a flash. Anger rose. There was nothing more hateful than stealing Jingshi and Mabe from Ji. Zuo Mo's eyes filled with blood, an extremely dangerous presence coming off him. The remaining 5 balls of light trembled like the sheep trembling under the claws and fangs of a demon king. Yet the last bit of remaining reason suppressed Zuo Mo's anger. After losing 5 of the balls of light, the concentration of power in the blue pillar of light skyrocketed. The forging of the Mo weapons had reached the most important step. If he was the least bit careless, it would all be for nothing. The blue pillar of light was a Dan cauldron made from the earth fire and the cold currents. Zuo Mo took a deep breath and, with the anger suppressed inside, he furiously shot Mo matrices into the 5 Mo weapons. With every Mo matrix that was put into the balls of light, there would be a thread of pure earth fire and cold current that would burrow into the ball of light. Yet, stimulated by the disappearance of an astounding amount of mabe, Zuo Mo clearly was sent into a rage, and the mo matrices that left his hands became more and more ridiculous. With the first ball of light, he was still trying to control himself, and the mo matrices he had used were within the range of normality. By the last ball of light, his restraint was completely gone. The mo matrices rained down like a waterfall, and there were numerous complex seal scripts mixed within them. On this last mo weapon, he smashed mo matrices and seal scripts for 2 hours. He seemed to vent his anger into this ball of light. The balls of light trembled, the anti-dragon claw was docile, and the black gold seal soldier was silent. When an astounding amount of cold currents and earth fire flooded into the last ball of light, the ball of light seemed as though it would burst at any moment. Only now did Zuo Mo suddenly recover his calm and jumped in fright. The last ball of light was twice the size of the other 4 balls of light. It was like an overinflated balloon that swayed. Zuo Mo immediately felt his scalp prickle. If this guy exploded. The result caused him to shudder. He saw this and hurriedly stopped. The rudiments within the 5 balls of light were like 5 balls of metal liquid. They started to take shape. Zuo Mo widened his eyes and didn't dare to miss even a detail. Seeing the growth of these rudiments was very beneficial for him. A 3-part weapon, sword, saber, and shield combo, a blood-colored spear with an icicle tassel, a sun and moon chakram, a pair of 13 chain-linked whips. Only the largest ball constantly changed but did not fully take form. It was like a ball of liquid metal with mo matrices and seal scripts constantly flowing on it. Zuo Mo widened his eyes to look closely but felt dizzy. He was astounded, and his anticipation of this mo weapon grew slightly higher. 12 whole hours. An unexpected mo weapon finally took form. A set of battle armor. The icy blue battle armor had beautiful curves. Its dark red helm had a murderous appearance. Every armor piece were thin and ice blue. If one looked closely, they would see that every scale was covered in countless complex and beautiful lines. There was a pair of snowy white wings attached to the back that gave it an aura of holiness. Even Zuo Mo, who had forged countless treasures, couldn't help but be enchanted by this set of battle armor. When the battle armor took form, the entire pillar of light suddenly grew. Zuo Mo felt a great power suddenly erupt from under the ground. Before he could react, he was like a little stone that was shot out. He shot upwards, and when he passed by the 5 mo weapons, the 5 mo weapons turned into 5 streaks of light that tightly spun around him. When he passed through the dozens of li of rock and flew out of the earth into the sky, everyone in Buzhou City couldn't help but raise their heads. Ah! Zuo Mo left a long cry tailing after him. He had never flown so high before. Through the cloud layer, through the atmosphere, Zuo Mo was above the clouds and didn't know how long he flew for. Suddenly, he felt his body start to fall. He panicked even more, and an even more piteous wail started. Ah! In a panic, Zuo Mo grabbed the battle armor spinning around him. Zuo Mo only had one no in his mind. The armor had wings. At this time, the black clouds that filled the sky suddenly dissipated. A blinding light suddenly shone out from the thick cloud layer. Within this great beam of light, under the upraised gazes from all of Buzhou City, and glittering perfect figure with large snowy wings and radiating sparks, surrounded by 4 glowing mo weapons, dove down like a meteor. A shocking hum filled the air. Boom! The legs wrapped in icy blue armor were slightly bent as they heavily stepped onto the ground. Air currents on the ground carried dust and soil as they moved outwards. The snowy white wings moved fanned upwards and outwards, and Zuo Mo seemed to be a statue. Pew 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 pew. For streaks of light heavily embedded themselves into the ground around him. The 4 mo weapons showed their true appearance with a murderous air. Everyone suddenly felt the same words appear in their minds. A god's descent to earth. Translator ramblings, everything Zuo Mo touches becomes a glutton. We're also done with the long chapter titles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 715, The Monarch of Mo Weapons. Chapter 715, The Monarch of Mo Weapons. Chuan looked warily around. He found there were 4 people close in strength to him in this group of people. Those flickering gazes were filled with faint danger and great wariness. It was crowded inside the Sky Shark. The Sky Shark that used to transport only a few hundred people now was forced to hold over 2,020 people. The overcrowding could be imagined. However, no one dared to complain. This was a Sky Shark that had been temporarily added to the route. There were more than 300 Sky Sharks like this. All of them had one destination, Buzhou City. Yet even with the addition of 300 Sky Sharks and their massive carrying capacity was not able to satisfy the crazy flow of people. Each sky shark was filled to capacity with people. All the privileges of the private yards and first-class residences were revoked. Each corner was filled with people. But even in such terrible conditions, people still paid twice the usual cost for a ticket. Chuan had good luck. He had bought a shark ticket using a connection from his friend to board this sky shark. Many more people had to travel day and night, on small Mo steeds, over mountains and rivers to head to Buzhou City. They formed groups like herds of ants that moved towards Buzhou City tirelessly. The present Mo territories was boiling because of a miracle. For Earth Mo weapons and a Super Mo weapon of unclear grade had been created, Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai had astounded the world. News of this incomprehensible miracle immediately spread to every corner of the Mo territories. Before this, no Mo weapon Grandmaster had been able to forge 2 Earth Mo weapons at once, never. 4 Earth Mo weapons. Yes, 4 Earth Mo weapons. All 4 of them had been examined by Rare Artifacts Hall and they were all Earth Mo weapons of great quality. After obtaining the agreement of the Grandmaster, Rare Artifacts Hall immediately publicized the detailed descriptions of these 4 Earth Mo weapons. In a brief amount of time, the information spread to the rest of the world like lightning. The information on these 4 Earth Mo weapons were made public was like pouring hot water into a pot of boiling oil. Iceblood 3 Houndseat was comprised of 3 Mo weapons, a saber, a sword, and a shield. This was a very rare set. The saber and the sword were both long and narrow. The saber was dark red, and its channels flowed like rivers. The sword was icy blue, sharp, and transparent like a sword made from crystal and ice. The shield was an buckler shield. It was completely black and had 5 irregularly placed stars on it. Blue Horsefly was the only long-range weapon among the 4 Mo weapons. It was a blood spear, and had a tassel made from 12 ice blue crystals. What was even more wondrous was the body of the spear. The crimson-red spear seemed to be soaked in fresh blood, yet when one gripped the spear, they would find that the body was made from countless minuscule flows of blood. These blood-colored flows would shift slightly as though they were alive. Dark clearly chakrams were a pair of larger and smaller chakrams. The large one was dark gold, and had a fiery pattern. When it was held in the hand, it was like holding a ball of fire. The smaller chakram was snowy white and covered in faint patterns of the moon, almost weightless in the hand. When the 2 chakrams were placed close together, they would attract each other and slowly spin. 13 pillars was a pair of whips, each with 13 links. The pair of whips were extremely heavy. With every flick of the whip, thunder and wind would sound. When the 2 whips danced together, it could cause thunder to manifest in the sky. If one was to nurture them in storm clouds, they would become even more powerful. This was an extremely rare Earth Mo weapon with great power. All 4 Earth Mo weapons were first class. When Rare Artifacts Hall publicized them, the other Mo weapon masters started to judge them, but every one of them placed them in the top 50 of Earth Mo weapons. Other than the Mo Weapon Master Association, which put all 4 Earth Mo weapons at the very bottom. However, no one paid attention to the Mo Weapon Master Association's assessment. Everyone thought of the promise that Xiao Yunhai had given before. 1 reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass could be used to trade for an Earth Mo weapon. Many people beat their chests and stomped their feet. Why didn't they believe this before? Right now, on the black market, the price of a reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass had risen to a ridiculous level, and there was no supply. Chuan had reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. He was just a half step away from martial level. Owning an Earth Mo weapon was something that he had dreamed about. Even if he became a marshal, obtaining one would take a very long time. But no matter which method he tried, he hadn't managed to obtain an Earth Mo weapon. Every Earth Mo weapon was treasured by their master, and would not be easily given to others. So when he had heard Xiao Yunhai's promise, he didn't believe it, but he had held some hope. He tried his best to get a reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. When the 4 Earth Mo weapons came into the world, he became excited and immediately started to head for Buzhou City. On the road, he was extremely careful, especially when he found there were others that were close in power to him. These people were mostly Mo like Chuan that were on their own. They were not dragged down by their families, nor did they rely on any faction. They had strong desires for Earth Mo weapons. Usually, Earth Mo weapons were bought out by the major factions, and they would not go onto the market. They never had any chances. For them, Buzhou City was a 1 in 1,000 chance. Chuan couldn't help but become nervous. Among those traveling with him, would the 4 that were close in power to him also have reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass? For experts of his level, other than Earth Mo weapons, they would be able to obtain other treasures if they tried, like the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. Chuan laughed inwardly. He hadn't thought that there would be a day that he would feel nervous. He had always felt that he would be able to calmly face whatever happened. He hadn't thought that he would lose his calm today. But, in the end, he was a strong Mo. His mind was strong and he quickly adjusted. Having quieted the restlessness in his heart, Chuan was immediately listened in on the exchange between the surrounding Mo weapon masters. Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai is definitely the best grandmaster of this era. No, he is the best grandmaster of all time. I am a weapon master dressed in blue robes said with an excited expression. Strangely, no one objected to his words. It is really too astounding. Another MO weapon master couldn't help but say. When he said this, there was incredulity mixed on his face with shock and reverence. It was a complicated expression. Everyone had discussed this title many times in the recent while. They were not the only ones. Right now, all of the MO territories couldn't wait to present the title of Best MO Weapon Grandmaster to Xiao Yunhai. Other than the strong objections from the MO Weapon Master Association, no one else felt that this was sudden and inappropriate. Even many people inside the MO Weapon Master Association agreed, but due to the stern attitudes of the Grandmasters leading them, they didn't dare to publicly state their opinions. But more and more factions supported this, thusly more and more commentary would use appellations of respect such as the greatest MO Weapon Grandmaster or the Grandmaster of Grandmasters when they discussed Xiao Yunhai. They no longer said that he didn't know his limits, they no longer said that he was arrogant, they no longer said that he was boasting. Countless people departed for Buzhou City to see this Grandmaster that had come out of nowhere and was so strong he could defeat any Grandmaster in history, the strongest Grandmaster, but he was like the undoubted monarch of MO Weapon Masters. All the MO Weapon Masters in each Emogia moved as the news spread. They came from all areas to see this MO Weapon Monarch that had never appeared in history before. And that super MO Weapon, why didn't Rare Artifacts Hall publicize its information? The blue-robed MO Weapon Master had a heated gaze of reverence. He said heatedly, surpassing Earth MO weapons, then isn't it a Sky Missouri weapon? It's not a Sky Missouri weapon. A gray-robed youth with a grave expression suddenly spoke. When he spoke, everyone else quieted. He said calmly, I studied the mirage of the MO weapons coming out. That super MO weapon should be the complete set of body armor with wings that Grandmaster was wearing. The gray-robed youth was the most knowledgeable and skilled MO weapon master among this group, the others deeply respected them. Even the enthusiastic blue-robed youth believed the gray-robed youth's judgment. He said in puzzlement, what is it if it is not a Sky Missouri weapon? I don't know either, the gray-robed youth shook his head and said, I am going to the MO weapon holy pool to look. I might be able to find some clues. Yes. We have to see the MO weapon holy pool. Everyone nodded. Chuan heard this and couldn't resist saying, sorry to disturb everyone, what is this MO weapon holy pool? He had never heard of a MO weapon holy pool. The blue-robed youth replied first, the MO weapon pool where Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai forged the MO weapons. You don't know? This MO weapon pool has given birth to 4 Earth MO weapons and that super MO weapon. For some unknown reason, the MO weapon pool has completely crystallized, and all of Grandmaster's preparations have been perfectly preserved. A few days ago, Grandmaster had ordered to allow the public to view the holy pool. Chuan finally understood. Another MO weapon master said emotionally, I would even crawl to Buzhou City for the opportunity to see the holy pool. Chuan immediately recognized a serious problem. Doesn't this mean that more and more people will come to Buzhou City? The gray-robed youth glanced at Chuan and said coolly, no MO weapon master will pass on this chance. Barring any accidents, the holy pool will become the holy ground for MO weapon masters. The other people nodded with similar expressions. Chuan's grimace became even more bitter. In a tightly guarded secret room underground. This is still unable to be assessed. The middle-aged Mo shook his head. He had a grimace. His tone was admiring and amazed. This was the 6th time he had gathered various appraisers to judge this unique Mo armor. But none were able to determine or guess at its level. These appraisers were all experienced. Each of them had at least 20 years of working experience. But even with so many assessors, they were unable to determine the general level. For this, they had fought countless times, slapped the table, swore at each other, and even fought. However, they were still unable to give an assessment. But they were strangely in agreement on one point, it definitely wasn't a Sky Missouri weapon. Or rather, it was completely different than any other Sky Missouri weapon in history. Every appraiser couldn't bear to allow their gaze to leave this breathtakingly beautiful set of Mo armor. It really was too beautiful. It had many wondrous and incomprehensible parts. These wondrous traits were different than any MO weapon that these appraisers had seen before. What really was this? All of their puzzled gazes focused on Zuo Mo. Translator Ramblins, what Frankenstein's monster did you make, Zuo Mo? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716, Angel Device Raiment. Chapter 716, Angel Device Raiment. Zuo Mo was also slightly uncertain. The appraisers were not the only ones puzzled, Zuo Mo was also very puzzled. The formation of this Mo raiment had been accidental. At the time, the Black Gold Seal Soldier and the Anti-Dragon Claw had consumed 5 Earth Mo weapons, which had caused his anger to shoot to his head. He had thrown everything he prepared for those 5 weapons into the last ball. It had wondrously not exploded and formed this strange thing. In reality, the earth fire and cold current that this freak rudiment had absorbed surpassed the sum of the other 4 Earth Mo weapons. Even if it was strange, it was a powerfully strange one. Zuo Mo tried to manipulate it using normal Mo weapon methods, but there was always a feeling of being blocked. This puzzled him. While Mo weapons might have slightly different methods of use, they were not different at the core. Mo's strongest power was their physical body, their body was the source they derived their power from. The Mo weapons were formed from this unique trait of the Mo. But no matter how Zuo Mo channeled his Mo art, while he was able to use it, there was always a feeling of being hampered. Zuo Mo thought of the seal scripts that he had sent out during the forging process. Was it more like a talisman? Zuo Mo tried to use Ling power to activate it. Strangely, it was also able to be used, but there were still places where it was sluggish. It really was strange. Zuo Mo had seen so many talismans and Mo weapons, but had never seen such a strange item before. This strange thing was also something that he had forged. Yet while this Mo raiment seemed to be a thin layer, it was impervious to damage by water and fire. Even Zuo Mo's Sunshin fire didn't affect it at all. This astounded Zuo Mo. He knew the power of the Sunshin fire. It was able to melt almost everything. When this Mo raiment was put on, it would automatically tighten around the body to become a thin skin. That pair of wings would move according to one's thoughts. They looked soft, but they were difficult to damage with Mo weapons. Strangely, when Zuo Mo used the saber of the Iceblood 3 Hound Seat to chop out a cut, after one night, it managed to heal itself and not leave a mark behind. Everyone gaped at this. Zuo Mo could only grimace and spread his hand. I don't know either. The middle-aged Mo's gaze was hot. He couldn't resist saying, Grandmaster, no matter what the price is, please state it, this Mo raiment. Zuo Mo waved his hand. There's no need to say more, I won't sell this Mo raiment. Even if he knew this would be the answer, the middle-aged Mo was still slightly disappointed. He quickly adjusted his mood and said with a smile, then, Grandmaster, give it a name. The only thing left is that it doesn't have a name. This thing is slightly strange. Zuo Mo thought for a moment before saying, then it will be the Angel Device Raiment. A good name. The middle-aged Mo praised, but his expression was slightly strange. Zuo Mo glanced at the middle-aged Mo. The other had done everything to help him. While there were other reasons, it was clear the two were in alliance at the moment. He said, pick one of the 4 Earth Mo weapons. The remaining 3 will be traded for the Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. The middle-aged Mo was overjoyed and hurriedly said, I want Blue Horsefly. Zuo Mo smiled and said, you have good eyes. Blue Horsefly was the only long-range weapon among all 4 Earth Mo weapons. These 4 Mo weapons all had a unique characteristic, they all had 2 attributes. This was because they had been forged using earth fire and the cold currents of the underground Nether River. Blue Horsefly was the only single-piece Mo weapon of the group. While it was a single item, it had both fire and ice attributes, and was the best among the 4 Mo weapons. The middle-aged Mo smiled freely, however, I will not take this from you for free. That batch of materials was valued at just 2 billion mabe, it is far below the worth of this. Since the materials in the dark gold boxes have been delivered, it will be troublesome to return them, so I will gift them all to Grandmaster. If Grandmaster has any new works, please give 1 or 2 to my rare artifacts haul. Zuo Mo changed expression. Every one of the materials in the dark gold boxes were rare, and each was of equivalent value to cities. The other was so generous to give all of them to him. This present was astounding. Zuo Mo thought and then said, if I have new works in the future, you can have the first choice of 2 for free. The middle-aged Mo smiled brightly. Many thanks, Grandmaster, many thanks. The materials had been accumulated by rare artifacts haul over time, and he also felt heartache at giving them out. However, it was still profitable exchange if it cemented their relationship with the strongest Mo weapon master. He had not thought that Zuo Mo would actually give 2 more Earth Mo weapons. These 2 Earth Mo weapons were more than enough to trade for these materials. Zuo Mo smiled and said, if I have a need for the help of your haul, bossy, please take care of me. Zuo Mo had only learned the middle-aged Mo name not long ago, Ian. Ian hurriedly said, "Grandmaster is too courteous. Grandmaster's reputation is so great right now that no one would dare to offend you." Ian's words were pointed. He had seen the attitude of the Tang family to Zuo Mo. However, with Zuo Mo's present fame, the Tang family would not dare to treat him like they did before. Even as a marshal, Tang Chen would not dare to commit such a great crime. With Zuo Mo's present status, even Tang Chen would have to call him Grandmaster if they met. Tang Chen was a marshal, but he was not the strongest marshal, much less ranking in history. Yet the name Xiao Yunhai had reached an unprecedented height that left all others looking up to him. This was Zuo Mo's present status. Zuo Mo smiled unconcernedly. He was wary of Tang Chen, but he did not fear the other. In terms of strength, Ji Zhang, who he killed, was even more powerful. Right now, he just didn't want to cause any waves, and everything could wait until he got the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. "Put everything aside, Boss E, please spend more effort on the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass," Zuo Mo said. Of course. Of course. Ian hurriedly said. His face was filled with joy. This time, he had gambled rightly. This MO weapon miracle would leave a great mark on history. And Rare Artifacts Hall that had played such a great role in this event would benefit for many years from this. The 4 Earth MO weapons were placed in Rare Artifacts Hall, and he would be in complete charge of exchanging the Earth MO weapons for reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. Not long in the future, the name of Rare Artifacts Hall would pass into all of the MO territories. Yet Zuo Mo, who was only focused on obtaining the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass, didn't know what kind of whirlwind he had created. MO Shin Temple. The eyes of the 2 MO gods were locked onto the mirage on the table. It was the Angel Device Raiment. They had gotten the mirage from other avenues, and the fidelity of the image to the event was high. Every single detail was clear. There was also a segment after on Zuo Mo landing from the sky. Their expressions were filled with surprise. Without blinking, they had stared at the mirage for a whole night. "It is not a Sky Missouri weapon," the Rhinoceros Mo god rumbled out. There was a rare blush on his calm face, and his excitement could be seen. "It is a Shin device." The eldest Mo god's gaze didn't move at all. It was possible to hear a thread of insuppressible excitement from his cold tone. On his thin face, the sickle-shaped mark was completely exposed. Shin device? The Rhinoceros Mo stilled. While that Angel Device Raiment was unlike any Mo weapon he had seen before, he hadn't thought that it would be a Shin weapon. Old 3 said that the mysterious old man said that Xiao Yunhai might be able to forge Shin devices. "I hadn't thought that he would actually forge something so close to a Shin device," the eldest Mo god slowly said. The sickle red mark on his face moved and appeared unspeakably terrifying. "Close to Shin device, I understand." The Rhinoceros Mo god's shock lessened slightly and nodded. He could accept this. It is very close. There was surprise and admiration on the eldest Mo god's face. He stood enthralled. "If a Shin device appears, the era of Shin power will come even more quickly." The Rhinoceros Mo said gravely, "We do not need to change anything." "No." The eldest Mo god narrowed his eyes and his tone was sharp. "We need to quickly resolve our fatal weakness, expand even more quickly to get the most advantage before our enemies have grown up. While their relative power has fallen, they have strong foundations, and this means that they will be stronger in the long run. What should we do?" The Rhinoceros Mo bull's expression did not change as he rumbled out a question. "We need the Angel Device Raiment. This is the Mo weapon that is closest to a Shin device right now. We need to study this." The eldest Mo god narrowed his eyes and said methodically, "Also, if Xiao Yunhai is on our hands, we do not have to worry that Xiao Moga will not come. But this way, wouldn't we make too much of a fuss?" The Rhinoceros Mo god looked at the eldest Mo god. His tone was calm. "Xiao Yunhai is a star right now. It will be troublesome if we move against him. In the end, we can only have a say in this world based on power," the eldest Mo god said coolly. "In front of absolute power, everything else is as fragile as paper. The Tang family will have qualms, but we do not need to worry," the eldest Mo god said proudly. Zuo Mo did not go out and show off. While he would receive numerous exquisitely crafted invitations every day, he ignored them all. He had gained much this time. Other than his Mo weapons crafting ability, he felt as though his spell level had also skyrocketed. Forging was able to increase control of Ling power, so the Shouja that were skilled in forging would usually have outstanding control of Ling power. This could be seen from how many sects mandated forging as an essential class to take. The control of Ling power had always been Zuo Mo's shortcoming, but after forging in this time, and with the Gravestone Oath's boost, he had progressed rapidly. Other than the Earth MO weapon he gave Rare Artifacts Hall, according to the promise he had given before, he would only be able to get 3 Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrasses. He didn't know if 3 Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrasses would be enough, but he decided to use the time to forge some more Earth MO weapons to change for more Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. Also, he had gained greatly from forging Earth MO weapons. If he did it again, his Ling power control would go up a level, and his strength would grow stronger. The rare 1,000-year-old collection of Rare Artifacts Hall was on his hand right now. These materials stimulated him, and he kept on having new ideas. The previous forging process had also given him many inspirations, especially that strange, angel device raiment. He had a strong impulse to forge new MO weapons. Editor's note: I hate the armor's name. But the running joke with Zuo Mo's naming sense has to be left in. Even the middle-aged MO has a reaction. Translator ramblings: just to clarify, the gravestone armor is not the same thing as the Shin device. A Shin device can be in the shape of anything, not just armor. It's a tool, a weapon, something that acts as a medium for Shin power. The gravestone armor is an entity, a devil that you sign a contract with, more of a parasite than anything else. It has a spiritual aspect in way as the present armor spirit, but there are ones before him. Really powerful stuff can become intelligent like the anti-dragon claw, but that's not on the same level as what the gravestone armor is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717, The Mysterious Old Man. Chapter 717, The Mysterious Old Man. Zuo Mo was optimistic about forging, but the reality of the situation was not so sunny. The water level of the underground Nether River had been drastically lowered, and for the first time, it was lowered almost to the riverbed. The Heaven Tier MO weapon pool had completely crystallized and it was unusable for forging MO weapons. On this matter, the party who lost was the Tang family. Zuo Mo had almost dried up the entirety of the underground Nether River, and it would be many years for the MO weapon pools to recover to their previous state. However, there was no way they could ask for reparations from Zuo Mo. In the eyes of other people, the Tang family had benefited greatly. An endless stream of visitors had caused the underground Nether River to become a tourist spot. It was not so easy for Zuo Mo to find another high-level MO weapon pool. Also, before he found a new MO weapon pool, he needed to deal with another problem, the angle device raiment. There were many people who had used all kinds of methods and connections to inform him that they hoped to see that angel device raiment. Look at the background of these people. The Tang family patriarch Tang Chang, Gongzishi, Feng Xanz of the Yao envoys, Ji Liu, Mo god Yoshi Yaku of the Emotion Temple. Any of them were influential on their own, and what was most unexpected to Zuo Mo was that the Emotion Temple would send in such a request. Zuo Mo had a deep impression of the great power of the rhinoceros Mo god of the Emotion Temple. At that time, Zuo Mo finally saw the power of Shin power. Even though he had cultivated Shin power for such a long time, he had never seen such astounding Shin power. It would not be easy for Zuo Mo to refuse any of the requests. Their demand was not outrageous. They only wanted to see the mysterious angel device raiment. After some thought, Zuo Mo decided to hold a small public demonstration to show off the angel device raiment. There were many parts to the angel device raiment that Zuo Mo had a hard time understanding, and he also hoped that these experts would give him some ideas. Numerous invitations were sent out. Yet what followed surprised Zuo Mo. More requests and inquiries came in. He had to increase the number of invitations. The underground Nether River wasn't the only spot filled with people. All of Buzhou City was filled with people in every corner. It was the first time so many people were visiting Buzhou City since it was built. Unlike the Tang family who was worried about maintaining their control, the other factions were excited. This was such a good opportunity to make money. The busiest and most populous place in Buzhou City was still the Rare Artifacts Hall. If Zuo Mo came to visit the Rare Artifacts Hall again, his jaw would drop in shock. The outer wall of Rare Artifact Hall had been taken down. Other than the heavy jinji that were kept, everything else was cleared out, and there were only 4 crystal shelves inside. There was an Earth MO weapon floating inside each crystal case. The 4 newly created Earth MO weapons were like 4 vicious beasts silently hibernating as they showed off their beauty and power. Every MO that came to visit showed intoxication when they saw these 4 top MO weapons. The perfect merging of beauty and power. The MO who revered strength didn't have any immunity towards them. It was the lifelong wish of many people to see the grandeur of the legendary Earth MO weapons at a close distance. If it wasn't for the heavy jinji on the crystal cases, and the great jinji that curved to cover the entire place, many people would have instinctively reached out. Inhales, swallows, and gasps of shock rang out. Every shopkeeper of Rare Artifacts Hall straightened their backs, their faces covered in professional smiles. They felt peerlessly proud and excited at the scene in front of them. Chuan was among the crowd. His gaze was burning and desirous as it fixated on the 4 Earth Mo weapons. However, what he felt more of was anxiousness. One reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass to trade for an Earth Mo weapon, was this true? Gritting his teeth, he walked in front of a shopkeeper. May I ask if it is possible to trade a reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass for an Earth Mo weapon now? The shopkeeper, who had a small smile on his face all this time, immediately turned grave. Yes, it can be traded. Sir has a reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass? The words were heaven to Chuan's ears. He was overjoyed but kept his expression calm. Yes. The shopkeeper did not dare to slight him and hurriedly said, "Please come with me." The shopkeeper quickly guided Chuan towards a heavily guarded inner room. The shops surrounding Rare Artifacts Hall had been bought, borrowed, or rented at a high price by Rare Artifacts Hall. An experienced appraiser had been waiting in the room. Chuan took a deep breath and carefully took out the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. The assessor carefully made his assessment. About 15 minutes later, he wiped the fine sweat off his forehead, nodded, and said, "It is reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass, the quality is good, it can be traded." Chuan's heart uncontrollably jumped, and a feeling of great fortune flooded his body and mind. The shopkeeper was also slightly excited when he heard this, but he kept his composure. He said, "Congratulations, sir. Other than Blue Horsefly, you can choose any of the other 3. It was not a surprise that Blue Horsefly belonged to Rare Artifacts Hall. Blue Horsefly had been the only weapon marked with the insignia of Rare Artifacts Hall among the 4 Earth Mo weapons displayed. Chuan inhaled deeply and calmed his excitement. "I want the clearly chakrams." When the clearly chakrams disappeared suddenly from the crystal cases, the people who had been looking at it immediately gasped. Nearby shopkeepers hurriedly explained. The news that someone had used reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass to trade for the clearly chakrams spread through the entire city. Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass could be traded for Earth Mo weapons. This was true. The world immediately went crazy. Zuo Mo looked warily at the old man in front of him. A Gue stood woodenly by his side. Sang Lianer narrowed her eyes as her long sleeve that touched the floor remained still, as though she was prepared to attack at any moment. Zuo Mo was astounded when the old man had materialized like a ghost. The guard outside was tight, yet the old man had managed to make his way in without being detected. Yet what surprised him was that the old man was looking at a Gue. His gaze was complex, mixed with pity, tenderness, and guilt. Zuo Mo unconsciously shielded a Gue and faced the old man guardedly. "She has the undying Shin punishment?" the old man suddenly asked. His eyes were full of a complicated emotion. Zuo Mo's body suddenly shook and he abruptly raised his head. He asked gravely as his murderousness came out, "Who are you?" The old man ignored Zuo Mo. His brow creased with slight dissatisfaction. "Haven't you found that her undying Shin power has a problem? The undying Shin power has a problem?" Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly as he rushed to hold a Gue's wrist. The purple chain had become even thicker. There seemed to be something that was barely taking form inside a Gue's soul. "What is going on?" Zuo Mo's tone changed. No matter how he tried, he could not see what was being formed inside a Gue's soul. He was slightly terrified. He could not do anything to the undying Shin power, and his greatest fear was a problem occurring. And as expected, his greatest fear was occurring. The undying Shin punishment has not changed much, the old man mused to himself, other than what? Zuo Mo unconsciously blurted out. "Unless she formed the undying Shin seal." The old man suddenly raised his head. "Yes, it definitely is the undying Shin seal." Seeing the blankness on Zuo Mo's face, the old man explained in a cold voice, "The undying Shin punishment is the cruelest Shin punishment, but it is not without hope. The only solution in legend is to form the undying Shin seal and search for life in death." I had not thought the legends were true. The undying Shin seal, it definitely is the undying Shin seal. So this means that a Gue can break free of the undying Shin punishment? Zuo Mo said joyfully. "It is not so easy." The old man smiled coldly. He looked at Zuo Mo, narrowed his eyes that dimmed and brightened. His gaze caused Zuo Mo's hairs to stand on end. He felt a strong feeling of danger and he was on his guard. Suddenly, the old man's expression returned to normal, as though the enmity he had just exuded was an illusion. He said lightly, "The undying Shin seal is the 1 in 10,000 chance of life and death. While there is the legend, no one knows how it conformed. It is difficult to say whether she has the undying Shin power or not. Even if she does, the danger she faces far surpasses your imagination. If you have reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass, you may want to try." The old man looked deeply at Zuo Mo. You want to know your origins, but it will also help her. Those memories can help her understand her own heart and not get lost in the pain of the undying Shin punishment. Zuo Mo seemed to understand. He thought of the peaceful Ague within the purple chains and shook his head. Ague will not lose herself. The old man stilled slightly when he heard this. His expression quickly recovered and he threw a small bag to Zuo Mo. This is scab fragrance, feed it to her, it is also of benefit, the old man said coolly. Don't keep your angel device raiment, it will only bring calamity. Zuo Mo received the little bag but noticed the old man's words. He asked in response, bring calamity? You poke the hornet's nest, the old man said impatiently. Also, no matter what, do not expose your identity as Xiao Mogu. Zuo Mo's expression changed dramatically. Even Sang Lianer's expression changed and she almost attacked from the side. The other knew his identity as Xiao Mogu. Zuo Mo's expression wavered and he was shocked inside. The old man glanced at Sang Lianer and then he was clearly unfriendly when he looked at Zuo Mo. So young, but you have many women. Sang Lianer was like a cat who had its tail that was stepped on. Her narrowed eyes immediately froze over. The old man didn't even look at Zuo Mo. He said, the Yao are a good partner to trade with, ask for, reincarnation feather, soul execution Yao light, death thought bead. They are all beneficial for her. If it is Tianhuan, trade for the Tianhuan case. If it is Kunlun, trade for the Kunlun sword soul, jade level, and get 3. Shixian's, 5 element soul dan, Xiankong's, great compassion great sorrow life sutra. The Mo don't have anything good for healing the soul. Zuo Mo was confused but he had a general grasp. He was even more puzzled and couldn't help but ask, what is the angel device raiment? Shen device. Shen device. Zuo Mo's eyes widened. Just close to it. The old man added, do your best. Finishing, the old man disappeared right in front of Zuo Mo's eyes. Zuo Mo and Sang Lianer changed expression. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of a Shun method from the ancient era called the Shin Void Pass. Shun power. The old man cultivated Shin power. Who was he? Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo's path to riches has been cut off, and now he has even more things he needs to buy. Little Mo Go is going to go bankrupt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718, Pseudoshin device the angel device raiment. Chapter 718, Pseudoshin device the angel device raiment. It really is a Shin device. Zuo Mo sighed in praise. He looked down at the blue armor that tightly wrapped around him and the layer of faint but dense flames. The serene blue flames burned soundlessly. When he channeled Shin power, that angel device raiment would automatically form this kind of water blue flame. This caused the armor that appeared to have been made from layers of clear blue crystal to become even more beautiful. When Zuo Mo channeled a little over half of his sun Shin power capacity, the snowy white wings would give off golden flames. When they moved, sparks would fall. These sparks were miniature Shin fire. If one came into contact with it, they would adhere and burn until everything was ash. The serene blue and the gold flames intersected and shined, yet they did not give off any presence. Their ability to conceal themselves was greater than any Yao art or spell that Zuo Mo knew of. There was a faint tinge of blood over Zuo Mo's vision. He could easily see the see-through over 3 zhang of thick rock. Even deeply hidden Jinji were clear to his eyes. The more he used it, the more Zuo Mo liked it. There was no hindrance when he channeled Shin power into it, and when he wore the angel device raiment, he could activate a Shin technique using less than 8/10 of the Shin power it normally took. Zuo Mo had Sang Lianer try as well. When Sang Lianer channeled Moon Shin power, that angel device raiment would flash with a faint moonlight. What was most fantastical was that when the wings danced, a crescent moon would occasionally appear and the Shin power shedding off it was sharp instead. Ague was the eeriest. When she wore the angel device raiment, the dark red mask would become purple, and the snowy white wings would become as black as ink and give off faint black mist. The blue armor would also become pitch black. If she stood there and did not move for over 3 breaths, she would disappear into the darkness like smoke. As expected of a Shin device. Before this, Zuo Mo had not thought that the angel device raiment would be a Shin device. Now that the old man pointed it out, he immediately tried, and many places that had puzzled him were now clear. He reluctantly took that angel device raiment off. He now understood its value. The old man was right. That angel device raiment was something he desired, but also a hot potato. Also, Zuo Mo was willing to trade it for something useful for Ague. The angel device raiment was good, but Zuo Mo had confidence that he would be able to forge even better Shin devices in the future. Strictly speaking, the angel device raiment was only a pseudoshin device, and not a true one. What worried Zuo Mo more was the undying Shin power in Agui that had started to change. Neither Pu Yao nor Wei had heard of the undying Shin seal, but the two did not feel the old man had been lying. Zuo Mo moved his gaze away from the angel device raiment and asked, "What do you think of the old man?" "The old man cultivates Shin power," Pu Yao said coldly. His eyes were narrowed. A cold light moved through the blood pupil like a blade revolving in the sunlight. All the signs indicated that Pu Yao was not in a good mood. He had always been the strongest support behind Zuo Mo. No matter if it was Yao arts, spells, Mo skills, he had guided Zuo Mo. Yet in the blink of an eye, as though it was a dream, he found that the world seemed to change. People that cultivated Shin power, and were stronger than him had appeared. The strong return of Shin power had caused this world to become unfamiliar, and this tide was not something that an individual's power could reverse. This made Zuo Mo feel dispirited, and Pu Yao, who was extremely competitive, disliked this feeling. He is very strong. Even in my era, he would be strong. Wei's expression was unusually grave. He had existed for longer than Pu Yao, from the last stages of the ancient era to now, and to the era of Shin power returning. Those memories that had almost disappeared gradually started to become clear again. Yet, while he seemed to have known them, the memories felt completely different. This was going to be a new era. Pu Yao quickly calmed down, and he buried the cold glint in his eyes. As one of the strongest in the world at his time, Pu Yao possessed a strong mind and unparalleled calmness. He feels enmity towards you, but it seems that he isn't your enemy. He is very friendly towards Agui, and should have a deep connection to her. Yes, even in our era, the scab fragrance is a very rare treasure and has unique effects to calm the soul. I hadn't thought there would be scab fragrance here. They definitely have a deep relationship. Otherwise, he would not freely give such a valuable treasure. Wei nodded and agreed with Pu Yao's speculation. Wei would only not be a nag when he was discussing serious matters now. Zuo Mo nodded as well. His thoughts were about the same as the other two. He knows my identity, that means that he has paid attention to me for a long time. He has a deep relationship to Agui, so it is very likely he knows my origins. Next time, I have to learn this. Zuo Mo had a thoughtful expression. When the angel device raiment is being sold, he will definitely be observing from the shadows. There will be a chance to meet with him again. But the angel device raiment is a big problem. When he spoke of this, Zuo Mo couldn't help but grimace. Actually, before the old man's reminder, he had detected something from the tsunami of invitations. Yet when the secret of the angel device raiment, being a pseudoshin device, was revealed, he knew that trouble was still ahead of him. It was a good idea to trade the angel device raiment for those treasures, but if he was the least bit careless, the situation would spiral out of control. This was the first pseudoshin device that had appeared in so many years. There were many people that were willing to risk anything to get it. It is slightly troublesome, Pu Yao said coldly. If they scheme, your identity is a sensitive one, you cannot expose Shin power, Sang Liener and Agui cannot fight. Zuo Mo's brow furrowed. Have rare artifacts Hall come protect us? Pu Yao snorted. They don't know that the angel device raiment is a pseudoshin device. If they knew, the first ones with devious ideas will be them. Also, this time, the ones that are coming are the big names. Rare artifacts Hall cannot stop them. Zuo Mo found this was very troublesome. Pu Yao was right. This time, the ones who would come were big names. Emotion Temple, Tianhuan, Kunluan, the Yao Council of Elders, all the Mo marshals, and hidden experts like the old man who were of unknown origins but had unfathomable power. If those people tried to do something to him, Rare Artifacts Hall could not stop him. Yet he could not expose his identity and fight. Use Jinji, Wei suddenly said, before they react. Set up a large Jinji. The seal formations in Mo matrices Jinji that Golden Crow Camp have studied are already mature. Golden Crow Camp. Zuo Mo stilled. It had been very long since he had communicated with them. The communication was usually one way, where he would send the results of his own studies back to Golden Crow Camp for them to study at regular intervals. The idea of setting up Jinji was a good one. If the Jinji he said was powerful enough, and he was in control, he would not have to worry about anything happening. But then he thought of the people coming. If they were not marshals, they were terrifying experts like the Mo gods. What level of Jinji could do that? Zuo Mo did not have Jinji that could suppress people at the level of marshals and Mo gods. If he had a year or more, he might be able to create one, but there was no time for him to think. Would Golden Crow Camp have such a powerful large-scale Jinji? Zuo Mo muttered inside. The present Golden Crow Camp was hundreds of times as large as in the past. Because of their rapid expansion, their original site was unable to hold so many people. The two masters found an intermediate-sized cloud island to be the base for Golden Crow Camp. This island was renamed Golden Crow Cloud Island. Golden Crow Cloud Island was the most famous center for seals, forging, and Mo weapons in Cloud Sea Jia. Along with the return of Lil Miss and Bihan, Cloud Sea Jia's rate of expansion rapidly increased. With almost an unstoppable presence, they took dozens of Jia in one push. Among those were Xiuzha, Mo, and Yao Jiez. Collectively, this was called Mo Cloud Sea. Mo from Zuo Mo, Cloud Sea for their origin of Cloud Sea Jia. The environment of Golden Crow Cloud Island was outstanding. There was an active volcano was tamed by the Golden Crow Camp using a fire formation that was hundreds of li long. They had also asked the Mist People to find some astounding high-quality cold caves under the mountain range of the thick Cloud Sea. The previous low-level members of Golden Crow Camp were now all in high positions and were influential people. Wei Changbin started his daily task like usual. His composed face did not have the past wariness and youth. Wei Changbin, who had been skilled in making miniature jinji, was deeply trusted by the two masters. In these years, he had worked tirelessly. Adding to the seal formations and Mo matrices in the Puwei library, his present skill level would be that of a grandmaster if he was outside Golden Crow Camp. But he was willing to stay in the heavily guarded Golden Crow Camp. Other than his research on the topics that interested him every day, the time that he anticipated the most was the reflections that Darren would send through the 10-finger prison occasionally. What Darren sent was the greatest secret in Golden Crow Camp. Other than the core members that could read them, they were not open to outsiders. And Wei Changbin was responsible for receiving them and immediately organizing them. Wei Changbin liked staying here, mostly because he could see the reflections first. For this duty, he had defeated some strong competitors to obtain this coveted position. Just like usual, what Darren had learned was passed over. He methodically imprinted the contents using high-level jade scrolls. Like he was savoring delicious food, he read word by word and didn't bear to finish reading. However, even the longest content would be finished at some point. But when Wei Changbin reached the end, he froze. Darren required a large-scale jinji? He only reacted after a long few moments. Without a second word, he sent out 2 paper cranes to inform the two masters. In a short amount of time, all the core members of Golden Crow Camp were gathered in one hall. Everyone was discussing the meaning of Darren's words. Of course, Darren's meaning was very simple. Everyone was just very curious, was Darren going to build a city again? In the preliminary battle strategies of Cloud Sea Jia, defense had been the most important, so Golden Crow Camp had invested great amounts of energy and resources into that. The two masters saw more from Zuo Mo's words, the stronger, the better. This was Darren's focus. The strongest. The two exchanged a look. Sun Bao said gravely, "How about that set?" The entire place immediately became silent. Everyone knew which set Master Sun Bao was talking about. Many people acted to speak, but everyone still remained silent. That set. Editor S note, yeah. I know you. Wei Changbin, citizen of Little Mountain Jia, roaming show, member of Golden Crow Camp. First appearing in 243, he is a forging show of some talent and is coerced by Lei Peng when he shows up to the safe house. After being recruited, he displays his talent and is favored by Sun Bao. Later in chapter 331, Wan Tian convinces him to study the black fiendish energy. With Wan Tian greatly contributes to the construction and forging of the Crimson Fiend Cauldron. Translator ramblings, it's always good to see minor characters grow up. I think Golden Crow Camp is now a think tank, or is it in university with satellite campuses? Mo Cloud Sea is one of the things I think just doesn't translate that well. It sounds better in Chinese. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, That Set of Jinji. Chapter 719, That Set of Jinji. Everyone in Golden Crow Camp knew of the set of Jinji that Master Sun Bao spoke of. Influenced by their initial expansion strategy, the study of Jinji had always been popular on the island. At that time, Guard Camp had been having their Mo matrices engraved and activating bloodlines, meaning this was the time when the study of Mo matrices had been the most popular as well. A person who usually was not very eye-catching suddenly suggested a crazy idea. Use seal scripts as the structure and fill it with Mo matrices. Many people had been studying the Jinji of the Mo, especially the large amounts of valuable Jinji that Pu Yao and Wei had provided. That had broadened the vision of Golden Crow Camp. However, no one had thought of merging the two together. This person had actually found an outstanding seal script framework. So when he threw out his idea, it had attracted almost everyone in the camp. Interested, they had started to help him perfect this extra-large jinji. The creation of large-scale jinji was an extremely complex and vast work. It was made from countless little seal formations. This number might be 100,000, it might be 1,000,000. A person alone, even if it was an expert like Zuo Mo, would need many years to create something like this. Yet when all of Golden Crow Camp started to work with the two masters managing, their progress was rapid. After spending 2 months of time, a super jinji of unprecedented complexity and size finally took form. Because it had been created by everyone, and their preferences and skills had been different, it was possible to see the influence of a number of styles. However, its main framework was outstanding, and it was balanced. After the jinji was finished, all of the camp was stunned by this jinji. Theoretically, its power surpassed any kind of jinji they knew of. This astounding conclusion excited the entire camp. Everyone agreed to actually create this jinji yet and at that time. There were many places that needed jinji that they could use this at, but they quickly reached an obstacle. They found that the difficulty in forging the core seal formation far surpassed their abilities. No matter what they tried, they could not realize this fanciful dream. After working multiple months on it, and not having success, this jinji was naturally placed to the side. Darren wanted the most powerful jinji. Sunbao's first thought was this jinji. This basically is not realistic, someone objected. But when they finished speaking, someone argued, we can't do it, but it doesn't mean that Darren cannot. People thought, yes, Darren was a freak that built a city with only his own power. Maybe this thing could finally be realized on Darren's hands. Pass this to Darren, and let Darren decide if he will use it or not. In the end, it was Master Jiwei that made the decision. Master Sunbao nodded and agreed. This set of jinji doesn't have a name, everyone, give it a name. Monkey Ming, you thought of the concept for the jinji, give it a name, someone shouted from within the crowd. It caused a roar of laughter. Monkey Ming's true name was Ming Guanshan, but because he was short and thin, people called him Monkey Ming and he did not object. Monkey Ming's face flushed bright red. He stood up and said, everyone created this together. Ho, Brother Ming is trying to deflect the responsibility, as long as you don't call it Ming Ge Jinji, it's all fine, another person teased and everyone laughed. Even Master Jiwei smiled. This jinji came from your creativity, you should name it, do not refuse. Then someone shouted, but it has to be domineering and impressive. Monkey Ming did not refuse. He tilted his head and thought for a while before he said embarrassedly, then it will be called the King's Forbidden Firmament. King's Forbidden Firmament. How is it? Have you enjoyed your days? Feng Xinz had a friendly smile on his face. Xinghua Shui bowed slightly. Many thanks, Darren, for indulging me. Feng Xinz looked at the composed Xinghua Shui. A hint of admiration couldn't help but flash through his eyes. This really was a woman that could keep calm. Yet this type of woman was usually hard to deal with. Feng Xinz grimaced inside. After some more time, the Council of Elders will send people over. Do you know why? Feng Xinz said. Angel device raiment. Xinghua Shui was not stupid. She was also around Zuo Mo and understood the general situation. Yes. Feng Xinz took a deep breath. He decided to be honest. The angel device raiment is a pseudo-Shin device, and in this era, up until now it is the first creation that is so close to a Shin device. It is very important to us. Looking at Xinghua Shui who only smiled and didn't respond, Feng Xinz felt a headache coming. I hope that you can help us. If you can give us aid, the Blue Flower family will receive a higher status among the Yao, and your brother will be able to receive the later stages of the Yao art he is studying, Feng Xinz said. Feng Xinz smiled slightly. My brother's talents are limited, even if he has the knowledge, it will be difficult for him to advance. With his personality, this kind of calm and ordinary life is the best for him. As to the Xinghua family, my family is a branch family, and have never refused our duty to the main family. I have heard a saying, the power that one enjoys should be paired with the appropriate responsibilities. Feng Xinz's admiration rose. Yes, power and responsibility should be equal. Then have the other people of the Blue Flower worry about that. However, I hope that, when it does not harm Grandmaster Xiaoyun Hai, you can give us some conveniences. Xinghua Shui bowed and said, many thanks for your understanding. Pay attention to your safety. It will not be peaceful in the next while, Feng Xinz reminded. Xinghua Shui nodded. I will, I need to return. Finishing, she bid farewell to Feng Xinz, turned and walked inside. Returning to the inner compound, worry finally came up into her eyes. She knew Xiaoyun Hai's identity, and knew that if his identity was exposed, it would be terrible. Focused on her thoughts, she did not notice her surroundings. When she noticed there was someone in front of her, she seemed to wake up from a dream. She lifted her head and saw Zuo Mo gazing at her. Xinghua Shui was strangely alarmed, but she quickly recovered her calm. She bowed and said, "Darren." Zuo Mo waved his hand and set up Jinji around to stop people from eavesdropping. After doing this, he finally spoke. "Hey, we only fought once in the past, you don't have to chase me all the way here." Xinghua Shui stilled. She knew that Zuo Mo recognized her. She smiled. "I'm just curious about you. Curious?" Zuo Mo felt this explanation was too, he didn't know how to describe it. He asked helplessly, "Because of curiosity, you ran to the Mo territories?" "I had nothing else to do," Xinghua Shui said in a deliberately relaxed tone. Zuo Mo covered his forehead and sighed sorrowfully. He was completely defeated by this invincible reason. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Don't you know how dangerous?" "Will you?" Zuo Mo's expression froze on his face. A moment later, he snorted coldly and said, "Maybe. Do you know Ji's nickname in the past? They called me the Bloody Hand Butcher. If I haven't killed 10,000, I've killed at least 8,000. Xinghua Shui listened with a small smile and didn't interrupt. Was this woman's mind rusty? Zuo Mo felt for the first time that he didn't know how to keep talking. He shook his head and decided to put this problem to the side. From his observations in the past few days, this woman's mind wasn't normal, but she was still a reliable person. "Since you have come, GE will not waste labor." Zuo Mo muttered, "Go to the 10-finger prison, someone will find you." 10-finger prison? Someone will find her? Xinghua Shui was slightly puzzled, but she didn't ask. She nodded briskly. "All right." Zuo Mo was completely defeated. This girl was not normal, she didn't even ask. If the angel device raiment caused the entire world to have currents flowing under the surface, then the hot tide caused by the Earth Mo weapons was something that every person could feel. If one had to say who was in the worst mood right now, it was the merchants of Nether Spring Jia. For them, the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass was rare, but they had one or two in stock. But Buzhou City was many Jia away and they could only stare. Those were Earth Mo weapons. When Xuan traded for the clearly chakrams, people felt even more regret. At this time, inside a sky shark, a yellow-faced man stood silently in the corner. His appearance was ordinary, and his presence was not very strong, but his back was straight and his spirit could not be disguised. If Zuo Mo was here and saw this figure, he would definitely blurt out eldest Qi Wei Sheng. When the news that one could use reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass to trade for Earth Mo weapons spread, Wei Sheng instantly concluded that Xiao Yunhai was Zuo Mo. He did not hesitate. After disguising himself, he started to travel day and night towards Buzhou City. Fighting in order to elevate himself had caused him to become a pond brimming with water. The content concerning Shin power that Zuo Mo had sent him using paper cranes was the hand that brushed away the clouds and mist to show him a completely new path of the sword. On his journey, he had synthesized Zuo Mo's knowledge, and comprehended a new method to use his mind to refine the god-killing blood sword. His presence became even more concealed, his sword essence more ethereal, and his past sharp edges had dissipated. He had gotten onto a sky shark. This way, he had more time to comprehend and meditate. While he could only just stand and there wasn't a place to sit, he quickly adjusted. If people in the surroundings noticed him, they would find to their surprise that Wei Sheng's presence was becoming even more ordinary. Even his spirit became fainter. This sky shark passed through many stops with people getting on and off. However, there were more getting on than getting off. The already tight quarters became even more crowded. While there were Mo matrices that filtered the air, it was still crowded and human inside. Sound of complaints occasionally sounded. Wei Sheng leaned against the way, his eyes half-lidded as though he was asleep. Suddenly, an imperceptible light flashed across his half-lidded eyes but then disappeared. Several sharp gazes swept across him and he didn't seem to detect them. The other's gaze quickly moved away from him. Translator ramblings, even fantasy worlds cannot avoid packed buses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, Trembling in Fear. Chapter 720, Trembling in Fear. King's Forbidden Firmament. Zuo Mo was astounded when he received it. He was skilled and was immediately sucked into the unique framework. His skill was far beyond those of Golden Crow Camp, and he quickly concluded that constructing this Jinji was plausible and extremely powerful. Even he didn't know how strong it would be. Zuo Mo swept across, reading multiple lines at once. Just at a glance, he could know where there were mistakes in the details. Other than several extremely small flaws, there were actually no major mistakes in such a complex jinji. This astounded Zuo Mo. It had to be said that even those famous jinji would usually have several weaknesses, but these weaknesses were just unknown. From Zuo Mo's perspective, King's Forbidden Firmament was a super jinji that was almost close to perfect. However, he could only know how powerful this novel structure that merged seal scripts and Mo matrices together once he made the jinji. An obstacle that was unsurpassable to Golden Crow Camp was not a problem at all for Zuo Mo, who had the Sunshin Fire. The King's Forbidden Firmament deeply attracted him. He was extremely curious about its power. Without almost any hesitation, Zuo Mo started to forge. After making the Angel Device Raiment and the 4 Earth Mo weapons, Zuo Mo's skill had almost reached the point of perfection. Not just in the Mo territories, even in the Shouja realms, his forging skill would not be lacking in comparison to those forging masters. He had enough materials and countless treasures. The strong feeling of danger caused Zuo Mo to forget to rest and eat. Ian felt his heart beat wildly. Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai suddenly requested a terrifying list of materials. The types of materials on it were 10 times greater than last time. What did Grandmaster want to do? Did he want to forge Earth Mo weapons again? Even a person as experienced as Ian couldn't help but inhale when he thought of this. When the 4 Earth Mo weapons had appeared, Ian had been extremely excited. The amount of attention from all of the Mo territories had caused him to see the glorious future of Rare Artifacts Hall. However, he smelt strong danger from the undercurrents caused by the Angel Device Raiment. As more and more people came to Buzhou City, he became even more anxious. Even the arrogant Tang family was docilely curled up by the side. Their battalion was stationed outside the city, but they didn't dare to send them inside. Even he knew that there were at least 3 martial levels in the city, and this number was increasing. Any martial would be enough to wipe all of Buzhou City from the map. In a fight between 2 martials, everything within 1,000 li would be flattened. If martials were in melee battle. Ian shook. He had put away Blue Horsefly a long time ago. Right now, he only hoped to get Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass from the 2 Mo weapons and have the gradually uncontrollably situation cool down. Worried that the Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass would excite Grandmaster, he had concealed the news that they had gotten 1 Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. He was waiting for the last 2 Earth Mo weapons to be exchanged before he presented them to Grandmaster together. If Grandmaster saw the Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass, was excited, and started to forge Earth Mo weapons again. When the worried Ian saw the materials list that Zuo Mo had handed, his expression changed. 10 times the previous amount of materials. With Grandmaster's skill, how many Earth Mo weapons would it be? Was Grandmaster crazy? Did he want to become a wholesale supplier of Earth Mo weapons? Ian, who had hurried to persuade Zuo Mo to do otherwise, was stopped by Xang Lianer. Zuo Mo was forging the core parts of the King's Forbidden Firmament and could not be disturbed. Ian immediately felt his head swell and didn't know whether to advance or flee. If he did not see Grandmaster, he could not persuade him otherwise. Also, Grandmaster had told him to prepare the materials at the fastest possible speed. If Grandmaster came out and saw that the materials were not be prepared, it would be terrible. No matter what, Ian did not dare to offend Zuo Mo now. Ian decided to not care. If the sky fell, it would crush the tallest first. It was correct to first pander to Grandmaster. Returning to Rare Artifacts Hall, he had his subordinates start to prepare materials. There were no walls without holes in the world. Rare Artifacts Hall was the focus of attention by many, and the movement of so much materials could not be concealed. Grandmaster was going to forge Earth Mo weapons again. The news quickly spread as though it had wings. After flying for 3 days and nights, the Sky Shark finally stopped. It needed to rest for an entire day. The passengers who had been suffocated inside the Sky Shark charged out like a flood and breathed in the fresh air outside. The merchants that had been waiting by the side immediately came over and warmly called at the customers. Wei Sheng unnoticeably moved away from the merchants. He carefully followed behind that group of people along with the flow of people moving. There was no expression on his face, and there was only an occasional flash of cold that would flash through his eyes. Coexists Sword Xiu. Those people were Coexists Sword Xiu. Wei Sheng was almost unusually sensitive to sword essence. While the others were disguised, there wasn't any slip-up, and their presences were concealed. They would not expect someone would be able to see sword essence so clearly. Detecting the unique Coexists sword essence on their bodies, Wei Sheng's murderousness rose. The individuals were strong, and should be inner sect members of Coexists. Coexists inner sect members on this Sky Shark that was only going to Buzhou City. Then their target was definitely Zuo Mo Shitty. Wei Sheng suppressed the murderousness he felt and decided to first investigate thoroughly. Kunlun definitely wouldn't make such a major move for a few Earth MO weapons. They definitely had a goal unknown to others. They really are country bumpkins, just a few Earth MO weapons is enough to excite them to this. Hua Shan couldn't resist complaining. There are too many people inside, it is smelly and stuffy, so irritating. Jin Ren comforted her, Shimmy, hold on for a few more days, when we meet up with Su Shirshu at Buzhou City, it will not be so difficult. Why didn't eldest Qi Xiang come this time? When Hua Shan mentioned Lin Xian, her eyes became full of admiration. If eldest Qi Xiang had come, that would be great, it has been so long since we saw eldest Qi Xiang. Jin Ran grimaced inside. He liked Hua Shan, but Hua Shan admired eldest Qi Xiang Lin Xian. It was difficult to feel jealous of eldest Qi Xiang, who was also his idol. In the sect, the great majority of female Shou admired eldest Qi Xiang. The heavily bearded middle-aged person who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke, your eldest Qi Xiang has other duties, he is working much harder. The two immediately closed their mouths. The middle-aged person was their Shirshu Lei Yi. Lei Yi Shirshu was one step into Fanshu. And if it wasn't that the mission this time was too important, the sect definitely would not have sent Lei Yi Shirshu. While Jin Ran and Hua Shan also had Uniying cultivation, Lei Yi Shirshu was multiple times stronger than them. More important than our mission this time? Hua Shan couldn't resist asking. Jin Ran was also curious. He knew that for this mission, the sect had sent out 2 Fanshu Shirshu, and 7 Shirshu that were close to Fanshu. However, the death of the Xiankong Temple Elder Corps meant that Kunlun did not dare to slack off in this mission. Lei Yi glanced at her and said coldly, you have forgotten the sect rules? What you can ask, and what you cannot ask, don't you know? Hua Shan's face immediately paled and she trembled. Jin Ran at the side also felt intimidated. Suddenly, Lei Yi's eyes widened. Friend, stop sneaking and introduce yourself. Wei Sheng, who was in the shadows, grimaced inside. He was devout towards the sword, and the sword oath he had taken was deeply engraved into his mind. When he saw the sword show of Kunlun, the sword oath would appear in his mind and his murderousness would unconsciously leak out. However, since the other had found him, he would not hide. He held the blood sword as he walked out of the shadows. Wei Sheng! Jin Ran's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed. Hua Shan heard this and paled. Among those wanted by Kunlun, Wei Sheng was among the top. His name among the younger generation was extremely well known, as eldest Qi Xiang Lin Xian praised him. Many disciples did not accept this. Wu Kong Sword Sect. That obscure primitive sect? They had never even heard of it. But no matter if it was out of wariness or competitiveness, Wei Sheng's reputation was known among the younger Kunlun disciples. Lei Yi slowly said, so you are Wei Sheng? His expression was cold. As though he was looking down at an ant, he said indifferently, since we encountered you, today is the day you die. Hearing this, Wei Sheng raised the god-killing blood sword in his hand and bared his teeth. He said loudly, this is what I want to say to you. All of you, come at me together. Jin Ran and Hua Shan stilled. They hadn't thought that Wei Sheng would be so arrogant. Lei Yi's murderousness burned in his eyes. He snorted coldly, you don't know your limits. He didn't take out his sword and just pointed his fingers at Wei Sheng. Hiss crack! In a flash, countless dancing electrical snakes erupted from his hands. The blinding light caused one's vision to turn white for a moment. Almost in a blink, the lightning reached a terrifying level. The ground underneath his feet silently turned to dust. Lightning! A shout with a unique rhythm, the light suddenly exploded. The silver bright light caused Wei Sheng's vision to turn white. An irregularly shaped lightning bolt that was the thickness of an arm suddenly shot out of his finger, tore apart the air, and headed straight at Wei Sheng. Boom! The deep thunder spread. The air between the two was taken over by the lightning in that moment. There was nothing faster than lightning. Before Wei Sheng could block, the curving lightning was almost a hand length from his hand. He could clearly feel the destructive power contained in this lightning sword energy. If he was struck, he would immediately turn to dust. At this moment of life and death, Wei Sheng's mind was unusually clear. The god-killing blood sword in his hand felt a threat and the blood light erupted. Wei Sheng swung it almost without any thought. The small amount of Shen power that he had managed to form inside his body furiously flooded towards the god-killing blood sword with all of his Ling power. Editor's note, in chapter 674, Wei Shen swears a sword oath to kill all Kunlun Sword Sect disciples. Translator ramblings, the thing I really want to find out is how much pollution do they save on with using living animals rather than buses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721, Swear by the Sword. Chapter 721 Swear by the Sword. Wei Shang's body shook. The air around him immediately turned blood red, marks of blood appearing on the body of the god-killing blood sword. A thick killing presence swept out. A blood-red curtain materialized with the sword swing. The thick lightning sword energy smashed against the blood curtain with the destructive power of nature. The blood curtain lit up. Howls of wild beasts roared from within, and threads of blood appeared on the blood-red curtain. Lei Yi's expression changed slightly. Both the blood curtain and the blood sword emanated a strong and savage presence. Lei Yi knew that people who cultivated sword scriptures like this would have their minds corroded over time to become bloodthirsty and cruel. This kind of sword show was extremely dangerous. They didn't need any reason to kill people, and were true killing madmen. However, those that cultivated a killing sword would have difficulty advancing the further they got. They easily got lost in the bloodlust of killing and would walk to their own destruction in the end. Yet when he saw Wei Shang clearly just now, under that terrifying curtain of blood, Wei Shang's eyes were filled with devotion to the sword, and his attachment to his belief. Even his presence was clear and honest without any hint of the insanity. With just a glance, Lei Yi detected Wei Shang's stone-hard determination. In a flash, he thought of Lin Qian, and unconsciously compared the two. Lin Qian was much better than this boy. Lei Yi instinctively thought this, but at this moment, his gaze met Wei Shang's gaze. Behind the curtain of blood, there seemed to be something burning in that pair of eyes. Was it belief? Or stubbornness? It burned so hot, so determined, without any qualms or concerns. Even the thick blood curtain could not hide it. Lin Qian was much better than this boy, but in terms of attachment to the sword, he was slightly lacking. Lei Yi jumped in fright at the conclusion he had just made. How was it possible? The two shouldn't be able to be compared at all. Who was Lin Qian? He was the disciple with the most outstanding in talent and personality from hundreds of thousands of Kunlun disciples. He received the best mentorship, he was hardworking and never slacked off, he was born noble. Wei Shang was from a rural little sect, starting as a low sword servant, but all of these thoughts flashed by like lightning. Lei Yi was paralyzed in shock at his own thoughts. This boy could not be left alive. This thought exploded like thunder in his mind. Killing intent immediately filled his entire body. Countless little bolts of lightning swam around his eyes. His hair danced in the wind. Lightning shrouded his body, and his presence reached a peak. At this moment, he didn't have any cares about exposing his identity. There was only one person in Lei Yi's eyes, only one thought. No matter how, no matter the price he had to pay, this boy had to die. Blocking the other strike, the god-killing blood sword in Wei Shang's hand immediately became excited. It rang and hummed in Wei Shang's hand and tried to break free of his grip. Wei Shang's hand seemed to be forged from steel and didn't move a sliver. The battle spirit in his eyes burned even hotter. Gripping the god-killing blood sword, Wei Shang's body bowed slightly, curling inward into a ball. However, his slightly raised face was unparalleled in its determination. Swear by the sword. The words came from deep within his chest, spoken with great confidence and a steely determination. It was like a hammer smashing against their minds. The ringing of the god-killing blood sword in Wei Shang's hand suddenly stopped. As the last word was said, Wei Shang's sword was slowly swung as though it was thousands of caddies heavy. The marks of blood on the sword seemed to be attracted by a great force, floating up from the sword and slowly spinning around the blade. Lei Yi felt extreme danger. The lightning energy in his eyes grew. A silver and uniquely shaped flying sword appeared in front of him. This flying sword seemed to be a section of a lightning bolt, about 1 zhan long and irregularly shaped. There were many splits like branches of a tree, it twisted and turned. It was completely silver, and the material that it was made from was unknown. Lei Yi's famed flying sword, Sky Lightning Branch. When the Sky Lightning Branch was pointed to the sky, the cloud layer within hundreds of li suddenly gathered towards the space above his head like an avalanche. In a moment, there were black clouds gathered above Lei Yi's head that stretched endlessly. The sky immediately became as dark as night. Hiss crack! The sky suddenly lit up with a twisted and burning bolt of lightning. The lightning landed on the Sky Lightning Branch, and the sword lit up. This was just a start. As the lightning continued to strike the Sky Lightning Branch, it became almost as bright as the sun. An astounding amount of lightning surrounded it. The lightning accumulated in the cloud layer within hundreds of li, all gathered on it. The Sky Lightning Branch seemed to be alive as it moved within a thick ball of lightning. The entire city was disturbed by such a great noise. Stop! Imo shouted angrily, are you crazy? Careful, they are Shouja. Lei Yi ignored them. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes that flashed with lightning were icy. Zuo Mo tried to come closer. Several bolts of lightning suddenly shot out of the gathering ball of lightning and struck them. The lightning flashed, and there was nothing left where the people had been floating there. The other Mo all changed expression. No one dared to come close. Jin Ran and Hua Shan looked excitedly at Lei Shixu. While they had known that Lei Shixu was unfathomably powerful, they were still greatly amazed when they saw it with their own eyes. Lei was like a lightning god on earth. He looked on coolly, his index and middle finger pointing out together. His eyes were wide as he shouted, "Die!" The sky lightning branch within the ball of lightning suddenly turned into an unusually thick bolt of lightning that dove towards Wei Shang with an unstoppable presence. The lightning was like a great enormous silver sword with a terrifying presence as it split the sky. The blinding silver light illuminated the world, reflected in countless pairs of terrified eyes. The power of nature amazed everyone. This sword strike contained the power of the lightning in the world. People were unable to make out if it was lightning or sword essence. Yet in this patch of silver-white lightning, a blood curtain seemed to slowly, yet determinedly spread. The deep voice from within the blood curtain was so clear, and so determined. Even in front of the power of nature, it did not submit at all, and did not tremble. By the offering of Kunlun blood. By the offering of Kunlun blood? Lei Yi's eyes turned even colder. All the Ling power in his blood flooded out without any regard for consequences. The sky lightning branch at the tip of that curving twisted lightning bolt trembled. The surrounding lightning became even denser. It pierced the air, and shot at Wei Shang at a speed hard to detect with the naked eye. A hint of joy flashed across Lei Yi's cold eyes. An indescribable understanding appeared in his mind. With this sword strike, he had touched Fanshu, and touched the fundamental rules of the world. His cultivation that had not improved for a long time broke through at this time. He was so happy he wanted to howl at the sky. At this time, he suddenly saw out of the corner of his eyes an unusually bright and thin bloodline follow the path of Wei Shang's sword strike. It penetrated the blood curtain and headed straight for the lightning striking down out of the sky. The bloodline wasn't any slower than Lei Yi's strike. Lei Yi's eyes widened. How was that possible? Compared to the thick lightning created by the sky lightning branch, the bloodline was so thin it was almost overlooked. Compared to the astoundingly destructive presence of the sky lightning branch, the thin line of blood didn't have any presence. It appeared in front of the sky lightning branch seemingly without any warning. Both attacks were extremely fast, so fast that both sides could not react at all. Hiss! A strange dissonant howl rang out. The bloodline was like an extremely sharp knife that cut across tofu. The strangely shaped and seemingly alive flying sword, sky lightning branch, which caused the thick lightning and changed the color of the sky, was split apart by this nondescript thin line of blood. Split into two. The bloodline that sliced through the lightning disappeared from Lei Yi's vision. Before he could react, he suddenly felt as though a slippery thing flashed through his mind. He had never felt something so strange. A ruler-straight mark appeared on the small embryo that had started to form in his body. An embryo that now faded into nothingness. Lei Yi's eyes went wide. His expression was slightly puzzled. An extremely small and straight mark of blood slowly appeared on his face and body. This. The puzzlement in Lei Yi's eyes gradually turned into great terror. This was Shin power. The blood which contained Ling power sprouted from that blood mark that traversed his body. His vision turned bloody red. His remaining Ling power could feel the presence of his two nearby disciples who were now just like him. Bewildered, endless darkness came at him. He seemed to hear a noise and then he lost consciousness. What he didn't know was that their fresh blood had turned into 3 blood arrows that was absorbed by the god-killing blood sword. The world was covered by silver light. The lightning that lost control was a savage power. It exploded. The bright light forced people's eyes closed. All of their senses were useless in front of such a savage explosion. Everyone's minds were blank and they were like branches swept up in a flood. Wei Shang's face was pale and bloodless. He held the god-killing blood sword with a death grip and allowed it to carry him among the turbulence. In the moment he touched ground, his legs gave out and he almost fell over. After killing such a strong enemy, there was no joy on his face. There was faint sorrow in his mind. However, his mind was strong and he quickly broke free of his sorrow. There was a bitter smile on his face. This god-killing blood sword was powerful, but with his power, he only had enough for one strike. After that one strike, he would be exhausted and wouldn't have any power to fight back. That strike just now didn't just take all the Ling and Shin power in his body, it had also used almost 1/5 of the blood in his body. Wei Shang had never cultivated a Mo physique. His body was not on a level comparable with Zuo Mo. 1/5 of all his blood was enough to almost kill him. Right now, he had no power, and he didn't know when he could recover. For Xiuhe, the blood in their bodies was their purest source of power. If it was used it was difficult to recover. Shaking his head, Wei Sheng did not feel any regret. The sword oath he had vowed was set in his heart. Not just 1/5 of his blood, even if he lost his life, he would not regret it at all. However, he could not go on like this to Buzhou City. Wouldn't he become a burden to Shidi? At this time, the god-killing blood sword in his hand suddenly moved and started to pull him down into the ground. Wei Sheng was shocked. He felt as though he was sinking into water without any sluggishness, and quickly sank down into the earth. The god-killing blood sword continued to pull him downwards. Translator ramblings: the sword is almost an object of worship in fantasy novels, especially Chinese ones. I feel that authors lavish more words and content on the sword, the moves, the comprehension than they do on the main character's friends or romantic partner in stories. We could probably call it the cult of the sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, Progress. Chapter 722, Progress. Deep underground. Wei Sheng's eyes were tightly closed and his face was as white as paper. Suddenly, a thread of blood came out of the body of the god-killing blood sword. The blood flow quickly increased. With the streams of blood coming off the sword, it appeared as though it was just pulled out of a pool of blood. The viscous blood seemed to be alive as it inched along the sword, climbing onto Wei Sheng's sword hand, and up onto his arm. Blood continued to come out of the god-killing blood sword, and then visibly seeped into Wei Sheng's body. Color began returning to Wei Sheng's white face. In the earth, Wei Sheng did not give off any presence. There were thousands of parts piled up in mountains around Zuo Mo, each one a different shape and design. He didn't rest, eat, or drink for 5 whole days, one part after another forming in his hand and then being thrown onto the mountainous pile next to him. Even with Zuo Mo's strong Mo physique, his body showed clear signs of weariness and exhaustion. However, the Sunshin fire in front of him was unusually steady and didn't tremble at all. Zuo Mo's astounding forging skill was perfectly displayed. Another part was finished. He stopped and shoved a handful of Lingdan into his mouth. He carefully felt Ling power surge into his dry channels. The Sun Seed was best for recovering Shin power, but Zuo Mo couldn't bear to use them. But he had a huge pile of Lingdan in his ring, and he could waste them as he wished. With every Sun Seed used of his finite supply, there would be one less. Taking the time while his Ling power was recovering, he examined the King's Forbidden Firmament again. The Jinji that Golden Crow Camp had designed naturally leaned more towards seal formations, and the King's Forbidden Firmament was not an exception. While it used MO matrices, it was still mostly seal scripts. The seal scripts made up 7/10 and the MO matrices 3/10 of the Jinji. Zuo Mo's spell level had been exercised greatly by the astounding number of things forged, and adding on the 8 of the Gravestone Oath, Zuo Mo's weakest skill, spells, had improved rapidly. Right now, it had reached the 2nd class and was the same as his Yao arts. After his greatest shortcoming was amended, his power had quickly increased. According to Pu's system, Zuo Mo's present Shin power level was intermediate earth level, and his Shin technique was 2nd class. However, it was far behind the Rhinoceros Mo god. The Rhinoceros Mo god's Shin power level was late earth level, and his Shin technique was 1st class. If he didn't have the little Mo treasure cup, Zuo Mo could not even hope to match the Rhinoceros Mo god. But after his Shin technique reached 2nd class, Zuo Mo's forging speed became even faster. His control of Sun Shin fire reached an astounding level. This meant that he would almost never make mistakes. The quality of the parts that he forged using Shin power far surpassed the level that Golden Crow Camp had required in their design. Altogether, there were 18,000 parts. Each part was a work of art, the perfect merging of MO matrices and seal scripts giving off in unique beauty. Zuo Mo found after forging these parts that the effect of Shin power in forging was even more outstanding. Shin power and Shin fire could almost completely purify the impurities in materials, and inscribe MO matrices and seal scripts into the material. This kind of inscription was completely different from Ling power and was closer to a natural growth. Other than the astounding rate of Shin power expenditure, Zuo Mo was overjoyed at its effects. Zuo Mo used a new forging method for all the core parts. He called it the Shin forging method. Of the 18,000 parts, he forged 81 using the Shin forging method. What was another happy surprise to Zuo Mo was that he found the Shin forging method could greatly increase the skill of Shin techniques. The skill level of Shin techniques was determined by the control level of Shin power. Previously, Zuo Mo was only able to increase his Shin technique power through increasing his 3 powers. With the Shin forging method, he could use it to increase his Shin technique and control for multiplied effects. However, Zuo Mo had tested Not all materials could be used with the Shin forging method. Materials under 6th grade would turn to ash when the Shin forging method was used. Zuo Mo found several kinds of patterns from the gold leaf that were close to Mo matrices and seal scripts. He called them Shin glyphs. He had used one on the angel device raiment, and it had been the simplest one. Zuo Mo had now mastered 2 Shin glyphs. Other than the one he had used on the angel device raiment, he had one other Shin glyph. Materials that could support Shin glyphs had to be at least 8th grade. The reason for at least was because Zuo Mo had tried with a 7th grade material and then watched as it turned into a pile of ash. He had some 8th grade materials, but he didn't dare to use it to experiment. Only now did Zuo Mo feel shocked by the grade of the Mo weapon rudiments he had created with the weapon layer craftsmanship. They were able to tolerate Shin glyphs, didn't mean they were at least 8th grade. This caused Zuo Mo to be filled with interest about the weapon layering craftsmanship. While general level Mo weapons were expensive, but as long as it was a Mo weapon, it could be bought. But 8th grade materials were not things that could be bought with Mabe. It definitely was a profitable business to use general level Mo weapons to convert to 8th grade materials. Little Mo Go suppressed his urges to do business. He felt the recovering Shin power turn into the 3 powers and then slowly into Shin power. He once again went back to forging. 10 whole days. When the last part was finished, Zuo Mo looked at the mountain of parts in front of him with a feeling of accomplishment. 18,000 parts. He had finished in 10 days. While he had finished all the required parts, he did not set up the Jinji immediately. He shoved a great number of Lingdan into his mouth and entered meditation. Only he would dare to use so many Lingdan at once. If it was a Shouja, their Ling channels would rupture and explode. Zuo Mo's Mo physique was powerful, and his channels were much stronger than other Shouja. His Ling power could also turn into other powers and reduce the stress on his channels. 3 days later, he opened his eyes again. The faint great day matrices appeared on his eyes with an indescribable aura. All of the power in his body, and his tired mind had recovered to peak condition. Standing up, he waved his hand lightly and the mountain of parts in front of him disappeared into the air. Ian was very happy when Grandmaster summoned him immediately after leaving seclusion. This showed that Grandmaster trusted him, but when he learned that Grandmaster had not forged Earth Mo weapons, Ian was slightly disappointed. If Grandmaster forged Earth Mo weapons, he could pick 2 for free. However, he was more relieved. As long as there were no more Earth Mo weapons, the situation, which was already so tense that a spark could ignite it, would not be further exacerbated. Ian felt fear at the dangerous situation of Buzhou City. But Grandmaster's next words caused him to pale and almost jump up. Grandmaster! Please do not. The present Buzhou City is a barrel of dynamite, it might explode at any movement. If you leave the city now, if... Ian wanted to persuade Zuo Mo away. Zuo Mo knew his worry and comforted, it's fine, we will be careful and no one will know. You are familiar with the region, do you know any place nearby that has a river, mountain, and earth fire? Ian's expression was frantic as he opened his mouth to speak. Zuo Mo saw his expression and waved his hand to stop the other. He said, don't persuade me otherwise, I also know it is not safe outside. However, if something happens, can you keep me safe? This is relatively safe, Ian said. Relatively safe? Zuo Mo smirked coldly. If the marshal comes, is it still safe? If it is 2 marshals, is it still safe? 3? There are at least 5 marshals in the city. Ian broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't think of any counter-arguments. Zuo Mo waved his hand and said gently, this cannot be blamed on you. I have to consider the worst-case situation. Is there any place nearby that satisfies my needs? Ian did not argue further. Since Grandmaster knew, then he definitely had some move that Ian didn't know. He thought for a moment and then his eyes lit up. He said, about 700 li northwest of Buzhou City, there is a place called the Grave Ghost Mound. It has a river, mountain, and earth fire. However, that place is heavy with Yin energy and ghost fiends frequently appear. It is also not a populous place. Zuo Mo heard this and didn't hesitate. Then we'll go to the Grave Ghost Mound. Ian gritted his teeth and nodded. Grandmaster, please wait for a moment. A short while later, the elite guards of Rare Artifacts Hall finished gathering. Zuo Mo's gaze swept the 70 guards in front of him and nodded inwardly. Rare Artifact Hall was really an old faction with a long history. Just these 70 people represented a considerable amount of power. Especially that guard leader with the indifferent expression, he was marshal level. Zuo Mo could not imagine a marshal willing to act as a guard leader for a business. No wonder Rare Artifacts Hall was so confident. They had such an expert, and naturally did not fear. Zuo Mo's gaze swept around. Ague, Sang Lianer, and Beansprout were all here, and only Qinghua Shui was missing. What was that woman doing? Zuo Mo was puzzled and was about to ask Pu Yao when his vision blurred and Qinghua Shui appeared and bowed. Sorry for the wait. The moment that Qinghua Shui appeared, the guard leader's expression changed, and his pupils contracted. Zuo Mo examined Qinghua Shui. His expression did not change, but he was shocked inside. Pu, what did you do to her? Zuo Mo immediately asked Pu Yao in secret. He remembered that Pu Yao had Qinghua Shui go to the 10-finger prison and most likely had passed something to her. However, the increase in her power was so great it was slightly terrifying. Pu Yao was lazy. Nothing major, I coincidentally had a completed, blue flower, on my hands so I gave it to her. Just that? Zuo Mo didn't believe it. Pu Yao said amusedly, the blue flower family are a bunch of idiots and wasted such a good seed. Her calmness is shocking, and she is the calmest person I have ever seen. She is born to cultivate the blue flower. Her accumulation is so great you cannot imagine it. However, she didn't have the following parts of the art, so she was stuck at her previous level. Can you imagine it? The previous her compared to when she was 13 hasn't changed much. The blue flower family has no eyes. However, if she was not so calm, after being stuck for so many years, she would have exploded a long time ago. That is too exaggerated. Looking at Qinghua Shui, Zuo Mo was still amazed. There was such a freak in the world. Translator ramblings, Pu Yao finds another lost soul to join his group. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, A Snowy Blue Flower. Chapter 723, A Snowy Blue Flower. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, under the protection of the rare artifacts hall guards, the group secretly left the city that night. A journey of 700 li was not far for them. Out of consideration for safety, when they left the city, they suddenly sped up. They did not spare the endurance of their Mo steeds and flew at top speed. The moon and stars were bright, the night wind howled, and the group all had extremely grave expressions. If one had to say who was under the most surveillance in Buzhou City, it was undoubtedly Zuo Mo. While there was a blood pool deep in the compound that led out the city, this did not guarantee that they would not attract any attention. As expected, when they were just 30 li outside of the city, they noticed people trailing them. The guard leader of Rare Artifacts Hall's expression did not change as he said coldly, Team 2, stop them. 7 guards quickly left the ranks and charged towards the enemies following them. Their mission was not to kill the enemy but delay them. The guard leader glanced at Zuo Mo. Seeing Zuo Mo's calm expression, a hint of praise flashed through his eyes. He moved his gaze away and ordered, burning fire medicine. But the other guards heard this and each took out a bright red medicinal pellet, then shoved it into the mouths of the Mo steeds under them. The eyes of the Mo steeds immediately filled with blood and their speed doubled. Faint sorrow flashed through the eyes of many guards. These Mo steeds had mostly followed them for many years, and were their companions. The burning blood medicine could activate their greatest potential, but when the effects passed, they would die. The effects of the burning blood medicine was clear. The Mo steeds were of extraordinary quality to start, and fast. Now that their speed doubled, they instantly left the people behind in the dust. Some guards released a breath. The pressure of the mission this time surpassed any of their previous missions. Zuo Mo and Sang Lianer exchanged a look of seriousness. Even with their increased speed, they had not managed to throw everyone off. There were at least 3 people still following closely behind. Qinghua Shui seemed to detect it as well. She looked at Zuo Mo. Other people thought that Xiao Yunhai was just an Mo weapon master, but she knew that Xiao Yunhai was Xiao Mo Gu. She knew Xiao Mo Gu was strong. Detecting Qinghua Shui's gaze, Zuo Mo's mouth did not move, but his voice passed clearly into her mind. Mind speech art. Qinghua Shui was slightly shocked. She hadn't thought that Xiao Mo Gu would even know such an obscure Yao art. There are 3 behind us, and when something happens, you will be the first to attack. Pay attention and try to lead them to a place without people. Qinghua Shui imperceptibly nodded. She was intelligent and immediately understood what Zuo Mo intended. Of all of them, only she could fight without any reservations, so she naturally became the main fighting force. Her mind was calm and restful. She was not excited at all about the battle about to come. If this was any other person, and their power had just skyrocketed, their fighting spirit would most likely be high now. Suddenly, a dangerous shadow appeared in the calm lake of her mind. Qinghua Shui's expression was calm as the fingers on her right hand pointed behind her. The Yao art that had been prepared left her hand was revealed. A blue ray of light flew out of her hand and, like a soft ribbon, circled around and then shot behind her. Blue flower fulfillment wrapping technique. If the Blue family patriarch was here, he would be greatly surprised. The blue flower fulfillment wrapping technique was a secret of the Blue family that only the main branch could learn. Even in the present family, there were less than 5 members that could use this technique, and all of them were elders older than 40 years. Xinghua Shui had a clear understanding of her power and her position. With Zuo Mo and the others as support behind her, she did not need to hold anything back. At the same time, her left hand rose. There was a blue bat on her wrist. This blue bat looked adorable without any hint of killing energy like a pet. Blue flower bat. The blue bat opened its mouth and gave off a few squeaks. A faint handful of blue light shot out of the blue bat's mouth. Within the area covered by the blue light, a figure appeared. The other hadn't thought that Xinghua Shui's Yao art was so strong. Caught off guard, he was struck. When the blue light touched the body, it turned into a dense blue fire that clung onto the person's body and burned. The other's disguise immediately disappeared and revealed his true appearance. A bright red ling armor with many places covered in a layer of blue flowers. He looked disheveled. Xiozha. The other guards were astounded. While they knew that Xiozha had managed to sneak into the Mo territories for the angel device raiment, they hadn't thought that the Xiozha would be so daring. Between experts, a misstep in one moment would mean losing the advantage. Just as this Xiozha was forced to show himself by the blue light, the blue flower fulfillment wrapping technique silently wrapped onto the other's legs. The thin blue ribbon was unusually strong. Pia, the other's ling armor at his legs immediately shattered. A furious howl. A blue sword light shot into the sky like a hailstorm. Countless shards of ice spread. The blue light of the blue bat was actually blocked by these shards of ice. The blue flower fulfillment technique that had wrapped around the other was cut into multiple lengths by the sword energy. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strong murderousness spread. Coenluan Sword Xiao. What the other cultivated was Coenluan's famous glacier sword. It used the ancient and ever-frozen glacier sword essence, and could freeze all. This person's cultivation was close to Fanshu and extremely powerful. While he had lost the advantage at the start, when he attacked, the presence was as different as expected. Xinghua Shui did not think that much. She was not so innocent to think that her 2 Yao arts just now were enough to kill the other. After her 2 Yao arts left her hand, she had begun preparing new Yao arts. Her wrist turned, the blue bat spread its wings and flew into the sky. Countless rays of blue light fell from the body of the blue bat. In the next moment, these thin rays of light formed a blue tower. The blue tower was covered in exquisite patterns. A blue bat stood guard at the top of the tower. Bat Tower. The blue tower moved quickly. Like an enormous metal cage, it even enveloped the shards of ice. The iciness immediately dissipated, and the ice shards inside the tower disappeared at an astounding rate. Lu Han was both shocked and angry. He hadn't thought a single moment of inattention would cause him to end up in such a disadvantageous state. He usually was proud. When had he been left so disheveled before? Also, the enemy was just a little girl. If news of this spread, wouldn't his reputation fall to the floor? For the mission this time, the sect had really bled and sent out numerous experts. When the angel device raiment had appeared in the Mo territories, it meant that Coenluan would not be able to obtain it through conventional methods. If they couldn't trade for it, they could only steal it. In order to not attract attention, the sword show of Coenluan split into groups to sneak into the Mo territories. Lu Han's group arrived the earliest and had been hidden near Buzhou City all this time to search for an opportunity. Out of wariness, he had set up several secret scouting bases outside the city. Tonight, these secret scouts finally became useful. However, he wasn't the only one to set up secret scouts outside of the city. During the pursuit, they had encountered many factions with the same goal. A melee battle had started, a short yet intense one. In the span of a few dozen breaths, almost all of the elite sword show around him had died. In the Mo territories, Coenluan didn't just lack advantages, they also were in enemy territory. If their identities were exposed, they would be surrounded and attacked by other Mo factions. Lu Han was powerful and didn't lose the target. There were also 2 people who didn't get left behind like himself. His original intentions had been to sneak close to Xiaoyun Hai, capture him, and then use him to control the situation. He hadn't expected that he would be found by Xinghua Shui just as he neared. In the intelligence he received, Xinghua Shui was an insignificant person. While she had fought against the head of the Tang family guards, but in the eyes of pseudo-Fanshu level Xiozha, strength of that level wasn't worth a mention. Yet they quickly found the details on Xinghua Shui. Xinghua Shui was born from a branch family of the Blue Flower family. The fact that she had been sent to join the envoy proved that the blue flower did not place any importance on her. Everyone had thought that she had appeared by Xiaoyun Hai's side because Feng Xinz had gifted her as a maid to Xiaoyun Hai. This speculation was appropriate to her status and identity. However, this woman that was thought to be a maid had put him in a sorry state. His first conclusion was that she was a secret piece that Feng Xinz had set down. Yet the time did not allow him to think on this further. The other's Yaoarts came constantly like a noose continuously tightening around his neck. The blue light inside the blue tower was multiple times thicker than before. He seemed to have fallen into a bog. Each movement was difficult. Even stranger was that the speed of his Ling power circulation inside his body had started to slow as well. At this time, Lu Han didn't dare to underestimate Qinghua Shui at all. He moved all the Ling power in his body and shouted. The ice soul sword in his body was suddenly thrust into the ground. Snowy white icy frost quickly spread into the surroundings. Then immediately after, the ground around Lu Han started to tremble violently as though something was about to break out. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ground. Countless snowy white and icy sword essences flooded out of the ice cracks. 10,000 sword glacier. The ice swords that erupted from the ground could be counted in the tens of thousands. It was like a ferocious flood of ice swords. The cold edges almost tore the exquisite blue tower to pieces in the blink of an eye. The guard leader's expression changed slightly. Even he couldn't help but reach for his Imo weapon at such a vast and furious sword essence. As expected of a Kunlun sword Xiao. Yet Qinghua Shui reacted a step ahead of him. She seemed to have expected that the blue tower would not be able to stop the enemy. The blue flowers that were torn up in the ice sword flood suddenly lit up faintly. It was like a group of fireflies flying in the night. The dots were beautiful mixed in the enemy's ice sword flood. Blue firefly pounce. Lu Han suddenly found that the ice sword flood was raging out of his control. He was stunned. There were dots of blue light within the ice sword flood. No matter what method he used, he was unable to remove them. It was these dots of blue light that caused his control of sword essence to falter. He had never seen such a strange Yao art before. He had never heard of the blue flower family having such a move before. Lu Han was astounded. The blue flower had some fame among the Yao, and Kunlun had relatively detailed records of the blue flower technique. After being defeated continuously, Lu Han felt fear. Then he looked at the rare artifacts hall guard leader waiting at the side. He knew that his plan had failed. If they continued to fight, the ambush would become a frontal assault that would not be advantageous to him. He was decisive and did not hesitate to move away and retreat. Qinghua Shui's inexperience in battle showed at this time. She hadn't expected that Lu Han would retreat without any warning. She was a step late in reacting. Just at this time, something suddenly happened. Translator ramblings. I think that Feng Xiang has used that last sentence to end a chapter multiple times in this story. It's Lil Cliffy's slogan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724, An Unexpected Occurrence. Chapter 724, An Unexpected Occurrence. Zuo Mo's murderous intent was great, but he forced it down. It was not a good time to enter the fray now. Yet at this moment, a gray shadow suddenly flashed across his vision, and Zuo Mo's expression changed dramatically. A Gue. A Gue seemed to appear out of thin air behind Lu Han. Her hand that flashed with purple energy soundlessly pressed against Lu Han's back. Lu Han did not seem to detect it and continued to sprint forward. The purple handprint on his back created an eerie purple streak of light in the night. He went just 3 more zhang and the purple light continued to corrode Lu Han's body. But Lu Han didn't seem to detect it and flew forward. Patches of purple energy disappeared in the air like leaves swept up by the wind. What disappeared with them was Lu Han's body. Everyone who saw this felt as though an icy wind swept across their hearts and their hairs stood up. The stony-faced rare artifact hall headguard's expression changed. Zuo Mo also changed expression at the same time. He thought, this was bad. He didn't know why Ague suddenly attacked Lu Han. Ague was functioning on pure instinct, and she definitely had felt something. Had Lu Han in the past? Zuo Mo shook his head. This was not the time to think about this. It definitely wasn't possible to conceal Ague's unexpected attack. There were 2 more people hiding in the shadows that would have seen her. Their identities would be soon exposed. Zuo Mo took a deep breath and calmed the shock inside. His mind was peerlessly calm. There wasn't much time left to him. He needed to finish the setup before these people managed to react. Right now, there wasn't enough time to run away. Those that were gathering were the strongest experts in the world. The probability of running away from these people was almost zero. Also, the reverse shadow soul silkgrass was almost here. If he ran away now, all of his efforts would have been for waste. Zuo Mo said gravely, "Go, hurry to Grave Ghost Mound." At this time, he did not hide his strength and flew with all his power. Agui, Sang Lianer and Qinghua Shui heard this, didn't hesitate and flew at full power. A hint of shock flashed across the face of the rare artifact hall head guard before his expression became indifferent again. "All of you, return first." "Darren!" the other guards said panically. "You will not be able to participate in the upcoming battles." Then he leapt off the Mo steed to chase after Zuo Mo and the others. The other guards looked at each other. One person quickly said, "We need to hurry back to report to boss." The group did not hesitate and hurriedly returned. Zuo Mo looked at the head guard that had caught up to them. He was slightly surprised and said, "You don't have to enter this mess." "I will naturally finish what boss has ordered," the head guard said gravely. A hint of admiration flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. "What is Sir's name?" "Quian," the head guard said coolly. Zuo Mo nodded and didn't speak further. The group focused on traveling. Flying at top speed, they managed to cover 700 li in less than 2 hours. "This is the Grave Ghost Mound," Quian said. Without Quian's words, Zuo Mo would still know they reached their destination. This place was so heavy with yin energy that he could feel it from far away. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. Such thick yin energy would not have naturally formed. He could feel the thick death energy mixed within it. He couldn't help but ask, "What is the history of this place?" Supposedly, during the ancient era, a great battle of over 10 tribes occurred here. Countless warriors fell on this place, and their ghosts were difficult to dissipate and turned into specters and yin fiends. "However, that is just a rumor, and there is no evidence," Quian said expressionlessly. Zuo Mo looked down and murmured to himself, "It probably isn't just a rumor." Quian's eyes suddenly lit up. Zuo Mo did not look at Quian. His gaze swept across the Grave Ghost Mound. This place fulfilled all of his needs. It had mountains, water, and there was the smell of sulfur in the air, which meant that this place had earth fire. The Yin River here had been corroded by the Yin energy for a lengthy amount of time and really was a river of Yin energy now. Speaking just in terms of environment, this place was very suited to setting up the King's Forbidden Firmament. The Yin River was an unexpected surprise and could greatly increase the power of the Jinji. But for some reason, Zuo Mo felt a threat of anxiousness. Zuo Mo shook his head and threw the threat of uncertainty behind him. Even if there was something strange here, it could not compare to the immediate and apparent threat from the experts that would soon arrive. Emotion Temple, Koan Luan, all the Mo marshals, the Yao Council of Elders. There was no need to count all of them, just these few was enough to rob people of courage. Zuo Mo did not feel any fear at all. Even though Agui's sudden attack had messed up all of his preparations, he felt relieved of a heavy burden. He no longer needed to be careful, did not need to conceal himself. It was as though he had thrown away all of the chains and qualms weighing him down, and he felt unspeakably relaxed. Thinking about how he was about to fight against the top experts famed in the world, fighting spirit filled his heart and his body with endless strength. To contend against the heroes of the world with just his own power. Just thinking about it caused his blood to boil. "So Elder, you knew that Xiao Yunhai was Xiao Mogu already?" The young Mo god had an enchanting smile on his face. He stood there lazily as though he was about to lay down and sleep. The old man that was in front of him grinned to show his missing and yellow teeth. "I would never admit that. I'm really curious, Elder, what is the relationship between you and Xiao Mogu? Relatives?" The young Mo god asked with a smile. The old man shook his head. "You are wrong, I don't have a good relation with him." "Then you are enemies?" The young Mo god shook his head. "It doesn't appear so." "Ha, stop guessing, you won't be able to get it right," the old man said unconcernedly. "The scab fragrance isn't something normal. While I don't hope that you will return it to me, but, Elder, you have to give an explanation. Otherwise, it will be a great embarrassment to me." The young Mo god spread his hands. The old man grinned and said, "This old man didn't break any promise. I said that he was able to forge Shin devices. While the angel device raiment isn't a true Shin device, if you get it and study a bit, you may possibly be able to forge your own Shin device, but..." The young Mo god sighed and said, "It seems that we will have to fight today." The old man urged, "Why? Everyone knows each other's power. You alone cannot beat me. If there are 2 of you, then I definitely cannot win. But only if there are 3 of you would I be unable to escape." "That's true. It seems that I can only bear the humiliation until they come," the young Mo god tiled his head and said. But we will have to fight no matter what. The old man smiled. You want me to help you delay? While I am very lazy, what can I do? What I won't be able to get, I'm displeased that the turtles behind me still aim for them. The young Mo god's expression was pained. Yes, yes. The old man nodded repeatedly with agreement on his face. Also, you say that I cannot defeat you, I'm also displeased by this. The young Mo god raised his face and looked directly at the old man. His Shin power rippled. The usual laziness on the handsome face had disappeared and what replaced it was unusual focus. This cased his face to have a light that was eerie and almost something that people could not directly look at. The stone around him seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and slowly floated upwards. Boom! A strong Shin pressure spun around him and grew stronger as it revolved. It pulled all of the power within dozens of li. It was like a twister that reached directly into the sky. His smile was still enchanting but unusually sharp. There's no way about it. There are many matters in the world that are displeasing, the old man grinned and said. He shook his head and stepped forward. His steps were not heavy, but in the moment he stepped onto the ground, boom, a deep rumble like that of a drum sounded. The ground within 100 li seemed to be stuck, and shook once. A spider web of cracks spread more than 7 li with his right foot as the center. The cracks that appeared seemed to reach into the underworld, deep and bottomless. The young Mo god's twister shook. The top part of it suddenly lost control, turned into chaotic turbulence and scattered. The young Mo god's eyes narrowed slightly. The light that came from his narrowed eyes were sharp as blades. A smile spread on his mouth. There are many people that have come. The old man sighed. It seems that we need to show some actual skill. Otherwise, we aren't able to intimidate these people. I dislike doing hard labor. The young Mogul seemed to say to himself. His eyes lit up with a burning light. The gazes of the two collided in the air and sparks flew. The strength of the power vibrations produced by the fighting of two Shin power experts was like the sun in the dark of the night. Not just the nearby Buzhou city, even Zuo Mo a few hundred li away clearly felt it. Everyone in Buzhou city was startled away. In this period of time, the undercurrents and the continuously intensifying conflicts had been detected by many of the locals who left Buzhou city long ago. Right now, the majority of people in Buzhou city were outsiders. The remaining were large families such as the Tang family who thought they had the ability to protect themselves. But at such a time, the Tang family were on full guard. How could they not have detected such a great ruckus? Tang Chen's face was pale. The vibrations from the collision outside the city made even he, a marshal, feel his heart jump. Beside him was another middle-aged male. Beside the male was Qin Ming, Zhong Wentian, and Geng Zishi who were all standing solemnly. He was Marshal D who had secretly arrived this night. Marshal D's expression was grave, both are using Shin power. The shock on Qin Ming's face was difficult to disguise. All of them were martial experts. Even though they had Earth Mo weapons, they would have to use their full power to reach such a level. Yet the two seemed to be strolling in the park. The power ripples given off as they moved were able to upend an ocean. The youth is one of the 3 great Mo gods of the Emotion Temple, he is called Yoshi Yaku, the old man's origins are unknown, Qin Ming said gravely. Marshal D's gaze swept across the people. Seeing the expression on their faces and how they were clearly intimidated, he suddenly smiled and said, Wen Tian, if you and old Qin work together, do you have the confidence to fight Yoshi Yaku? Zhong Wen Tian's eyes lit up as he rumbled, we can fight. The other two people's expressions eased. Yes. Marshal D's voice was strong and powerful, adding on old Tang and I, we have 4 marshals, and 4 Earth Mo weapons. If we count this way, that will be 2 Mo gods. We just have 1 less than the Emotion Temple. In this chaotic situation, we may have a chance. Everyone's confidence increased greatly. Then what do we do now? Tang Chen asked. Wait. Marshal D's expression was at ease. We are not the strongest, and the timing of our action is most crucial. We must be successful on our first attempt. Old Tang, investigate and see what really happened when Xiao Yunhai left the city at night before the Shen power expert conflict. We need to keep our eye on Xiao Yunhai, he's the crux of this. Tang Chen did not hesitate. He nodded and said, alright. Translator ramblings, everyone wants to get Zuo Mo. He needs to clone himself. Your very own Zuo Mo comes with a ghost, 1 ancient gravestone and a Yao in spirit form. The sword fanatic Shixiang, battle maniac shitty, pets, and other accessories are sold separately. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, Shin Power Warrior. Chapter 725, Shin Power Warrior. The grave ghost mound was completely dark. Flying down, everyone felt the air was icy. Even Zuo Mo was slightly intimidated. The thickness of the Yin energy in the grave ghost mountain was on a completely different level than what he had felt from when flying. It far surpassed his predictions. Stay guard and protect me, Zuo Mo said. I probably need about 3 days of time. He had already finished forging all the parts of the King's Forbidden Firmament. While the setup was slightly troublesome, it would not be difficult for Zuo Mo. However, he had to first survey the land to prevent an accident from happening in the middle of setup. If any one of the 18,000 parts was damaged, it would damage the power of the Jinji. Even more importantly, he did not have the time to reforge these parts. Qian nodded. Sang Lianer and Qinghua Shui also stopped. Only a Gue followed beside Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo didn't know what to do. Sometimes, a Gue would be very obedient, but would sometimes act in surprising ways. It was likely that a Gue's instincts that detected something. Zuo Mo realized this and didn't waste words. He pulled a Gue along as he went deeper into the grave ghost mound. His expression became increasingly grave. The Yin energy was even heavier here, almost tangible. The air was a faint gray. The coldness of the surroundings bit into his skin like thorns, and Zuo Mo had to channel his great Demo physique to counteract the Yin energy. A thin layer of gold quickly appeared on his skin. The sun matrix on his forehead started to slowly revolve. Threads of warmth spread through his body and removed the coldness. Zuo Mo reached out and grabbed a Gue's hand. The warmth of his hand passed into a Gue's body. A Gue's body tensed and her hand gripped Zuo Mo's hand even more tightly. Zuo Mo turned and smiled slightly at a Gue. Then he moved his gaze to pull a Gue along deep inside. He was on full alert. The Yin energy was so heavy here that there definitely would be many specters and Yin fiends. Unexpectedly, after going 20 li deep, they hadn't encountered a single Yin fiend. Such an unreasonable phenomenon caused Zuo Mo's wariness to rise. Zuo Mo pulled a Gue to inspect a range of 50 li and hadn't found a thing. Other than the unusually strong Yin power, there was nothing suspicious or dangerous. He did not continue to investigate. 50 li was enough to satisfy the requirements for setting up the King's Forbidden Firmament. More importantly, he didn't have the time to investigate further. The sky was starting to lighten. Zuo Mo knew that those people in Buzhou City most likely had received the news of his escape. He had to effectively use his time. Zuo Mo ignored the anxiousness he felt and started to set up the King's Forbidden Firmament. Zuo Mo's guess was right. At dawn, the powerful factions at Buzhou City quickly received the information. Shocked, they quickly recognized the importance of this news. Yet the Tushan power warriors that were fighting outside the city blocked the route off completely. Unless one was a martial or general expert, they would immediately die due to the lingering shockwaves of the collision between the Tushan power warriors. Many factions had already tried. However, no one had managed to get through the area where the two were fighting alive. So Xiao Yunhai is Xiao Mogu. The news that Lu Han wanted to send back yesterday should be this. Ho Feng said gravely. He was a large figure, his limbs long, and there was a thick and broad sword on his back. Lei Yi's team is dead, Lu Han's team is dead. Bei Xiang's expression was grave and her tone low. She was Ho Feng's second in command. The two worked together on long-term missions and had good teamwork. I remember that the sect has information regarding Xiao Mogu? Ho Feng asked. Bei Xiang was familiar with all kinds of intelligence. She said without a hint of hesitation, yes, Xiao Mogu is one of our primary targets and our investigation of him has never stopped. Looking from the present information, Xiao Mogu is very likely to be Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo? Ho Feng's brow creased. This name was unfamiliar. Zuo Mo, a disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect, an orphan that their sect leader took in. He lost his memory, and his origins are unknown. He is skilled in seal formations and ling farming. He was promoted from an outer sect disciple to inner sect disciple. His talent isn't bad. This is the earliest information we have found, Bei Xiang said smoothly. Wu Kong Sword Sect. Ho Feng's brow creased even deeper. I remember that all of Wu Kong Sword Sect, everyone except Wei Xiang, should be dead. Because Zuo Mo was sent to a remote location before the invasion of the Yao, he and Wu Kong Sword Sect lost contact. Together with him are Gongsun Sha and one other disciple, Bei Xiang responded. Ho Feng changed expression. Gongsun Lil miss? Yes. Bei Xiang nodded. Wu Kong Sword Sect really has many talented people. I still remember that there is a Wei Shang, that one is also strong. Shuidong greatly praised Gongsun Sha. I hadn't thought that he would also be from Wu Kong Sword Sect. Yes, actually, we only found Xiao Moge's true identity due to Gongsun Sha, Bei Xiang said. This means that Xiao Mogo and Xiao Yunhai were his fake identities? Ho Feng's brow was creased. In other words, he knows Mo skills, Yao arts, and spells? And Shin power and Shin techniques. Bei Xiang added. His origins is highly likely to be related to that storm 26 years ago. Ho Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he murmured, no wonder, but... Bei Xiang's expression suddenly changed. Something has happened to Xia Li's team. Ho Feng's expression was slightly ugly and silent. Ever since the matter of Lin Qin fighting for the steel, managing Kunlun's activity in the Mo territories started to become difficult. Almost all the Mo were secretly fighting against Kunlun. This time, it was also true. If they were the least bit careless and their identity as Kunlun was leaked, they would be attacked from all sides. They had traveled far to arrive here, and fighting on foreign territory, their losses had been heavy. The sword shio that had been sent this time to the Mo territories were all elite from the sect, almost all of them Fanshu. Such losses were ones that even Kunlun couldn't shrug off. At this time, an extremely thin sword light appeared in front of Ho Feng. Ho Feng's reaction was quick. His hand beckoned and the sword light flew into his hand. The flying sword message of the sect. His expression showed joy. Return to the sect. Return to the sect? Bei Xiang stilled. The elders have come out of seclusion. Ho Feng's voice was low, but the joy on his face could not be suppressed. Bei Xiang also had a joyous expression as she said excitedly, great. We also have Shin power warriors. Now we don't need to fear the Emotion Temple. Ho Feng said proudly, our Kunlun has led the Shoujo world for thousands of years. Can a little temple like the Emotion Temple compare to the depth of our foundation? Then the angel device raiment? Bei Xiang said hesitantly. It is just a pseudoshin device, Ho Feng said with a smile. The sect has spent great time and energy and found some places that are possibly ancient ruins. The next step in the sect's plan is to go to these ruins to search for true Shin devices. Searching the Shoujo world, will we need to risk so much or waste so much effort? This is a good idea. I believe that there would be at least one or two Shin devices in so many ancient ruins. Bei Xiang was in agreement. Then she asked excitedly, then where have we been sent to? Return to the sect. Return to the sect? Bei Xiang was puzzled. Ho Feng's smile could not be suppressed. We are in the second cohort to be taught Shin power. Once we return to the sect, we will start cultivating Shin power. Cultivate Shin power, Bei Xiang stilled, but then her eyes were full of longing. Ho Feng said, the era of Shin power is fated to be the era of Kunlun. The retreat of Kunlun was silent and didn't cause any waves. Other than those with good intelligence teams and those with high perceptiveness, everyone else was ignorant. Almost everyone's eyes were glued to the fight between the two Shin power warriors outside the city. Personally, seeing the fight between Shin power users was completely different than seeing it through mirages. The power as they moved which could destroy the world, a feeling of suffocation that never seemed to end. Each person felt they were so minuscule and insignificant like ants. Even martial experts had to remain alert to break free of such a terrifying feeling. There wasn't any land left untouched within 200 li of Buzhou City. The ground seemed to have been plowed over and over. It was possible to see fissures forming webs that curved and twisted for dozens of li. The land was completely fragmented. No one dared to charge in. Even Marshal D and the other three maintained their silence as the fighting between the two intensified. The astounding power turbulence was something that even they were wary of. If someone charged in now, they would most likely become the target of the two and would receive destructive attacks immediately. The two fought for a day and night without any hint of exhaustion. The young Mo god Yoshi Yaku was not surprising. What surprised people was that old man dressed in rags, of an unknown background, was an even match. But no matter who, if they saw this battle, they would make one conclusion. The power of Shin power was much stronger than those top Mo skills. Shin power would soon become the peak power once again. A new era had already started. If there had been many people who had recognized this point previously, then after this public battle of the Shin power experts, this point was driven deep into people's minds. Kuaiyan's expression was wary. He was astounded by the intense fighting that was happening in the distance. For the first time, he was filled with desire towards Shin power. He had cultivated to the martial level. It would be extremely difficult to take another step up. Other than the king level that only existed in the legends, martial level was the highest level that all Mo could reach. Ever since the first day he reached martial level, he was filled with confidence about his power. Yet the continuous appearances of Shin power warriors caused him to feel he was weak for the first time. He did not forget his duty. His gaze suddenly focused. Near the horizon on the opposite side of Buzhou City, several black dots suddenly appeared. There were people. Before he could give a warning, these little black dots grew large. They were so fast that they had appeared in front of him in a blink. These people were surrounding a beautiful female. Qian's gaze met the female's gaze. An unspeakable feeling suddenly rose. He was slightly dazed, but his reaction was quick. With a shake, he immediately became clear of it. Such a terrifying woman. When his gaze landed on the insignias on their clothing, his pupils immediately contracted and his expression changed. The Yao Council of Elders. Translator Ramblings, Gongsun Sha will be forever known as Lil Mississippi. One day in the future, they will think that his name was actually Gongsun Sha Nyang, Lil Miss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726 The Entrance of the Yin Energy Cave. Chapter 726 The Entrance of the Yin Energy Cave. This one is Ming Yu Yi. Is Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai here? The divinely beautiful female said with a small smile. While her attitude was friendly, it was filled with great presence, and was difficult for people to resist. A serene voice seemed to come out of the black night. Grandmaster doesn't have the time, how about coming back after 3 days? Light rose at the horizon and the black of night was pushed back as dawn neared. However, Sang Lianer was in a place that seemed to be a bottomless void. She stood with her long red dress touching the ground. Her presence was different from Ming Yu's strong presence, ethereal and hard to grasp. Qian's face was slightly burning. He was a martial, yet at just first contact, he was intimidated by the other's presence. He felt embarrassed. I have heard long ago that Mist Sang is a lady of a famous family. You are just as the rumors say. Ming Yu smiled. Her eyes and teeth were bright and she was stunning. Sang Lianer smiled. I cannot compare to elder sister, below one person and above hundreds of thousands, power in your hands. With just a word, there are countless heroes willing to do your bidding. Ming Yu smiled. She turned and examined Qinghua Shui. A look flashed through her eyes. Are you Qinghua Shui? Qinghua Shui greets Elder Ming. Qinghua Shui bobbed slightly. The Blue Flower family did not have eyes, it is a pity. Ming Yu sighed lightly before staring at Qinghua Shui. I coincidentally lack an assistant. If you are willing, you can follow and work for me in the future. Qinghua Shui said composedly, Elder, many thanks for your attention. Qinghua Shui is of low ability and cannot accept such a great duty. You do not have good judgment. An old person of proud attitude said from beside Ming Yu. No wonder that the Blue Flower family has declined, you deserve it. Qinghua Shui smiled gently as though she did not hear this. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the air. That old person felt his vision blur. Something suddenly appeared in front of him. Startled, he shouted angrily, You dare! The old man's hair spread in anger, the fingers on his right hand flickering. Numerous green lights shot out. At the same time, a glass-like layer of light protected him. Pew! When the green light hit the shadow, it immediately turned into fragments. The old person's expression changed drastically. Just as he wanted to move again, the shadow suddenly disappeared. He couldn't help but still. The next moment, the shadow suddenly came out of the air right in front of the green light shield. Before he could react, he had to watch as the shadow hit the light shield. Bam! A crisp cracking sound was like thunder in his ears. Power came at him like a mountain and he was sent flying dozens of zhan like a kite with its strings cut. Sang Lianer's wrist turned and she withdrew her sleeve as though nothing had happened. She said serenely, Grandmaster is in seclusion, everyone, please be quieter. Qian's eyes widened disbelievingly. She actually darted to directly attack an elder of the Yao. Qinghua Shui stilled slightly. However, her expression remained the same and her mind was undisturbed. A deathly silence. Shun power. Another Yao elder's voice was deep and hoarse. He gazed hard at Sang Lianer. The rumors say that Mist Sang cultivates moonshin power, which is hard to predict. You have broadened my view today. However, it is unexpected to us that Mist Sang is so hostile to us. Sang Lianer's smile bloomed like a flower. Have you come to drink tea? This Yao elder suddenly stopped breathing. Qian seemed to wake up from his dream, his expression serious. He slowly took out his Mo weapon, the blue horsefly, that Zuo Mo had just forged. Ming Yu ignored the face-off and said meaningfully, no matter if it is Xiao Yunhai or Xiao Mo Go, our goal is the angel device raiment. According to what I know, many people are also scheming for your Shin power inheritances. Song Lianer smiled serenely and said, it will depend on whether they have the ability. That's true. Ming Yuyi did not argue. She suddenly reached out a hand. Several rays of light that appeared like seagrass suddenly grew from her palm and moved. Song Lianer's voice echoed in everyone's ears. I understand, you have already mastered Shin power, but if Grandmaster is willing to sell angel device raiment, we will guarantee Grandmaster's safety. We only need the angel device raiment. Ming Yuyi glanced at her. Sang Lianer brushed her bangs in front of her forehead and said softly, it probably isn't enough just based on the few of you. I dare to say this because I have some confidence. Ming Yuyi did not avoid Sang Lianer's doubtful gaze. Her tone was not spirited, but it was filled with strong confidence that made people feel that she would be able to do it. Who can we not sell to? Song Lianer smiled. However, with Grandmaster's temper, the Pseudoshin device will not be cheap. Pseudoshin weapon. These three words clearly touched the nerves of the Yao elders. Their expressions were normal, but the changes in their gazes could not escape Sang Lianer's gaze. Pseudoshin device, Shin device, there has to be a price. Ming Yuyi's expression was normal. Are you able to give a price on behalf of Grandmaster? No, Sang Lianer smiled serenely. Then let Grandmaster give a price, Ming Yuyi said directly. Apologies, Grandmaster is in seclusion and will take 3 days. Everyone, please come back after 3 days, Sang Lianer said. 3 days? Ming Yuyi shook her head. We cannot wait so long. Then there is no other option. Sang Lianer shook her head. A smile blossomed on Ming Yuyi's face. Then let us experience Mist Sang's Moonshin power. Elder Su, please. The deep-voiced elder nodded and slowly came out of the ranks. He said seriously, the Moon Tribe was a famed tribe even in the ancient era, and the Moonshin power they used stood at the peak. It is an honor to experience it today. Sang Lianer was about to speak when a voice suddenly sounded, there is no need to trouble Mist Sang, I will start. Quian held, blue horsefly. His cool face had a murderous expression. Zuo Mo's movements were fast and he was but a shadow as he flew around. Rays of dazzling light flowed from his hands shooting into the ground. There were great demands for setting up such a complex Jinji. There were numerous seal scripts and Mo matrices. Even Zuo Mo had to focus all of his attention. If other people saw him now, they would be dumbstruck and gaping in shock. The ground was completely transformed and covered in seal scripts and Mo matrices all over. The Yin energy in the surroundings was starting to be affected, and occasionally would form small twisters. Zuo Mo's expression was focused and he didn't dare to split his attention. He knew time was precious. The King's Forbidden Firmament was their greatest ace against those experts. The faster he could finish preparing this ace, the better it was. King's Forbidden Firmament was 500 li in diameter in the original design, but Zuo Mo had compressed it to 50 li. This way, it would greatly increase its power, but the difficulty of setting it up would also increase dramatically. A fine sweat covered Zuo Mo's forehead. But he didn't feel tired at all. His eyes flashed with a stunning light. The great pressure made him unprecedentedly focused. He was completely immersed, filled with bravery. He was in a trance. His thoughts were livelier than ever before, and his mind was clear as it never had been. His hand movements started to change, and the Jinji he set up gradually started to change. Too absorbed in his work, Zuo Mo did not realize this. His hand movements were almost the same speed as his thoughts, and like instinct, the Jinji started to form a preliminary shape. The Yin energy was affected even more. Large amounts of Yin energy flooded out from the deeper parts of the grave ghost mound and filled the area where Zuo Mo was setting up the Jinji. Zuo Mo perceptibly noticed this, but at this time, all of his attention was on the Jinji. The first reaction in his mind was how to use the stunningly dense Yin energy. His hand movement instinctively changed. More and more Yin energy flooded out of the grave ghost mound. They came in a flow, one wave after another, as though there was no end. The drastic increase in Yin energy made Zuo Mo even more excited. The thick Yin energy was a power that could be used, and Yin energy of such concentration was usually difficult to find. An imperceptible ripple formed deep in the grave ghost mound. Zuo Mo did not detect it. Ague suddenly raised her head, purple energy flashed in her eyes as she silently disappeared into the Yin energy. Ague flew about 20 li before stopping. There was a deep hole in the ground near her. The thick Yin energy was pouring out from that place. The Yin energy at this entrance was so thick it was almost inky black. The trembling of the ground was even more evident here. The shaking would coming in bursts every 10 breaths or so. Ague's eyes suddenly flashed with purple energy as she threw herself forward. A malicious ghost came out of the hole. Its body was shrouded in black smoke and was extremely difficult to detect in the thick yin energy. Ague suddenly appeared behind it. Her hand covered in purple energy entered the body of the malicious ghost. The inky black yin energy did not affect Ague at all. The malicious ghost froze where it was. The purple energy was like a fire that spread quickly along its body. In a flash, the malicious ghost was covered in the purple fire. The purple was ferocious and the malicious ghost wasn't even able to wail before it turned to ash. After being burned up, it left behind only an extremely pure strand of yin energy. Ague opened her mouth and inhaled. The yin energy burrowed into her body. Moments later, Ague opened her eyes, and the purple energy in her eyes was slightly brighter. Another malicious ghost came out of the yin energy. Ague repeated the process. Ague was like a ghost, her movements lightning fast. She wasn't affected by the yin energy at all. Usually, before the malicious ghosts detected anything, they would be attacked. Each malicious ghost would be burned by the undying Shin power to leave behind the thread of pure yin energy. Ague would absorb it. After consuming dozens of threads, the purple energy on Ague's hand gradually turned into purple flames. Just like before, Ague's body once again disappeared, and her hand covered in purple fire entered the yin energy. Yet the next moment, the purple fire in Ague's eyes flashed. Bam! A great power came from her hand. Ague's figure flashed, and she moved backward. Her eyes that flashed with purple fire was locked on the entrance. A burst of air swept away the yin energy at the entrance to reveal the true appearance of the incomer. Translator ramblings, blue horsefly sounds so much more interesting in Chinese. Oh well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, Ghost Soldier. Chapter 727, Ghost Soldier. A ghost soldier dressed in armor and shrouded by yin energy appeared at the cave entrance. Its empty eye sockets were filled with 2 balls of black flame. If Zuo Mo was here, he would be surprised to find that this ghost soldier actually gave off faint Shin power ripples. The ghost soldier suddenly opened his mouth. Like a whale inhaling, the yin energy was sucked in. The black fire in its eye sockets more than doubled in size with a snap. The yin energy around the ghost soldier turned into thin wisps of black flame on its armor. To Ague, other than the black fire, the ghost soldier didn't seem to be any different than the ghosts before it. The purple fire in Ague's eyes jumped and her body suddenly disappeared from her spot. The black fire in the ghost soldier's eyes also jumped and its body also disappeared at the same time. Bam! A black and a purple hand hit in the air. The black and purple flames shot in all directions, but the two did not seem to detect it. Their hands continued to collide. Bam bam bam. It was only possible to see 2 shadows in the air, and light that would occasionally illuminate the environment. The black and purple flames were everywhere. Once it came into contact with something, it would be burned to ash. Such enormous noise finally disturbed Zuo Mo, who had been in a trance. After focusing slightly, Zuo Mo immediately understood the situation. At this time, the Jinji was more than halfway finished. He did not immediately interfere and observed in the shadows for a few moments. This ghost soldier was strong, and what Zuo Mo hadn't expected was that it gave off evident Shin power. This was the reason that it had been able to fight Ague for so long. The other reason was that while it looked wooden, it was experienced in combat. Zuo Mo was shocked and intimidated by many of its moves and reactions. It must have been a very powerful expert before its death. After observing for a few more moments, Zuo Mo understood even more. The ghost soldier was actually slightly weaker than Ague. The reason that it was evenly matched with Ague was because of its greater battle experience. However, Ague, who relied on her instincts to fight, was not controlled by her emotions. In a short amount of time, she started to copy the other's fighting style. Ague quickly gained the upper hand. Zuo Mo's curiosity was piqued by the Shin power vibrations of the ghost soldier. Its Shin power was filled with thick death energy. It was different from any Shin power that Zuo Mo had ever seen before. There wasn't any record of this Shin power on the gold leaf. A completely new kind of Shin power. Zuo Mo's mind moved. At present, he knew the value of a completely new kind of Shin power. His fingers flickered and numerous lights entered the ground. The ghost soldier that was gradually being suppressed by Ague detected that it was losing and tried to turn and run into the cave. Suddenly, the surrounding yin energy became chaotic. The ghost soldier was surprised. The dense yin energy in the surroundings that he relied on for power had turned chaotic without any warning. It panicked. For a Gue whose battle tactics had improved greatly, how could she pass on such a good opening? Her body flickered, and two images of a Gue suddenly appeared in front of the ghost soldier. The ghost soldier stilled. Suddenly, it felt a grip on its neck. Its vision blurred, and a hand covered in purple fire raised it up and smashed it hard against the ground. A Gue had used Shin power and the power of the strike was great. The ghost soldier's entire body was deeply embedded into the ground. The black fire in its eye sockets wavered from the smash. Before it could regain clarity and struggle to stand up, two fingers covered in purple flames pointed at the two balls of black fire in its eye sockets. The ghost soldier immediately became docile. That face covered in energy showed fear. Zuo Mo quickly appeared next to a Gue, crouched down and looked curiously at the ghost soldier. Zuo Mo had killed things like ghosts and fiends before, but he hadn't studied them greatly. Even in the Xiozha world, Xiozha of this kind were rare. Because of the energy, they were not welcomed by other people. This ghost soldier's power was extraordinary to have been able to fight for so long against a Gue. Zuo Mo was even more curious about the Shin power it had. Zuo Mo's fingers flickered. Several streaks of light entered the ghost soldier. The ghost soldier's body froze and was unable to move. A Gue moved her hand away and stood at the side. The ghost soldier stared at Zuo Mo with unusual terror. Zuo Mo's presence was its bane. The Sun Shin power was the utmost yang and masculine, the natural enemy to ghosts that were born from energy. This was also why, while this place was dense in energy, Zuo Mo didn't fear it at all. After a momentary inspection, Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. The Shin power the ghost soldier had was from before its death. Due to some reason, while it was dead, its Shin power had not completely dissipated and been kept. This portion of Shin power that had been kept continued to merge with the energy to form a new kind of Shin power that had never appeared before. The ghost soldier's intelligence was not high and it fought based on instinct. Zuo Mo's mind moved and he turned to look at a Gue. A Gue's usually expressionless face showed a rare desire. In a moment, Zuo Mo understood. This kind of Shin power filled with the energy of death was very beneficial to a Gue. A Gue's Shin power was the undying Shin power, and came from the undying Shin punishment. While it was called undying, it originated from the same source as death, although its expression was of the complete opposite. In the traditional understanding of death, death was the final destination but also the start. A beginning and ending, they were twins. The undying Shin punishment was to be forever unable to escape, an imprisonment that would be trap them in an endless, hopeless, and painful death. It was a death of the undying. The endless pain, suffering, hopelessness, those were the sources of the undying Shin power and also were powers that belonged to death. Yet if one could break free of the hopeless death, then it was undying life. Life forever needed to come from death. This was the foundation of the undying Shin seal. Suddenly, Zuo Mo had a great understanding. Yet his emotions were complex. This path was dangerous, and multiple times harder than the system of traditional death. Life was forever harder than death. Zuo Mo did not show his emotions. He moved to the side and left the ghost soldier to a Gue. A Gue did not hesitate. Her hand slapped down and the energy shrouding the ghost soldier immediately crumbled to expose the two purest balls of black fire. A Gue opened her mouth and sucked in. The black fires were immediately sucked into a Gue's mouth and the purple fire in a Gue's eyes grew. Zuo Mo immediately took a Gue's hand for an inspection. What was being nurtured in a Gue's body became slightly clearer. The pure Shin power that contained death energy was greatly beneficial for a Gue. Zuo Mo was slightly relieved. While he was curious what the cave held, time was tight, and this was not a good moment to explore under the ground. But this cave entrance that was continuously spewing out energy would give his Jinji great help. A Gue was standing guard outside the entrance. She appeared like a hungry child. Zuo Mo couldn't help but grin. He set up several Jinji near the entrance in case a Gue encountered some danger. Who knew what else was inside the cavern? After setting this up, Zuo Mo continued to set up his Jinji. The king's forbidden firmament, which was taking shape, started to give off an intimidating power. Qian's face was covered in wounds. His eyes were like two burning balls of flame. He gripped the blue horsefly tightly with its head pointed up. It's useless, Elder Su looked down expressionlessly. The crystal at his forehead was a pure blue and there seemed to be a faintly discernible ripple of a vast ocean, and the sound of waves coming from it. Elder Su's Shin power was not strong but it had a presence as vast as that of an ocean. He raised his hand. The faint sound of the waves suddenly grew stronger like a storm forming above the ocean. Qian's vision blurred. He was suddenly surrounded by the angry waves of the ocean. Terrifying power came from all directions, pulling, twisting, and tearing. He had a hard time to keep his position. An ocean, it was truly an ocean. Quian was shocked. This wasn't in Yao art. Shun technique. The two words exploded in Quian's mind. A light flashed through Tsang Lianer's eyes. The other was very strong, but his Shin power wasn't pure. This was related to the path the other had taken. The merging of Shin power and Yao arts had formed a completely new kind of Shin technique, but as expected of a member of the Yao Council of Elders, he was able to create such an unique Shin technique. It really was powerful. Yao arts were full of transformations to start with, and after Shin power was added, its flexibility was maintained while its power was dramatically increased. However, this new kind of Shin technique was not without its weaknesses. Its impurity was its greatest weakness. Tsang Lianer had cultivated Shin power for a long time, and knew that the purest Shin techniques did not have many complex transformations. Pure Shin power could make the simplest moves extremely powerful. However, this new kind of Shin technique was easier for Yao to learn. It was possible to see that the Yao had a breakthrough in the study of Shin power. If these people all cultivated Shin power, then there was great trouble. Tsang Lianer was secretly shocked. Looking at Quian struggling in the Shin art, her eyes flashed with light and she was about to attack. Quian suddenly shouted. The blue horsefly in his hand suddenly lit up. The serene blue light illuminated all of the ocean. Pew pew pew. Sharp bone spikes broke out of Quian's body. The bone spikes were about 5 cun long and the thickness of chopsticks. In a blink, bone spikes covered Quian's entire body. Then the bone spikes left Quian's body and floated around him. There was a point of white energy at the tip of every bone spike, so many that people's scalps prickled. Tsang Lianer's eyes flashed and she suppressed the urge to attack. Spear Hedgehog Mo physique. She hadn't thought that Quian, who had a nondescript appearance, was one of the Spear Hedgehog clan. The Spear Hedgehogs were natural experts in spears and other polearm weapons. What they were most famous for was the Spear Hedgehog Mo physique. One of the top Mo physiques that could use spear-type Mo skills to their true potential. And the blue horsefly in his hand was one of the top spear-type Mo weapons. Tsang Lianer's curiosity was immediately aroused. Whoosh! The blue horsefly flashed with blue light suddenly exploded into tens of thousands of blue fragments. These blue energy fragments were like an enormous school of tiny blue fish that swam in the ocean. The terrifying power of the ocean did not pose any difficulty for them. In the opposite side of the fish, the bone spikes that floated around Quian gathered towards his hand at a rapid rate. A bone spike spear that was formed from the bone spikes appeared in Quian's hand. The ferocious waves and the great pressure that came from all directions could not stop this from forming. The moment that the bone spike spear formed, the deep blue school of fish suddenly stilled. Quian widened his eyes. He ignored the water around him, following his intuition, and made a textbook in perfect spear stab with a twist of his waist. Translator rambling, I don't get how being a hedgehog relates to being good with spears, but I guess that's why it's a fantasy world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Threats. Chapter 728, Threats. The young Mo god and the old man simultaneously stopped and turned to look in the direction of the grave ghost mound. It seems that someone wants to get there ahead of us, the old man shook his head and said. Let's go, our warm-up is finished after fighting for so long, we cannot let the Yao come to the Mo territories and reap the benefits. The young Mo god said lazily. The old man shook his head rapidly. Your emotion temple is great and bright, those old Yao have many people, only I am alone. Who are you trying to fool? You clearly are on the same side as Xiao Moji's group. The young Mo god rolled his eyes. Are you in or out? Oh, alright, those that try to steal benefits ahead of others are the worst. The old man thought to himself for a moment and then immediately put on a murderous expression. The young Mo god clapped his hands and said righteously in agreement, exactly. The two immediately disappeared. The frightened people of Buzhou City sighed in relief, but then some of the experts who were sensitive immediately discovered the noise far away. Grave Ghost Mound. It's the Grave Ghost Mound. The crowd shifted. Some of the more daring people immediately flew into the sky towards the Grave Ghost Mound. The bone spike spear immediately created a great suction force like a whirlpool that gathered the blue fish-like energy fragments. Ripples radiated from the tip of the spear. The ripples had sharp thorny edges. The blue energy followed the ripples and gathered at the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear became so bright that people were unable to look directly at it. Those that saw the blue energy felt their soul shake. Hiss hiss hiss. A tsunami of hissing, each ripple with a frequency higher than the last. The blue energies seemed to be alive as they followed towards the lit-up spear point. Elder Su's expression changed. His gaze was focused on that bit of blue light. Earth MO weapon. The other actually wielded an Earth MO weapon. Suddenly, he recalled that Xiao Mo Go had also forged 4 Earth MO weapons in addition to the Angel device raiment. If this was in the past, the creation of new Earth MO weapons would attract much attention. But for the Yao elders that had successfully reached the doorway to Shin power, they had unconsciously dismissed the value of the 4 Earth MO weapons and set their sights on the Pseudoshin device. Yet when they directly faced the soul-stealing bright blue energy, a strong feeling of danger rose. Elder Su suddenly woke up. An Earth MO weapon was still enough to be a threat to him. His clothing swayed despite the lack of wind. Elder Su's face suddenly flushed as though he was drunk. His hands pressed down, and his shout was like thunder, set. The ocean that had been full of ferocious waves suddenly became clear. The surface of the water was motionless, crystal clear like a sapphire. Within the enormous jewel, that blue light moved unusually slow. The pressure coming from all directions increased dramatically. Quian almost suffocated. His strong Mo physique was cracking under such pressure. He was experienced in battle, and had fought his way from the border of life and death innumerable times. He knew that this was the crucial moment. He unexpectedly closed his eyes, his mind completely serene. His right hand that gripped the bone spike spear now slid along the shaft to the end of the spear and then abruptly twisted. Snap! The bone spike spear suddenly exploded. The furiously spinning bone spikes were full of destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion of bone spikes tore a gap in the ocean water. A flow of blood came from Quian's mouth. He opened his eyes, which were unusually calm and bright. That bit of blue light had flown out through the opening created by the explosion. There was a thread of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Ever since he discovered the other cultivated Shin power, he had gambled on Blue Horsefly. What he gambled on was that the other had not cultivated Shin power for a long time. He gambled that Blue Horsefly was able to hurt the other. A dot of blue light flew out of the ocean water, and Elder Su's face turned ashen white. Pressed, he also used his full power. Countless walls of water rose from the ocean to try to block this blue energy. However, this blue energy did not seem to be tangible and was not obstructed at all. The blue light flashed and arrived in front of Elder Su. Elder Su's gaze met the blue light, and found a great suction come from the blue energy. He was unable to move. Shocked and hopeless, he shouted, "Save me!" Before he finished speaking, the blue energy pierced Elder Su's forehead. Countless blue lights exploded from Elder Su's head. Elder Su's body melted like snow. Pop! Blue Horsefly resumed its original appearance. Its light was dim and the body was covered in cracks. It fell from the sky and smashed to the ground into countless pieces. Quian also fell from the sky, his face paper white, and his breathing almost undetectable. A shout suddenly sounded in the air. A thread of fire suddenly flew out from the group of the Yao elders targeting the unconscious Quian. Snap! The thread of fire suddenly exploded mid-air. A long sleeve wrapped around Quian. Sang Lianer's serene voice sounded in everyone's ears. "It's the first time I have seen an honored elder of the Yao this shameless. You dare! You girl!" An elder pointed at Sang Lianer and shouted angry. Before he finished speaking, a crescent moon suddenly lit up behind his head. The crescent moon spun and his head separated from his body, and dropped down with a roll. Sang Lianer said serenely, "You are so old, yet your temper is so fiery, why?" Sang Lianer's attack came without any warning. Her attack intimidated all those present. Everyone felt a cold wind at their necks, and were shocked inside. Sang Lianer's moves surpassed their imagination. Ever since they stepped into Shin power, everyone's power had grown immensely and all of them had been confident. They looked down on normal Sky Yao, marshals, and Fanshu. The only people they were wary of were the 3 Mo gods of the Mo Shin temple. Who would have thought that a marshal with an Earth Mo weapon would take Elder Su's life? Sang Lianer's moves were even more uncanny and unpredictable. Elder Wang had died where he was. None of them had confidence that they would be able to dodge this move. Ming Yuya's expression was grave as her Shin power rippled. Her presence continued to rise. She was like a blinding sun in the sky, giving off light that no one could look directly at. Her eyes were frosty as she said coldly, "This is how Xiao Mogu treats his guests?" Sang Lianer's expression was composed but her heart sank slightly. That move just now had been a Shin technique she had comprehended not long ago. It was called the first moonstrike. She saw the others' overbearing attitude and had wanted to intimidate them, so she had used this move. The first moonstrike was powerful, but it also expended a great amount of Shin power. More than half of her Shin power was gone. What she had not expected was that while the other elders showed fear, Ming Yuyi did not have any fear at all. Sang Lianer was surprised by the Shen power vibrations that Ming Yuyi gave off. It was much stronger than that Elder Su. If she was at full power, she was confident she would be a match, but right now, if she fought, her bluff would be exposed. Xinghua Shui had improved greatly, but hadn't cultivated Shen power. She was lacking too much compared to these elders, and could not help. Just as Sang Lianer was becoming panicked, a cool voice sounded in the sky. "This is how I treat my guests." Ming Yuyi's pupils suddenly contracted. Just as the words sounded, a golden flame suddenly shot out of the ground and rapidly spread between Sang Lianer and Ming Yuyi. A ruler-straight golden thread of fire was like a sharp knife that completely separated the two. "All those that cross the line will be killed." The cool voice was like a murderous autumn wind that blew into the hearts of the elders. Each of them felt a chill. Yet no one dared to take the words as a joke. This golden line of fire burned silently, yet the purity of the Shen power it contained shocked them. There was such pure Shen power in the world. Even Ming Yuyi stopped breathing for a moment. She was intimidated. Her expression changed slightly. She knew now that she had underestimated Xiao Mo Gu. The other's skill in Shen power far surpassed her predictions. In a moment, her expression recovered. Xiao Mo Gu was stronger than she had imagined, but she had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. All of the elder around her cultivated Shen power. While each one individually was not as strong as Xiao Mo Gu, their collective power meant they had the upper hand. In a few moments, she considered the gains and losses. She secretly added Xiao Mo Ge's Shen power inheritance to their goals this time, other than the angel device raiment. If they could obtain Xiao Mo Ge's Shen power inheritance, she could completely perfect the Elder Council's Shen power. "Xiao Mo Gu, you want to become enemies with the Council of Elders?" Ming Yuyi didn't give up an inch and asked in a cold voice. Behind the line of fire, it was completely silent. At some unknown time, Sang Lianer and Xinghua Shui had disappeared. "Xiao Mo Gu, while you are of unknown origins, you must have the blood of a Yao." Ming Yuyi was not demotivated, her tone determined and firm. "Right now is the time of great change in the world. Don't you want to accomplish something? The Council of Elders desires those with skill, and you are one that we need. If you are willing to enter the Council of Elders, I am willing to give up my own position, and be your second in command. The Council of Elders has numerous core, resources, and people. The help they can give you is unimaginable. The faction that you have now will be completely in your command, and the Council of Elders will not interfere." The other elders heard this and all changed expression. Their gazes as they looked at Ming Yuyi were filled with shock and admiration. Inside the grave ghost mound, Zuo Mo couldn't help but admire Ming Yuyi as well. This woman was strong. If this was any other person, they would be moved by hearing these conditions. The power of the Council of Elders was so enormous it could not be matched. All of the Yao were under its rule. The only one that might be comparable was Kunlun. Tian Huan and the others were lacking slightly, and as for the MO that were divided under the rule of warlords, no one could compare. Clap clap clap. Clapping suddenly sounded inappropriate at this time. A handsome and upright youth slowly entered people's view. It was the young Mo god, Yoshi Yaku. He glanced at the line of fire on the ground, and his heart jumped. He did not show anything on his face except a lazy smile. "I have heard long ago that Miss Ming is a great woman and a rarity among the Yao. You are just as the rumors say. So great. However, how can us Mo endure you Yao coming to our territory and allow you to dig at our foundations? Are you Mo god Yoshi Yaku? It is an honor to meet you." A light flashed through Ming Yuyi's eyes as she elegantly gave a bow. "Ayaya, I would rather not meet such a powerful woman as you." Yoshi Yaku said impolitely and immediately caused anger to appear on the faces of the elders around Ming Yuyi. "Hey, Xiao Mo Gu, how about coming to the Emotion Temple? I'll give my position to you." "Oh, right, our Emotion Temple doesn't have those rules, you can do whatever you want, come whenever you want. It is such a good place to waste away the time and wait for death, there's no other place like this, but..." Xinghua Shui and Sang Lianer looked strangely at Zuo Mo Qian, who had just woken up, gaped with shock on his face. Translator ramblings, not a lot of plot progression and a whole load of action. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729, The Prologue to the Feast. Chapter 729, The Prologue to the Feast. Zuo Mo was also slightly stunned but then became slightly smug. So GE was in such high demand. However, he wasn't the greenhorn GE from the past that had just started out in the world. His smugness did not show one bit on his face, and his tone was filled with conflict and agitation as though he was making a greatly difficult choice. I need to consider this. Sang Lianer and Xinghua Shui looked at Zuo Mo's strange expression. They heard this sincere voice and gaped. Actor. Definitely an actor. Qian's expression was puzzled. He didn't quite understand. There was nothing more that had to be said of the Council of Elders, and the Emotion Temple had leapt to become one of the factions in the Mo territories with the greatest potential. While it was unable to compare to the Council of Elders at present, the potential it displayed definitely would allow it to become a titan in the Mo territories. Invitations from two top factions, and he seemed to be joking around? Under Qian's stunned gaze, Zuo Mo hurried to keep setting up the Jinji. If he had been anxious before, then Zuo Mo was filled with confidence about the King's Forbidden Firmament now. The King's Forbidden Firmament had such power just in its beginning form. He greatly anticipated the completed King's Forbidden Firmament. Golden Crow Camp had created something powerful. Thinking about that group of low-ranking forging Xiozha who lived at the bottom and did not have any ambition to being able to create such powerful Jinji now, Zuo Mo was filled with a sense of accomplishment. At this time, Mo Cloud Sea and Golden Crow Camp was extremely busy in moving at full speed. The battalions had finished assembling, and the atmosphere of Mo Cloud Sea was grave and murderous. An enormous Jia map was in front of them. Gongsun Sha had a smile of a neighbor's boy on his face. In front of him, Shulong, Ma Fan, Zhage, Sherdong, Wei Ran, Yi Ling, and others were gathered and sitting in a row. Any of these people if placed into another faction would be able to be a main commander, but here, they did not dare to even slack off. Each of them had the unique murderousness of a battle general on their face. Their orderly clothing and their stern expressions had become the unique traits for Mo Cloud Sea battle generals. Bihan only managed his Sin battalion, and the entire battle general system of Mo Cloud Sea was managed by Gongsun Sha alone. Gongsun Sha liked a clean style and this influenced everyone under him. Even people like Lei Pang would carefully groom themselves when they went to see Gongsun Sha. The astounding victories had caused Gongsun Sha and Bihan's fame to grow. They had made their way into the top ranks of battle generals in the world. The commanders present either had been promoted by Gongsun Sha, or taken hostage by him after being defeated. They in turn would not doubt his orders. It had been a long time since Mo Cloud Sea has made any big moves. Everyone's eyes burned with spirit. Other than Bihan, all of the battle generals were present. Just now, we have received information that Kunlun is participating in the fight over Xiankong's territories. Gongsun Sha said with a smile. Boom! The conference room shifted. Everyone had undisguised excitement on their faces. All of them understood what this meant. Darren! Let us also fight! Lei Peng, who always feared the world wasn't chaotic enough, was the first to jump out. The eyes of Sherdong, who was famed for his calmness, flashed with a burning fighting spirit. He murmured to himself, a good chance. The conference room was heated and noisy. Gongsun Sha did not stop them. He knew that these people had been anticipating this opportunity for a long time. 2 hours ago, Kunlun finally could not resist and started their attack against Xiankong Temple. This was a strong signal, a signal that all of the four realms had been waiting. The feast to divide Xiankong Temple had started. They had all been waiting for this signal. Everyone knew that Xiankong Temple was weak now. There had been more skirmishes in the past while around Xiankong Temple's borders than over the past 1,000 years. But Gongsun Sha did not act. He had worked hard to plan out how to gain the most benefit out of this great feast. Looking at the excited group, his lips couldn't help but curve into a small smile. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Xixiang. How was Xixiang right now? He didn't know. If Xixiang was here right now, these problems would not even be problems. Gongsun Sha dazed off. He always admired how Xixiang would be at ease dealing with any matter, and then show a smug expression off afterwards. He gathered his thoughts and his gaze once again focused on these strong commanders. He took a deep breath. No matter what, he had to help Xixiang construct a good foundation. A strong foundation that could help Xixiang complete what he wanted. Burning fighting spirit was like a flame that was suddenly ignited and burned crazily. It spread through his calm eyes. The commanders felt Lil Mrs. fighting spirit. The noisy conference room immediately quieted. All of their postures straightened, and looked hungrily at Gongsun Sha for the orders. The plan has already been given to you. I believe that you have already read it over many times, so I won't go over it again. Gongsun Sha's voice that was sharp and held a thread of craziness echoed in the conference room, and caused everyone's burning fighting spirit to become even more fanatical. This time, our target is 56 Jia. They have all been marked. Not one more, not one less. Any faction that obstructs you is an enemy. No matter what you do, defeat them, massacre them, take them hostage, I only have one demand: speed. With the fastest possible speed, conquer the 56 Jia. Gongsun Sha almost shouted at the end. Yes, Darren. Everyone shouted in response. Golden Crow Cloud Island had never been so busy before. It was filled with people, all of the core members of Golden Crow Camp gathered together. Other than this core group, there were also many outer organizations that made their expansion so enormous. There were many outer organizations in Mo Cloud Sea. They were mostly led by one or two core members, and their composition were the normal strength shoja that specialized in daily skills. Some simple talisman, Ling Dan and Ling food creation was done by these outer organizations. As Mo Cloud Sea's strength increased, the amount of items they needed also increased by an enormous amount. Golden Crow Camp alone was not enough, and so these outer organizations were born. The young people with outstanding talent had to pass through these outer organizations to increase their experience and master their respective field. Because experts taught spells and techniques, and they could find work easily in a relatively fair competitive environment, the number of these outer organizations increased drastically. Looking at the noisy crowd, the two masters' brows were tightly locked. Worry flashed across both pair of eyes. Compared to the well-trained and organized Golden Crow Camp, these outer organizations were almost unbearable to look at, with their chaotic management. Thinking about Gongsun Sha Darren's astounding plan, the two masters felt the pressure increase greatly. Behind them, more than 1,000 treasure ships were floating in the air, creating a spectacular scene. These treasure ships had been gathered by collecting all of the treasure ships that the businesses in Mo Cloud Sea used for transportation. This time, they really made a great investment. Suddenly, a paper crane flew in front of Master Sun Bao. Master Sun Bao took the paper crane and read. An excited blush came onto his face. He handed the paper crane to Ji Wei. Ji Wei was also similarly excited. The Golden Crow Camp members that had been waiting below looked with wide eyes at the two. Master Sun Bao said gravely, "The battalions have already departed." Everyone's eyes lit up, and they shifted restlessly. Master Sun Bao used all of his strength to shout, his voice passing through the seal formations to every corner of the Cloud Island. "Everyone, take your teams, and board the treasure ships according to the order. We will follow behind the battalions. All of the Jinji forts that we build have their locations designated already. Once the battalions conquer the region, we need to use the fastest possible speed to set up Jinji forts. All of you, listen up. The fastest. 169 Jinji fort. Not one less. Get ready to board. We depart immediately." The crowd started to move. It was a stampede of bodies. Many people were floating outside the grave ghost mound. All of their gazes were focused that ruler straight golden line of fire on the ground. No one dared to cross it. Those with power could smell the strong scent of danger, and those even stronger were more astounded by the purity of the Shun power in the golden line. The news that the Yao Council of Elders had broken the secret of Shun power had been spread far and wide. The battle that had occurred just before had not escaped investigation. Shun power, this ancient and unfamiliar power, was like that ruler straight golden line of fire. It became a new dividing line. The difficulty of obtaining the secrets of Shun power could be imagined. But a martial level had an Earth Mo weapon could threaten a Shun power expert. This was the information taken from the battle just now. Maybe it wasn't all Earth Mo weapons, but Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai's Earth Mo weapons had proven this. Blue Horsefly had been destroyed, the Ian Clearly Chakrams had been exchanged, the value of the remaining two Earth Mo weapons suddenly increased. For those marshals, the Angel Device Raiment wasn't something they could aspire to own. The only thing that could give them a feeling of safety were the last two Mo weapons. In a flash, the last two Earth Mo weapons were traded for. Ian looked at the three reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrasses on his hands and was in a dilemma. The development of events had surpassed his imagination. Xiao Yunhai was actually Xiao Mo Gu. This unexpected result immediately caused him to end up on a train he could not get off. He didn't have the courage to swallow the three reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. He wasn't so stupid to provoke such a terrifying enemy for just three reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrasses. But Xiao Moge's situation was terrible, and surrounded by enemies. No matter how powerful the Jinji was, Xiao Moge could not stay inside for his entire life. Once he left, he would face a situation where he was surrounded and attacked on all sides unless he threw his lot into a powerful faction. The three strands of reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass immediately became a hot potato. If he gave them to Xiao Moge, he would offend either the Emotion Temple or the Yao Council of Elders. If he didn't give them to Xiao Moge, and if Xiao Moge didn't die, then he could not afford the risk that the other would come back and settle his debts. Darren! His subordinate charged in with a pale face. Looking at his subordinate's expression, Ian's heart turned cold. Qian Daring used Blue Horsefly to kill a Yao elder. Qian Daring is heavily wounded, and Blue Horsefly was destroyed. The subordinate's voice was trembling. Ian felt his head ring. Great trouble. A long time later, Ian's expression recovered from ashen white. He gritted his teeth. Go! To the grave ghost mound. Since they had already offended the Yao Council of Elders greatly, and didn't have any relationship with the Emotion Temple, the only hope they had left was Zuo Mo Gu. Translator ramblings, the important stuff is happening back home. Zuo Mo's like a diversion for the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, Silent Arrival. Chapter 730, Silent Arrival. Zuo Mo furiously continued to set down the Jinji, the light of spells on his hands flooding downwards. The complex Mo matrices and seal formations appeared on the ground with intimidating glows, blossoming, and spread. In a trance, Zuo Mo threw everything happening on the outside to the back of his mind. His eyes were focused, and his mind was clear. All kinds of seal scripts and Mo matrices flashed across his mind, and then flew out of his fingers. The geography of the land, the river flows, the earth fire, the movement of the yin energy, everything with 50 li was within his fingertips. Sung Lianer woke up from her recovery meditation. While she had the sun seeds that Zuo Mo had given her, she couldn't bear to use them. Things that could be used to replenish Shin power were treasures among treasures right now. She raised her head to look at Zuo Mo in the sky with a serene expression. That figure gave off strong confidence. There was no pause or hesitation as he threw down the lights. Without realizing it, Sang Lianer's gaze became even deeper. There seemed to be mist overlaid over her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking inside. Xinghua Shui's gaze was much simpler. Reverence and shock, but these feelings did not make her gaze heat up. It was still as serene as water. Qian's face was pale. He was the most shocked of the group. Zuo Mo Gu, Xiao Yunhai, these two identities were not secrets now. But even if he was seeing the spectacular scene in front of him with his own eyes, he could not reconcile the two completely different personages and identities as the same person. Suddenly, he shook from a chill. It was slightly cold. This unfamiliar feeling stunned him. Moments later, he reacted. He was heavily wounded, and his Mo physique was weak. He couldn't help but glance behind him out of the corner of his eyes. His eyes suddenly widened. At some unknown time, it had started to snow. Gray snowflakes fell and the world was completely gray. This was. He opened his hand and a gray snowflake landed in his hand. The bone-aching cold caused him to shudder, but then the gray snowflake quickly melted on his palm. A pure strand of yin energy dissipated in the air. Yin energy. Qian's gaze turned shocked as he suddenly turned his head to look closely at the figure in the sky, that person that was in his own world. He was able to make yin energy into snowflakes. Qian tried to quickly calm himself down. More puzzlement surged. It started to snow within a 50 li area, large patches of feathery gray snowflakes slowly fell down. These snowflakes, what was their use? Just as everyone was shocked by Zuo Mo's uncanny moves, no one noticed that a Gue had disappeared. A Gue appeared at the entrance to the yin energy cave, where the ghost soldier had appeared at. Beside her was the black gold seal soldier that had come out at an unknown time. He was using his metal fists to bang on his metal chest. The black gold seal soldier had an expression of bravery. Ague, don't worry about those ghost soldiers, if one comes, I'll kill one, and then eat it. Noticing Ague turning to look at him, his tone changed and he said fawningly, I will kill one, and have Ague eat one. After Ague is full, I will just take some. When he finished, he hugged his stomach with a grieved expression. He looked pitifully at Ague, tears welling up, Sister Ague, Lil Black is so hungry. Ague turned around, unaffected, and completely ignored him. Seeing that trying to be adorable was ineffective, the black gold seal soldier could only turn to face the cave entrance. He immediately became murderous and hungry. The cowardly will die from hunger, the brave will die from overeating, in order to die from overeating. Pia, a barefoot, stepped onto his back, throwing him off balance. The black gold seal soldier fell face first into the cave, and a string of wails came from the cavern. Ague jumped down. Experts gathered on a cloud outside the grave ghost mound. Marshal D looked at the grave ghost mound in the distance and said emotionally, this Zuo Mo Gu is really an influential person. No matter where he goes, he creates a storm. Xin Ming nodded and said, yes, but it is unwise to become known everywhere. A hero would not stand under a collapsing wall. The situation right now is not a dead end, but it is a closed one. It is difficult to resolve. Tang Chen grimaced hearing this. You really are all idle. Let's first think about how to obtain Shin power. The smile on the others' faces faded, and their expressions became serious. They had received news that the other two Mo gods of the Emotion Temple were rushing over at full speed and would arrive tomorrow at the earliest. The Yao Council of Elders was another mountain in front of them, and this mountain was even bigger than the Emotion Temple. They looked at the Yao elders. Each of them didn't bear to tear their gazes away from the ruler straight line of fire. Ming Yuya's public announcement had revealed their aims for Xiao Moge's Shin power inheritance. What is Xiao Moge doing inside the grave ghost mound? Zhongwen Tian asked. Qin Ming was thoughtful. Yes, what is he doing inside? Old Tang, what do you know about the grave ghost mound? Tang Chen shook his head. Not much. Qin Ming was slightly surprised. Everyone had fought together once and were familiar with each other's personalities. Tang Chen had left their group and returned to his family for familial reasons, but Qin Ming thought Tang Chen was a detail-minded and cautious person. This grave ghost mound was just a few hundred li from Buzhou City. It was so close that he was shocked that Tang Chen did not know it well. Tang Chen grimaced. It is not that I do not want to know, but this place is slightly strange. Strange? Everyone's attention was attracted. A place that a marshal called strange was most likely a bit strange. I've sent many people to explore the area, but not many have returned. I eventually made a trip personally. Tang Chen's expression was grave. The Yin energy inside is extremely dense with soul fiends and malicious ghosts. As I went deeper, the Yin energy increased in concentration, and would suddenly boil. If one doesn't personally experience it, it is difficult to imagine the scene. All the Yin energy in the surroundings would boil at the same time. If you use MO skills in the slightest, it would cause the Yin energy to explode. I almost didn't make out that time. When he spoke of this, Tang Chen had an expression of fear. Everyone looked at each other with shocked expressions. Is there someone else powerful living in hiding here? Qin Ming couldn't resist asking. Tang Chen shook his head. I don't know, but ever since that time, I never went there again. I didn't expect that Xiao Moge would run in, and I don't know what he is doing inside. At this time, a strong wave of vibrations came from the grave ghost mound. Everyone was startled and hurriedly turned. The grave ghost mound seemed to turn alive, the mountains and rivers moving. The rumbling could be heard from a distance, and the dark red earth fire formed pillars of fire. Even stranger was that the sky above the grave ghost mound was filled with gray snowflakes. A vibration that was hard to describe flashed across everyone's minds. The main peak of Xian Kong Temple looked the same as before, but the fear and alarm on the faces of the disciples could not be disguised. The complete destruction of the Elder Core was a fatal blow to Xian Kong Temple. If the world was not in chaos, they could enact a policy of isolation for decades, and Xian Kong Temple might be able to recover. But right now, the world was in turmoil, and the balance between factions was changing. People saw the weakness of Xian Kong Temple. There were continuous skirmishes at the borders of Xian Kong Temple, and all kinds of conflicts were escalating in intensity. Those factions were like cunning wolves that were tearing off flesh from the enormous body of Xian Kong Temple. All of the Xian Kong Temple disciples realized that the sect was at the time of life and death. Cohen Luan has entered the fight. When the news came back, all of them had ashen expression. They all knew what this meant. The participation of Cohen Luan would be the straw that broke the camel's back, figuratively speaking. In reality, Cohen Luan was not a straw but a great mountain. As expected, on the afternoon of that day, Tian Huan, who had maintained their control, took over 4 GA of Xian Kong Temple at lightning speed. Cohen Luan, Tian Huan, these two former allies of Xian Kong Temple showed their bright butcher knives. All of the factions understood that the climax of the feast was about to arrive. Almost all the factions moved at the same time, their eyes red as they furiously attacked. The fighting was intense and ferocious. At the moment of life and death, many of the Xian Kong Temple battalions had the thought of dragging their enemies into death with them. There were battles to the death everywhere. Their fierce and hopeless counterattack exploded. It displayed Xian Kong Temple's thousands of years' worth of foundation and bravery, but also showed its weakness and lack of future. At the main peak right now, there were only the disciples that were in charge of chores. Any disciple with fighting ability had been sent to the front lines to stop the attacks of the enemy. People were afraid. Any disciple with any knowledge knew that the present dilemma of Xian Kong Temple would not be resolved even if there were a few more Fanshu experts. When the entire world came to divide Xian Kong Temple, it was fated for this sect that was thousands of years old to die. No one could stop the entire world, not even Cohen Luan. Once the situation formed, the momentum had given their fate a life of its own. The participation of Kuan Luan and Tian Huan extinguished the last bit of hope in the hearts of the Xian Kong Temple disciples. What was most fatal was that they hadn't thought that Kuan Luan and Tian Huan would be so impatient. These two fatal butcher knives came so quickly. Ming Xian's mood was terrible. He did not want to die with the sect. The best choice right now was to follow another leader. Other than Xian Kong Temple, Xian Kong Realm had 9 other great temples, and they were all good choices. However, it was not possible to go throw himself with another sect with empty hands at this time. He thought of the Sutra Pavilion and the Diana Treasure Pavilion. A daring idea was unable to be suppressed. A harsh look flashed through his eyes. He needed to be fast. There probably were many that had the same idea. If he could get 1 or 2 treasures, he would naturally have a place to live in the future. After arriving at the decision, Ming Xian did not hesitate. Taking advantage of the dark, he sneaked to the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion was unusually silent today. A hint of anxiousness flashed across Ming Xian's mind. But he gritted his teeth and sneaked in. Usually, the Shirshu would guard this place, but they had all been summoned away. There were only Jinji left, but he was familiar with them. Carefully avoiding the Jinji, he finally entered the Sutra Pavilion and was extremely excited. But when he saw what was in front of him, he was struck dumb. Translator Ramblings: Xian Kong Temple lost its strongest individual fighters, its best war general and its strongest fighting force in pursuit of Zuo Mo. The boy's a calamity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731, Act. Chapter 731, Act. The night was as dark as ink, thick clouds blocking the sun, and one couldn't even see their fingers. There was a blurry figure at the highest point on the main mountain peak of Xian Kong Temple. The mountain wind was strong, and caused Bihan's cape to flap loudly in the wind. His frosty and cold face held a complex expression. He was familiar with every blade of grass and every tree here. In this place, he had grown up, learned to be a battle general, was held captive, and was humiliated. He was filled with hatred for this place. Countless times in his dreams, he had personally lit a great fire and burned this damned place into ash. But when this day truly arrived, when he stepped onto the main peak again, when the scene of his dreams was about to be realized, he didn't feel that pleasure at getting his revenge but an indescribable mix of feelings as he stared at the dark night in this familiar place. No one could save Xian Kong Temple. Even if Jiangzhi came back from the dead, he would not be able to save Xian Kong Temple. Bihan and Gongsun Cha had both felt that Kuan Luan would soon make their move, and a daring plan had appeared. Gongsun Cha's sharpness and insanity combined with Bihan's fiery tactics caused this plan to receive full support. Bihan led Sin Battalion and sneaked through the night to get close to the main peak without being detected. Almost all of the forces of Xian Kong Temple were positioned on their borders to resist the invasion of other forces. Their center was left comparatively empty and undefended. For Bihan, who had lived in Xian Kong Temple since his childhood, it was as though there were no defenses at all. Once Kuan Luan entered the battle, all of Xian Kong Temple would panic, and this was also when Xian Kong Temple's main peak defenses would be at its weakest. Bihan, who had been hiding nearby, unhesitatingly bared his fangs. Bihan, who was familiar with every tree and flower, didn't even give the disciples of Xian Kong Temple any chance to send a message before taking down all of Xian Kong Temple's main peak. There wasn't anything left alive on the main peak of Xian Kong Temple. Bihan's gaze cleared quickly of its daze and became cold again. He looked up at the sky and knew he could not afford to delay. He was not the only one that was hiding in the dark. The Sutra Pavilion and Diana Treasure Pavilion of Xian Kong Temple's main peak held the wealth of Xian Kong Temple accumulated through thousands of years. It was the most tempting and delicious part of this feast. The situation had developed so quickly that Xian Kong Temple hadn't had the time to move this wealth away. All of the sects were targeting this fat piece of meat. Among the Xian Kong Temple disciples that he had just killed, there were 6 that were spies from other factions. Soon, the elite experts of other factions would arrive and it would not be so easy to leave then. Bihan looked deeply at this Diana holy ground that had stood for thousands of years. A jade box covered in seal scripts appeared on his hand. He did not hesitate and threw the jade box out. The jade box drew out a curve as it flew through the night sky, bam, and landed halfway up the mountain. The jade box immediately cracked. A dot of fire lit up from the jade box. The fire quickly spread at a mad speed towards the surroundings. In a flash, the middle of the mountain was covered in flames. The dark red flames danced furiously and consumed everything. This was a work from the 2 masters of Golden Crow Camp. Samadhi Firebox. This kind of 6th grade fire was stunningly power. Harvesting high-level fires from fire formations was one of Golden Crow Camp's best skills. The flames of the core members in Golden Crow Camp had all been upgraded a long time ago. 4th grade Golden Crow fire was too low grade for their present needs. Many sects had Samadhi fire, and using it here would not expose their identity. In a flash, the flames consumed the entire peak. The crimson red tongues of fire shot up and licked the sky. The entire sky was dyed red, and even the clouds were unable to the lashing tongues of flame. The sky was penetrated by the hot flows of air. Among the flames, Bihan led the silent and puppet-like Sin battalion to a soundless withdrawal. The Yin energy underground was thick and a passageway stretched forward. The concentration of Yin energy inside the cave was multiple times that of above. Waves of Yin energy came out of the deep hole. The black gold seal soldier's eyes flashed with eerie light. He banged on his chest as he comforted Ague, shamelessly complimenting himself. Sister Ague, don't worry, Lil Black is very strong now, and can easily capture those ghost soldiers. He suddenly stopped and his eyes lit up. Ague silently stopped walking. Suddenly, the black gold seal soldier gave a sly smile and his body smashed towards the right abruptly. Bam! His smash was extremely strong and something immediately flew out. The black gold seal soldier's hands and feet were on the ground like a wild beast as he shouted out. He stretched out his neck, his face twisted as he howled at the top of his lungs, oh oh oh, singing to the sky with a curved neck. 1. He was lightning fast and didn't even leave behind an afterimage in the air. Whoosh, he appeared behind that thing. Bam, his right leg was like a whip that viciously struck the gray shadow. The great power whipped the gray shadow into the air. The black gold seal soldier's eyes were bright as he shot out again. He suddenly appeared in the air, meeting the incoming gray shadow and struck another blow with his leg. Bam bam bam. There was a fast rattle of bone-aching sound that would cause people's scalps to prickle. Suddenly, his figure flashed again and he appeared next to the gray shadow. His right hand was like metal pincers that clasped around the thing's neck. The series of movements had been lightning fast. The black gold seal soldier gripped the other's throat and pulled it in front of him. After examining it for a while, he was slightly puzzled. This is the ghost soldier? The flames in the eyes of the ghost soldier were dim as though it had been greatly affected by the storm of attacks and hadn't recovered yet. The bones of the ghost soldier were covered in cracks and it was breathing faintly. Suddenly, the black gold seal soldier's nose jerked and his eyes lit up. Shun power. But his face quickly fell. He dragged the ghost soldier in front of Ague and said reluctantly, Sister Ague, here. Ague quickly sucked all of the shun power from the ghost soldier's body. The black gold seal soldier's power had grown greatly after he swallowed 2 balls of light while Zuo Mo had forged the Earth Mo weapons. He rampaged around underground. All of the ghost soldiers that he met were unable to fight back. The 2 advanced more than a dozen li and killed 6 ghost soldiers. Ague absorbed 3 threads of Shin power and the black gold seal soldier also absorbed 3. After absorbing the threads of Shin power, the black gold seal soldier became even more powerful. He was also able to automatically take in Yin energy from the surroundings and could hide perfectly in it. After absorbing Shin power, the purple fire in her eyes was brighter. The Yin energy in the surroundings continuously flowed into her body and then permeated out of her body. The Yin energy that came out would carry away threads of black energy. The black gold seal soldier suddenly exclaimed in shock, Sister Ague, you seem to have become more beautiful. That's great. I have to ask for a reward from Big Bro. If I don't ask for a reward for such a good thing, I really can't live up to my name. The scars on Ague's face were much fainter and her exposed skin much smoother. What was most attractive was still her perfect pair of feet. Her bare feet at present had an additional luster like that of jade or porcelain. They were untouched by dust despite stepping on the ground. The black gold seal soldier touched his face and then his head. He muttered, why didn't I become more handsome? It's not fair, this really isn't fair. I want to become handsome. I want to become the handsomest seal soldier, and then pursue the tastiest ling beasts. The black gold seal soldier's wails echoed underground. The purple fire in Ague's eyes became less heated and more gentle. I really lost out. I have to get something out of Big Bro to comfort my wounded soul. The black gold seal soldier's mouth constantly ran. Suddenly, his gaze met his own hand and he stilled. The script on his hand was peerlessly clear. This pattern was very powerful. It was not like a seal script, nor a Mo matrix, it seemed extremely old. Even Big Brother was unable to tell what it was. In the past, it had been very blurry, but now it was extremely clear. Each stroke was clear. However, he clearly remembered that this pattern didn't have any black parts. One line of the pattern on his hand had turned black. He inspected it a few times and couldn't make heads or tails of it. He could only give up. However, he immediately became excited. This hand's pattern had always been his strongest killing move. While he didn't understand what pattern this was, he could feel the great power contained in the hand pattern. Have a strong one come. Have a strong one come. Let GE try this out. The black gold seal soldier yearned to try. At this time, deep in the cavern, a deep growl came. The yin energy in the cave suddenly became ferocious and turbulent as it twisted and headed at the duo. The black gold seal soldier was aching for a fight and was overjoyed. He changed forward into the furious wave, heading in headfirst like an arrow. The purple fire in Ague's eyes suddenly lit up. The wave of air blew away the sand and rocks around her, yet Ague didn't move at all. Ague's bare feet lightly danced on the ground before she disappeared. Bam bam bam. Loud sounds of collisions entered Ague's ears. When Ague arrived, she only saw the black gold seal soldier fighting intensely against a skeleton covered in flames. The air vibrated with the exclamations of the black gold seal soldier and the angry howls of the fire skeleton. If Zuo Mo was here, he would definitely recognize that it was a sacrificial altar under the black gold seal soldier and the fire skeleton. At the edge of the sacrificial altar, there were 10 totem pillars carved with ghosts and monsters. They were continuously spouting pure and thick yin energy out. The yin energy followed the passages of the sacrificial altar to gather at a bulge at the center. The yin energy climbed up the steps. There were 4 stone statues with grotesque fasts and fangs guarding the 4 corners of the platform. The statue on the west was already shattered to leave behind a pile of rubble. From the fragments, it was possible to see that this was a statue of a skeleton. At the center of the statues where the yin energy gathered, a gray set of armor stood silently. The feet of the armor continuously absorbed yin energy that was then spat out through its mouth. All of the yin energy underground came from here. The bone armor was like jade. After being permeated for countless years by the yin energy, it was astoundingly fine to touch. Small pieces of bones were layered together and held in unique beauty. The empty eyes of the bone armor carried the weight of the ages as they soundlessly stared at Ague. 1. The black gold seal soldier mangled the poem The Song of the Goose. The proper translation is more along the lines of goose, 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 she is singing towards the sky, with her neck bending in such a lovely curve. From http://completechinese.blogspot.cs/2014/02/classic-tang-poem.html. Translator ramblings. Bihan finally burns down Xian Kong Temple. Revenge is served burning hot in this case. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732, King's Forbidden Firmament. Chapter 732, King's Forbidden Firmament. He is setting up Jinji, the chief Mo god said coolly. The rhinoceros Mo god stood silently next to him. The two did not have any attendants with them. After changing their appearance, no one recognized them. Having disguised themselves and ordering subordinates to act as body doubles to mislead their enemies, no one knew that they had secretly arrived. I already told Third to delay the old man and the Yao Council of Elders when we make our move, the rhinoceros Mo god said gravely. We need to be fast and capture Shao and Mo Ge before they can react. The chief Mo god's eyes were cold. The angel device raiment is definitely on him. As long as Shao and Mo Ge is in our hands, we have the upper hand. The rhinoceros Mo god nodded. He glanced at the grave ghost mound. I will break the Jinji. His voice was hushed, but his tone was filled with confidence. In his view, Shao Mo Ge's idea of setting up Jinji was laughable. The Jinji might be strong, but it definitely could not stop them. Only Shin Power Jinji could stop Shin Power experts. Sang Lianer's Shin Power has not yet recovered, and she is not a threat, the chief Mo god schemed. Shao Mo Ge is setting up Jinji and has definitely used a great amount of energy. The only worry is that ugly servant of his. The rhinoceros listens silently with a composed expression. Do not hold anything back. The chief Mo god's gaze did not leave the grave ghost mound. This battle will determine the future of our Mo Shin temple. If we succeed, we will not need to fear the Yao Council of Elders. I know, the rhinoceros Mo god said gravely. Act now. Before the words finished, the chief Mo god's figure disappeared. The figure of the rhinoceros Mo god flashed and he silently appeared high above the periphery of the grave ghost mound. He took a deep breath. All the Shin power in his body vibrated. He knew that with this attack, his identity would be exposed to everyone. Victory and defeat was all in this blow, but he eliminated the stray thoughts in his mind, his hands slowly raised up high, and his eyes widened. Boom! A stunning presence erupted like a volcano, and was no longer concealed. It was as bright as the sun. The powerful Shin presence spread across all of the grave ghost mound and the surrounding 100 li like a storm. The suffocating presence was like a roaring wasteland beast from the ancient era. Those Mo of average power felt their legs weaken and almost give out. Blood-red hoops suddenly wrapped around the right arm of the rhinoceros Mo god. The rhinoceros Mo god opened his eyes, the 5 fingers on his right hand spread out as he pressed his open palm downwards. The Yin energy that multiplied suddenly in ferocity had nearly caught Zuo Mo off guard. However, his reaction was fast and he immediately adjusted, his hand movements changing. The Yin energy was like a coiling grey dragon that silently moved along the Mo matrices and seal scripts already set up. Everywhere it passed, the Mo matrices and seal scripts lit up. The Yin energy was absorbed by the Mo matrices and seal scripts and then turned into grey snowflakes. The snow grew even heavier. Even someone as strong as Zuo Mo couldn't help but show weariness after setting up Jinji for such a long time. He threw a sun seed into his mouth and felt as the pure Shin power continuously rejuvenated his body. When his strength returned, the light in his eyes grew brighter. Looking at the mountains, rivers, and flowing earth fire within 50 li and the packed seal scripts and Mo matrices, a smug expression appeared on his face. Gu is really a genius. However, he would only know the effect of the Jinji after activating them. The strange and heavy grey snow had already been noticed by the experts gathered outside. Numerous pairs of eyes focused on the grave ghost mound behind the line of fire. Zuo Mo took a deep breath. He looked down at the Jinji below and his eyes flashed with a stunning light. Since this was the case, then let it be activated. At the sudden appearance of the rhinoceros Mo god, the old man, Mingyu Yi and the other people all changed expression. The old man's hair flew up as his Shin power reached a peak. His body was covered in a layer of terrifying black light, his muscles bulging. He suddenly grew in height, his figure multiplying in size, his body seemingly made from metal as it turned black. He stepped forward, his back arched as he threw a punch layered in black light at the rhinoceros Mo god in the sky. He shouted thunderously, "Get down here!" A cold light flashed through Mingyu Ye's eyes. The light blue reeds in her hand danced at a unique rhythm and snapped. A blue butterfly flew out. Its beautiful wings flapped in the air and it disappeared. "Old elder, you really have a temper." The young Mo god giggled. Yet there was no humor on his face, only a stern expression at the gravity of the situation. The bloody light on his body was thick, and his Shin power was clearly being channeled to its limits. Within the bloody light, blood-thorny vines flew out. The bloody vines danced in the air like snakes with thorns. They crisscrossed in the air and covered the sky. Dozens of blood vines twisted eerily as they gathered in one direction. They immediately formed a wall of vines that blocked the punch from the old man. Boom! The blood vine wall immediately was penetrated. The young Mo god seemed to have expected this. A second and a third vine wall appeared at almost the same time. The punch passed through the second blood vine wall and smashed into the third, but it was halted. At the same time, the blood vines suddenly bloomed with bright flowers. The flowers withered at a visible rate, the petals falling and dancing in the wind to form a mist surrounding the figure of the blue butterfly. The blue butterfly lightly flapped its wings. The bright blood mist was unable to move forward. Yet the blood mist thickened and surrounded the blue butterfly. Pop, pop, pop. A rattle of explosions came from within the bloody mist and, abruptly, the bloody mist exploded. Mingyu Ye's expression changed slightly. She unhesitatingly cut off her connection to the butterfly. The blood mist in the air exploded, a ring of bloody light spreading ferociously into the surroundings like a storm. All of the people who had approached were caught off guard and were thrown into the air as though they were hit by a rampaging bull. Eerie blood-colored patterns suddenly appeared on the face of the young Mo god. Blood seeped out of these beautiful patterns. He looked both eerie and terrifying. His face was pale, his clothing tattered, and his figure wavering and about to fall. He had managed to stop these two users of Shin power, but it had cost him greatly. Ayaya, being cannon fodder isn't a great feeling. He muttered to himself as his thin body floated weakly in the air. At the same time, a stunning yet familiar wave of air came towards his back. An accomplished smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Of the three, the chief Mo god was the strongest, but in terms of how domineering one's power was, the rhinoceros Mo god was the best. Nothing could stand to the Mo god's brute hand. He had completed his mission. The young Mo god seemed relieved of a great burden. He relaxed his body and allowed it to drift with the furious flow shockwave's power like a falling leaf. He did not care about the blood that was seeping out of the patterns on his face. Yet his relaxed body suddenly froze. In the next moment, the young Mo god forcibly twisted his body and turned back to gaze at the grave ghost mound. His eyes widened and he paled. The grave ghost mound that had been dark and shrouded in grey snow suddenly lit up as though there were 10,000 lanterns. The Mo matrices and seal scripts continuously lit up at a stunning rate as though water was flowing through them. In a flash, the grave ghost mound seemed to appear illuminated as though it was day. The exquisite and complex seal scripts and Mo matrices lit up in succession. The land within 50 li seemed to be covered with a bright and fine spider web. The endless bright seal scripts illuminated the curves of the landscape. The gray snowflakes floating in the air were dissonant to the beauty below, but no one could ignore them. Yet at this time, no one was attracted by the beauty of the grave ghost mound. Everyone's gaze could not move away from the godly figure in the air as they unconsciously stopped breathing. Mo God's brute hand. Everyone seemed to see a great mountain crashing down from the sky. A brutal and suffocating power that smashed down as it robbed people of hope. Under the suffocating pressure of the Mo God brute hand, the beautiful grave ghost mound was like a beautiful but fragile work of art. This hand was enough to flatten all of the grave ghost mound. Among the gray snowflakes, Zuo Mo suddenly raised his head. He only just detected the approaching furious and intimidating power after he activated the Jinji. Zuo Mo had jumped in fright. This attack had given up on all technique and skill, it was just pure power. This was the first time he saw such an unique Shin technique. While most Shin techniques were simple and utilized little skill, he had never heard of such a simple and direct method. He had once seen the rhinoceros Mo God during the fight against the Xian Kong Temple Elder Corps. He had estimates of the rhinoceros Mo God's power, but his mind still wavered at the power of this hand. But in the next moment, he suddenly reacted and knew the other's intentions. The other wanted to break his Jinji. Zuo Mo's little heart immediately stopped wavering, and his expression became vicious. The gaze he threw up was one of scorn, as he spat out a disdainful sound. It was as though he was displeased that he was being challenged in his most accomplished field. Ever since GE started learning seal formation, the turtle formation defense style had never been defeated. It had great accomplishments, and you definitely hadn't lived in Sky Moonjia before. If there were people inside the grave ghost mound, people would be shocked to find that the scene inside was completely different than what they saw outside. The seal scripts and Mo matrices on the ground were not stationary but moved as though they were alive. The light from the ground suddenly grew. Zuo Mo's eyes grew brighter, all of the humor on his face disappearing and leaving behind only focus and concentration. Floating in the air, Zuo Mo's face that was not handsome flashed with an indescribable light. Even the suffocating pressure, Mo God brute hand, that was howling down at the ground could not steal his glory at this moment. Come! He suddenly spread his arms. The light under his feet brightened. The flowing seal scripts and Mo matrices stilled. And then they seemed to have received a summons, each of them leaving the ground and floating in the air. There were 18,000 parts, and more than tens of thousands of seal scripts and Mo matrices involved. The combined seal scripts and Mo matrices that numbered in the hundreds of thousands and of various colors and shapes all flew into the sky. Looking from afar, in that moment, there were millions of dots of light above the grave ghost mound. They were bright and like a mist. The scene was so spectacular that words could only describe a tiny part of it. Some stopped and floating in the air, others continued to rise, moving up and down in a staggered fashion. The gray snowflakes did not continue to fall but floated silently. Time seemed to be frozen by this indescribable beauty. What also stopped was the sky of the grave ghost mound. King's forbidden firmament. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo needs a turtle in his zoo. Preferably one that eats gingsher. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733, Battlefield. Chapter 733, Battlefield. In the middle of the night, the sky above the grave ghost mound was illuminated by a deluge of light. Zuo Mo's figure with his arms spread wide seemed to be a ruler looking down at his realm. The pride and an ease in his manner spoke of absolute control was clear to all those below him in that frozen moment. Even the bright lights could not mask his grandeur. When time seemed to freeze, a blood-colored handprint was frozen soundlessly in the air. Even while it was bound motionlessly in the air, that bright red handprint would still make people feel the powerful, vicious, and brutal presence. Mo God's brute hand. No one had thought that the Mo God's brute hand, that had drew at the energies of the universe and overwhelmed the world and caused a tsunami of ferocious power, was a bright red handprint no larger than their own. When the Mo matrices below lit up, the rhinoceros Mo God felt danger. Yet everything that happened next surpassed his imagination. The destructive power, the furious wave of power he had released, stopped without any delay. Seeing that Mo God's brute hand silently stopped in the air, he even stilled. How was it possible? Even if his Mo God's brute hand was stopped, even if the Mo God's brute hand was destroyed by the other Shin technique, he would not be so surprised. But this strange stillness in front of him surpassed the bounds of his knowledge. Arms spread, Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. His right arm swayed slightly as his hand swept out. He shouted clearly, "Turn." The surrounding crowds woke up as Zuo Mo's voice seemed to reverberate inside their minds. The bright rain of light above the grave ghost mound slowly revolved with Zuo Mo as the center. The seal scripts and Mo matrices floating in the air woke up and moved around. When hundreds of thousands of bright patterns moved, everyone changed expressions. Streaks of light formed and were destroyed. Even those that were skilled in Mo matrices could not identify any pattern. It was too complex. Yet at this time, no one was able to shout in time, and those that were stronger found a faintly discernible figure within the vortex of light. The chief Mo god. Even the stupidest person could guess this person's identity at this time. The chief Mo god was in a dilemma. The Jinji in front of him was eerie and strange. The seal scripts and Mo matrices around him each gave off different kinds of power. When these powers mixed together, it was like a power bog. He wasn't able to move. No matter what Shin technique he used, it would be consumed and merge with this strange power bog. Damn it! The sickle Mo matrix on the chief Mo god's face was bright and clear, showing the fury he felt at this moment. However, he was a decisive person, and knew that he could not succeed even with the help of the others. It was more important to save himself in this moment. He immediately channeled Shin power through his entire body to protect it. At this time, the surrounding Mo matrices and seal scripts suddenly spun. Felt his breathing choke off and his body was restrained. Innumerable power flows spun around him, cutting, twisting, and grinding at him. This caused the Shin power inside him to be quickly expended. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free of the restraint. Only now did he understand the true meaning of this Jinji. It used an abnormal amount of turbulent power flows to turn the entire Jinji area into a power graveyard. Any kind of power when put in this power graveyard would be broken up and assimilated. Just as though it was trying to prove his prediction, the blood-colored fingerprint that was motionless above his head quickly melted, grew smaller, and then disappeared. Which monster thought of such a monstrous method? The fury in the chief Mo god's eyes disappeared and a threat of terror replaced it. He knew the true meaning of the Jinji, but he still did not know how Xiao Mo Ge controlled the astounding number of power flows. The pressure of the Jinji against him grew even greater, and his Shin power was used up at an even faster rate. The chief Mo god knew that if he did not make a decision now, he would most likely be forever restrained in this freakish Jinji. Viciousness flashed through his eyes. He suddenly bit his tongue. The sickle Mo matrix on his face turned from bright red to gray-white. His full face thinned eerily. He stared viciously at Zuo Mo and gritted out, "Xiao Mo Ge, either you will die or I will die." Before he finished, his figure slowly faded at a visible rate until he disappeared. The rhinoceros Mo god detected the chief Mo god going all in immediately. Shocked, he also reacted quickly. He knew that the mission had failed this time. Xiao Mo Ge was stronger than they had imagined. He looked with lingering fear at the youth in the middle of the bright glittering rain. A hint of relief rose. Fortunately, he had not been trapped in that fatal Jinji. Taking advantage of the other people not having recovered from the shock, he suddenly appeared behind Toyoshi Yaku and grabbed him. His left hand suddenly exploded into a bloody mist and covered the pair. When the bloody mist dissipated, the figure of the two were gone. The fighting on the ground did not affect what occurred underground. The fighting underground was similarly intense. The Black Gold Seal soldier and the fire skeleton were fighting intensely. His strength having grown, the Black Gold Seal soldier had the upper hand, yet the fire skeleton had the advantage of home territory and used special abilities that forced the battle into a stalemate. This displeased the Black Gold Seal soldier. The screams and nattering of the Black Gold Seal soldier echoed over the entire sacrificial altar. "You trash bones, ye can smell the rot coming off you. You still can't give up after being buried for so many years? Be obedient and let ye help you move on, you can earn some good karma. It is your greatest fortune to come to Ye's stomach. So many beautiful beasts beg for it but cannot get it, come. In his eyes, the fire skeleton that possessed pure Shin power was like an extremely high-quality slab of braised ribs. Interspersed among the endless nattering was the sound of slurping and swallowing. The fire skeleton was not of low intelligence and would occasionally give out furious howls. Suddenly, the fire skeleton froze. A hand covered in purple energy passed through its forehead. All of the flames suddenly disappeared. The bones immediately lost their light. Bam! The skeleton immediately turned to bone powder and landed on the ground. The purple fire in Ague's eyes were shockingly bright now and seemed to want to emerge from her body. The death Shin power inside the fire skeleton was multiple times stronger and purer than the ghost soldier they encountered outside. The Shin power of the ghost soldier was like a thin stream, and the fire skeleton Shin power was a raging river. The black gold seal soldier was about to cry. The braced ribs had flown away. Ah ha ha ha. All of you come, you wants you to come out, the grieving black gold seal soldier shouted as he charged to the highest level of the sacrificial altar. Snap snap snap. The other three status immediately shattered. Three monsters appeared in front of him. One was a monster with a sheep head, one had a bull head, and one with a hawk head. The black gold seal soldier wasn't afraid. His eyes bright as he shouted, "Mine, mine, all mine." Hearing this, Zuo Mo, who had just arrived at the entrance, almost tripped. He sweated inside. Why does this sound slightly like GE? Having eliminated the threat of the emotion temple, Zuo Mo's mind relaxed. He was confident in the power of the king's forbidden firmament. Only just now had he found that Agui was missing, his face paled, and then hurriedly came in search of her. Seeing Agui safe and unharmed, a rock in his mind landed. When his gaze turned towards the highest level of the sacrificial altar, his body shook, and his eyes gave off light. The shadow of the fight that had occurred a few days ago faded from people's memories. One side of the fight had been proven to be Kunlun Sword Shio, and had cultivations near Fanshu level. This new cast a shadow over this peaceful city. Kunlun. Even in the Mo territories, all knew of them. No matter how the Mo disliked Kunlun, they could not refute its great power. In these chaotic times, Kunlun had become even more powerful, unlike Shin Kong Temple, who had collapsed, and Xian, who was declining, and Kunlun's name caused even more fear in their enemies. Lin Xian had astounding talent and was an outstanding successor. The sect's inner circle was unusually close-knit. When compared to other sects, this made Kunlun even more terrifying. Even the Mo that were far from the front lines had expressions of anxiety and fear when they discussed Kunlun. Yet there were many pieces of popular news recently that attracted people's attention. The Emotion Temple had been defeated at the Grave Ghost Mound. This was the hottest topic of the moment. The Emotion Temple had once been thought of one of the factions most likely to unite all of the Mo. However, no one paid attention to the losers. All of the Mo territories were discussing one name, Xiao Mo Gu. Xiao Yunhai was Xiao Mo Gu. Even though the major factions had remained silent on this topic in an unspoken agreement, the angry shout of the chief Mo god had informed everyone when he retreated. If Xiao Mo Gu in the past was thought of one of the strongest in the younger generation and an upcoming talent, then no one thought that now. No one paid any more attention to the fight that had occurred a few days ago. But what no one knew was that there was a great battle occurring deep underground outside the city. 30 li under the ground, there was a cocoon of blood about the height of a person. Blood seeped out from the god-killing blood sword and flowed towards the blood cocoon. It flowed along the passages of the blood cocoon and entered Wei Shang's body. Wei Shang's own blood flowed out through another passage and permeated the god-killing blood sword. There wasn't even one drop of Wei Shang's own blood in his body. Every droplet of blood was replaced by the blood of the warriors and great fighters that the god-killing blood sword had drank as it had killed them. Through the ages, it had drank the blood of countless warriors. The blood was truly the blood of heroes. It contained the power, belief, and hate of these warriors before death, and also pure and stunning power. Each droplet was like a great poison. If this was any other person, each and every droplet would be fatal. These warriors' belief were so strong that any normal soul would be rendered into dust. In the end, there would only be one result, the destruction of the body. Wei Shang did not die even though all of his blood had been exchanged for this poisonous hero's blood. Because he was Wei Shang. His power might not be strong enough, but his resolve was not lacking compared to any other person. His body became a battlefield. A battlefield where intense fighting was occurring on every inch, a battlefield where he would either win or die. Translator ramblings, maybe blood is just a manifestation of power and there aren't any antibodies, the blood most likely is a mix of blood from many races as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734, Ancient Shin Device. Chapter 734, Ancient Shin Device. Zuo Mo was quick. Just having gained comprehension of a new attack in the King's Forbidden Firmament, Zuo Mo attacked with a killing move. A golden light suddenly appeared on his hand. He slightly reached out and pushed at the cow head monster. A golden handprint left his hand. If the rhinoceros Mo god saw this handprint, he would be so stunned his eyes would bulge out in surprise. Other than being made out of gold-colored light and not blood-colored light, it was the exact same as his Mo god's brute hand. No matter if it was the chief Mo god or the rhinoceros Mo god, they would not expect that the core and the strongest part of the King's Forbidden Firmament was not the restraining aspect but the king. Inside the Jinji, Zuo Mo was the king of all. He was the strongest and the central part of the Jinji. All the changes of the Jinji, every minuscule change or minute action would pass into his mind. Zuo Mo had a general understanding of the restrained, Mo God brute hand. His attack was at least 80% similar. However, he cultivated the Sunshin power and what left his hand was a golden handprint. The vicious presence was lesser, but a strong and fierce presence was greater. The Yin energy underground was astoundingly thick, and Zuo Mo's Sunshin power was both yang and strong. With this attack, it was like hot water in snow. A hint of fear flashed through the eyes of the bull-headed monster. The terrifying power contained in the little golden handprint made him feel great shock. He retreated. But a purple hand suddenly penetrated through his head. Zuo Mo and Ague were in perfect coordination. Zuo Mo's attack was astounding and thunderous to shock the other's mind. Ague was ghostly, and her one-hit one-kill, preference for attacking vital areas, was perfectly suited to coordinate with Zuo Mo. Just like the previous bull-headed monster, Zuo Mo and Ague finished the hawk-headed monster with a combo of gold and purple energy. After absorbing the Shin power of the two monsters, the brutal purple energy in Ague's eyes gradually dimmed, but a faint mark appeared on her forehead. Zuo Mo's mind moved. Was this the undying Shin seal? Thinking of the old man's words, Zuo Mo hurriedly took out the scab fragrance. Ague seemed to smell the scent of the scab fragrance. And a hint of desire appeared in her eyes. Zuo Mo handed the scab fragrance to Ague. Each scab fragrance was about the size of a bean, each a different shape, and gray-white in color. When it was taken out, the entire place was filled with its fragrance. This was an unique and indescribable fragrance. Even Zuo Mo couldn't help but swallow. The black gold seal soldier stretched out his neck and stared at the scab fragrance in Ague's hand. He appeared as though he forgot about the sheep-headed monster in front of him, and it was possible to see drool glittering at the corner of his mouth. The sheep-headed monster also stopped and stared at the scab fragrance in Ague's hand. Ague directly swallowed the scab fragrance. The black gold seal soldier wailed grievously with a pained expression. He turned and stared hatefully at the sheep-headed monster as he blasted out, "Mine, mine, mine, mine." Not having recovered from the distraction, the sheep-headed monster was beaten down by the black gold seal soldier. Zuo Mo watched for a while. He felt that the black gold seal soldier didn't need any help, so he moved his gaze away. After Ague swallowed the scab fragrance, she immediately sat down in lotus position, and her body occasionally flashed with purple light. Ague's expression was calm, and Zuo Mo's worries eased slightly. His gaze once again focused on the bone armor on the platform. With a flash, he appeared above the bone armor. Examining it up from close, he increasingly felt the extraordinary nature of the bone armor. This sacrificial altar was located at a special place. There was the mouth to a Yin vein under the sacrificial altar. Even normal bone armor would be completely transformed after being immersed in Yin energy for tens of thousands of years like this, and become outstanding. The material of this armor itself was extraordinary, even though Zuo Mo could not recognize what kind of bone it was made from. The sacrificial altar was a product of the ancient era and it was at least 10,000 years old. According to the golden leaf, the grade of a sacrificial altar was related to its size, but it was not an absolute rule. Many unique tribal sacrificial altars would not pursue grandness and vastness. However, there was one point that was always true: the guardian statues. A sacrificial altar that had guardian statues meant that this altar was extremely important to its tribe. The ancient era was too far removed from the present, and Zuo Mo's knowledge of the time mostly came from the gold leaf and the memories that Qing Lin had left him. The gold leaf was cryptic and many of Qing Ling's memories had become blurred through the passage of thousands of years. The materials of the ancient era were very different from the present. That was the era where wasteland beasts rampaged, and rare materials littered the ground. This material that was able to remain until the present would be even more extraordinary. Each bone was like a gray crystal, clear and glowing. This Yin vein was clearly enormous and the amount of Yin energy it contained was stunning. The sprouting Yin energy was a flow that continuously washed the bone armor. Zuo Mo was slightly unused to the dense Yin energy. Unlike the other objects of that time, the bone armor's design is unusually fine. The small bone pieces were ground thin and layered together like feathers. What was most attention-grabbing was the two short daggers inserted at the arms. Unlike the crystal-like texture of the other bone pieces, the short bone knives were completely snowy white without any flaw. Even Zuo Mo felt a chill staring at the strange and eerie curves. Zuo Mo reached out to the bone armor. Just as he was about to touch the armor, there was a whoosh, and a great pain came from his fingertip. Zuo Mo's eyes widened and his expression was shocked. He put his finger in front of his eyes. There was an extremely thin wound at the tip of his finger. Zuo Mo's shock increased. He knew just how strong his current body was. Even normal flying swords would shatter if they stuck him, and they wouldn't even manage to wound him. It was an energy blade made from Yin energy. Yet what shocked Zuo Mo was not the Yin energy blade, but he realized why the bone armor was placed at the sacrificial altar. It was a Shin device. This was a Shin device left behind from the ancient era. This was a true Shin device. Zuo Mo could not suppress the joy on his face. He actually had managed to encounter such a fortuitous matter. The bone armor was pure Yin in quality and not suited to him, but very suited to a Gue. The undying Shin power that a Gue had was a kind of death energy. The bone armor also contained death energy, and the two were a match for each other. Having woken up, a Gue silently appeared next to Zuo Mo, her eyes focused on the bone armor. Zuo Mo felt her move and turned around. The mark on a Gue's forehead had become clearer. It was a knotted mark. The faint purple chains formed an unique knot. A Gue seemed to have become prettier. Zuo Mo stilled and examined her seriously. Upon close inspection, it was as he had thought. The marks on a Gue's face were almost gone, and the new skin on her face was fine and white. She had a delicate and gentle face with a pointed chin. Zuo Mo could see the young female that was restrained in the voice. Instinctively, Zuo Mo reached out towards a Gue's face. A Gue stood motionless and did not avoid his hand. A strange and fine feeling came from his fingertips. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. A Gue's face suddenly leaned towards Zuo Mo's hand, and she buried her face in Zuo Mo's hand. Zuo Mo's heart beat even faster, but he didn't bear to pull his hand away. Compared to the stopping of time by the king's forbidden firmament, time really did stop in this moment. Ha ha! This taste. This is the taste. It is wonderful. The laughter of the black gold seal soldier came over. He had just killed the sheep-headed monster and sucked in its Shin power. Zuo Mo was startled and pulled his hand away. His face immediately burned red. He hurriedly dropped his hand, grabbed the Gue's hand and pretended to inspect her. However, he quickly stopped pretending. Zuo Mo's expression became serious. Compared to previously, a Gue's Shin power was multiple times stronger. The vastness of the Shin power caused Zuo Mo's heart to beat rapidly. Fortunately, the Shin power inside a Gue's body seemed to recognize Zuo Mo and did not try to hinder his son's Shin power, happily welcoming him instead. Yet Zuo Mo's expression became even more serious. The purple chains that restrained a Gue had become thinner, but the patterns on the chains became even more dense and fine. There were purple flames that would occasionally rise from the chains. The stronger undying Shin power restrained a Gue's soul even more. However, what eased Zuo Mo's worry slightly was that a Gue's soul seemed to have become much more solid. The nether reincarnation lotus and the scab fragrance had helped her greatly. The young female dressed in white robes had a calm expression, and there was a similar purple knotted mark on her forehead. This time, a Gue's soul did not detect Zuo Mo. Yet when his gaze saw the slightly bashful smile on the white-robed Gue's face, Zuo Mo's heart jumped strangely. At this time, his brow suddenly moved. Ian had come. On the other side of the line of fire, Ian had never felt like this. Behind him, countless gazes focused on him. He felt as though there was a blade pointed at his back, but right now, he had to persist. He had seen the emotion temple being rebuffed. The last bit of hope he felt dissipated. Ian did not fear powers such as the Mo Weapon Master Association, however, the rare artifact hall wouldn't have a chance against a titan like the Yao Council of Elder. The only chance was grab onto Xiao Yunhai. Oh no, it was Xiao Mogu. These two names meant two completely different things. Xiao Yunhai was a Mo Weapon Grandmaster, and represented profit. Xiao Mogu was a Shin power expert, a warlord, and represented survival. No matter when, survival was far more valuable than profit. Ian was a business person. He knew that he had to prove his own value for the other to accept him, prove the value of rare artifact hall. Qian now was at odds with the Yao Council of Elders because of Xiao Mogu, but if the Xiao Mogu didn't want to cause trouble with the Yao Council, he could always ignore their plight. Right now, the only thing that Xiao Mogu would pay attention to was the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. Xiao Mogu was willing to use Earth Mo weapons to trade for reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. This was enough to show the importance that Xiao Mogu placed on the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. He stood silently outside the line of fire and waited for Xiao Mogu's summons. Expressing himself like this under the eyes of everyone meant that he left himself no other paths to take. The unfriendly gazes of the Yao Council elders behind him caused him to grit his teeth and persist. Yet he had stood for so long outside the line of fire and the Yao elders hadn't done a thing. This was enough to show how wary they were of Xiao Mogu. This increased Ian's confidence. However, more of his confidence was in the contents of the box in his hand. Translator ramblings, yes, a Shin device just pops out of nowhere. I think this is one of those things where Feng Xiang had a side plot and then gave up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735, Kunlun's Spirit. Chapter 735, Kunlun's Spirit. A perfect body slowly floated up from the medicine pool. On the tall figure, every muscle was clearly defined and balanced. The eyes on the handsome face were lightly closed. As his eyelids slowly opened, they revealed eyes that were deep like the vast stars, and would cause people to get lost in. He sat up and the water droplets on his body were like the dew on the lily pads, rolling off. He was flawless, a work of the heavens. All of the elders had satisfied expressions. How do you feel? The snowy-haired sect leader asked. Lin Xian could hear the concern in the sect leader's words. He did not immediately answer. He tried to move his body and his expression was slightly puzzled. The sect leader saw this and unhesitatingly said, "To the sword testing field." Sword testing field. When Lin Xian effortlessly cut a sword testing stone with a single blow as thought it was tofu, all of the elders inhaled sharply. The sword testing stone was one of the hardest stones in the world. This sword testing stone was Kunlun's largest piece and was over a zhang tall. Even the sect leader, using all his Ling power, would be unable to cut this sword testing stone into two. Lin Xian did not notice the expressions of the elders. He was immersed in a wondrous state. This slightly unfamiliar body contained astounding power. As he moved, Shin power would naturally flow, and it moved to his thoughts. He tried to merge sword essence into it. There was no obstruction and its power skyrocketed. Yet the flying sword in his hand could not tolerate the great Shin power, melting into liquid metal that dripped down. This caused Lin Xian to show a surprised expression. The flying sword in his hand was one of the famed swords of Kunlun, called Heaven's Death. It was 7th grade, and he hadn't thought it would be unable to tolerate Shin power. All of the elders frowned. Shin power was powerful, but if even 7th grade flying swords could not withstand it, then it was slightly troublesome. It seems that we need to carry out our journeys to the ancient ruins earlier, an elder said gravely. Yes, a 7th grade flying sword actually melted. It is most likely that even an 8th grade sword would be unable to express the power of Shin power, another elder said with a sigh. It would be great if we had the angel device raiment. I don't know how powerful the two of them combined would be. Why should we sacrifice what is near for what is far? There are so many ruins, there definitely would be 1 or 2 Shin devices. It is just that we did not pay such attention to them in the past. The sect leader's gaze was thoughtful. He suddenly said, "Elder Ming, you try." "All right." An elder with snowy white hair nodded. He went in front of the bisected sword testing stone. He channeled his Shin power and made a slice. The sword went halfway into the stone. All of the elders were intelligent and immediately showed thoughtful expressions. As I expected. The sect leader's authoritative eyes flashed as he said gravely, "If one is in Fanshu and starts to cultivate Shin power, their power will increase, but it will be much weaker compared to those who are not in Fanshu." Elder Ming's expression turned stern upon hearing this. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. The sect leader is right. After entering Fanshu, one can communicate with the world and be one with them. It is hard to change paths, and the increase in power is limited. He looked at the flying sword in his hand and his expression was slightly dim. The flying sword in his hand was also 7th grade, yet it was unharmed. It could be seen from this that his Shin power was much weaker than Lin Xian's Shin power. Is it better to cultivate this Shin power as early as possible? An elder couldn't resist saying. Lin Xian, say what you think, the sect leader suddenly said. Lin Xian thought for a moment before slowly speaking, this disciple does not feel that. Our Shin power is actually too different from the Shin power of the ancient ear. Our Shin power comes from Ling power, and it is possible to see it as a new power with Ling power and sword essence as the foundation. It is its own system. Ling power is the foundation. Before Jindan, Ling power will be unstable. After entering Fanshu, it will be completed. This disciple thinks that it should be the disciples that are in Jindan and Yuanying that study Shin power first. It is likely that those at the peak of Yuanying will be affected. However, we will only know the result after trying. This is reasonable. All of the elders nodded. Each of them was profound in cultivation and had a deeper understanding of cultivation than Lin Xian. After Lin Xian pointed this out, each of them realized it. Many elders had dim expressions. Those that were able to become elders were either Fanshu or pseudo-Fanshu that were at the peak of Yuanying. The Shen power they cultivated could not transform as purely as the young disciples. It meant that their potential in Shin power was fated to be limited. They had never thought that the cultivation they had worked so hard for became the obstacle in stopping them from progressing. The mood became slightly low. Lin Qian, the sect leader, suddenly spoke. This disciple is listening. Lin Qian hurriedly went forward and acknowledged. You comprehended Shin power. While the other Shirshu have helped you perfect it, you cannot slack off. You need to study it every day. Starting from today, you are the Pavilion Master of Sword Pavilion, and can form the Sword Pavilion. Lin Qian's body shook. The entire place was silent. All of the elders couldn't help but show surprise. The Sword Pavilion was in unique existence in Kunlun. Every Pavilion Master of Sword Pavilion was the next sect leader. He needed to create his own Sword Pavilion. Including the Pavilion Master, there would be 9 members of the Sword Pavilion. These would be his support after he ascended to the role of sect leader. The positions of the Sword Pavilion were left vacant most of the time and would only be activated when the sect leader thought that there was a need for a clear successor. Almost everyone knew that the next sect leader of Kunlun was Lin Qian, but no one had expected that the day would come so soon. The sect leader's cultivation was unfathomably deep, his authority great, and he was trusted widely. Elders, are there any objections? The sect leader looked around at the elders. No objections. No objections. All of the elders had solemn expressions and the same attitude. Everyone knew that Lin Qian becoming the Sword Pavilion Master was the hope of all and could not be stopped. This disciple will not fail, Master. Lin Qian did not refuse. His expression became calm again without any excitement. However, the sect leader heard the determination in his voice, and a hint of comfort flashed through his eyes. The sect leader's expression was authoritative, his eyes so bright people could not look directly at him. His snowy white hair moved despite the lack of wind, his voice as strong as the sword. The old balance has been broken, the new era has started. The future of our Kunlun is the hands in youths like them. If they can grasp victory in this chaotic world, Kunlun will win. We will not use the lives of the disciples to conquer those ancient ruins. Every disciple is the hope of Kunlun. It is time for us old people to create paths for them. Everyone, our light is about to dim, our era has passed, the only thing we can do now is to use our still sharp swords, use our remaining life to increase the probability of success of their future. The wind blew past. Above the sword testing field, the sect leader's voice echoed. Every elder listened with concentration. They instinctively straightened, a holy and excited expression on their faces. Their low spirits due to not being able to advance their Shin power disappeared. We are Kunlun, this is our responsibility, this is our destiny. We are bound by duty. If this new era demands there be sacrifices, it should be us, the old people. Starting from today, all materials for the body cultivation pool and for core formation will not be provided to elders and the sect leader. We have found clues to 7 ancient ruins. 3 elders will explore each ruin. My sword should move once again. All the remaining elders will go to the front lines to replace all disciples Jindan and above. All Jindan disciples are to be summoned back to the sect to cultivate Shin power. We need to find those that are talented among them and groom them. We will trade our lives for the time they need to grow. When they have grown up, Kunlun's future will be bright. The authoritative voice was filled with focused presence. Everyone, please. For Kunlun. The sect leader bowed, his own brows and hair touching the ground. All the elders had stern yet heated expressions. They all bowed with great respect, and hard to suppress excitement. They shouted together, we will abide by sect leader's orders. For Kunlun. Lin Qian's nose felt sore, his eyes blurring. He hurriedly bowed his head, both his hands unconsciously balling into fists. For Kunlun. Shu Long had a tired expression. At his side, the hardship guards were lying askew as they slept. The camp was silent and there was only the sound was the rising and fall of breaths. With the hardship guards' strong bodies, a scene like this would only occur when they were completely exhausted. He raised his head to look at the sky that was gradually growing brighter. The ruins and rubble around them indicated that an intense fight had just occurred here. The traveling speed of guard camp had always been a problem. Even though Golden Crow Camp thought of all the ways they could and used all kinds of talismans on them, the effects were not great. They cultivated Mo skills, and were not skilled in using talismans. In the end, it was the Ling beasts that Chun Yucheng Darren raised that had solved this problem. However, they were still lacking compared to Vermilion Bird Camp. Therefore, the mission that Gongsun Cha had given him was to protect the flank, an important resource Jia, Sanjia. It had not taken much effort to conquer Sanjia. At this time, Xian Kong Temple did not have much power left to defend Sanjia. However, many factions desired the resource-rich Sanjia. Up until now, Xu Long had led guard camp in defeating 8 battalions from different powers, but after the successive hard-fought battles, even the determined guard camp felt deathly exhausted. Suddenly, a paper crane flew over and landed in Xu Long's hand. Xu Long became alert. When he opened the paper crane, an expression of joy came onto his face. The people from Golden Crow Camp were finally arriving. Soon, every soldier in guard camp was woken up. Large numbers of scouts and patrols were sent out to prevent small groups of enemies from penetrating their defensive line and harming Golden Crow Camp. Soon after, a vast fleet of boats appeared. Numerous black dots appeared on the horizon, each dot a treasure ship. As the treasure ship fleet neared, it was possible to hear the urgent shouts and howls coming from the sound-amplifying seal formation. It was extremely hectic on board the treasure ships. Quick, quick, quick! Prepare the material boxes. Prepare to unload the ship. Each time, remain organized, be quick. Everyone pay attention. If any one of you dares to make a mistake, don't blame me for being impolite. Find the marked sites, set up the main seal formation, we have to finish before evening. Just as the fleet stopped, a numerous crowd and innumerable boxes burst out of each treasure ship like numerous floods. The hardship guards on the ground felt the sky darken. In a flash, it was as if the sky in the rising sun's light was blocked out. Translator Ramblings, Kunlun is a dedicated bunch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736, Won't Forget Even in Death. Chapter 736, Won't Forget Even in Death. Zuo Mo opened the box and was slightly surprised. Why are there 5 reverse shadow soul silk grasses? Ian said carefully and respectfully, the 2 extra are a gift. Rare Artifacts Hall hopes to receive Darren's protection. Protection? Zuo Mo immediately reacted and said after a moment of thought. You do not have to do this. Qian killed the Yao Elder to help me. I will not stand by and ignore the consequences. Ian grimaced. There naturally will not be any problems while Darren is here. If Darren leaves, then Rare Artifact Hall will immediately face a calamity. Zuo Mo thought and found that Ian's analysis was correct. The Yao Council of Elders was a great power. If they wanted to do something from the shadows, then Rare Artifact Hall would be unable to stop them. He would also not stay for a long time at Buzhou City. You may say what you think, Zuo Mo asked. Ian said in a respectful voice that was filled with confidence. Darren must deal with many great matters, and does not have the time for minor matters. While Rare Artifact Hall is not one of the biggest businesses in the Mo territories, we have a stable foundation. We can become Darren's hand in gathering is distributing materials, transporting resources, and selling items. Zuo Mo was truly surprised now. He hadn't thought that Ian's plan was to fully submit to him. Deeply established family businesses like Rare Artifacts Hall were factions in their own right and would not easily submit to other factions. I will agree to this. Zuo Mo thought and then said, but you need to think it though. Once you pick a side, you will not be as idle and free as you are now. Ian's expression was joyful as he unhesitatingly bowed. This subordinate has thought this though, and this is not an impulse. Zuo Mo was very satisfied. Ian's Rare Artifacts Hall was an unexpected haul. No matter if it was Ian's great experience in managing a business, or Rare Artifacts Hall's enormous mercantile network, they were all things that the present Mo Cloud Sea desperately needed now. This was free food dropping down from the sky. Do not spread the news right now. Zuo Mo paused and thought. Ian immediately understood. Yes. Zuo Mo said, it is too dangerous outside. Stay here now, and prepare an auction for the Angel Device Raiment. Darren is planning to sell the Angel Device Raiment? Ian was stunned. Yes, sell it, it is just a pseudoshin device. Zuo Mo nodded and did not expand further. He said casually, just some simple preparations. Finishing, he disappeared. He left behind a shocked Ian. Only now did Ian realize why even the Yao Council of Elders had come to participate in this event. Pseudoshin device, the Angel Device Raiment, was a pseudoshin device. Ian had never seen a Shin device and could not make a professional evaluation, but just the name was enough to make countless people crazy. Just a pseudoshin device. Darren was probably the only one that dared to say it like that. The shock on Ian's face turned into a grimace. Staring at the 5 reverse shadow soul silk grasses in the box, Zuo Mo couldn't help but become excited. For this he had almost traversed through the greater portion of 100 Savage Realm. In order to not be disturbed, Zuo Mo came to the underground sacrificial altar. A Gue and the black gold seal solder were both standing guard underground. The Yin energy was of benefit to a Gue, and the black gold seal soldier liked Yin energy. He copied the bone armor, swallowing Yin energy and then spitting it out. He played about happily. Staring at the reverse shadow soul silk grasses in the box, for some reason, Zuo Mo's heartbeat suddenly sped up. Strangely, he was slightly nervous. Those riddles that circled his mind, the voice that repeatedly appeared in his dreams, they would all be answered soon. His birth, his previous memories. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at the reverse shadow soul silk grass. He didn't move at all. A moment later, his body trembled. His dazed eyes finally recovered a thread of clarity. His practiced wooden face became alive and his eyes focused. He exhaled deeply and turned to look at a Gue who was stand guard silently. For some reason, the bewilderment and nervousness he felt immediately disappeared. He laughed mockingly at his own weakness. Determination and bravery returned to his eyes. He threw a reverse shadow soul silkgrass into his mouth. Something seemed to explode in his mind. Countless streaks of light and sound came at him from all directions. Boom! Zuo Mo's mind was completely bland and he was in a daze. There seemed to be countless people speaking at his ear. He couldn't make out what they were saying. Countless scenes flashed across his eyes, but he could not see anything clearly. Too much information suddenly sprouted out of his memories and surrounded him. Even with such a strong consciousness, Zuo Mo could not tolerate so many scenes and voices. The blurry scenes and the noisy sounds seemed to drift far away. Zuo Mo's world became calm again. Hiding in a corner filled with rubble, a boy trembled. We definitely have to get it. On the other side of the damaged wall, the boy could hear the viciousness in the man's voice. Really? A woman's light laugh sounded. Kunlun is really Kunlun, this present, TSK, different from everyone else. However, before the old woman died, why didn't I hear Kunlun act so domineering? Humph. Go to the side, I feel irritated when I see your Shin Kong temple's falseness. The man said disdainfully. You really wound me, I want to ally with you. If that thing ends up in the hands of Tian Huan and Shixian, the woman pretended to be wounded and said. No need, the man said proudly, we, Kunlun, never need to ally with anyone. Don't waste effort, it cannot be used, the Jinji cannot be opened. Mother we spent so much energy to get this pile of scrap metal? They may have detected something. However, they would not bear for it to become scrap metal, they would definitely have something else up their sleeve. Did someone manage to escape? There seems to be one child that we have not found. Dumbass. How can such a mistake happen? He is trash. He doesn't like cultivating, and I heard that the old woman did not like him. Who is he to the old woman? The old woman's grandson. You idiot. Go find him. No matter what, find him. I want to see him alive or dead. In a dark and damp secret room, the small boy looked with intoxication at the mysterious patterns in front of him. For some reason he felt strangely close to these mysterious patterns. Especially those from the many jade scrolls, these would cause him to feel intimacy and warmth. Who let you in? A cold and shrill voice suddenly came from behind him. The young boy's hand shook and the jade scroll dropped to the ground. He turned around. An old woman with an icy expression was looking at him expressionlessly. The young boy's face was ashen white. Speak! The old woman shouted harshly. I solved the Jinji. Terror filled the young boy's mind and he stammered. The old woman was silent. You like these things very much? A moment later, the old woman suddenly spoke. Her expression was still cold, but for some reason, she did not seem to be as intimidating as before. Yes. The young boy's terror decreased greatly as he bowed his head and spoke. The old woman's gaze was piercing and the young boy didn't dare to raise his head. These are the things that your father left you. I do not agree, but you have still found your way in. Starting from today, this place belongs to you. The old woman finished speaking expressionlessly and turned to leave. Starting today, she is your ghost. There was a young girl with a timid expression dressed in white robes standing next to the old woman. What is a ghost? The little boy asked fearfully. A person to protect you. The old woman was expressionlessly. A person to protect me? The young boy didn't seem to understand. Why does she have to protect me? Because I will die, the old woman said coldly. Gue, this name is not pleasing to hear, the young boy muttered. His hands didn't slow at all. The young girl tilted her head. Gue feels it is very good. How come you work so hard at such a boring thing like cultivating? The young boy was puzzled as he carefully treated the wounds on the young girl's feet. The young girl was teary due to the pain and her voice contained a sob. However, it was unusually determined. Because only when I become strong will I be able to protect young master. It is very safe here. There is no need to protect me. I don't like to go outside. The little boy's head shook like a rattledrum. What happens if that day comes? The young girl tilted her head. You are thinking too much. The little boy pretended to be an adult and tapped the young girl's head. Ah! The young girl covered her head. What is the old woman teaching you? Why are you wounded every time? The little boy said furiously, is she beating you? Don't talk about grandma like that. The young girl pushed out her cheeks in anger. All right, I won't say anything. She doesn't like me anyways. The little boy was slightly dispirited. Grandma is very concerned about you, the little girl hurriedly comforted. No, I know, she doesn't like me, the little boy's voice was low, because she doesn't like my mother, I know. You are right. A cold voice came from behind him. The old woman was expressionless but hate flashed across her eyes. The tree branches whipped painfully against his face but the little boy gritted his teeth. Ague had carried him and ran for many days, so many that he had lost count. Ague's steps faltered. Bam! He fell off her back, hitting the ground. He became dizzy. A stream of blood spilled out the corner of Ague's mouth. She crawled next to him and said with a sob, young master, are you hurt? He tried to make his smile easy. No, I'm fine. Young master, I really am useless. Ague bit her lips, tears in her eyes. It's young master who is useless. He reached out and rubbed Ague's hair like usual. Gue, run. No. Ague shook her head stubbornly. He sighed. They used a secret spell and left behind a mark in my consciousness. No matter how we run, we will not be able to escape. No. Ague stilled and then screamed heartbreakingly, her tears spilling out. He smiled and rubbed Ague's head. Run, Gue, and live for me as well. Ague reached out her dirty hand and wiped away her tears. She suddenly picked him up and put him on his back and started to run frantically without a word. Gue, it is useless. Put me down. He urged many times on the road. After running for an unknown number of days, the last bit of Ague's energy ran out. The two of them fell to the ground. Ague's face was ashen. Her power had been used up. She struggled and crawled next to him. Ague's face was as white as paper. She touched his face and murmured, young master, will you forget Ague? Of course not. He smiled weakly. He was also at the end of his energy. Young master, you definitely cannot forget Ague. Ague's face was suddenly covered in tears. The hot tears fell on his face. His consciousness started to fade as he murmured. Yes, even in death, I won't forget. Translator ramblings, we finally get here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737, Entering the City. Chapter 737, Entering the City. He didn't know how much time had passed. Maybe it was just a moment, or it had been a very long time. When Zuo Mo opened his eyes, something seemed to silently slide down his face. Many things had been shoved into his mind, so many that he needed time to organize them. But his blurry gaze only looked at the figure that stood silently as she guarding him. His blurry vision gradually cleared as though he returned from a dream to reality. Zuo Mo's emotions gradually steadied. He suddenly reached out and rubbed Ague's hair. Gazing at Ague's wooden face, Zuo Mo's gaze was warm but determined. A smile spread on his lips as he said lightly, Gue, now it is young master's turn to protect you. Zuo Mo stood up. His presence became even deeper. Most of the memory fragments that he had recovered were sad, cold, and filled with helplessness, yet the present Zuo Mo was far from that gentle and helpless little boy. He had been tempered in countless battles and tests of life and death. He was the man that built Mo Cloud Sea with his own power. The pain, sadness, and hopelessness in his memories caused him to mature even more. He would still feel terror, but he would not retreat. He would stand up straight and dare to advance even if with seas of flame or mountains of blade up ahead. He would still feel lost, but he would not lose himself to it. He would reach out his hands to explore, even if his hands would be torn bloody by the thorns in the mist. He would still be just as greedy, but he knew what was most precious and worthy of protection. He would never give up protecting, even if he needed to pay with his life. He started to understand his fate. There were still many questions. He needed to organize all of these memories. It probably would take a few more attempts to regain all of his memories. And he would have to find some of the parts he lost from a Gue. Zuo Mo remembered the old man said that it would be very beneficial for a Gue to consume the reverse shadow soul silkgrass. That old man definitely had a great connections with his family. However, this was not the time to take care of these matters. The riddle of his birth was unexpectedly enormous, so large that he needed time to dig. Ian was panicked. Zuo Mo had told him to organize an auction and he had immediately started. He was familiar with doing this and the beginning had been smooth. In order to raise the status of the Angel Device Raiment, he spread the information that the Angel Device Raiment was a pseudo-Shin device. A weapon that was the closest to a Shin device. This immediately caused a great commotion in the Mo territories. Under the unspoken agreement of the major factions, the news that the Angel Device Raiment was a pseudo-Shin weapon had not spread. Ian broke this, and people finally realized why those major personages that rarely showed themselves were so interested in this single matter. Shin device. This was such a distant and unfamiliar term. Even if many people were not unfamiliar with Shin power now, no one had mentioned Shin devices before. No one knew what a Shin device was like. Its era was so ancient that it was difficult to find any records of it. On the other hand, all of the Sky Missouri weapons were recorded in detail. While people would not see them, they would still know something about them. The Angel Device Raiment caused the already frenzied Buzhou city to boil over. All the factions and experts that had not intended to participate could not stop themselves. They knew even better than normal people the arrival of the Shin power era could not be stopped. At this time, the Angel Device Raiment was peerless in value. For those experts that were laboring to explore Shin power, the Angel Device Raiment could give them inspiration and act as an example. It would be of great help for them to comprehend Shin power. For those factions that already possessed Shin power, they hoped to reverse engineer the method to forge Shin devices through studying the Angel Device Raiment. Shin power was great in power, and not something that talismans or Mo weapons could tolerate. Shin devices would be the future direction that forging would develop in. Ian was very satisfied with the effects of his arrangements. Watching as the entire Mo territories became mad due to the Angel Device Raiment, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The most famed time of Rare Artifacts Hall started from when they met Darren. Yet, as the popularity of the Angel Device Raiment increased and Darren was still missing, Ian's sense of panic increased. Even the Yao elders had to control themselves because there were too many experts from many factions here. It had reached a terrifying level. The Yao elders cultivated Shin power, but a martial level Mo was still a threat to them. If a martial had an Earth Mo weapon, and if they were careless, this threat was enough to be fatal. Almost half of all the experts in the Mo territories had rushed here. No matter how prideful Ming Yu was, she would not think that they could match this enormous gathering of experts. It was the opposite. They needed to be on their guard constantly. If someone manipulated the situation from the shadows, and these Mo experts attacked them, then they would be in a dangerous situation. Even the most arrogant elder restrained themselves when they saw the increasing number of marshals around them. Yet the gathering of so many experts by itself was filled with danger. One conflict, one spark could likely cause a large-scale melee fight. The situation would become something unable to be controlled. That result was something no one could tolerate. However, Darren had not shown himself. Ian could clearly feel that the experts that had traveled a long way to be here were rapidly losing their patience. The situation was worsening, and if Darren didn't come out. Thinking about the situation that could appear, his scalp prickled. When Ian saw Zuo Mo, he immediately became overcome with excitement. Darren! Darren! Have you arranged the auction? Zuo Mo thought of what he had arranged before he left. Ian nodded repeatedly and reported the recent situation in detail. He also spoke of his worries. Zuo Mo smiled and praised, "You did good, I think we will be able to sell it for a high price." Ian grimaced. Darren was still able to smile at this time. Zuo Mo thought and then said, "If this is the case, then let's wait a while more." Wait even more? Ian's expression became even more bitter. Zuo Mo smiled, and didn't waste words. He took out a pile of materials from his ring and started to forge right in front of Ian. Ian perceptibly closed his mouth. The flames pulsed in Zuo Mo's hand as though they were alive. The materials that were added to the flames continuously melted into metal liquid of various colors as they flowed. Zuo Mo's gaze was calm. The blurry and fragmented shadows that flashed across his mind started to become clear. Other than a Gue, What he remembered the most clearly were those jinji of different styles and types, and learning from his father's legacy. Time seemed to return to those days from many years ago. A square city the size of his palm formed in his hand. Ian's mouth was wide as he stared in shock at the city that took form in Zuo Mo's hand. The little city was exquisite. The buildings were connected, and there were small copper bells on the towers that rose up, and it was possible to see each distinct brick on the city wall. This is as close I can get. Zuo Mo sighed with a thread of regret in his eyes. He had created this based on his memories of the place he had lived in during his childhood. From the jade scrolls that his father had left him, he had learned that his father had built the city. He had not understood when he was small, but when he thought back now, he found to his shock that the jinji, seal scripts, and content of his father's jade scrolls were profound and hard to understand even now. His father's jade scroll had every jinji in the city labeled clearly. That was one of the pastimes of his childhood. He would follow his father's markings and find secret rooms that were hidden and not known by others. Then he would break the jinji and there would be many things that his father had left behind. Those were the toys of his childhood. But even if he had gotten back the memories related to those jinji, he was still unable to forge a city that was exactly the same as that in his memory. However, this was already enough to use. Zuo Mo focused his mind and threw the city lightly into the air. The bright seal scripts that had been floating in the sky above the grave ghost mound suddenly rippled. Then they flew like moths to a flames towards the little green city in the air. The millions of bright lights flew simultaneously towards the palm-sized city. The scene was spectacular. The streaks of light were like rain, bright and glorious. The experts that had been standing outside the grave ghost mound were disturbed and numerous people flew into the air. The palm-sized green city was like a bottomless pit that sucked in the lights in the sky. In the span of a few dozen breaths, all of the multicolored lights within 50 li vanished. Only the little city was left floating in the sky. Multicolored mist floated like a nebula around it, beautiful and mysterious. The crowd shifted. Suddenly, the city expanded at an astounding rate. This change attracted everyone's attention. Each of them stared with wide eyes in fear of missing a single detail. When the city was more than 1 li in size, and was still growing, the restless crowd started to become silent. 5 li, 10 li. A green city that was 50 li in diameter appeared in front of the crowd. The crowd was silent. They had seen talismans before, and they had seen jinji before. A city that was 50 li was only the smallest of cities. But when it appeared in front of everyone in such a spectacular fashion, people couldn't help but be amazed. The green city was shrouded in a rainbow mist that glittered prettily. It slowly descended and landed on the ground of the grave ghost mound. Astounding yin energy was continuously absorbed by the city from the underground. Water started to appear in the rivers and lakes of the city. The water that was formed from yin energy flowed as it filled the river and lakes of the city. At the central hall of the city, Zuo Mo pushed open the door. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene in front of him, countless scenes flashed through his mind. An emotion hard to describe rose. He instinctively reached out to rub a Gue's hair. A feeling of hardness under his hand caused him to still and turn to look at a Gue. The bone armor from the underground sacrificial altar had made its way onto a Gue at some unknown time. The bone armor seemed to have been made specifically for a Gue. It fit her tightly and showed off her perfect stature. The bone armor that was like a layer of gray crystal covered a Gue well, and added hints of mystery. Zuo Mo smiled and rubbed the Gue's helmet. The black gold seal soldier was hiding. He had sneaked out to fill his stomach, and he was now afraid that Zuo Mo was going to punish him. Sang Lianer, Qinghua Shui, and Ian gaped at the scene in front of him. The deepness in Zuo Mo's eyes was put away. He recovered his usual smugness as his voice spread out. Everyone, welcome to the King's Forbidden City. Translator ramblings, don't expect a high point like yesterday. That took too much build-up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738, Auction. Chapter 738, Auction. Every person that entered King's Forbidden City was filled with shock and amazement, especially since the city had appeared in such an implausible fashion in front of them. Many people's opinion of Zuo Mo's power increased. It was not news that Xiao Mo was strong, but for these experts that had their eyes on the top of their head, they were filled with confidence in themselves. Defeating a marshal might be a great matter in the eyes of the average person, but what was that to these people? They stood at the top of the Mo territories. Martial level was just the basic requirement to be on their level. Some people had even started to reach Shin power. They were more wary of Zuo Mo's Jinji. The defeat of the Mo Shin temple proved the power of the Jinji. Otherwise, with Xiao Mo's power, he definitely could not have faced the two Mo gods alone and even wounded the chief Mo god. King's Forbidden City presence was stronger than the dots of light they had seen before. There were many places that people could not understand. However, most of the people had come here to see that angel device raiment and controlled their curiosity. The old man stood in front of the city. His face was upraised as he looked at the tall green city walls with a complex expression. Ian was the first to recover from his shock. The rare artifacts hall managers that had been waiting outside hurriedly entered the palace with dishes, dried fruit, and other things to set up the auction. The auction would be occurring in the central palace in King's Forbidden City. The managers of Rare Artifact Hall were quick in their movements and the location was soon prepared. The experts that entered the auction all had wary gazes. Even the most confident person would not dare to relax when there were so many experts in the surroundings. The Yao Council elders silently stayed in a corner. "What do you see?" Ming Yuyi asked in a small voice. A gray-robed elder beside her had an astounded gaze. He said in a low voice, "There are Mo matrices, seal scripts, and some others I do not understand. They seem to be ancient totem glyphs." Ancient totem glyphs? Feng Xinz on the other side of Ming Yuyi stilled when he heard this. Shen glyphs, the gray-robed elder explained. He lowered his voice. "I hear that Tian Huan has already created a complete Shen glyph, but they are on a different path, and not the original totem glyphs. Their totem glyphs here are not complete." "How is their power?" Ming Yuyi asked. The gray-robed elder grimaced. "Very strong, maybe even stronger than we imagine. See the water in the lakes? That is composed of Yin energy. If I am not wrong, there must be a Yin vein of extremely high grade under here. He really found a good place. It seems that we will have to bleed a bit." Ming Yuyi laughed lightly and her tone was not dispirited. The surrounding elders all had matter-of-fact expressions on Ming Yuyi's confidence. In this world, there were not many factions that were richer than the Yao Council of Elders. The Council of Elders had already passed a resolution on the angel device raiment, and their order to Ming Yuyi was to pay any price. When Zuo Mo appeared, all of the discussion immediately disappeared. Every person's gaze gathered on Zuo Mo. "Everyone, welcome. If there is anything lacking, please have forgiveness." Zuo Mo smiled slightly and greeted the people. He ignored the wariness on their faces. In his eyes, they were all customers. "Don't waste words, Yi is tight on time," someone in the crowd muttered. Zuo Mo smiled and said with a nod, then, skipping pleasantries, "I will move directly to the main topic." His hand turned slightly, and then, suddenly, a rainbow-colored light carried a blue set of armor to slowly descend next to Zuo Mo. Angel device raiment. Sighs of shock immediately sounded inside the place. Many people couldn't help but stand up with excited expressions. In the corner, the gray-robed elder was excited and kept on exclaiming, "Too beautiful. It really is too beautiful. It is the work of a genius, so beautiful." "Is it a pseudoshin device?" Ming Yuyi interrupted him to ask. She was deeply attracted to this beautiful raiment. "Definitely." The gray-robed elder's response was certain. His gaze didn't bear to move away an inch as he murmured, "I smell the presence of Shin power." Ming Yuyi did not speak, but her gaze locked onto the angel device raiment was unusually hot. Zuo Mo could feel the passion, greed, and desire in the eyes of the people. This caused little Mo Gu to be excited because it meant that the angel device raiment did not lack for buyers. This was good for increasing the price. However, Zuo Mo decided to add more fire. "I believe that everyone has knowledge about the angel device raiment. I won't waste words and will demonstrate its use for everyone." There was a faint smile on Zuo Mo's face as though he was a polite gentleman. His hand was placed lightly on the angel device raiment. As he finished speaking, a blue light rapidly coiled around his hand and covered his entire body. When the light dissipated, Zuo Mo appeared in front of the crowd fully covered in the angel device raiment. The icy blue battle armor, the dark red mask. An icy killing energy suddenly filled the entire venue. Gasps immediately rang out in the crowd, many people unconsciously got on their guard. The icy blue scaled armor was covered in exquisite and complex patterns layered together beautifully. The pure white pair of wings on the back added some holiness to the presence. Suddenly, a layer of dense blue flame floated on the surface of the angel device raiment and burned silently. The flames quickly surrounded the wings on the back, and dots of blue energy started to fall. The moment the blue flames appeared, everyone's expressions changed slightly. An extremely dangerous presence was faintly detectable, but hard to capture. What shocked them even more was that Xiao Mo was standing in front of them, but they were unable to detect his presence. Rumble, many people unconsciously stood up and stared hard at Xiao Mo in front of them. They were unable to detect Xiao Mo. It was like there was no one where he was standing. Those that were in martial level were all people that had fought hundreds of times. They knew very well what it meant if one could completely hide their presence like this. Yet Zuo Mo gave them even more surprises. The snowy white wings lightly trembled. His body suddenly disappeared from his spot. So fast. Many people's pupils suddenly contracted. They were unable to capture Zuo Mo's figure. Such speed was astounding. Above. One person shouted, and everyone suddenly raised their heads. A blue figure stood in the sky above their heads. The two white wings were upraised, and formed a scissor shape. Zuo Mo's body curved at a strange angle like an eagle waiting to dive. The wings trembled, and Zuo Mo's figure disappeared again. Boom! When the blue figure once again appeared in people's vision, the blue flames that covered his body suddenly grew. He was like a meteor that was falling down. In a moment, the blurry figure that was shrouded in blue flames took over their vision. In that moment, their extremities felt cold, and they felt as though he was unstoppable. Shocked, some experts instinctively prepared to resist. The blue figure suddenly disappeared again. Clap clap clap, the light sound of clapping caused the people with their tense nerves to suddenly wake up. Good thing. Good thing. The old man clapped, his expression praising and intoxicated. Zuo Mo had returned to his original spot. Beside his hand, the icy blue angel device raiment had resumed its original state and gave off an indescribable beauty. Everyone immediately recognized the old man. This old man had shaken the world in his fight with Yoshi Yaku. This old man of unknown origins had become one of the main targets that all the major factions paid attention to. Zuo Mo felt irritated. This damned old man ruined the mood he had worked to create. The old man's origins was a mystery. No one was able to find him, even Zuo Mo didn't see any sign of the old man in the memories he had gotten back. But from all the signs, the old man had a very close connection to his family. Refocusing, no one spoke, the venue was deathly silent. Zuo Mo's gaze stabbed towards the old man as though he wanted to create countless holes in the damned old man. The old man met Zuo Mo's gaze, grinning and showing his yellow and missing teeth. A moment later, there still wasn't a sound. Had his act been bad? Zuo Mo muttered inside. He could only force himself to say, "Everyone, what do you feel?" No one spoke. Zuo Mo was really stunned this time. Go had worked so hard, shouldn't these people be showing hungry expressions? Why weren't they reacting at all? Deathly silence. Suddenly, someone muttered, "Name your price." How many mabe? Give a number. I'll take it. A large man stood up. You'll take it? Your tone is really presumptuous. Mabe? Is a Shin device like this something that can be bought with mabe? Someone said sarcastically from the crowd. Another middle-aged person stood up. I will use a jia to trade. You can pick any jia under my command, but. What the good is jia, resources are the most valuable, another said coolly. I will give 10 veins, large ones, that produce 6th grade or above. When does Grandmaster have the time to waste on mining? A female spoke, I will offer 1 10th grade material, and 10 9th grade materials. This caused the place to quiet. Even Zuo Mo was shocked by this price. This price was definitely a high one. Each 9th grade material was a great price, and it was the first time Zuo Mo heard someone offer a 2-digit number for 9th grade materials. Even after rare artifact hall's accumulation over thousands of years, they only had 3 9th grade materials, and not even 1 10th grade. Zuo Mo had never seen a 10th grade material. 10 grade, that was the highest grade for materials. But Zuo Mo reacted quickly. He recalled the old man's warning and hurriedly said, I need things that will nurture souls. Treasures of this kind will be given priority, and don't offer anything average. The female hurriedly said, these materials are enough for Grandmaster to trade for many treasures that can nurture the soul. Zuo Mo shook his head, his expression determined. I have living soul lure. A person stood up with an excited expression. Many people had expressions of envy. A lot of auctions were like this, only trading and not selling. This depended on luck. This person clearly had good luck. The living soul lure was a rare treasure that could nurture the soul. Zuo Mo continued to shake his head, not high grade enough. Many people inhaled in sharply. Even the living soul lure wasn't high grade enough. Ming Yuyi showed a confidence expression. Ever since Zuo Mo used Mo weapons to trade for reverse shadow soul silkgrass, she guessed that Zuo Mo required treasures of this kind and had prepared a few. Her gamble was right. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, Shi Xian's 5 element soul dan. Ming Yuya's expression froze on her face. Translator ramblings, 3 Guess Who? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739, Someone from the Past. Chapter 739, Someone from the Past. A large man with rough features stood up. He had a dry smile and his presence spread. Gu Liang Dao. Gasps immediately ran out among the crowd. As one of the best battle generals of the present era, the reputation of Xixian's Tiger General Gu Liang Dao was known far and wide. Many people had wary expressions, but their enmity decreased. Gu Liang Dao had left Xixian and controlled a region. In the eyes of these people, he was just a small local power. Without the titan that was Xixian behind him, the resources that Gu Liang Dao could muster were limited. He was not as much a threat as he had been when he had been acting as the vanguard for Xixian. Zuo Mo saw Gu Liang Dao and an expression of joyful surprise appeared on his face. Brother Gu. Gu Liang Dao raised his folded hands in a smile and laughed brightly. Brother, do not blame me for not notifying you I would be coming. It really is that we have come in a hurry, and I only recently discovered that it was you, brother. It was the first time the great majority of people here saw this past Xixian tiger. They instantly felt that he was as the rumors said. Gu Liang Dao's voice was like a bell, and his actions as fierce as that of a tiger. His presence naturally formed and caused people to unconsciously submit. Zuo Mo said apologetically, if it isn't that this young brother needs treasures that can nurture the soul urgently, I should gift this to brother Gu. But last time, Gu Liang Dao had and fought alongside Gongsun Cha to hold Great Peace City. Zuo Mo remembered this favor. Hearing the sincerity in Zuo Mo's voice, Gu Liang Dao laughed. We are brothers, there's no need to be so courteous. Old Gu is satisfied that brother is willing to sell it to me. If brother gives this to me, old Gu doesn't dare to accept it. Finishing, he raised his hand, and a jade box flew towards Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo took the jade box. The jade box was of extremely high grade, and was thin and transparent as cicada wings. It was possible to clearly see a 5-colored lingdan within that was the size of a longan. The 5-colored light swirled. Zuo Mo didn't waste words. With a raise of his hand, the rainbow mist carried the angel device raiment to fly towards Gu Liang Dao. Gu Liang Dao's expression became joyed as he took it. At this time, a voice suddenly interrupted. Wait! Ming Yuyi stood out. Can Mr. Gu let go of this item? This one is Ming Yuyi. Gu Liang Dao turned around and his expression was slightly affected. So it is Elder Ming, this one has heard of you. However, sorry, this item is extremely important to old Gu. Ming Yuyi said coolly, if brother Gu is willing to part with them, the Yao is willing to ally with brother Gu and fully support brother Gu. With brother Gu's abilities, and the abilities of the Yao, I believe that you will accomplish great things. The expressions of some people present immediately changed, especially the factions that were close to Gu Liang Dao's territory. If the Yao really did ally with Gu Liang Dao, they would be the first to suffer. Gu Liang Dao only smiled upon hearing this. His weathered face carried a thread of pride and disdain. Many thanks, Miss Ming, for your good intentions. Old Gu is a rough person, but knows that while one is poor, they must not lack ambitions. I, Gu Liang Dao, will take for myself what I want. Isham, I will not sell myself to become a slave. You dare. An elder was furious upon hearing this. He leapt out and shouted as he pointed at Gu Liang Dao. A sharp ripple shot out his finger. Zuo Mo's expression suddenly changed. He hadn't thought that the people from the Yao Council of Elders dared to commit a sneak attack under the eyes of so many people. Gu Liang Dao was a battle general and not skilled for his individual power. He would not be able to dodge such a sudden attack from a Shan power expert. Damn it! There wasn't enough time. Zuo Mo was extremely frustrated, and his killing intent rose. The entire King's Forbidden City suddenly shook. If one was outside the palace, they would be able to see the rainbow clouds that hung over the city suddenly move. The water formed from yin energy in the lake suddenly boiled. In this moment, Zuo Mo decided that if something happened to Gu Liang Dao, he would have all of these Yao accompany his burial, but in a flash, a person standing beside Gu Liang Dao silently appeared in front of Gu Liang Dao. The person's right hand was slightly open, 5 different kinds of light suddenly lighting up on his hands. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the light seemed to ripple like water. The Yao Council elder suddenly changed expression. Before he was able to react, the sharp needle-like ripple he had just released suddenly turned and appeared a hand-width from his face. Pew! He spat out blood and fell forward. His expression was as white as paper, and his breathing weak. All of the Yao Council elders changed expression. Another elder hurriedly took out a pill and shoved it into the injured elder's mouth. Sir is? Ming Yuye's pupils shrank slightly. Everyone finally saw the person who had acted. This was a delicate and quiet youth. He had an average expression and his present wasn't special in any way. From the start, he had silently stayed by Gu Liangdao's side, including Zuo Mo. Everyone had missed his existence. I am Xuangyu. Everyone was puzzled at this unfamiliar name. It was clearly the first time they heard this name. Ming Yuyi had a thoughtful expression. Moments later, her pupils contracted again. Xuangyu, who 8 years ago went into seclusion in the five-element universe. Oh, you even know that? Xuangyu stilled. Many people in Shixian didn't know his name, yet the other was able to point him out immediately. Ming Yuyi was intimidated. If her memory wasn't so good, she definitely would not have remembered. Out of the talented disciples in Shixian, Xuangyu was not outstanding, considered to be somewhere in the upper quartile. His birth was ordinary, and the sect did not pay great attention to him. The only thing that Ming Yuyi remembered about him was because he had chosen to seclude himself in the five-element universe. The five-element universe was a place that almost everyone in Shixian had forgotten. It was a marvelous place that the Shixian founding ancestor had found. It was a location where an extremely small Jia was beginning to form, the five elements slowly manifesting inside. The Shixian founding ancestor used great powers to seal it, and left only an entrance behind. He also said that only those that came out of the five-element universe would be the ones that had truly comprehended the true meaning of the five elements. It seemed to be a great place to gain experience. When Shixian had first been founded, many disciples chose to enter there to cultivate. Yet the reality was much crueler than they had imagined. If they could not comprehend the true meaning of the five elements, they could not come out. In history, there wasn't more than 5 disciples that had managed to come out. As Shixian gradually turned to enjoyment and luxury, the disciples forgot about the five-element universe. Xuangyu was the only disciple that entered the five-element universe in the last 30 years, and it was only due to this that Ming Yuyi had some impression of the name. She hadn't thought that Xuangyu had managed to come out of the five-element universe. And he had also thrown his lot in with Gu Liangdao. Sharp inhales sounded in the crowd. Many people had shocked expressions. They had never heard the name Xuangyu before, but all of them knew of Shixian's five-element universe. Including Xuangyu, there had been 5 disciples that had come out of the five-element universe. The previous 4 had all been the strongest of their era. Those that came out of the five-element universe were qualified to stand at the peak of their era. No one dared to dismiss him any longer, even if this youth appeared normal. Their gazes towards Gu Liangdao became filled with wariness as well. No matter what, the upper level of Shixian would not be so stupid to push away a disciple that had survived the five-element universe. But Xuangyu had still chosen to support Gu Liangdao. Gu Liangdao himself was a fierce tiger, and this was giving him a pair of wings. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. However, after he asked Pu Yao about the origins of the five-element universe, he was filled with admiration towards Xuangyu and felt happy on Gu Liangdao's behalf. Gu Liangdao was a top battle general. Adding on a top expert like Xuangyu, his power could be said to have completely transformed. Gu Liangdao ignored the wary and hostile gazes of the other people. He patted Xuangyu's shoulder and shoved the angel device raiment into Xuangyu's hands. His movements were natural as he was doing something normal. Everyone finally realized. So the angel device raiment was for Xuangyu. Xuangyu stilled. Big brother, I originally planned to give it to you, but I am poor, and only had 1 lingdan that was acceptable. I was afraid that you would be disappointed if we didn't get it, so I didn't tell you beforehand. Gu Liangdao explained unconcernedly. Xuangyu felt his nose turn sour. He knew how poor Gu Liangdao was. That, 5-element soul dan, was the only top-level treasure Gu Liangdao had. Everyone was solemn and their gazes when they looked at Gu Liangdao were filled with respect. Anyone that could do this was worth of respect. People finally understood that Gu Liangdao's accomplishment had not been due to luck. Big brother, Xuangyu's eyes turned red. Gu Liangdao frowned and scolded impatiently, after so many years, why are still you such a nag? Xuangyu had a sheepish expression as he caressed that angel device raiment in his hand. His expression was like that of a child that had received the toy of his dreams. Ming Yuyi saw this and was even more intimidated inside. She felt deeply wary at Gu Liangdao's actions, no matter if it really was sincere or an act. If this person was not a hero, he was an ambitious person. Just now, she had felt a threat of Shin power from Xuangyu's attack, even if it had not fully taken form. With the angel device raiment in Xuangyu's possession, Xuangyu's power would probably advance and become completed. It was safest to kill people like Gu Liangdao who could grow to become an enemy of the Yao Council of Elders. Ming Yuyi felt murderous. Xuan Yu was strong, but if they did not care about the price, they would be able to kill him on the way. If he perfected his Shin power, he would become a great threat. In Ming Yuyi's mind, only Kouanluan, Tianhuan, and the Emotion Temple could become enemies of the Yao Council of Elders. The declining and rotting Shixian was of benefit to the elders. Yet Gu Liangdao was the person most likely to inherit Shixian's wealth. If he inherited Shixian's wealth, then his strength would grow to a terrifying level. She had to eliminate a hidden and dangerous enemy like this. Her expression did not change as though nothing had happened. The wounded elder was helped up. His face was pale white as he glared poisonously at Xuan Yu. Yet Ming Yuyi forgot that there was still a person here, and this person was the true master of this place. Little girl, you won my guests in front of GE, did you forget whose territory this is? Zuo Mo's low-class tone was murderous and glacial. The temperature in the palace suddenly dropped. Translator ramblings, someone from the recent past. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740, Rage. Chapter 740, Rage. Ming Yuyi was of high status, and had entered the Genius Alliance from a young age. Then she had become the youngest elder, and now she was the most likely candidate to become the next head of the Yao Council of Elders. No matter at what time in her life, she had numerous protectors. She was like the bright moon in the sky. When she appeared, her radiance would cause everyone else around her to lose color. When had she ever been called little girl? When Ming Yuyi heard the words, she stilled. Even the other people around her didn't immediately react. The first one to react was Feng Xinz. Feng Xinz was infuriated. In his mind, Miss Ming Yuyi was the goddess of his heart with an unrivaled position. Xiao Mo Go dared to call her little girl. This was clearly blaspheming and insulting Miss Ming Yuyi. He could not endure this. Even if he had some positive feelings about Xiao Mo Go previously, all of the good feelings dissipated in this moment. What replaced it was deep hate and dislike. He looked at Xiao Mo Go unflinchingly and said coldly, Mr. Xiao, do not speak rashly and cause a calamity to come to you. A calamity? Zuo Mo grinned and showed 2 rows of snowy white teeth. Before he finished speaking, a rainbow-colored cloud suddenly came out of the ground and wrapped around Feng Xinz's legs. Everyone's understand of Feng Xinz was limited to him completing a prison-breaking battle. Even among the Yao Council of Elders, there was only a rare few that knew that Feng Xinz had been one of the major players in solving Shin power. There was also no one that knew that Feng Xinz was the second member of this core group that was not a Sky Yao. However, he was of a deep mind, and did not show off, so no one had discovered it. Feng Xinz huffed. Pop pop pop, snowy white flowers suddenly bloomed around him. The fragile flowers contained astounding power, pushing away the rainbow mist cloud that had wrapped around his feet. He was just about to take the opportunity to retreat when the rainbow cloud suddenly appeared around him. He felt his body tighten and a strange field surrounded him. Feng Xinz's eyes suddenly lit up. With a clear shout, the snowy white hyacinths suddenly exploded. Countless snowy white flower petals shrouded his figure. These hyacinth flower petals composed of Shin power froze in the air as though a paralyzing spell had been cast. In the midst of it all, Feng Xinz felt the pressure on him decrease. These hyacinth petals seemed to form an enormous net. This was a field of power that belonged to Feng Xinz. Because he was being suppressed by the rainbow mist, the area covered by Feng Xinz's field of power was compressed to its limits, but this also made it as strong as possible. The strange rainbow mist was blocked off by these tender snow-white petals. Zuo Mo had not expected Feng Xinz's strength, but he did not care. In the king's forbidden city, in this city, he was the true king. They did not understand this, but Zuo Mo decided to make them understand. Just how great the difference between them was in this city. The palace disappeared like mist. In a flash, everyone seemed to be situation on a vast wildness. The endless rainbow-colored mist caused fear. Feng Xinz's expression changed slightly. The pressure from the rainbow mists multiplied. The outermost layer of white flowers could not tolerate such great power. Pop pop pop, they exploded into pieces. The elders around Ming Yuyi saw this and their expressions changed slightly. As they began to move forward, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zuo Mo's mouth, his left hand moving slightly. The rainbow mists around the Yao elders suddenly grew. The mists that were like specks of dust became seal scripts and Mo matrices of various sizes that covered the space around them. In front of the tsunami of power, the Yao elders all changed expression and frantically reacted. Looking at the panicked elders, Zuo Mo's expression was vicious, tendons bulging as he swore, "You little people, just you bunch of failures dare to throw a tantrum on Ji's territory? You don't want to live? So what if I called her little girl? Let me tell you, in front of GE, all of you are little girls." "Aha! You disagree? You bunch of little girls. Aha, a calamity? Have a taste of a true calamity." The experts that were watching the battle gaped at what they heard. Even a hero such as Gu Liangdao that did not care for courtesy had a gaping mouth as he looked, in shock, at the raging Zuo Mo Xuanyu, like an innocent boy, was so scared by Zuo Mo acting like a street hoodlum that his body was frozen in fear. At some time, water drops containing yin energy rose from the lakes and floated in the air. Zuo Mo's screen showed 2 rows of white teeth that appeared like 2 rows of fangs. The water drops made from pure yin energy might only be something that other Mo used in medicine pools or to forge Mo weapons, but for Zuo Mo, it was a terrifying killing weapon. Yin fire beads. The killing move that Zuo Mo had first used when he stepped into the wider world. While it had been some time since he used it, but he had memorized the entire Yin fire bead chapter. Additionally, the fire seed he had now was the Sunshin fire. His arms spread out, Zuo Mo made a grabbing motion, and dozens of pure yin beads flew towards him. Golden fire suddenly came out of his hand, erupting and wrapping around the pure yin fire beads that came. When the flames dissipated, dozens of round balls with golden patterns appeared in Zuo Mo's hand. These round balls could not be called yin fire beads, but were yin fire shin beads. Zuo Mo snickered coldly and threw the yin fire shin beads at Feng Xinz. The moment the yin fire shin beads met with Feng Xinz's white flower petals, a golden light flashed and suddenly exploded. The unparalleled and domineering power of the Sunshin power spread, carrying golden flames. Once the white flower petals were touched by the golden shin fire, they would be cleanly burned away. Feng Xinz seemed to be struck by lightning and his body shook. The dozens of yin fire shin beads immediately exploded in the area. With the explosion of each one, Feng Xinz's body shook. Moments later, his complexion was pale white, and flower petals around him were scattered and had almost all vanished. Under the domineering and ferocious attack of the yin fire shin beads, Feng Xinz was significantly injured. Even the chief Mo god had been defeated by the King's Forbidden Firmament, much less the weaker Feng Xinz. Everyone else was shocked. The power of the golden yin fire shin beads surpassed their imagination. The Mo prided themselves in their physical abilities, yet what Zuo Mo used was definitely not a Mo move. But it really was powerful. The explosion of each yin fire shin bead was like thunder and lightning. People's hearts trembled. Many people thought, what if it was them that was being bombed? After thinking for a while, they found that there was no other solution than dodging. If they tried to fight back, there was no survival. Their expressions became ugly. Zuo Mo also jumped in fright at the power of the yin fire shin beads, but he quickly hid his reaction. The yin energy here was extremely thick and pure, and the yin fire shin beads he forged would be even stronger. Having thought it through, Zuo Mo was even more excited. He knew that such a fortuitous event such as this was a matter of luck. He could take the King's Forbidden City with him, but not this yin vein. Zuo Mo immediately decided that he had to enjoy himself to the fullest. His hands beckoned. Whoosh, another 100 pure yin beads appeared. The yin fire shin beads were powerful, but they did have weaknesses. If this was a normal battle, which user of shin power was not as fast as lightning? Before the yin fire shin bead could come into contact, the opponent would have disappeared. But in the King's Forbidden City, this was the best killing move. The rainbow mist made from seal scripts and Mo matrices were like a bog. They trapped Feng Xinz inside and he was unable to escape. From that, the yin fire shin beads could be used to maximum effect. To use their physical body to stand up to the yin fire shin beads was not something even the Mo famed for their powerful bodies could do, much less Feng Xinz, ayao. You're shameless. Feng Xinz howled angrily, the tendons in his face showing. He also saw through Zuo Mo's move, but the mist in the surroundings were like strong chains that wrapped around him to stop him from moving. Ah, you are right. Zuo Mo was smug and did not disguise the savagery on his face. He said hatefully, if I am not more shameless than you, how can GE sort you out? As he spoke, he forged yin fire shin beads. In the blink of an eye, a few dozen yin fire shin beads took form. Feng Xinz's face turned ashen. He had received some serious internal injuries from the last attack. More importantly, his hyacinth flower net had already been destroyed. Xiao Mo Gu. Do you really want to become enemies against the Yao Council of Elders? Ming Yuyi could not attend to anything else and shouted harshly. Zuo Mo was infuriated. Gu will spit on you. Little girl, from the start, it was you making trouble for now that you see you aren't a match for GE, you say that GE will become enemies with your Council of Elders? Ming Yu was stuck for words. Zuo Mo said dismissively. Gu is attacking your Council of Elders, so what? You don't agree? If you don't agree, bit me? Come on. At the side, Xuan Yu was dumbstruck. He weakly poked Gu Liang Dao. Big brother, this is the Xiao Mo Gu you said was peerless in heroism. Gu Liang Dao could not keep his expression. He coughed and weakly defended, even a rabbit will bite when cornered, also, one has to be ruthless like the autumn wind to the tree's leaves when facing the enemy. Heroism, oh, let us not discuss this now. Xuan Yu swallowed and clearly had received a bit of a fright. He was of common birth but had never worried about clothing or food. From a young age, he had entered Shixian and worked hard on his cultivation without pay attention to matters of the world. The education he received taught him to first offer diplomacy before war, maintain rationality, and to not lose his poise. When had he ever seen someone like Zuo Mo that was so unreasonable and didn't care about poise at all? But this guy was astounding powerful. Zuo Mo's words angered the Yao elders to howl. Xiao Mo Gu, you go too far. I will kill you. Xiao Mo Gu, you are dead, you will not be able to escape no matter where you go. Curse, keep on cursing. Zuo Mo's teeth were like 2 rows of knives. He snarled, you guys, you think you will be able to escape? Go wanted to sort you out a long time ago. Without another words, the 100 fire shin beads on his hands were thrown in a ferocious barrage at the Yao elders. Translator ramblings, my day yesterday went from I can do this to I did it to everything failed to okay, there's a second chance. Let's just hope I can make up for it today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 741 Fire Battle. Chapter 741 Fire Battle. The hundreds of fire shin beads came like a rainstorm, with a rumble, turning into a black cloud that flew at the elders. The Yao elders trapped in the rainbow mists were immediately alarmed, but they could not break free of the cloud mist. All kinds of complex powers formed a field that was hard to break free of. No matter how hard they fought, they could not break away from this terrifying invisible net. Yet the fire shin beads that flew through the air were not affected by the strange restrictive power at all. The fire shin beads grew closer, and all the Yao elders felt their hairs stand on end. Just now, they had clearly seen the power of the fire shin beads. There was an immediate panic as all kinds of defensive Yao arts were released. Light shields, banana leaves, wheels of flowers. All kinds of colors and lights that layered together to completely surround them. The golden fire shin bead hit the defensive Yao arts. Boom boom boom. As hundreds of fire shin beads exploded simultaneously, golden flames shot out and covered the figures of the Yao elders. The Yao eldest felt their vision turn bright, their ears ringing. A tsunami of power crashed into their defensive Yao art. Many people seemed to be hit by something large, their body shaking, and their faces slightly pale. The Council of Elders had only recently solved Shin power and they had only created a few Shin techniques, and defensive Shin techniques made up a rather small portion of this. What the Yao elders used in their panic were mostly defensive Yao arts. Defensive Yao arts that encountered the fire Shin beads forged in Sun Shin fire immediately wavered. Zuo Mo did not care about that. The supply of beads was endless here. He could use the Jinji here as easily as he could think. Here, he had the advantage of home territory. Even he did not understand that these people who clearly knew that they were within his Jinji still dared to challenge him. How idiotic were they? You dare to be so arrogant on GE's territory? You don't want to live. Let me tell you, on GE's territory, if you are a dragon, coil up, if you are a tiger, stay on the ground. Zuo Mo's furious and aggressive shouts echoed in the king's forbidden city. Everyone else watching perceptibly closed their mouths. They had heard of Xiao Mo Ge's reputation before, but they had never thought the rumored hero was really just a gangster. Anyone present would not easily dare offend the Yao Council of Elders, much less fight them. That was the Yao Council of Elders. They ruled all of the Yao, they had numerous battalions under their command. Countless prestigious families worked for them. All of the manpower and resources of the Yao were in their hands. This was a terrifying titan. But, seeing their faces become covered in ash from the fire shin beads, and unable to keep their faces up, everyone felt as though this was an illusion. They could not imagine just how rash a person needed to be to act this way. None of them would choose to do such a thing. They would even feel that Xiao Mo Gu was an idiot. However, they all admired Xiao Mo Ge's bravery. Those experts that had been restless were now silent. They were all intelligent people, and knew that they could not easily provoke a rash person like Xiao Mo Gu. He was someone that would beat and kill Yao elders, and he didn't have any qualms. The Yao elders were furious when they heard this, but when they looked at the hundreds of Farshin beads behind a snarling Zuo Mo's body, their faces turned green. Die! Idiots! Zuo Mo's hands moved, and a new batch of Farshin beads headed for the Yao elders like a fatal black cloud. A hint of irrepressible anger flashed through Mingyu Ye's eyes. She suddenly bowed towards a green-robed elder beside her and said respectfully, "Elder Yi, please." The green-robed elder was thin and tall, his expression was indifferent. He seemed to not see Mingyu Ye's respectful bow and just responded with a light, "Oh." He was extremely eye-catching among the disheveled Yao elders. There wasn't any speck of dust on him, and his expression seemed to be unaffected by everything that was happening around him. He slowly walked towards the front of the group. The rainbow mists did not seem to affect him at all. Deep respect and awe flashed across the eyes of the other Yao elders. They perceptibly made a path and each of them seemed relieved of a burden. Zuo Mo had noticed this person with the cool expression a long time ago. Usually, a person with this kind of expression was usually a true expert. Expert? A hint of excitement flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes, and his fighting spirit rose. Elder Yi looked indifferently at the Farshin beads that flew towards him. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the Farshin beads in the air. A scene that was almost difficult to imagine occurred. The Farshin beads seemed to lose control and flew towards him like birds returning to the nest. When they flew to within arm's length of him, they stopped in the air. Gasps rang out among the crowd. No one understood this move. Zuo Mo's eyes flashed. Elder Yi casually picked up a Farshin bead. He examined it and then slowly said, "It is slightly interesting. Fire bead forged with Shin fire. I hadn't thought that someone still knew such an ancient skill." Idiot! Zuo Mo squeezed out between his teeth with a cunning smile on his face. Elder Yi's eye suddenly twitched and his expression changed slightly. Before he could react, boom, the Farshin bead on his fingers suddenly exploded and his figure was enveloped in golden flames. Boom boom boom. The scene of hundreds of Farshin beads exploding in such a narrow area was spectacular. Within the golden flames were even spots of white flame, the terrifying power pushing the golden and white flames up dozens of zhang. The terrifying wave of heat swept outwards in all directions. The defensive Yao arts of the other Yao elders collapsed under this great wave of air. Some of the weaker Yao arts were thrown about as though they were struck with a hammer. All of the king's forbidden city shook. The people watching the battle were almost unable to stay standing as they stared in shock at the pillar of fire that shot into the sky. Experts such as Xuan Yu who were at the edge of Shin power changed expression. The Shin power dense vibrations so roared within that pillar of fire, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. So there really was a freak in the world that had cultivated Shin power to such a level. The pride hidden deep in Xuan Yu's heart couldn't help but waver at this time. Fong Xinz looked dazedly and wordlessly at the pillar of fire. If this was him. This thought could not be excised from his mind. His extremities grew cold and his heart continued to sink. Mingyu Ye's expression changed drastically and she could not maintain her calmness. Elder Yi was the strongest person of this group. If even he wasn't a match, then the result would be terrible. Zuo Mo's expression was smug. Fire beads were hard to control, but these Farshin beads were forged in his Sunshin power. He could make simple manipulations of the Sunshin fire inside the Farshin beads. You should die. A deep roar like that of a wounded animal came out of the pillar of fire. In the corner, the old man who had been idling away relaxedly suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp cold light flashing through them. Whoosh! The pressuring flames extinguished without warning. A figure with an astounding presence slowly walked out of the remnants of the pillar of fire. Everyone was stunned by this scene. How was it possible that someone could survive that kind of explosion, that was Shin power? Zuo Mo was also stunned. Even he would not survive the power of the hundreds of Farshin beads exploding together. But the other was still alive. But when he saw Elder Yi's appearance, after blinking, he suddenly fell over on the ground and roared with laughter. Ha, you look too, so special. The people who had been stunned speechless by Elder Yi's terrifying power were startled awake by Zuo Mo's sudden laughter. When they looked at Elder Yi, muffled laughter rang through the entire venue. They did not dare to be as careless as Zuo Mo. They hurriedly covered their mouths to stop the sound of laughter from coming out. But their expressions became strange. Elder Yi's hair was a mess as it gave off smoke. His eyes were two black circles like that of a panda. But what really set them off was that his almost naked body had been scorched and looked like that of a zebra. It was unknown what method he had used in the end to block the pillar of fire, but his body was scorched black in regularly spaced streaks. The black and white parts made him look like a zebra. A zebra panda. You should die. Elder Yi was murderous, his eyes filled with blood. That pair of eyes were ravenous. Vast power was like a monster that was twisting its enormous body. With every movement, it let people feel the great power it contained. The expression of the old man in the corner became serious. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. This person's Shen power. An almost tangible pressure filled every corner and made people unable to breathe. Even those martial experts changed expression now. In their eyes, Elder Yi that was slowly walking out of the aftermath was like a hope-robbing figure of legend. He only needed to reach out with a hand to crush them into powder. Shock flashed through Shuang Yu's eyes. Zuo Mo snorted, stopped his jovial attitude and stood up. Facing Elder Yi, he raised his head and stared rebelliously at Elder Yi. Still not admitting defeat? Then I will beat you until you accept it. He almost spat out the last sentence, pausing between each word. His presence reached another level. Each word was like a hammer hitting people in their minds. As his presence increased, the rainbow mists floating in the air seeming to receive a summons to gather rapidly where Zuo Mo was. Inside the underground cavern, the Yin energy that had been slowly flowing was being drained out of the Yin vein at an astounding rate, and taken up by the king's forbidden city. The earth started to tremble. In this moment, almost everyone had a feeling that the king's forbidden city was waking up. Translator ramblings, this reminds me a lot of Zuo Mo when he was facing the clear sky forefather. Something about cities and home territory advantage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, Intensify. Chapter 742, Intensify. Zuo Mo completely entered a rage. Sang Lianer and the people familiar with him automatically moved far away. They had seen how terrifying and vicious a berserk Zuo Mo was. The only one that did not move was a Gue. Dressed in the bone armor, a Gue stood there motionlessly like a statue. Ming Yuyi had never expected that the event would proceed like this. Xiao Mogu would definitely become a great threat to the Council of Elders. When this thought popped out, she jumped in fright at her own thought. Gu Liang Dao should be a bigger threat. Gu Liang Dao, who came from Shixian and had the aid of a top expert like Shuang Yu, was very likely to take control of Shixian. But Xiao Mogu? A few battalions, a few small territories, he was individually brave, but in front of the Council of Elders, this was a joke. Then look at Xiao Moge's actions, rash, idiotic, without any intelligence. How could such a person threaten the Council of Elders? But this thought was so strong that Ming Yuyi could not dismiss it. However, the present situation did not allow her to think carefully why she would have such an absurd thought. The two sides would go off at any moment, and she was worried that Elder Yi could not win. She suddenly asked the gray-robed elder in a low voice, "Is there any method that can affect the Jinji?" The gray-robed elder was called Elder Lin and was one of the rare elders among the council skilled in Jinji. The reason that Ming Yuyi had brought him along this time was for him to evaluate whether the angel device raiment was real or not. Elder Lin also knew the situation right now was urgent. That wave of Yin fire shin beads had been stopped, but all of the people on their side had been affected. His scalp prickled at the thought of another wave. It is possible to affect it. But it will be very short, only about 20 breaths. That's enough. Ming Yuyi said decisively. At this time, she didn't care about fairness or dueling decorum. Elder Lin understood and a black Yao core appeared on his hand. His expression was pained, but he didn't hesitate to throw the black core out. When the black core landed on the ground, it turned into a ball of black mist. The black mist quickly spread and dyed the seal scripts and Mo matrices floating in the air like a great toxin. The black energy then flowed along the seal scripts and Mo matrices to spread quickly. In a flash, the rainbow mist made out of seal scripts and Mo matrices became inky black. Several black threads had even appeared on the Yin beads in the air. They were frozen in the air, unable to move. A hint of joy appeared on Ming Yuyi's eyes, and her tone was slightly reproachful. What is this? Why didn't you take out something like this before? Elder Lin grimaced. This is black blunting smoke, a kind of Yao core. It can slow Jinji, but its effects are limited, only 20 breaths of time. Once it is used, it needs to be soaked in special medicinal liquid for a month before it can be used again. 20 breaths is enough. Ming Yuyi's words were filled with confidence in Elder Yi. The other elders had overjoyed expressions as though they had already won the battle. Zuo Mo immediately detected the effects of the black blunting smoke. The king's forbidden city seemed to be a machine that suddenly rusted and felt difficult to use. There was something this strange? A hint of astonishment flashed across his mind. Haha, how's that? You can't do a thing. Boy, you cannot escape, I will kill you. Elder Yi immediately detected the change in the king's forbidden city. His voice was filled with murderousness and savagery. He walked slowly towards Zuo Mo. With each step, his presence rose and became stronger like a fire. Zuo Mo did not have the time to get rid of this strange black energy as Elder Yi was walking towards him with a snarl. He did not panic. A cold smirk appeared on his face as he spat out, "Idiot." With a wave of his hand, a strange talisman appeared. It was the little Mo treasure cup. This was the only top talisman Zuo Mo had. The 7 turtle pattern treasure coins spun rapidly on the surface of the water and sparked occasionally. The little Mo treasure cup was slightly less powerful compared to the angel device raiment, but that was only a difference in how they were forged. The quality of little Mo treasure cups materials were actually better. The little Mo treasure cups materials could rival the anti-dragon claw and the 3,000 threads of worry now. When the little Mo treasure cup appeared in Zuo Mo's hand, Elder Yi suddenly felt a great sense of danger. His expression changed, and he shot backwards. At the same time, he pointed with his fingers which lit up with a bright light. He rapidly drew out a triangle in the air, Shin technique. At this time, a lightning-like light suddenly flew out of Zuo Mo's hands. The little Mo treasure cup that had consumed an astonishing amount of lightning and now contained that terrifying lightning. With Zuo Mo using its full power and not keeping anything back, all of the lightning and thunder that the little Mo treasure cup had absorbed on the day of its creation blasted out with his Shin power. The treasure coin that was covered with lightning and Shin power could not endure such terrifying power and was reduced into a liquid ball of metal. The silver energy was bright and burning as it charged straight into Elder Yi's triangle. Boom! The silver light was so blinding that no one could keep their eyes open. Shin power turbulence were like little razors that scattered about. Everyone was shocked and threw up their defenses. However, any Mo skill or Yao art was unimaginably fragile in front of this shock wave. They all shattered. In that moment, almost every person had small wounds on their body. Many people changed expression immediately. When was the last time they had been wounded? Many people couldn't even remember. There was nothing better than this experience to let them understand the greatness of Shin power. Shin power era. A person that did not cultivate Shin power would be abandoned by this era. Even if they once stood at the top, it was the same for them. Zuo Mo and Elder Yi would not have thought that the fight between them would strengthen the determination of all those present to find Shin power. The pride of the experts at the peak of this era did not allow them to tolerate being killed in the future and be left unable to fight back like insects. The light dissipated and the two figures once again appeared. Elder Yi's left arm was limply hanging, a burnt black hole penetrating his right arm. Zuo Mo was not much better. The little Mo treasure cup in his hand was completely dim, covered in cracks, and his expression was slightly pale. In order to use the strongest attack, Zuo Mo had furiously channeled Shin power into the little Mo treasure cup. This attack was powerful, but little Mo treasure cup had been overloaded with Shin power and damaged irreparably. Most importantly, Zuo Mo had used a great amount of Shin power. Elder Yi gazed at Zuo Mo poisonously as though he wanted to consume the other alive. He was filled with fury. His Shin power was stronger than Xiao Mo Ji's, but he had been suppressed by Xiao Mo Gu. The other's moves were endless and hard to predict. The more he fought, the worse he felt. Ming Yuya's face was ashen. She looked in shock at Xiao Mo Gu. All of the Yao Council elders looked at Xiao Mo Gu as though they were looking at a ghost. Elder Yi was one of the 10 Yao of the Council of Elders. Unlike what normal people understood, the Yao Council of Elders was an extremely large organization with all elders each having their own roles. But the 10 Yao were the special existence in the council because they were the strongest 10 Yao of the council. They were given prestigious positions, yet they did not have to work. However, all the elders were in awe of and respected them. The power of the 10 elders determined the status of the 10 Yao. Even someone with power in the council like Ming Yi was respectful to them. Elder Yi was the 10th Yao of the Council of Elders. How could someone like this be wounded? Come. Let's see what else you have. Elder Yi roared with laughter. Before he finished, a presence suddenly exploded nearby. No! A wild howl carried out with the burst of air. Elder Yao's smile suddenly froze. Zuo Mo's eyes flashed coldly. They turned their face and their eyes widened. A strange and borderless field of power was released within a figure covered in white flames at the center. Feng Xinz. Feng Xinz felt the restrictions on him were much weaker. The black blunting smoke was like a great toxin that infected all of the Mo matrices and seal scripts. The rainbow mist around him were dyed black. Feng Xinz felt joy. This was the best chance to break free. If he could break free. He raised his head and accidentally saw Mingyuye's pale face and that flash of fear in her eyes. In that moment, he seemed to be struck by lightning, his mind completely blank. She had always been so calm and at ease, she had always been determined, she had always been so proud. Recovering from his daze, Feng Xinz felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. There seemed to be a knife stabbing again and again at his heart as it bled. Feng Xinz bit down on his lips. The crimson blood dripped off the corner of his mouth, yet he did not feel it. That ashen and scared face entered his vision, and stabbed his eyes to the point he couldn't keep them open. That helpless and frightened figure was the person he had sworn to protect. Feng Xinz's handsome and sunny face twisted suddenly. He lowered his eyes filled with pain and deep self-blame. He really was useless. Useless. He was filled with fury at his own uselessness. His halo as a genius was completely torn off. The tendons in his face bulged, his body uncontrollably trembling due to fury. He had never hated himself so much, never. Suddenly, something seemed to be ignited inside his body. Boom, a strong burning feeling filled his body, his blood seemed to be boiling, he felt as though he was burning. Before his consciousness blanked out, he instinctively shouted out, "No!" The white and tender hyacinths that surrounded him were swallowed by the white flames that erupted. Translator Ramblings, all for love. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743, Strategy. Chapter 743, Strategy. Feng Xinz's explosion was unexpected to all. His Shin power that had shot up several levels immediately caused his presence to be filled with an intimidating danger. Terrifying Shin pressure caused the suffocating black clouds to once again press on everyone's minds. A hint of joy flashed across Mingyuye's eyes. She had seen Feng Xinz's potential. In the Council of Elders that was full of experts, other than potential and youth, Feng Xinz did not have any advantages. Even so, she hadn't expected Feng Xinz would give her a surprise. Zuo Mo also was slightly surprised. The Shin power that Feng Xinz just displayed was not strong, but it was the most detailed of everyone he had seen. The records had mentioned this kind of situation before. It was rare, like an epiphany. However, the difference was one was when a person was in an excited state, and the other in a calm state. However, he turned his gaze back to Elder Yi in front of him. The old man was more of a threat than Feng Xinz. As to Feng Xinz, there would be people to deal with him. As he expected, he saw Zhang Lianer appear like a ghost near Feng Xinz. Listening to the hateful old man howling about killing him, Zuo Mo's murderousness rose. You want to kill GE on GE's territory? You're tired of living. Little Mo had disliked the overbearing Yao Council of Elders for a long time, they were endlessly arrogant. The small-minded little Mo could not tolerate someone more arrogant than he was in front of him. You think that if there isn't the King's Forbidden City, GE can't do anything to you? Zuo Mo smirked darkly inside. He put away the dim little Mo treasure cup, and then put out something black. It was the happily sleeping black gold seal soldier. Glutton! Come out! Bam 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 bam! Zuo Mo kicked repeatedly, the sound of his foot hitting metal hard causing people's hearts to feel cold. The black gold seal soldier opened his eyes in bewilderment and seemed to sleep talk. Big bro, is it mealtime? Mealtime? Zuo Mo smiled temptingly. Yes, we are preparing to eat. But this old man has come to interrupt and won't let us leave. He's interrupting our mealtime? The black gold seal soldier's eyes turned red, his expression murderous and snarling. He suddenly turned around and his howl echoed in people's ears as though he had seen his archenemy. He dares to interrupt mealtime. The black gold seal soldier murderously climbed up, his four limbs on the ground, his body slightly crouched like a panther as he shot out. Little Mo showed a smile at his plan's success. Pia, he snapped his fingers and shouted smugly at Ague. Ague, let's go. Ague's figure suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Zuo Mo shot at the shocked Elder Yi. Big brother, he really is the peerlessly heroic Xiao Mo that you spoke of? Xuanyu had to turn his face to not look and weakly asked Gu Liangdao. 3 against 1, so shameless, so devious, so low. This completely upended Xuanyu's innocent view of the world. Wasn't this things that bad people would do? Even more shameless because Xiao Mo was actually of the same strength as Elder Yi, yet he still gained up. Xuanyu suddenly felt that Yao Elder was pitiful, really pitiful. Gu Liangdao also couldn't bear to look. He was a heroic person and never did something like bully the old and the young. He coughed to disguise the awkwardness on his face as he thought furiously. This really is a kind of strategy, more fighting less, this is a law of battle. Right, it definitely is like that. Look, the Yao have more people, in terms of total number, Zuo Mo is the less fighting the more. He is attacking the crowd alone, such outstanding combat instincts. But, Xuan Yu felt that Big Brother was right but also felt that it wasn't right somewhere. No matter the time, do not miss the importance of strategy. Gu Liangdao sternly warned Xuan Yu. Oh. Xuan Yu said in semi-understanding. The other Yao elders, upon finding that Elder Yi was about to be attacked by multiple people, could not suppress themselves, also acted in hopes of helping Elder Yi. Gu Liangdao was relieved of a great burden. He said, look, fighting with few against many. Xuan Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Should we help him? Gu Liangdao coughed. Do not underestimate Zuo Mo Gu. With my understanding of him, he definitely has other tricks, but. Xuan Yu nodded and looked with anticipation at the intense battle on the field, excitement on his face. Gu Liangdao wiped away the sweat on his forehead with lingering trepidation. Of course Zuo Mo noticed the Yao elders that wanted to attack. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You underestimate Gaze King's Forbidden City. The seal scripts and Mo matrices' effects were greatly influenced by the black blunting smoke. But that was the King's Forbidden Firmament. This green city possessed its power. While it was not complete, and its power was limited, it still could not be looked down upon. There at least wasn't a problem in getting a chance for him to surround and attack. His hands moving, the shaking of the King's Forbidden City suddenly stopped. All the Yao elders suddenly felt the scenery change, their surroundings turning misty. All of the sounds and people disappeared. They seemed to be standing on an endless wilderness, like mist floating ethereally. Illusory formation? The two words jumped into everyone's minds. Yes, it was an illusory formation. Many of the Yao elders showed expressions of disdain. For people of their level, illusory formations were not an acceptable tactic. But unexpectedly, they used all they knew, but the scene in front of them still didn't change. Why was it like this? Was this not an illusory formation? The elders stared at each other. Zuo Mo naturally would not miss on such a good chance. The two people and the seal soldier shot at Elder Yi. The illusions of the city had many Jinji methods that he had found from his memories, the ones his father had left behind. These illusory spells were not the same as other illusory spells. He believed there would be people here that could resolve them, but they would require some time. This was a chance. Elder Yi was disheveled as he was attacked by three people. Zuo Mo's power had shocked him, and he hadn't expected the female dressed in grey armor to be so terrifying and powerful. Adding on a seal soldier that was fearless and seemed mad, he immediately ended up in great danger. Elder Ye's heart continued to sink. Damn it! Was he going to die today? The black gold seal soldier's eyes were wide as he spread his arms and ran towards Elder Yi. This unconventional action caused Elder Ye's heart to shake. His left hand struck towards the black gold seal soldier. But before he finished, the presence of a Shin technique on Zuo Mo's hand caused him unable to spare any attention for anything else. He put the fingers on his right hand together, his Shin technique waiting to be released, Shin technique against Shin technique. Yet Zuo Mo suddenly showed the smile of one whose plan had succeeded. Elder Ye's expression changed and he thought that it was not good. Before he could react, there was a heavy blow to his neck. He immediately lost consciousness. Idiot! Zuo Mo smugly raised his hand that had been faking presence, the light of the Shin technique fading. Boom boom boom. Among a string of packed explosion, the Yao elders showed their disheveled figures, yet the scene in front of them caused everyone to turn into the stone. Zuo Mo had a foot stepping on the unconscious Elder Yi. He smugly grinned and showed his white teeth. I think we need to have a talk. Bi-Han came back. After coming back, Bi-Han and Gong Sun Cha exchanged a look but didn't exchange a word. Many people speculated secretly about the return of Sin Battalion. But Little Miss and Bi-Han did not mention a word about what Sin Battalion had gone to do. The two biggest heads were silent, and the other people naturally did not dare to pick this topic. But the return of Sin Battalion meant that their power grew. Everyone was excited. Up until now, all of the battle plans had proceeded smoothly. However, everyone also knew that this was just the beginning. What was next was the true test, because what was next were the resources Jies. Resource Jies were referring to those Jia with great amounts of resources. They were the best part of all of Xian Kong Temple. Due to this, there were countless eyes staring at them. There were no tricks to taking down these resource Jia. The only way was to steal from the mouth of the tiger. The upcoming battles would be hard and intense. The number of battalions they had encountered in the last few days had increased greatly. But no one was afraid. All of them were rubbing their hands and yearning to go. The present Mo Plowed Sea was not famous but had many commanders. Other than the two top battle generals Gongsun Sha and Bihan, Miao Jun, Shulong, Wei Ran, Ajaji, Tang Fei, and the others were all battle generals that could control one area. It was these people that had continued to advance that gave Gongsun Sha the confidence to plan this astounding campaign. Behind them, Gongsun Sha's seal formation forts were being built day and night. They were mostly finished. This meant that they did not have to worry about the supply lines at the rear. The conference this time was the last collective conference. Gongsun Sha did not say much. Up until now, they had not encountered true trouble in the plans they had made before. In the following battle, most of the forces were about to be split up, and the battalions would advance on their own. The time to test these people have arrived. Gongsun Sha had an imperceptible smile. When he had designed this plan, he had thoughts of giving these people the chance to be independent. If they were always under his shadow, they would not be able to truly grow. For the mission this time, he had even called Ma Fan over. The best training ground for a battle general was the battlefield. While this campaign was crucial for Mo Plowed Sea, it did not mean that they couldn't afford to lose even one battle. Gongsun Sha also knew that this campaign would become a crucial campaign that would affect the four realms and even the world. After dividing up Xin Kong Temple, Kuan-Lu and Tianhuan would be unprecedentedly large. There would be a period of peace in the middle because Kuan-Lu and Tianhuan needed time to digest the fruits of victory. Once the two titans finished digesting, the days of the other factions would become hard. Due to this, their only chance of survival was to strengthen themselves before that. Also, having this batch of battle generals truly grow up was the crux to having Mo Plowed Sea grow strong. The present situation was not so dangerous. With him and Bihan, they could afford to lose. When it finally came to that time when they faced the two titans, they could not afford to lose. He only hoped that Shi Xiang would return soon. Gongsun Sha gathered his thoughts and threw out coolly. "Everyone, fight!" The commanders roared a response. Translator Ramblings, Wandering Yumi of Doom is away for this chapter, so I only did a quick edit for spelling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744, The Identity of the Old Man. Chapter 744, The Identity of the Old Man. Seeing Ming Yi and the Yao elders leave with their tails between their legs, Zuo Mo was lost in thought and did not seem to notice them. The Mo and the surroundings looked at him with awe and respect. Any person that managed to extort a top treasure, the Death Thought Bead, from the Yao elders were worthy of respect. Ming Yi had been decisive. It was worth it to trade the Death Thought Bead for Elder Yi, one of the 10 Yao. Elder Yi now owed her a favor. This was a good thing. Also, she had obtained a much stronger Feng Xinz. As to the Death Thought Bead, that was the public property of the Council of Elders and she did not care as it was not her personal loss. While her mission had failed this time, her individual strength had grown greatly. The most valuable gain from this trip was their experience in fighting with Shin Power, which would be of great help in helping them perfect Shin Power. Both Elder Yi and Feng Xinz were the ones that had benefited directly and the most. They had a deeper comprehension of Shin Power. Ming Yi knew that these two people were crucial and they were in her camp, and would greatly increase her status in the Council of Elders. If she could advance the Yao Shin Power system, no one would be able to shake her position, and she was likely to ascend to the position of Chief Elder. No one knew Ming Yi's thoughts. All of the Yao elders had dispirited expressions. Everything they had endured today in their view was a humiliation. A grudge had undoubtedly been created between Zuo Mo and the Yao Council of Elders. However, both Ming Yi and Zuo Mo did not care too much about this. For Ming Yi, her goal was the seat of Chief Elder. Before she took power, she did not have any direct conflict with Xiao Mogu. It was the opposite. After seeing Xiao Mogu's great strength, she had even thought of allying with Xiao Mogu. If she had such a strong helper outside the Council of Elders, it would be beneficial for her faction. There were many rules the Council of Elders had to abide by. She was restrained. Her influence outside the Council of Elders would not be affected and there would be many convenient uses for such an ally. Ming Yi had smiled as though there had been no conflict at all as she briskly agreed to Zuo Mo's request. Even Zuo Mo had been surprised. However, this increased Zuo Mo's wariness of her. This woman was very strong. Little Mogu felt that he definitely could not be like her, going from fighting in a life and death battle in one moment to chatting with a smile the next. She was also decisive and did not hesitate once she made a decision. While he did not like this type of person, Zuo Mo had to admire Ming Yi's strength. He also had a feeling. This woman would definitely have great power and influence in the future. Shaking his head, Zuo Mo turned his head and laughed at himself. That had nothing to do with him. Zuo Mo decided to ignore Ming Yuye's hidden intention to establish a good relationship at the end. You had to guard against an ally like this, someone who might stab you in the back at any time. We also have to go. Gu Liangdao came over and had a hug with Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo noticed the gazes that had gathered on them. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you want us to accompany you?" Gu Liangdao laughed brightly. "Ha, no need, there's Xiaoyu, and now there is the Birdman suit, it will crush anyone that comes." Birdman suit. Zuo Mo's temple throbbed. "I will protect Big Brother." Xuan Yu weakly guarantee from the side. "Alright, be careful during your travel." Zuo Mo could only say. "Don't worry. Work hard. Us brothers will meet again in the future." Gu Liangdao took a wineskin from his waist and, after taking a great swallow, handed it to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo took the wineskin and also took a deep gulp. He felt as though there was a fire burning in his chest. "Yes. Us brothers will meet in the future. Ha ha. Xiaoyu, let's go." Gu Liangdao laughed and walked out with his head up high. Xuan Yu waved at Zuo Mo and then followed closely. The two flew out of the king's forbidden city. A troop flew out of the crowd and formed a protective perimeter with them in the middle. It was Gu Liangdao's personal guard. Zuo Mo's worries were finally put to rest and then he laughed. Gu Liangdao looked simple-minded, but he was a daring and detail-minded person. How could he not have any plans? "Everyone, the spectacle is over, you may do as you please." Zuo Mo glanced over the other people and then ignored them. He was preparing to go back to Cloud Sea Jia. It was now called Mo Cloud Sea. He needed a safe place to have a Gue use the 5-element Soul Dan and the Death Thought Bead. The Mo territories were clearly not a good place. He also needed time to go through his memories in detail. He hoped he would get back to Mo Cloud Sea in time for the fighting and see if there were any places he could help. But before leaving, he still had some problems to resolve. He turned to walk towards the old man in the corner. The old man did not seem to be surprised to see him coming. "Who are you? Why did I not find you in my memories?" Zuo Mo asked directly. The old man grinned, but his gaze was cold. "Of course, how can the Zuo family's young master's memories have an impression of a little person like me?" Zuo Mo frowned. The old man's tone showed his friendlessness. "There is enmity between us?" "Not really, but your grandmother exiled me," the old man said coolly. Zuo Mo was shocked. "Exiled?" The old man narrowed his eyes and said humorously, "In the Zuo family, practicing Shin power is restricted. However, I had the duty of guarding the Shin device, and I managed to get a few hints. A secret will never remain hidden forever. Your grandmother discovered I had learned it. I hadn't expected the old woman's Shin power to be greater than mine. There was no way about it. But the old woman still thought of my past service, and only excited me to a desolate Jia." Zuo Mo felt his mind was a mess. There was too much information contained in the old man's words. This old man's entire life could be said to be in the old woman's hands. She probably knew that she didn't have much time left back then, so she brought her to you and nurtured her to be your person. This way, this old man could not stand by and ignore what happened afterwards. She really was cunning. The old man said coldly. "You are a Gues." Zuo Mo's eyes widened and he threw all his other questions to the back of his head. "A Gue," the old man stilled and his eyes suddenly narrowed and flashed coldly. "She's your ghost?" Some memory fragments flashed across Zuo Mo's mind. He nodded. "N. The old woman really schemed well. Even in death, she does not let others rest." The old man turned to look at a Gue with pity and guilt. His tone was filled with unfriendliness. "No wonder she is loyal to you, and turned herself into this ghastly state. My pitiful granddaughter." Zuo Mo's body shook. The old man was a Gue's grandfather. The old man suddenly lost interest. "Let's go and talk more on the road." When Zuo Mo's group finished packing up and left Buzhou City, a figure carrying a sword covered in dust appeared on the horizon nearby. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. "Eldest Xixiang." Wei Sheng smiled as he carried his sword. Liang Wei's face was dark. In front of him was an order telling him to stop working and reflect on his actions. The cause of this was very simple. He had captured a Coenluan scout and managed to extract an extremely valuable piece of information. Coenluan was busy swallowing Xian Kong Temple, and most of the battalions on that region's defense line had been moved towards Xian Kong realm except for a few. He thought this was a rare chance and reported the situation. Yet his report seemed to have dissolved in the ocean. Nothing came back. This was not unexpected. As the battle on the front lines was in a stalemate, he had been reassigned and was now under the banner of Ensure Corps. Corps Commander Ensure was old and experienced with a great reputation among the Yao that normal corps commanders could not rival. Theoretically, this was not a disservice to him. However, Corps Commander Ensure favored defensive tactics over offensive ones and seemed overly conservative to Liang Wei. No matter what kind of battle plan he suggested, they were never accepted. Without fighting, Liang Wei's days passed as though they were years. Corps Commander Ensure was dissatisfied with his restlessness, and moved him to a position of no real power. If he hadn't had an accomplished record of service, he would probably have been kicked out already. Unwilling to waste his days, Liang Wei led a few guards and sneaked into the front lines alone to act as scouts. The secret was hard to keep, especially after Liang Wei had suggested attacking to Corps Commander Ensure based on the gathered intel. The anger of Corps Commander Ensure could be imagined. So the order to be relieved of his duties and reflect appeared in front of him. Feeling depressed, Liang Wei rang into the 10-finger prison and wanted to vent himself through war chess. With his skill level, he naturally won in war chess. He quickly found himself bored. Coming out of war chess, he dazedly roamed about. He suddenly saw someone familiar and he became alert. A Shao. The person who had a hurried expression immediately stopped. When he saw Liang Wei, a smile bloomed on his face. Wei. Long time no see. Isham, aren't you at the front lines? How come you have the time to come to the 10-finger prison? Hearing the slightly feminine name Wei, Liang Wei felt slightly helpless but also warm. A Xiao was a good friend of his from the Yao art house, but unlike him who entered the military, A Xiao's marks were not good enough to enter the military. Don't mention it. I did something wrong. I've been relieved of my duties and ordered to reflect, Liang Wei said, pretending to be unconcerned. A Xiao's expression was surprised. Liang Wei had been outstanding in the Yao art house and been tasked with great responsibility after entering the military corps. His achievements from last time had been broadcast far and wide and he had been called the next upcoming star of the Yao. Why was he relieved of his duties and ordered to reflect? But A Xiao perceptively did not press. He smiled and said, haha, then relax. Come with me to a place. Liang Wei, who had nothing to do, naturally agreed. The two quickly came to a place with a sign Pu-Pu's home for battle generals. What place is this? A battle general club? Liang Wei looked around curiously. You'll know when you go in. A Xiao kept it a secret. They saw several people along the way, but there wasn't even one silver battle general. Liang Wei felt dismissive of this establishment. This was probably another place for low-level battle generals to boast. Do you want to become a top battle general? Pu-Pu's home for battle generals will give you the wings to fly. There will be a famed teacher every week, simulations every day. As long as you persist, you can become a battle general. Liang Wei's disdain grew with the ads. This was the advertising of those training courses that were used to defraud people of money. A Xiao would actually believe something like this. He was just about to speak when he suddenly saw a phrase out of the corner of his eye. He stopped walking, and lightning seemed to explode in his mind. Battle is changing, have you detected it? Translator ramblings, and we're reaching the end of an arc. Once again, Fong Xiang leaves certain things to the imagination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745, New Era. Chapter 745, New Era. In this turbulent era, the changes of the world were so rapid they dazzled the eyes. In the span of a night, the world had completely changed. In this period of time, some major events had occurred. What was most attention-catching was the division of Xian Kong Temple's territory. Countless factions leapt towards them like hungry wolves. The ones that benefited the most were Kunlun and Tianhuan. The two's power grew enormously and they became two titans that were so large it was frightening. The Mo territories filled with its heroes entered an era of consolidation. In the 100 Savage realm, the Mo Shin Temple was the strongest, then it was the Mo Martial Alliance led by Marshal D, and the Heroes Alliance led by Marshal Hao. In the distant and remote Nether realm, the first king of the Nether realm came to power of the Nether King. This shook all of the Mo territories. The birth of the Nether King attracted the eyes of the entire world. This meant that the Mo now had a faction that could rival Kunlun, Tianhuan, and the Yao. Compared to the Xiuzhou world and the Mo territories, the Yao were much quieter. Ming Yuyi entered the highest power ranks of the Council of Elders, becoming the 13-seat Inner Council, and became the youngest Inner Council elder in history. Already famous, Ming Yuye's prestige reached a whole new level. Other than this, Gu Liangdao's strength grew enormously after he obtained the Angel Device Raiment. His strongest expert, Xuan Yu, became famous after killing 3 Mo marshals in a single battle. Many of the people under Gu Liangdao's command were unknown before, but the other factions now lusted for them. Under the talented Xiao, who started as an accountant, the development of Gu Liangdao's territory was fierce. Gu Liangdao, Xuan Yu, Xiao, these 3 disciples came from Xixian. Their light was enough to make all of Xixian seem dim in comparison. They had the name of the Xixian's talented trio. Of course, Xixian would never admit to this. Other than this, there was one other faction that attracted attention from different powers, Mo Cloud Sea. Mo Cloud Sea's growth had also been fueled by Xian Kong Temple's downfall. In a military blitz, Mo Cloud Sea had quickly taken 56 Jia in just 6 months. In the 6 months, they had defeated and forced back dozens of surrounding powers, defeating hundreds of battalions, including 2 from Kunlun and Tianhuan. Such a domineering and fierce power immediately caused the neighboring powers to fear it. Just as everyone thought that another great power would take form, unexpected, after swallowing the 56 Jia, Mo Cloud Sea stopped expanding without any warning. At this time, no one had the time to think about this. The collapse of Xian Kong Temple was an unparalleled feast. Its enormous size and richness of resources was definitely among the top of the factions who had collapsed in the last few thousand years. The 56 Jia was just a small piece of this great and grand banquet. The eyes of the factions were on the territories that had not yet been divided. The one that fought the hardest was Kunlun, Tianhuan, and the last remaining 9 great Diana sects of the 10 great Diana sections. The powerful Kunlun and Tianhuan took about 1/5 of Xian Kong Temple each, the 9 great Diana sects took 2/5 of Xian Kong Temple, and the last fifth had been split by the other powers. The great Xian Kong Temple that had once been one of the 4 great sects crushed and existed only in the records. When this banquet gradually came to an end and people started to calculate their spoils, they found to their shock that the 56 Jia that Mo Cloud Sea took over made up some of the best parts of Xian Kong Temple's territories. Numerous factions wanted to move against Mo Cloud Sea. The factions that had been defeated did not dare, but other factions that thought they were strong enough were deeply tempted by the 56 resource Jias. But when the battalions reached the 56 Jia, they found, to their shock, that densely arrayed Jinji forts had been built up at some unknown time. The layers of densely arranged Jinji gave off blinding light that caused those to look to feel their scalp prickle and to inhale sharply. Everyone was shocked by Mo Cloud Sea's wealth, manpower, and resources. They could not understand how they were able to set up such perfect Jinji forts in such a short amount of time. They scouted around to probe, and could not find a weak point. There were more experienced battle generals that spent a lot of time to investigate all the Jinji on the borders. When they mapped out the positions of the forts, they found that these Jinji forts connected together in a strong defensive formation. The Jinji forts were not simply designed to guard the Jia rivers. They connected to each other and were placed in a carefully planned and orderly fashion. The complexity almost surpassed a person's imagination. The forts formed layers of defenses that were so exquisitely planned that any factions that attacked it would become off bloody. Mo Cloud Sea only needed to use a small number of battalions and the defense line would be stable. If the enemy wanted to attack, there was no other methods than attacking the forts one by one. The other's expansion plan had been planned in great detail. Those that paid attention read a strong desire to expand into the surrounding territories using this defense line. However, what truly caused people to pay attention to Mo Cloud Sea was the return of Gongye Xiaorong. When Gongye Xiaorong returned to Tianhuan with the remnants of his battalion, with not even 900 people left, all of Tianhuan was overjoyed. People quickly learned that Gongye Xiaorong had been defeated by Gongsun Xia. Gongsun Xia's reputation moved up a level. As people paid attention, the secret that the master of Mo Cloud Sea, Zuo Mo, was Xiao Mogu also floated up. The other top-level battle general, Bihan, also started appearing. Thinking about the 2 top battle generals holding the forts, no one dared to target them. Even Kunlun and Tianhan didn't dare to move rashly, much less the other factions. The battle to divide Xian Kong Temple raged for 2 years before finally ending. There were many riddles in this time. The biggest riddle was the disappearance of Xian Kong Temple's Sutra Library and the Diana Treasure Pavilion. When the invading factions, with Kunlun in the lead, hurriedly got to the main peak of Xian Kong Temple, they found that someone else had gotten there first. Xian Kong Temple's main peak was a sea of flames, the Sutra Library and the Diana Treasure Pavilion completely cleaned out. The news shocked the world. The Sutra Library collected all of the spells of Xian Kong Temple. The Diana Treasure Pavilion contained all the treasures that 1,000 generations had gathered. If Xian Kong Temple was a feast, then the Sutra Library and the Diana Treasure Pavilion was the main course. All of the factions that participated in the invasion were enraged. But even after many years, they hadn't found any clues. The thieves seemed to have disappeared and not left behind one clue. Many masters skilled in divination tried to search, but there was nothing obtained. The thieves had been skilled and used a special method to disguise everyone. The Shoujo world, the Mo territories, and the Yao, the entire world entered a temporary period of fragile peace. The world situation was maintained for 5 years. For Mo Cloud C, these 5 years were crucial, especially for development of Shin methodologies. 5 years ago, Shin power was a mysterious and distant thing for the average person, a field that only the top factions could touch. But right now, after 5 years of development, all kinds of Shin power appeared like bamboo after a rain. The most famous were the Kunlun Shin power, the Tianhuan Shin glyphs. Shixian had the 5-element Shin power, but the consensus was that the purer 5-element Shin power was the reverse 5-element Shin power created by Shuangyu under Guliang Dao. This reinforced the belief that Shixian's power and influence was in decline. The 9 great dhyana sects had many dhyana heart Shin power, and dhyana thought Shin power. There were many kinds, but not having inherited Shin Kong Temple scripture as well as the Shin power they had created, these 9 factions had not developed a Shin method that could rank at the top Shin powers. Among the top Shin powers in the Shoujo world, Mo Cloud C's Mo Cloud Shin power was the most attention-catching. Unlike the other Shin powers, Mo Cloud Shin power was unique in cultivating with the 3 powers as the fundamentals. Of course, the reason for this was the master of Mo Cloud C, Zuo Mo. The rumors among the common people was that Lin Qian had comprehended Kunlun Shin power after a fight against Zuo Mo. Due to this, the other factions put a great focus on spying on Mo Cloud C and investigating their Shin power. Many factions that had mastered Shin power hoped to use their findings to break through. Even though Zuo Mo and the others had thought of many ways to stop the Shin methodology from being leaked, but the most fundamental Shin methodology was still inevitably leaked in the end. With such large-scale practice, it was difficult to prevent the spread of the basic Shin methodology. But the people who got the Mo Cloud Shin power method quickly found that, compared to the other powers, Mo Cloud Shin power was the hardest to cultivate. It required cultivating all 3 powers and meant that the amount of time one had to spend was at least 3 times. People quickly lost interest in Mo Cloud Shin power. They turned their attention to the Shin powers that had originated from Ling power. They were more familiar with Ling power and the Shin power used Ling power as the base was more fitting to their needs. No matter how good the Mo Cloud Shin power was, they could only use it as an example. The fundament Shin methodology of Kunlun and Tianhuan spread. These basic methods were not enough for people to actually reach Shin power, but it was of great inspiration to other sections. It allowed them to understand which direction they should develop in. The path that Kunlun and Tianhuan tread on was what they needed. Reality proved that not all genius were in the major sections. All the talents of the major sects secluded themselves to create their own sect's Shin power. In this period of time, all kinds of Shin power had been created. The great majority of them couldn't even reach the 3rd rank, but there were Shin powers that were unique among them. For everyone, Shin power was no longer going to be a term that was mysterious, unknown, and distant. As Shin power continued to develop, the difference between the major sects quickly grew smaller. The Shoujo world seemed to recover to a new equilibrium. However, some sects continued to struggle and many sects managed to capitalize on this opportunity. There would be a new Shin power being created every day. The Shin power system of the Shoujo world was being enriched and perfected. It was an exciting and vibrant era filled with life. People enthusiastically created, cultivated Shin power. Everyone was filled with curiosity and anticipation towards this completely new power. This was a blooming era, this was an energetic era, this was an era where 100 flowers bloomed, this was an era where opportunity and danger coexisted, this was an era of geniuses. This was a completely new era. The era of Shin power. Translator ramblings, this would be the montage scene in a movie. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746, Shin Device. Chapter 746, Shin Device. In this 5-year period, Mo Cloud C did not expand. The Jinji defense line completely separated Mo Cloud C from the outside world. This isolationist stance caused Mo Cloud C to seem even more mysterious in the eyes of other factions. There were only a rare few that knew how much Mo Cloud C had developed. The fighting to divide Shin Kong Temple had continued for 2 years, but for Mo Cloud C, it had only been 6 months. Adding on the 5 years period of peace, the Mo Cloud C had was 6 years and 6 months of peace, 1 year and 6 months more than the other powers. In this 6 years and 6 months of time, Mo Cloud C developed at an astounding rate each day. From a long time ago, Zuo Mo had given the Shin methodology to the core members of Mo Cloud C. Mo Cloud C had started developing in this area many years earlier than everyone else. According to the knowledge that Zuo Mo supplied, the Mo Cloud Shin methodology that all of Mo Cloud C helped develop was already very mature. Mo Cloud C drew inspiration from Zuo Mo's Sun Shin methodology, the Green Vine Shin methodology, the Mist Shin methodology, and the Undying Shin methodology that came from the Undying Shin punishment. While one still needed to cultivate the three powers, but Mo Cloud C, which possessed the Pu Wei library, quickly found suitable methods from the Yao and Mo powers. Unlike big sects like Kunlun and Tianhuan, Mo Cloud C didn't have any Fanshu. This past weakness now became a great advantage. Other than this, the seal inscriptions of Golden Crow Camp developed far beyond what the outer world imagined. Other than the inscription of Shin glyphs, which was still immature, they had developed the inscription of Mo matrices, Yao cores, and seal scripts. They even created a completely new cultivation method that merged inscribing in Mo Cloud C's Shin methodology. They even used this to create two new terrifying battalions, the New Guard Camp and Sin Battalion. However, the accomplishments of Golden Crow Camp were not limited to just this. Even Zuo Mo, the person who had founded Golden Crow Camp, had never thought that Golden Crow Camp would develop to such a level. The present Golden Crow Cloud Island was heavily guarded. Large and vicious cloud steeds flew through the clouds and continued to land on the Cloud Island. Having obtained all kinds of secret husbandry methods from the three races, Chun Yu Cheng continued to breed, research, nurture, and spend. He finally bred a completely new powerful species that was unlike most steeds, ling beasts, or yao beasts. In the end, he named them Cloud Steeds. The Cloud Steeds had something very unique. They had 3 beast cores inside their bodies and they possessed the 3 powers. However, because the numbers were limited, only the core members of Mo Cloud C possessed them. In Mo Cloud C, Cloud Steeds were a symbol of status. It was rare for so many important people to appear at the same time at Golden Crow Cloud Island. The disciples on the island were restless, but no one dared to ask questions. On Golden Crow Cloud Island, there were too many things to keep secret. All the upper levels of Mo Cloud C, without exception, had come. Under the guidance of the 2 masters, they disappeared into the Jinji. Inside the Jinji, everyone's gazes were attracted by 2 suits of armor. The 2 sets of armor silently floated in front of them, one as bright as fire, the other silver white like frost. The 2 masters wore an expression of pride. Master Sun Boa's tone was cool but filled with strong confidence. These are 2 sets of Shin device raiments. Shin device raiments. Boom! The crowd exploded. No one had thought that Golden Crow Camp were already able to forge Shin device raiments. It had been 7 whole years since Zuo Mo had forged the Angel device raiment. In these 7 years, so much had changed. This included Shin devices. 1 year ago, Kunlun was the first to announce the creation of the first Shin device, capable person. In the next month, Tianhuan also announced Tianhuan's first Shin device called the Weaving Girl Shuttle. Then Xixian announced the existence of Floatingly Fire. However, almost all of the Shin devices used Zuo Mo's naming pattern, raiment. And almost all of the Shin devices had been formed into armor. Even Kunlun, who was famous for its swords, were not an exception. This was because they found that this structure, which covered the entire body, could use Shin power to its greatest effect and was helpful in controlling Shin power. Everyone had been waiting for Zuo Mo to forge a new Shin device. No one had expected Golden Crow Camp to be the first to forge them. Actually, we had considered forging Shin devices a long time ago because we have the most complete information on the method. We had initial thoughts, but we quickly faced a problem: what kind of Shin device to forge? Then we asked Darren for his opinion, and Darren suggested for us to forge Battle General Shin device raiments. Battle General Shin device raiments. This answer had been unexpected by all. Gongsun Cha and Bihan's eyes suddenly lit up. Zuo Mo spoke at this time. Yes, there is one important reason that we have been able to get to where we are. It is because we possess 2 top battle generals. So we first forged Battle General Shin devices. Shin power is continuing to level up. From the beginning where only a few cultivated it to now where everyone is cultivating it. Future battalions will be comprised of soldiers that cultivate Shin power, and what will change is the method of battle. We will only truly be ahead of the others if we are the most advanced in this area. Everyone had thoughtful expression. Many people nodded inwardly, especially the battle generals. They felt this even more directly and deeper. The silver one is Gongsun Darren's raiment. It is called City Destroyer. 1. Gongsun Cha's smile froze on his face. The other people covered their mouths, their facial muscles furiously trembling as they forced themselves to not laugh out loud. Afraid of being blamed, Master Sun Bao hurriedly added, Darren personally named it. Zuo Mo's smile froze. He swore at Sun Bao inside, piling a smile on his face. Shitty, this is a good omen. 1 smile to destroy cities, in the span of 1 smile, take down a city, how great is that? Actually, if it wasn't. I feel that one smile to destroy a Jia is even better. In one smile, destroy a Jia, ha ha. When he got to the end, Zuo Mo pretended to be cheerful and laughed. The expressions of the other people became even more pained, their faces under their hands became even more twisted. If they offended Lil Miss Darren, then their future days would be dark. Gongsun Sha smiled slightly and said unaffectedly, "This name is good." It was over, he had offended Gongsun Shitty. Zuo Mo wiped away the sweat on his brow. Master Jiwei quickly changed the topic. Bihan Darren said is called arsonist. Bihan expressionlessly glanced at Zuo Mo's hair stood up. Bihan gritted his teeth inside. Of course he knew the Darren meant. It referred to the fire that he had set on Shin Kong Temple's main peak. Thinking about how he had been kidnapped, sold himself to Darren, and how he had once said to Darren that he was going to set a fire to burn down Shin Kong Temple, Bihan felt the past him was so stupid. Other than Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha, no one else knew that Bihan had set a fire to burn down Shin Kong Temple's main peak. The other people praised the name, arsonist. While Bihan was cold and reclusive, his fighting style was as a raging fire as he destroyed all those in his way. The name arsonist matched that. The name isn't bad. Bihan was expressionless and his tone was icy. The two masters wiped away cold sweat. They had wondered for a long time about the two names. If Darren hadn't personally named them, they definitely would not have agreed. Cough. Zuo Mo pretended to be composed and concluded, I hope everyone will cooperate with Gongsun Sha Darren and Bihan Darren to find a new battle method and master it. Gongsun Sha had a small smile. Bihan was expressionless. The battle generals felt their scalps prickle. Many people had expressions of wanting to cry. Why was it that Darren was the one that made trouble, but they were the ones to pay for it? Why? After saying this, Zuo Mo raced off. Deep in the night, the stars filled the sky. Zuo Mo was reclining on the rooftop with a bottle of wine beside him. He was leaning on his arm as he stared out in a daze at the stars. Ague was silently sitting next to him and didn't look any different from 7 years ago. Zuo Mo knew how great the changes of the 7 years had been. The entire world was completely different. The Tushin devices today had stirred some of his memories. It was a very rare that anyone knew that the first Tushin device after the end of the ancient era was not Kunluan's capable person, but an unknown ghost. That had been forged by his deceased father. This Shin device was also one of the fuses that led to the destruction of the Zuo family. The 4 sects that had come divided up, ghost. This became one of their important articles of study. They determinedly believed that they could find the crux of Shin power from it, because before father had forged ghost, no one in the Zuo family had cultivated Shin power. There was a lot of information in Zuo Mo's memory fragments that had been obtained from his father's secret rooms. For example, he knew that his mother had once been father's ghost, and this was one of the reasons that grandmother had not liked mother. The death of his parents was a riddle. Even his grandmother had never mentioned it. He only knew that ghost had always been kept at home even though he had never seen it. The old man who had been guarding it comprehended Shin power and been exiled to a desolate Jia. In reality, other than the old man, there had been another person who had also comprehended Shin power from it, his grandmother. While grandmother had been alive, no one dared to come and make trouble. The only one able to exile a Shin power expert could only be another Shin power expert. The matters of his father and mother were very distant, so distant that he could only find some sparse words from those shattered memories. But he knew that father had forged ghost for mother. It was probably because father understood that one needed power to protect the people and things he held precious. In these years, Zuo Mo had not stopped cultivating. He knew that he would only be able to protect everything he treasured if he became more powerful. He looked warmly at Ague. There was the entire Mo Cloud Sea, and everyone that needed his protection. Maybe some people were filled with unrealistic illusions about the future, but Zuo Mo knew when the peace ended, it meant an even more desperate era. But he did not fear it. 1 literally means destroyer of cities, but it is usually used as a descriptor of female beauty, as a beauty that can destroy cities and countries. Translator ramblings, more of Zuo Mo's family history, why his family was targeted, and even more reason to destroy the 4 sections. Also, Zuo Mo's naming sense is lovely in these 2 cases. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747, The Last Straw. Chapter 747, The Last Straw. The stairs stretched deep down as though there was no end into the darkness. The walls on all sides were engraved with all kinds of seal scripts. Some had already started to crumble. It was clear that they were ancient. Flying down along the stone stairs, they had been moving for more than 4 hours but still could not see the end of the stairs. Sect leader, the elder at the front murmured anxiously. It was unusually clear in the deathly silence and caused everyone else to jump in fright. Some of the less courageous elders changed expressions minutely and showed slight terror. What? The sect leader did not stop. A hint of disdain floated at the corner of his lips. You're afraid? The elders were silent. No one made a sound. There's no way around it even if you are afraid. Do you know what the outside says about us? Ha, us Shixian are the second Xiankong temple. The Shixian trio, TSK, but none of them are in Shixian. The outside says that I am useless, that is right. However, you all know the situation of the sect better than anyone. Who forced Gu Liang Dao into a corner? I said we needed to win over Shuangyu. Humph, the result? No one would bear to spit out some meat. The sect leader's cold and sharp words echoed in the passageway. The elders' faces turned black and white, no one made a sound. The battalions are in your hands. The battle generals are all your sons and nephews. Ha, that's nothing. I understand letting those close to you get the benefits. But please, pick ones with some talent. TSK, in 1 month 3 battalions were defeated. No wonder other people say we are the second Xiankong temple. We did not receive any information beforehand, an elder argued. So people have to first notify you before attacking you? The sect leader smiled coldly. Look at what factions have defeated us, small factions without any fame. You are all masters at inner conflict. TSK, if you had half that skill when fighting against the outside, our sect should have conquered the 4 realms a long time ago. Embarrassment and anger mixed on the elders' faces. Inside the passageway, they flew for 3 days and 3 nights. Tiredness came onto the faces of the sect leader and the elders. At the end of the stone stairs was a copper door. Stand guard outside, the sect leader said coldly. All the other elders released a breath and nodded. Their expressions when they looked at the copper doors were filled with terror and respect. The sect leader inhaled, pushed open the door and disappeared inside. Uncle Zhong, for my father's sake, please help this nephew this once. The sect leader's tone was low, his body bowed as he said sorrowfully, we were defeated 3 times in a month, Shixian's weakness has been exposed. The surrounding factions are looking to make a move. I have investigated our battalions, they are rotten to the core. In this enormous Shixian, there is no battalion that can fight. The large man in front of him had an indifferent expression. The large man sat on the chair. His body was brawny like a tower of metal. Just sitting there, he gave people a strong suffocating pressure. His short hair stood up straight like wires, but was almost completely white. Scars crisscrossed horrifically on his face. His gray pupils did not hold any emotion. Any exposed part of his body was covered in a dense mat of scars that were startling to see. There were 2 males standing on either side of the large man. Both of these men were also covered in scars. I have already repaid your father's favor, the large man said coolly. I need to guard the Fiend Abyss jail, find someone else. Bam! The sect leader suddenly knelt on the ground and started to cry. Uncle Zhong, Shixian is in danger, please, save Shixian. If you do not act, Shixian will be destroyed. Uncle Zhong, if you are willing to come out, this nephew is willing to give up the position of sect leader. The large male was indifferent and unaffected. See the guests out. The 2 men standing solemnly next to him suddenly released a sea of murderousness that hit the sect leader like a tsunami. The sect leader's body shook. He resisted the bone-piercing murderousness, and suddenly stopped crying. He gritted his teeth and said, if Uncle Zhong is willing to come out of the mountain, this nephew is willing to construct the tomb of Yunji. Boom! The sect leader felt as though he was hit with a great hammer, flying out into the air dozens of zhang. The large man's gray eyes were bloodshot. For the first time, his face changed. The sect leader ignored the blood dripping from his mouth and struggled to climb up. Yunji's contribution to our Shixian is great. When the tomb of Yunji is finished, I will announce as the sect leader for the core disciples and all the elders to come and mourn. Your father told you this story before he died. The large man became indifferent again. The sect leader's face paled. He was shocked. He hadn't thought that Uncle Zhong had been able to guess this. So he knew before that Yunji was innocent, the large man said to himself. His voice was desolate. I asked to guard the Fiend Abyss jail. 50 years, I hadn't thought that father and son have continued to scheme against me. The sect leader's expression was ashen. Where are her bones? The large man suddenly asked. The sect leader felt that Uncle Zhong's gaze was like a pair of pincers that held him. He was almost unable to breathe and unconsciously said, in a secret room. father had made an altar to her. The pressure on him eased. He collapsed on the ground and panted, looking in terror at Uncle Jean. 1. A moment later, the large man suddenly said, "I will agree." The sect leader stilled and was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Uncle Jean, many thanks, Uncle Jean. The tomb of Yunji must be built within 2 years." The large man suddenly looked sardonically at the sect leader. The scar-covered face became unspeakably strange and terrifying. "No matter how much your father schemed, he could not have expected that I only have 3 years left to live." The sect leader was stunned. Zuo Mo was extremely busy. He increasingly felt that he needed a skilled manager. Right now, the main steward of Mo Cloud Sea was a Ming, a local of Cloud Sea Jia that Bao Yi had recommended. Bao Yi had been a small-time black market dealer from Little Mountain Jia. He had felt the great pressure once Mo Cloud Sea expanded, his hair almost turning white. He coincidentally found that a Ming had good talent and promoted him. Later, a Ming had become the main steward. Bao Yi went back to guarding the resource stores, and his days were easy now. Cloud Sea Jia was organized under a Ming's management, yet the present Mo Cloud Sea was multiple times larger than back then. A Ming was struggling. The present Mo Cloud Sea was 69 Jia in size, including the 3 Jia under the rule of Rare Artifact Hall, This included a great number of resource Jia. The complex flow of materials, battalion supplies, and searches for talent were complex. After Zuo Mo had returned, a Ming immediately sighed in relief. There were some decisions he did not dare make on his own. For example, the problem of production. Golden Crow Camp possessed a great ability to produce and was the greatest source of income for Mo Cloud Sea. What to produce was undoubtedly the greatest question, especially in this era of turbulence and rapid change. Other than Zuo Mo, no one dared to make the decision. Problems like this were all left to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo had a hard time. He desperately desired an outstanding manager. At this time, he realized that an outstanding manager's value was no less than a top battle general. He was jealous of Gu Liangdao. While Xiao had no offensive abilities, but he was talented at management. Gu Liangdao did not have to worry about any of this and could focus on training his troops and fighting. A Ming was talented, but lacking greatly compared to Xiao. Management talent? Pu Yao also frowned. This kind of skill is not easy to find and recruit. Think of a way. By any means necessary. At any price. Zuo Mo bared his teeth. I will pay attention. Pu Yao nodded. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "How about your Pu-Pu's home for battle generals? How is that going?" Pu Yao's expression was smug. "There are some good seeds." Zuo Mo was even more interested. Those that Pu Yao said were good probably had great talent. He immediately had a drooling expression. "How about it? Can you pull them over? I can make a few battalions for them to play with." With Mo Cloud Sea's present wealth, Zuo Mo had enough assets to say something like this. "I have other arrangements." Pu Yao unhesitatingly refused Zuo Mo's suggestion. "You are not good like this," Zuo Mo pressed. Pu Yao glanced at him. "I heard that there are few good ones from the battle general school. One should not bite off more than they can swallow. Good battle generals do not come from being taught, but through fighting." Zuo Mo smiled weakly. He knew that Pu Yao was right. His greed had just came up. Fortunately, his face was thick, and this was just a usual matter. "Lend Nan Yu and the others for me to use for a time," Pu Yao said. Zuo Mo nodded. "All right." If Pu Yao spoke so formally, then it meant it was a serious matter. If it was something devious, this guy wouldn't make a sound. Looking at Wei, who was in a meditative state, Zuo Mo asked Pu Yao, "When will Wei wake up?" "I don't know." Pu Yao shook his head. "He needs time to adjust to the changes in your Shin power." "You really are a freak, your Shin power has advanced too quickly." Pu Yao was shocked by Zuo Mo's improvement rate. In 7 years, Zuo Mo had always maintained an astounding rate of progress which had not shown any signs of slowing down. Zuo Mo nodded. "Have you seen those people from Kunlun? If I'm any slower, I will just be able to eat the ashes when it is over." Pu Yao was silent. While he had fought countless times against Kunlun in the 1,000-Year War, yet Kunlun, after such a long time of peace, was still working to advance. Even an enemy like Pu Yao had to admire the present Kunlun. In these 7 years, the ones that were fighting on the front lines were all elders. In these 7 years, the number of Kunlun elders that died surpassed the last 300 years added together. Of the Kunlun elders, there were less than 1/3 left. The sacrifices of their fathers, masters, and elders moved the genius youth of Kunlun. They didn't need supervision or additional motivation. They furiously and silently cultivated day and night, without rest and regard for their lives. The sacrifice of 2/3 of the elders over 7 years finally showed their astounding power. A large group of young yet powerful youths started to appear out of Kowloon. These youths that grew up in the time that the elders traded their blood for were filled with a sense of responsibility. They were unprecedented in their unity. They possessed astounding self-control. They were like their elders, not afraid of sacrifice. This kind of Kowloon made people feel terror, made the entire world feel terror. Even Zuo Mo felt the pressure from Kowloon. Suddenly, a paper crane flew over. Zuo Mo's expression turned serious. He opened the paper crane. Shixian's famous general Zhong De has come back out. He led the Abyss Jail Battalion and blood washed the Central Plains. 13 Shixian elders were executed, their bodies left exposed to the elements for 10 days. He killed more than 7,000 people, the blood flowing in rivers. Editor note: 1 refers to the Buddhist practice of keeping a small family altar to make offerings to deceased family members. Sometimes referred to as a hall of ancestors in other novels. Here, even though it is suggested Yunji was betrayed and publicly humiliated by her uncle and cousin after her death, the sect leader and his father still have a secret altar to give Yunji offerings in the afterlife. Translator ramblings: running a humongous business needs people with special skills and is a full-time job. Zuo Mo's leveled up from his little business to an international one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, The Beginning of Expansion. Chapter 748, The Beginning of Expansion. The reappearance of Zhongde was akin to an earthquake for all of the four realms. To the young people, this name was unfamiliar. But for those older, they all changed expression when they spoke of him. When people found the life history of this old general from the records, their hearts shook, they stopped breathing, and their lips tasted the thick tang of blood. The heart-shaking battle campaigns, even after 50 years of dust, still caused people's hearts to beat frantically. The first thing that Zhongde did after returning was to make a great cleansing of Shixian. He killed so many of the upper ranks that it had never happened before in the history of the four realms. Shixian was dyed in blood, and the central region of Shixian, the Central Plains, was soaked in blood. Countless Shixian battle generals heard of this, and hurriedly fled in the night. The outside world learned later that in the span of a short month, the commanders of 39 battalions had disappeared. And in the unprecedented cleansing process, the true number of people from Shixian that were executed was 30,000, and not 7,000 as previously believed. Under Zhongde's iron fist, not even one rebellion occurred. Soon, Zhongde, whose hands were covered in blood, once again showed the world his cruel and vicious style. He did not wait for the sect to finish reorganizing, did not care about the instability of the sect. He suddenly led the Abyss Prison Battalion to appear on the borders of Shixian. In a lightning-fast campaign, he destroyed 3 factions. This was a retaliation. The 3 factions destroyed were the 3 factions that had recently defeated Shixian's battalions. This seemingly normal retaliatory action shocked the world again. Because the cities were massacred. Even though fighting had occurred for so many years, massacring everyone was rare, even in battles between the Xiuzhe and Yama. The 17 cities of the 3 Jia became a desolate land. Such cruel actions caused condemnation from the rest of the four realms. Crowds of people were furious. They called him cruel, bloodthirsty, savage, and emotionless, butcher, and all sorts of other words to describe the old general. But no matter how they criticized, no battalion dared to advance on Shixian. The people were filled with deep terror and fear of this inhuman battle general. When enough blood had been split, there naturally would be peace. These became famed words spoken by Zhongde. All of Shixian trembled. The factions surrounding Shixian trembled. No one dared to say that Shixian was the second Xiankong temple. Even people who hated Shixian had to admit that Shixian's rise could not be stopped. Even if its rise was by struggling up from the mud and mired in blood. Sweeping away its decline, Shixian was at peace again. However, after 5 years at rest, the major sects that had focused on their own development had now finished their preparations to fight again. This time, Kowloon moved first. Kowloon had begun to move. Zuo Mo's expression was grave. In front of him, everyone else was grave as well. They knew that one day, Kowloon would become an enemy they had to face. The indescribable pressure of Kowloon always was a stone weighing on their minds. Our present holdings are 69 jia, Gongsun Sha said calmly. After digesting Shin Kong Temple, Kunluan's dominion is about 1,300 jie, Tianhuan holds 1,100 jie, Xishan has not developed much and holds about 800 jie, the 9 great Dynana sects hold about 600 jie, Guliangdao's faction controls 142 jie. These are the public numbers, and the numbers of those jie controlled secretly are hard to calculate. Also, each faction have always been working to take the surround factions to strengthen themselves. If we face them now, we have no chance of victory. What is fortunate is that between us and Koan there are the 9 great Dynana sects, Tianhuan and Xishan. While Mo Cloud Sea is slightly remote, there are no strong enemies around. This is our advantage. The gem map on the wall clearly showed Mo Cloud Sea's boundaries. Of the entire 4 realms, it was a tiny piece. While everyone was familiar with these numbers, they still inhaled sharply. The enormity of Kunluan and Tianhuan was suffocating. He Ming stood up and then said, "In the past few years, our strength has grown quickly. Abundant resources in addition to our great production abilities, as well as our mature trade channels. Our wealth accumulation has been good. The frontline battalions have all completely been refitted with the new Mo Cloud system, Shin equipment. It is one of the top battalion Shin raiments on the market, and the inventory we have is satisfactory." When he spoke of this, the battle generals present nodded and were full of confidence. This was true. While Mo Cloud Sea was not large at present, but its equipment was among the best of the world. As Shin power developed, talismans had gradually left the world stage to be replaced by Shin equipment. Shin equipment was the lesser version of Shin devices. It was not as powerful as Shin device raiments, but it did not strain the user as much as Shin device raiments did. Most importantly, it was not as expensive to create as Shin device raiments. Mo Cloud Sea's Mo Cloud system, Shin equipment had always been one of the outstanding Shin equipment on the market. Together with Kunluan system and Tianhuan system, it was ranked as the top tier and collectively were called the 3 great Shin equipment. Even Xishan's Xishan system and the 9 great Dynana sects, Dynana system, were on a lower level. The level of the Shin equipment required understanding of Shin power, skill in forging, and rich resources. In the short term, no one would be able to shake the status of the 3 great systems. In reality, while Mo Cloud Sea's territory was not large, there were rarely people who would think of them as a small local power. They produced top-level Shin equipment, had 2 top battle generals, they did not have a large territory but had abundant resources. No one dared to look down at them. Inside Mo Cloud Sea were strong beings that were full of confidence and didn't know what fear was. Everyone turned to look at Zuo Mo. No matter if it was Gong Sun Cha's analysis or He Ming's words, the one who would make the final decision would be Zuo Mo. We need to expand. When Zuo Mo spoke, everyone became energized, especially the battle generals. They had fought in the past with Lil Miss, and felt rusty after being inactive for so many years. In truth, everyone knew that in the present situation, expansion was their own option. While Mo Cloud Sea looked as steady as a rock, that was because there was the 9 great Dynana sects in the between them and their enemies. If they waited for Kunluan and Tianhuan to grow bigger, when the time arrived, they wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. While the Jingji defense line was strong, but if Kunluan and Tianhuan disregarded the loss of life, it would not be difficult to overcome. Mo Cloud Sea could rival them in elite battalions, but was lacking greatly in normal battalions. Just a battle of numbers was enough to destroy Mo Cloud Sea several times over. Only by expanding Mo Cloud Sea and strengthening itself, could they possess the power to fight back. Maybe other people were willing to submit to the other powers, but for the core members of Mo Cloud Sea, this was definitely impossible. The first to disagree would be Zuo Mo. He had great grudges to settle with Kunluan, Tianhuan, and Xishan. He was fated to only have the path of fighting to the end. The reason they hadn't chosen to expand before was that their foundation was shallow. It was easy to conquer territories, but they didn't have the ability to digest it. Blind expansion would cause internal problems and weaken their defense against other factions. However, after the past several years of development, the present Mo Cloud Sea had the ability to expand now. The present question is, which direction do we expand in? Zuo Mo threw out the problem, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became fiery. 9 great Dynana sects. They look like they have a lot of people, but they definitely cannot fight. Other than Yang Yuan Hao, they don't have anyone else. Yes, the 9 great Dynana sects, I heard that they were fighting among themselves, this is a good chance. The 9 great Dynana sects were the 4th greatest power in the Shoujo world, but their inner conflicts were fierce. Their system was similar to the Yao Council of Elders. The 9 sect leaders formed a sect leader council to govern the entire region together. Since the 9 great Dynana sects were about the same in power, internal conflict had never stopped since the day they formed. It was only a loose alliance that was not united enough. What was most fatal was that they lacked top battle generals. The 9 great Diana sects only had one top battle general, Yang Yuan Hao. This was not equal to their status as one of the 4 great Xiuzhi powers. In comparison, Mo Cloud C possessed 2 top battle generals. No one dared to underestimate them. If Xixin hadn't been extremely weak before Zhongde had come back, the 9 great Diana sects would be the faction that people had the worst outlook on. Listening to the people chat, Zuo Mo thought inside. He had been pondering this question a long time ago. This kind of strategic decision would directly affect their future development. No, we will not fight against the 9 great Diana sects. Zuo Mo spoke. Everyone immediately closed their mouths to listen carefully. The 9 great Diana sects are like a shield. As long as this shield is not damaged, we do not need to directly face the superpowers like Kunlun. We should not attack them, rather, we should support them so they do not have to worry about their rear. The best scenario would be for them to fight against Kunlun and Tianhuan. That is most beneficial for us. Gongsun Cha and Bihan nodded. Zuo Mo's analysis was reasonable. Hadn't they always wanted to purchase our Mo Cloud system, Shin equipment? Sell to them. We need to support them as much as we can so they will fight with Kunlun and Tianhuan. Yang Yuan Hao is very strong, and they will likely be fighting a defensive war on home territory, they the advantage. It will not be easy for Kunlun and the others to win. Many people nodded inwardly. Then where do we expand? Someone asked in puzzlement. Other than the 9 great Diana sects, the others were all small factions. While it was not costly to fight, the benefits were also small. After taking down 56 Jia in one go, they did not care about these little pieces. These little factions were small in land and scarce in resources. We will expand towards the Mo territories. Zuo Mo's answer was unexpected. Everyone stilled, but many people's expressions started to turn existed. The Mo territories had vast lands, rich resources. People like Zhao Ge, Sherdong, and Ian had desired to expand into the Mo territories. Yet Zuo Mo had always seemed uninterested in the Mo territories, which had disappointed them. Who do we attack first? Lei Peng's eyes were bright. The Mo Martial Alliance. Zuo Mo said unhesitatingly. Gongsun Cha and Bihan were slightly surprised. In the 100 Savage realm, the Mo Shin Temple was the strongest, followed by the Mo Martial Alliance led by Martial D, then the Heroes Alliance at third. Everyone thought that Zuo Mo would first start with the weakest, the Heroes Alliance, but Zuo Mo unexpectedly targeted the Mo Martial Alliance. Our goal is 100 energy Jia. Zuo Mo's heated gaze was full of desire. Translator ramblings, Mo Cloud C is a tiny little thing. Bigger than before but still very small in comparison to the major powers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, Starting from the Beginning. Chapter 749, Starting from the Beginning. Zuo Mo had desired 100 energy Jia since discovering the Shin crystals. In these past years, Zuo Mo had continued to send in spies to find the general location of the Shin crystal mine. However, the Shin crystal veins were hidden well and hard to quietly extract. Also, it was blocked off by a layer of fragmented star metal. This was also why the Shin crystals hadn't been found and harvested by others after many years. 100 energy Jia was under the rule of the Mo Martial Alliance. If he wanted to extract these Shin crystals, there was only one way: take 100 energy Jia. The Mo Martial Alliance had developed rapidly in the recent years. The Mo Martials, led by Martial D, were wealthy to start with. Each person that could reach martial level was a strong individual. Ever since they watched the battle between Zuo Mo and the Yao elders, they had a new understanding of Shin power. Most of them chose to go into seclusion to cultivate and create a Shin power that belonged to their clan. The Mo were varied with subtypes and each clan possessed their unique bloodline. Unlike the Shin power of the Mo Shin Temple, the Mo Martial Alliance focused on upgrading their bloodline, using the Mo physique as a base to obtain Shin power. This Shin power cultivation method quickly became the mainstream for the Mo territories. Its greatest advantage was that it could express the power of the Mo physique and one did not need to restart their cultivation from the beginning. The Heroes Alliance also chose to use this cultivation method. Because of the differences in Mo physique, the Shin methodologies they each used were different. Each family knew that Shin methodologies were crucially important to their clan's future, and gathered all of their strength to overcome this obstacle. This kind of Shin power was called Mo Shin power. The Mo Shin Temple who was advanced in Shin power actually became the exception. This, however, did not affect the status of the Mo Shin Temple. The 3 great Mo gods were unstoppable in the recent years, their territory expanding rapidly to become the strongest faction in 100 Savage realm. The strong Mo martial alliance did not cause them to feel fear. Once Zuo Mo determined the target, the battle generals, led by Gongsun Sha and Bihan, started to move. A plan around the goal of taking over 100 energy GS secretly took form. Pupu's home for battle generals had some fame among the Yao battle generals. The students performed outstandingly in war chess, even defeating several of the military battle generals in succession, which had caused its fame to rise. However, not many people cared. Even the active battle generals that had been defeated did not think too much of the defeat. No matter how realistic war chess was, there were still great differences between war chess and true battle. It was not strange for a battle general strong in war chess to be terrible in real combat. There were also many loose organizations like this among the Yao. The members that Pupu's home for battle generals took in were those battle generals who were not very strong. These people had average marks in the Yao art houses, some of them just barely managing to pass. Students like this usually had a hard time entering a battalion. If one did not have a strong background, they would need great talent to enter a battalion. Pupu's home for battle generals were relaxed in their management of their members. It was easy to enter, and effortless to leave. Naturally, no one would pay attention to an organization like this. The most famous member of Pupu's home for battle generals was Liang Wei. But no battalion had thrown an olive branch out to this disgraced battle general. The one who had relieved him of command was Corp Command Ensure. Someone who had real power in the military, and his experience among all of the Yao was at the top. His background was strong, and no one was willing to risk offending Corp Commander Ensure to recruit Liang Wei into their command. Liang Wei also liked to fight and had a wild personality. He looked like a troublemaker, and there were rarely people who wanted a troublemaker under their command. Liang Wei had been idle at home for 7 years, and no battalion had made any offer for him. The laughter and taunts against Liang Wei grew and more unrestrained. The reputation that Pupu's home for battle generals had among the battle general circle of being the failure camp grew and solidified. The battle generals that thought themselves strong disdained this place. Ever since some active battle generals were defeated, no one liked to come here. There was nothing worthy of praise if they won, but if they lost, their comrades would laugh at them for a long time. Affected, many irresolute students left. The students left were all those that were not affected by the rumors outside. Compared to the mockery outside, the students inside Pupu's home for battle generals were unusually quiet. These students, for the most part, had studied for more than 3 years at Pupu's home for battle generals. The great majority of them had their own jobs, and would only have the time to come at night. If they could not enter a battalion, then it was not easy for battle general students to find work. What interested them the most was the simulation match each week. Even now, they did not know the identity of Pupu's home for battle generals founder. However, they could clearly feel that the other was strong. This kind of feeling was especially strong during the simulation match. When this time came, Pupu would personally come. The simulation chess was even more realistic than war chess. Every student who attended the simulation chess match for the first time was astonished, but they would be quickly sucked in. The strange and variable tactical style and the unfathomable power of the person called Pupu made them feel hopeless each time. Every week, the hottest topic of discussion was how long someone could survive against Pupu's hand. The record holder had always been Liang Wei. Today was the same as usual. Liang Wei still struggled to endure under the other's barrage of attacks. Even though he was already used to the strength of the opponent, but every match, that unstoppable pressure made him feel suffocated. The only thing comforting was that he had started to be able to tolerate this feeling of suffocation. Complete defeat. He panted furiously and was soaked in sweat. He looked at the time and was slightly happy. Compared to last time, he had survived a half hour longer than before. He was preparing to leave the simulation chess like usual when Pupu, standing on the opposite side, suddenly spoke. The simulation chess is unable to help you improve anymore. Liang Wei stilled. He stopped walking. The thread of joy from his achievement immediately disappeared without a trace. He suddenly felt empty. In these years, coming to Pupu's home for battle generals every day had almost become a habit. His mind had only stopped being restless because he could feel he was continuously improving. If Pupu's home for battle generals could not make him improve any further and he did not have to come here, then where should he go? Other than fighting, he didn't know anything else. If he hadn't had accumulated savings in the early years, it would be a problem for him to even live. When Pupu said this place could not improve here, in that moment, he felt clueless and bewildered. But he was a battle general that had been tempered in blood and fire. His resolve was far stronger than normal people. He focused and asked, then what can make me improve? True battle. Liang Wei dimmed. Gradually, his lips turned in a grimace. He knew that Pu Pu was right. While he had never seen Pu Pu's true appearance, he was still filled with respect towards Pu Pu. He was unlike the other students, he had seen the world and had fought against many strong people. Pu Pu was the strongest battle general he had ever seen. He could not understand what such a great battle general was doing here within a small battle general school. He concluded that Pu Pu might be in a situation similar to himself. Either he was disliked by his superior officer or he was being isolated by his peers, or there were other reasons that he started this battle general school to waste away time. Where is their true battle? Liang Wei smiled in self-mockery. If you are willing, I can think of a way. However, the conditions will be harsh, you need to be mentally prepared, Pu Pu said. Liang Wei was really stunned this time. A moment later, he asked suspiciously. You really have a way? You are very talented, but if you keep on being wasted, you will never have any hope of entering the ranks of the true top battle generals. Pu Pu's voice seemed to come from afar away but hit Liang Wei's fragile heart. Liang Wei suddenly raised his head. Who are you really? Do you really care who I am? You only care if you can enter the battlefield again. You only care if you can get revenge. As long as I am not Kunlun, will you care about anything else? Pu Yao asked in response. Liang Wei's body shook slightly. You investigated me? You? With your past, is it even an investigation? Pu Yao continued to ask in response. Liang Wei was silent. While not everyone knew of his history, but there were innumerable people among the battle general circles that knew. What do you want me to do? Liang Wei asked in a deep voice. Do what you are most skilled at, Pu Pu answered. Which battalion? Liang Wei felt as though something was burning inside his body. The flames burned at his heart, and the temperature of his blood continued to rise. A group of rabble, they only have completed basic training. Pu Pu didn't change at all. Liang Wei was slightly disappointed. HRMPH, did you really think that a trained battalion would be given to you? It seems that you do not have a deep enough understanding of your situation. If you want to return to the battlefield, you have to start over from the beginning. Pu Pu was not polite. Liang Wei nodded. You are right. Also, only a battalion that you built with your own hands will be a battalion that truly belongs to you. All of your ideas can be realized through them. You will be the leader of the battalion. Liang Wei felt there was an indescribable temptation in Pu Pu's words. In a few short sentences, his heart was moved, and he felt that burning once again. This guy was a true demon. All right. Liang Wei nodded and then asked, You are sure we will fight against Kunlun? Do not worry about this, we are mortal enemies with Kunlun. Pu's voice was also filled with pleasure. Starting from the beginning, I need some helpers. Liang Wei had already started to consider the practicalities. You can pick anyone from Pu Pu's home for battle generals. You should know their strength. Give a list to me, and I will persuade them, Pu Pu said. Liang Wei's confidence increased. There were some outstanding students. More importantly, everyone was familiar with each other, they had built trust with each other, and this would spare a lot of trouble in the future. A battalion built with these people as the framework, it really made one anticipate. Alright, I need to go back and think. I will give the list to you tomorrow. Liang Wei felt as though he couldn't wait. No problem. Pu Pu's response was brisk. When the other students found Liang Wei as he came out of the simulation chess, they were all shocked. The Liang Wei in front of them seemed to be a completely different person, giving off endless fighting spirit and sharp edges. Translator ramblings, Pu Yao, luring people with training and then making them work for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, Black Fire. Chapter 750, Black Fire. Boss, they've arrived, the subordinate respectfully reported. He licked his lips. His gaze when he looked towards the shadow was full of respect and awe. Has everything been arranged? A deep voice came from within the shadow. All arranged, the subordinate hurriedly responded. See them to the evening banquet hall. The subordinate was slightly shocked. Boss almost never met other people, and the number of people that saw Boss' true appearance could be counted on the fingers. He now found that he underestimated the importance Boss placed on these guests. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, I will go arrange it immediately. Go. An indifferent voice came out of the shadow. The subordinate turned and left. A red-haired youth stepped out of the shadows. His long and narrow eyes were deep and dark. The blue crystal at his brow occasionally flashed with light. He seemed to be one with the shadow and darkness. He had a thoughtful expression on his face. The present Yu Qinlai was far too changed from that rebellious youth of the past. He was now a famed person in the underworld. He had countless able people under his command and he had amassed great power. Even the local factions had to give him some face. The name of Black Fire had some reputation in the underworld. As his influence increased, Yu Qinlai began to hide himself in the shadows and rarely made appearances. So when Yu Qinlai decided to hold a banquet for the guests, his subordinates were all astonished. However, these people were the most skilled at concealment and control. While they were extremely curious, they maintained their professionalism and did not show it on their face. In their eyes, Boss was unfathomable. This unfathomable was not referring to his individual fighting ability. Among Black Fire, Yu Qinlai rarely fought. No one knew how strong he truly was. However, every person was filled with respect and awe towards Boss. In the underworld, things like betrayal, assassination, and conspiracy would never end. However, no matter how carefully planned or well hidden the other's plan was, Boss had never failed to counteract it. Even facing a terrifying existence like the Council of Elders, he was still able to organize a withdrawal with all of them remaining unharmed, and without leaving any trace. Everyone in Black Fire was filled with respect and awe towards Boss. His unfathomable and skilled way of acting, his vicious and ruthless style, his fairness to his subordinates and the strictness of the organization. None of their missions had ever failed. Boss had a maturity and viciousness in his command that was beyond his years. In the eyes of the subordinates, Boss was born a king of the underworld. In a hidden estate that was heavily guarded. All the important people in Black Fire arrived. Chai Shanchang was scholarly in appearance with a faint smile hanging on his face. He wore green robes as though he was a teacher in a Yao art house. In actual truth, he taught music in a famed Yao art house and was well respected by his students. Who would have those? This elegant middle-aged person was the famed and vicious Black Fire's third in command. It seems that Boss is going to show himself. Chai Shancheng laughed lightly. The male beside him was completely wrapped up in a black robe. Only a pair of gray eyes showed. If one didn't see him with their own eyes, normal people would definitely not detect a person was there. The fourth in command of Black Fire, Wu Ying. He was skilled in sneaking and assassination. As a testament to his skill, innumerable powerful people had died by his hand. Wu Ying was silent as though he hadn't heard these words. Chai Shanqing was used to the other being so and said to himself with a laugh, "I'm very curious about Boss' origins." Before he finished saying this, the feeling of cold metal rose against his throat. A sharp murderousness intent reached his neck like an extended dagger. He said with slight helplessness, Hey, I'm just talking, aren't you also curious?" The murderousness disappeared as though nothing had occurred. Chai Shanqing had an expression of helplessness. He knew that Wu Ying was faithfully loyal to Boss. Wu Ying would unhesitatingly kill anyone that would threaten Boss. He couldn't help but mutter, "You are so ruthless to treat me so." Wu Ying seemed to not hear it. A wondrous voice came from behind them. "Stop fooling around, the guests are about to arrive." Chai Shanshang heard this voice and shuddered. Even Wu Ying's body imperceptibly tensed. An astoundingly beautiful woman walked over with a smile. The tight black evening dress emphasized her hot body, her arms bare, and the snowy dip causing people's blood to burn. She had curly blonde hair and a seductive presence. Chai Shanchang and Wu Xing feared her like she was a snake. She was the second in command of Black Fire, Tao Wei. Tao Wei threw a flirtatious look at the two before striding next to Yu Qinlai and docilely standing to one side. Yu Qinlai's narrow eyes were deep and his emotions hidden. He seemed to be the same as usual, but everyone present had a strong feeling that today was definitely an important day. Soon, a group of people were led over under the guidance of a subordinate. Yet what shocked Tao Wei, Chai Qingshan and the others was that Boss walked down from the stairs and moved to greet them. Even though they had been prepared mentally, they were still stunned when they saw this. "I am Yu Qinlai," a cool voice that one could not hear any emotion from. "I am Liang Wei." Liang Wei looked at the other warily. The other was not old, about the same age as him. The feeling of darkness on the other caused him to frown slightly. As a battle general, Liang Wei lacked any good feelings about people that moved in the shadows. "A banquet has been prepared, please come with me," Yu Qinlai said coolly. Finishing, he turned and walked away. Liang Wei hesitated slightly and then followed closely, saying, "You are too polite." The idleness of these past years had caused his interpersonal skills to improve. Walking into the yard, what he saw was simple and not luxurious as he had imagined. This caused Liang Wei to hold a slightly better opinion of the other. In his impressions, those factions of the darkness were usually ostentatious and lived luxurious lives. If the power he was serving was faction of the dark, Liang Wei would be slightly disappointed. He had always speculated which faction Pu Pu belonged to but had always thought of the major factions. In his view, a small faction could not possess or support such a strong battle general. Everyone sat in their seats. The other people did not think as much as Liang Wei. Pu Pu had recruited and persuaded them with simple conditions, a generous salary and money to establish a home. For these people, they were satisfied with being able to do what they liked and receiving rich rewards. Also, they had stayed for a long time at Pu Pu's home for battle generals and trusted its owner. Liang Wei was observing Yu Qinlai, while Yu Qinlai and his group were also observing the guests. Especially, Chai Shanshang. He was elegant, and his words made people feel comfortable. While Liang Wei was wary, the other people with him quickly spilled the beans. Battle generals. These people were all battle generals. Chai Shanshang and the others were greatly shocked. In the world of darkness, there was no place for battle generals to exist. The world of darkness was a word filled with deceit, conspiracy, and assassination. The battles of the underworld was silent, and the people that lived in the same city as them would not detect anything. The factions of the dark that possessed battalions died out the fastest. The darkness was their best protection. Enormous battalions would cause them to lose the protection of the darkness and move the organization towards death. Only those truly public factions could possess battalions, would need battalions. Boss did have a background. At this time, the perceptive Chai Shanqing immediately recalled where he had heard the name Liang Wei before. The dismissal in his eyes disappeared. This young battle general that had been famed for a time had been recruited by the faction behind Boss. The higher-ups have a few things they wanted me to tell you, Yu Qinlai said coolly. Liang Wei unconsciously sat up and said solemnly, please speak. The other people stopped conversing and perked up their ears. Liang Wei's commanders showed intent expressions. This was related to their future. The base has been prepared. You will go and take the position of the highest commander of the battalion. All of the resources have been transported to the base. You need to finish selection and organization before the 12th month of this year. In other words, you have 6 months to build the battalion. At the 6th month of next year, you need to finish basic training and find the battle style suited to you. The higher-ups will forge Shin equipment according to your selected battle style. Liang Wei's heart shook slightly. The faction was able to forge Shin equipment. As expected, a big faction. Those that could forge Shin equipment right now were definitely big factions. The other people present inhaled sharply, especially Yu Qinlai's subordinates. They had guessed long ago that Boss had a background, but they hadn't thought that it would be so great. The delivery of equipment is temporarily set at 3 months. They hope that you can become battle ready as soon as possible. When you are all outfitted, you may be sent out on campaigns. Liang Wei frowned. The time is too tight, a battalion is not so easy to build. The deaths will be great when a new battalion goes to fight. Yu Qinlai said coolly, then this is something you have to consider and prepare for. Liang Wei calculated inside. He did not argue. He had been prepared mentally. If the faction did have power and still used him, then the missions he received would not be a normal or easy one. He had prepared fully to the difficulties he was going to encounter. However, when he thought that this was the only way he could lead a battalion onto the battlefield again, he felt as though he was filled with endless energy. How long is the trip to the base? He asked. 13 days. Time is tight, let's move now. Liang Wei pushed away from the table and stood. They had all heard what Yu Qinlai had just said. Let's eat before leaving, Yu Qinlai said. We can eat rations on the road, Liang Wei insisted. All right. Yu Qinlai did not try to keep them. Quickly, under the ushering of the subordinates, Liang Wei's group hurriedly left. Tao Wei and the others stared at each other. They hadn't expected Liang Wei and the others to leave so quickly. Yu Qinlai sat down again. The other people saw this and knew that Boss definitely had other things to say to them. They hurriedly sat down as well. Everyone, prepare, we are going to go to war against, snapped Red Silk. Yu Qinlai's words were like a huge bomb. Tao Wei and the others changed expression. Snapped Red Silk was not a small faction. Black Fire controlled only 13 Yaojies, and adding on the ones they had infiltrated, they only had 26. Yet, Snapped Red Silk directly controlled over 18 Yaojies. Snapped Red Silk was stronger than they were. Boss, Tao Wei couldn't help but say. She knew that this definitely was a mission that Boss higher-ups had ordered them to carry out, but in her view, this kind of mission could not be completed. Do not worry, we are not fighting alone, Yu Qinlai said coolly. Everyone else couldn't help but shake. Translator ramblings, Puyao's students are finally meeting each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751, Zhongru leaving seclusion. Chapter 751, Zhongru leaving seclusion. Xixiang. This is Cloud C. Jie. Yi Zhang said with a slight tone pride. Xixiang heard the pride in Yi Zhang's tone and was slightly surprised. A faint smile appeared on his pale face. This showed that Shitty had been living well these past years. Along the way, they encountered people who would stop and bow towards Yi Zhang. Each time, Yi Zhang would stop and seriously return the bow. Xixiang could see that these people's respect of Yi Zhang came from their hearts. This made him even more happy and comforted. Thinking back to the past, the image of that mischievous and stubborn youth was still in front of him. Ever since Master had passed away, he had brought up Shitty. After his cultivation had been destroyed, Shitty had seemed to become a completely different person who was hardworking. He had been happy at Shitty's change but felt guilt and self-blame. When Shitty had disappeared and his fate was unclear, the blame had chewed on his heart. He could only use meditation every day to comfort his mind. Even though his cultivation was gone, his samadhi had grown. When Shitty had suddenly reappeared in front of him, his dhyana heart had been lost. I had passed on to them some dhyana cultivation advice. Their power at the time was terrible. At that time, I was an assistant to Master Zone. While I was busy, I was still very happy. Xixiang was on my mind all that time, but I didn't have a lot of money and I couldn't save to commission Xixiang's Lingdan. Yi Zhang was full of nostalgia and regret. He had gotten the Lingdan and given it to Xixiang, but there was no effect, so they had come to Mo Cloud C. In reality, when he saw the state of Xixiang's old temple where it sat half collapsed, the fury and discomfort he felt almost caused himself to lose control. Xixiang knew Yi Zhang well. Seeing the guilt on Yi Zhang's face, he knew, and changed the topic subtly. Master Zhong? Is he also a dhyana Xiao? When Master Zhong was mentioned, Yi Zhang became alert. Yes. Master Zhong might be of an unorthodox background, but no one in Great Buddha Temple can compare to him. Oh, so strong? Xixiang said with a smile. He could see that Shitty was full of respect towards this Master Zhong. Yes, Master Zhong has reached wish power. There are not many in the temple that have achieved wish power. Yi Zhang looked around and then said in a low voice, "It is even the Buddhahood abandonment death wish." Xixiang shook in shock. Buddhahood abandonment death wish. These 4 words caused him to unconsciously stop breathing. While Ling power had transformed to Shin power, with the changing times, the Buddhahood abandonment death wish still caused people to change expression. Where is he now? A hopeful light suddenly appeared in Xixiang's eyes. If he could obtain guidance from this kind of master, maybe his injury would have hope. Yi Zhang was slightly dispirited. 8 years ago, Master Zhong went into death seclusion and hasn't come out. Death seclusion. Xixiang's eyes were wide and his expression changed. The 2 phrases, Buddhahood abandonment death wish and death seclusion, caused him to imagine a fearless dhyana Xiao, stubborn and not willing to give himself any other choices on his path for advancement. Yes, it would be good if Master Zhong came out. Master Zhong would definitely have a solution for Xixiang's injury. Fortunately, Master Zhong's Buddha lantern has not extinguished, Yi Zhang said with slight regret and joy. Just as he finished speaking, a bright light appeared on the horizon. Everyone in the sky stopped moving and looked with shock into the distance. The light was blinding, but there wasn't any sound. A vast presence suddenly exploded. The cloud sea around the cloud island suddenly roiled and formed cloud waves of dozens of zhang each. The cloud sea roiled, the presence booming like thousands of snowy white monsters howling and snarling as they spread in all directions. Not good. Yi Zhang's expression changed slightly. In a flash, the cloud wave was coming at them like a collapsing wall, giving off a crushing feeling of being unstoppable. A light suddenly appeared on Yi Zhang's body. Faint golden scaled armor rippled and covered his body. At some time, a Vajra scepter appeared on his hand. The golden mask on his face held imperceptible mirth like that of a Buddha. Shun equipment. Xixiang's pupils suddenly expanded. While the place he had been residing in had been isolated and closed off from the world, he had heard of Shin equipment. Yi Zhang lightly tapped the Vajra scepter towards his feet, his left hand held straight up as he chanted, "Ut." Faint golden light rippled from below his feet and began to slowly cover the 2 of them. In a flash, a golden shield took form. Countless sutra characters swam like tadpoles on the surface of the golden shield. This was... Xixiang was filled with shock. Shitty's power was extremely strange. He could not name it, but he was certain that it definitely was not something from Great Buddha Temple. Suddenly, two words flashed in his mind like lightning to illuminate his mind. Shun power. He did not notice that Shin equipment had also appeared on the bodies of the people around them because the astounding cloud wave was now right in front of them. Boom! The two were instantly drowned by the tall cloud wave. The golden light shield trembled, the sutra characters swimming even faster. Yi Zhang's eyes were wide and he was clearly fighting back with all his power. Shi Xiang's mind was roaming. He suddenly thought of how he had protected Shidi in the past. But now Shidi was able to protect him. It was a short moment of reminiscing, but time seemed to stretch as he watched Shidi. Yi Zhang's lack of expression showed that he was fighting with all of his power. Shi Xiang quickly refocused and closed his eyes. He had had high in cultivation before, once being one of the geniuses of great Buddha temple's younger generation. While he had lost his cultivation, he had spent all of his time on his samadhi, and his perception had become even more sensitive. Once he focused, he was slightly shocked. Shidi's present strength was even stronger than he had been in the past. This astonished him. He knew Shidi's talent, he did not have great talent. He himself in the past had been one of the most talented in the temple. Even in the present great Buddha temple, there were not many young people that had reached his past skill level. Shidi had grown to be so strong. A strange yet powerful power. Suddenly, he was filled with curiosity about Imo Cloud Sea. The cloud waves came endlessly. The two were like a wooden boat desperately swaying in the tsunami, unable to stay still. After making it through several cloud waves, Yi Zhang's body started to tremble, dense sweat appearing on Yi Zhang's forehead. Shi Xiang's expression became stern as he started to chant a sutra. His chanting was not loud, but each word was clear among the roaring of the cloud waves. Shi Xiang's chanting seemed to have a unique power to calm people's minds. Yi Zhang felt his mind calm down, his body stopped trembling. Threads of power suddenly appeared from deep within his body, and he became re-energized. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The howling roaring immediately disappeared. Scatter! The white cloud sea and the surroundings seemed to collapse and disappear like snow. In a flash, a figure with their palms together appeared in the sky. Behind him, there was the figure of a bald Buddha hundreds of zhang tall who also had their hands in a praying position with a solemn expression. Seeing that familiar figure, Yi Zhang's body shook, uncontrollable joy appearing on his face. Master Zong. Shi Xiang raised his face to look dazedly at the giant Buddha true form behind Zong Ru, his mind completely blank. When his gaze met with the gaze of the Buddha's true form, his body couldn't help but tremble. The pupils of the Buddha were gray. Zong Ru had came out of seclusion, the cloud sea shook. It has been so long since we came back to the Yao world, I really miss it, Sang Zhe said wistfully. Most of the youthfulness on his face had disappeared, and he had become a much calmer person. Ming Juzi shook his head. I still feel that Cloud Sea Jia is better. I'm just remarking. Sang Zhe laughed at himself. Of course Cloud Sea Jia is better. I heard that the Yao are in chaos right now, the infighting among the Council of Elders is great. While everyone is polite on the surface, it is a mess down in the lower ranks. Nan Yu did not make a sound. Listening to the conversation of the pair, her thoughts wandered. Were her friends from the Yao art house still alright? However, her thoughts were quickly interrupted by the noise coming from behind her. I'm telling you all, this time, you cannot block this genius road. Finally get a mission, Woha, it is time for this genius light to shine on the bodies of minuscule beings like you. The orange-haired Yao laughed heartlessly. Owen shot back with a cold expression, idiot. The black smoke Yao perceptibly took 2 steps back to get further from the two. Trash, who are you calling an idiot? The orange-haired Yao glared angrily at Owen but then smiled smugly. I know this is because you were jealous. You lost to me last time, Woha, your small and fragile heart received a destructive blow, I'm too strong. You only caught up and evened the score. Owen smiled coldly. If you don't believe me, ask Old Smoke. The orange-haired Yao stilled and then turned to ask the black smoke Yao. Old Yao, did I only catch up? The black smoke Yao gave a prepared answer. Before, he had won 622 times, you had won 621 times. The orange-haired Yao immediately howled, ah! How can it be so? How can it be so? Come, trash, let's fight now and see who is stronger. Let's go. Who's afraid of who? Owen did not retreat and stared back angrily. Nan Yu felt exasperated. How many times was it now on this trip alone? She turned her head. Boss said if you fight during the mission, you will be put under house arrest for 3 months. The two froze. The orange-haired Yao muttered. I'll let you off this time. If boss didn't protect you, I would let you taste your 623rd defeat. Owen responded, "If boss didn't protect you, I will take your small life as easily as reaching into my pocket." The orange-haired Yao stilled. "Who did you learn that line from? It seems very strong." Owen forced himself to not show his smugness, but his tone still exposed it. "Old smoke." The black smoke Yao immediately knew it was not good. As expected, before he could react, the orange-haired Yao shot in front of him like a gust of wind. Old Yao, quick, think of a line better than that one." Suddenly, the group stopped and stared warily at the group in front of them. At the head was a youth that gave off a dark and cold presence. He stood silently. "I have been eagerly waiting for your arrival. I am Yu Qin Lai." Translator ramblings. Fong Xiang did not forget about Yi Zhang Shixiang. For some reason, Yi Zhang Shixiang also remains nameless in this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 752, The Little Ones. Chapter 752, The Little Ones. Mo Cloud C started to secretly move. This kind of movement was concealed from the outside world. Even in these years of peace, people had become used to the movements of battalions and the unusual focus on cultivation. Silently, several battalions appeared at Blackwood Jia, which was under the control of Rare Artifacts Hall. Ever since Rare Artifacts Hall threw their lot in with Zuo Mo, they attracted the enmity of other Mo factions. Out of consideration for safety, Mo Cloud C built large numbers of seal formation forts at their borders. But Rare Artifacts Hall was founded in business, and the transportation of their inventory was not affected greatly. The events of Buzhou City had caused them to become famous. After that, with the support of Mo Cloud C, the quality of their wares increased greatly and their wares were welcomed on the market. Even the Mo Martial Alliance bought large amounts of Mo weapons and supplies from Rare Artifacts Hall. Benefiting from this, their business avenues had always been smooth. Other than this, they continued to build blood pools to make the travel between the three Jias of Rare Artifacts Hall and the other factions even more convenient. Transporting through blood pools was expensive, especially with large volumes, but it could greatly shorten the time spent and was much safer. Adding on that Rare Artifacts Hall was wealthy, they did not care about the expense of building blood pools. In one go, they built dozens of blood pools connecting them to the outside world. This meant that the Mo Martial Alliance was unable to cut off Rare Artifacts Hall from the outside, even if they wanted to. Ian, naturally, had to be present for such a great event, as the arrival of their battalions. But when he saw Bihan was in the lead, he was still shocked. He immediately understood the importance that the higher-ups placed on this battle campaign. Among Mo Cloud C's battle generals, Gong Sunsha and Bihan were of the same in status. While Bihan never managed any matters, his status was not something that other people could shake. Bihan was personally here, it definitely would not be a small fight. Darren. Ian immediately went forward to give a greeting. He was a core member, but he could not compare in status to Bihan. On the newest battle general ranking from the Shoujo world, Bihan was ranked 10th, an undoubted top battle general of the Shoujo world. The descriptions on the battle general ranking were detailed. The evaluators thought that Bihan's fighting abilities were astounding, his battle style dominant and fiery. He was strong offensively. The reason that he was ranked 10th was that his shortcomings in other areas were clear. For example, his soft skills were lacking and he did not take care or maintain relationships with his allies, or his reclusive personality. In the conclusion, Bihan was said to be a battle general with clear skills and shortcomings. He was strong offensively and weak defensively, and also, he was a battle general that needed strong support from the rear. This was also the reason that many people thought that Gong Sunsha was better than Bihan. Gong Sunsha's overall strength was more outstanding. He wasn't just strong at command, he was outstanding both offensively and defensively, as well as having taught a group of talented battle generals. There was no argument about his position on the battle general ranking. Almost all of the people in the battle general circles found it reasonable. But when the battle general ranking came out, the fact that Mo Cloud C possessed two top battle generals still caused a furor. However, when more of the details about Gong Sunsha and Bihan's battles were made public, the voices of dissent gradually dissipated. On the newest battle general ranking, Zhong De from Xixin, who had come back out of nowhere, had directly stepped into second place, just under Coenluan Shuidong. The rankings, which had not changed for a few years, finally changed for the first time. But even so, Bihan still held on to the position of 10th. Along with Bihan's Sin Battalion came Sherdong and Yiling's Grey Camp, Ma Fan and his Green Dragon Camp, a Zhago Battalion, and Tangzi Battalion. Sherdong and Yiling had been partnered together for a long time and worked well together. Sherdong, who had once had a difficult time progressing in cultivation due to his birth, had been selected by Gong Sunsha to the first group of battle generals to cultivate Shin power. He had treasured this chance. The strength and diligence he had shown won admiration from all the people around him. He had also improved rapidly and shockingly had moved into the ranks of gold battle generals. And a battle general like He Ling who was skilled in understanding the larger picture was a person that all the camps wanted. There was nothing to be said of the trio of Ma Fan, Lei Peng, and Nian Lu. They were also people that Gong Sun Sha had paid great attention to grooming. The three that had come from Vermilion Bird Camp did not fail Gong Sun Sha's efforts. Ma Fan was skilled in directing battle and successively advanced to become a gold battle general. Lei Peng was strong, and was the one that led troops from the front. Nian Lu was detail-oriented, and full of cunning. The three of them worked well together. Every time they fought in mock combat, they caused other people headaches. A Zha Go had been a gold battle general to start with, and he was experienced in leading troops. As his clan set down roots in Mo Cloud Sea, and their lives continued to change, he could finally throw himself completely into matters of war. The style that a Zha Go showed was frequently praised by Lil Mississippi. The main commander of Tangzi Battalion was Tang Fei with Miao Jun as the vice commander. Tang Fei was talented and Miao Jun taught her all he knew. Adding on Gong Sun Sha's occasional guidance, she grew up extremely quickly as she fought against other battle generals to become a gold battle general herself. While she was female, her fighting style was strong and tenacious. Influenced by her, the battle style of Tangzi Battalion was also very steadfast, and they never feared going toe-to-toe with the enemy. After the nurturing and training of these years, all of the battalions with names in Mo Cloud Sea had good strength. Bihan was not skilled in being the commander-in-chief, but his insight into strategy and his perception when fighting was unrivaled by all in Mo Cloud Sea, except by Gong Sun Sha. He had thought deeply about the battalions he had picked to come with him this time. Grey Camp, a Zha Go battalion, and Tangzi battalion were all battalions who had originated from the Mo territories. This was advantageous for their optics if they had them to attack the Mo territories. Green Dragon Camp was skilled in defense. They were selected in preparation for after taking down 100 energy Jie and having to turn to defense. Such a large number of battalions entering Blackwood Jie could not be disguised from people. All kinds of news quickly spread. Many factions were like alarmed birds. They shut their blood pools that were connected with Blackwood Jie. Rare Artifact Hall's business was greatly affected. All the major factions of the Mo territories went on their guard. Yet what they hadn't expected was that Bihan was faster than they had imagined. Before the news even reached the Mo Martial Alliance, Bihan's group of battalions had already stepped onto the border of the Mo Martial Alliance. The heavy iron door was pushed open a crack. Lil Pagoda leaned against the door and panted heavily. It was clearly exhausted. Lil Fire flew around its head as though it was trying to motivate the other. Lil Black stood up on its hind legs, its antenna waving furiously as it tried to cheer on Lil Pagod. However, Lil Black clearly was staying back. As it waved its antennae, it turned around to look. If something happened, it would immediately flee. Lil Pagoda rested for a moment and recovered. It climbed up and sneakily looked inside. Seeing that no one was inside, it immediately became happy, its eaves opening and closing like an umbrella. Then it sucked in its belly and tried to squeeze through the crack. Lil Pagoda's body was even rounder than before. Its body, which had been five-colored before, was now black and white. Adding on its round and soft body, it appeared very much like a panda crouching there. This change had occurred the first time that Zuo Mo's Shin power had made a great advancement. Yet Zuo Mo found to his chagrin that this guy became even fatter and more gluttonous after that. The things it liked to eat were far beyond the scope of the five elements. It ate everything and liked things that were rare and strange. Zuo Mo found, after inspection, that Lil Pagoda's attributes had shifted from the five elements to the dual attribute of yin and yang. The scope covered by yin-yang was much greater than the five elements. This was an unique progression. Pew. Lil Pagoda was like a rubber ball that squeezed through the crack in the door. The moment it did so, its soft and bouncy body bounced through the air. It flipped over a few times in the air before it managed to steady itself. Lil Fire happily flew a few circles in celebration before it followed. It turned into a thread of flame and then turned back to its round figure after burrowing through the crack. Lil Black also sneaked in. The three Lil ones formed a triangle as they tiptoed like thieves. Suddenly, the light of a Jinji appeared under the feet of the trio. The three little bodies immediately froze. A figure walked out of the Jinji's light. It was Zuo Mo. I finally caught you in the act. Zuo Mo had a vicious expression. These three little guys liked to eat the most and would never learn. Thinking about the Jingshur he had lost, Zuo Mo felt great pain. Arrow. Lil Pagoda raised its chubby eaves to cover its face. Lil Fire shook. It turned and wanted to feel but was caught by Zuo Mo. Then Zuo Mo started to squeeze it. It could only spit out threads of fire in humiliation and grievous anger according to Zuo Mo's rhythm. With one hand gripping Lil Fire, a snarling Zuo Mo was like a demon king in the eyes of Lil Black. Its antennae trembled. Pia, it fell back on the ground and pretended to be dead. Having caught the three little ones at the scene of the act, Zuo Mo was smug. He took the three little ones over to Chun Yucheng's place. Chun Shitty, here, help me take a look and see if there are any ways to help them get stronger. Chun Yucheng's eyes were bright and he was interested by the idea. The three little ones all had different abilities and were much more interesting than his cloud steeds. Under Chun Yucheng's strange gaze, the three little ones had ashen expressions. The least courageous one, Lil Black, trembled as though it was about to face torture. Let's go in and see, Chun Yucheng said briskly. Chun Yucheng's place to study husbandry was astounding in scale now. He took over a large-sized cloud island. Other than him, there were also his assistants that were also interested in husbandry. Some of them were Xiuzha and some were Yama. They quickly came to a twin pool. The two pools were set up together and connected in the middle. The liquid in one pool was white and the other black. Mist floated off the white pool and turned into a cloud that supported a little white person. It was sunshine. There was a black lotus growing out of the black pool. On the inky black lotus, 10th grade dressed in black robes was sitting with his legs in lotus position, his little face solemn. They went deeper and flew to the entrance of a volcano. Inside the volcano, a large bird was completely immersed in the lava within. Silly Bird seemed to detect people coming in and opened her eyelids. Seeing Zuo Mo, she closed her eyes with a safe and relaxed expression. Silly Bird. She was originally a gray-beaked goose and then evolved into a blue-beaked snow goose. Theoretically, the probability of her evolution is not high, but I found there is a unique power inside her. This power had been continuously strengthening her body. She is already completely different from normal blue-beaked snow geese. She is fierce, and much more savage in personality than before. This allowed her to have more room to improve. When speaking of his field, Chun Yucheng immediately became energized and would endlessly talk. The quality of the earth fire here isn't bad, but it wasn't enough. I asked the people from Golden Crow Camp to come and remake the fire formation. The earth fire here is over 8th grade and contains Shin power. If it could finish its Nirvana regeneration, well, that is only for phoenixes, but I don't feel that only phoenixes can regenerate, you know that all birds. Seeing Chun Yucheng wasn't going to stop, Zuo Mo's head swelled. He handed the three little ones to Shitty. Here, they are in your care. No problem. Chun Yucheng's eyes lit up. Translator ramblings, we see the little ones, finally. Just as gluttonous as always. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.